I didn't expect a cream cheese bagel, of all things, to herald the end of the world. The bagel was, of course, not the cause of the ending of all that was good, although my roommate Brandy might have debated that. It was mostly the procurement of said breakfast delicacy that tipped me off that something simply wasn't right. Or should have, if my mind had been working normally by then. But I digress. It was a late Sunday morning when I woke up in the purest hair-of-the-dog mode. I knew I hadn't drunk that much on Friday, and Saturday, and certainly not the early hours of today, but my head was nevertheless trying to kill me, and my stomach was decidedly in on that plot. Guess that's what you got for caving to peer pressure after being devotedly sober for going on 4 years. But it would have been decidedly weirder if I hadn't, eventually, let Shell talk me into some shots, and then chase them down with Ashley's favorite frou-frou girly drink, and the IPA that Brandy's newest eye candy had brought hadn't been half bad. Groaning, I tried to roll over and forget about the world for another hour, as I screwed my eyes shut against the raging headache that was doing a great job simulating the splitting of my skull. But to no avail. My bladder screamed to be emptied. My stomach proposed to attempt a similar purge if I was already close to the porcelain throne, and washing my mouth out after a pack of deceased sewer rats had apparently died in there wasn't the worst idea of the century. Eating was certainly the least of my concerns when I finally made it back down the hallway and into the kitchen, where I found my 3 roommates in similar states of wishing we'd maybe partied a little less hard than we'd studied for finals. Brandy was nursing a bottle of water, her sips hardly deep enough to wet her lips, her skin perfectly gray under her usually glowing dark complexion. Next to her on the sofa, Shell was staring balefully at a rice cake. Quite the understandable reaction any day of the year, but usually she munched on them as if her life depended on it. She looked even worse than Brandy, almost prompting me to joke that maybe this once Black did actually crack. Ash, on the other side of the sectional, had resorted to even more drastic measures, an entire pack of frozen peas obscuring her face so that only the mane of perfectly balayaged blonde hair that spread out on the pillow underneath identified her. That and the My Little Pony tank top she was wearing. Neither Shell nor Brandy would be caught dead in something like that, but that was Ash for you. I'd barely made it into the adjacent kitchen when all 3 girls perked up, although Ash only went as far as to push her peas up onto the crown of her head. Losing contact seemed not to be an option for her. "Callie," Brandy sing-songed, comically drawing out the 2 syllables. "Can you please hop down to the coffee shop and grab some cream cheese bagels for us?" It wasn't an unusual request. I often did that for lazy Sunday mornings. The only difference was that usually I brought them home with me after my early shift at said coffee shop ended, making it no hassle and not even a financial burden since my manager loved to compensate me for my overtime in baked goods rather than money. Only this weekend, the coffee shop was closed since it was part of the university building. Officially, the University of North Carolina Charlotte Center City Building, or Dubois Building, where we all had most of our classes. With finals over now, not enough people dropped in on the weekends to warrant opening at the ass crack of dawn, thus robbing me of one more convenient stream of income. I didn't mind much. It was only for 2 more weeks that I'd be strapped for cash. On June 1, I was starting my summer internship at one of the big firms over at Tryon Street, and this time around it was even a paid one. Only 2 more weeks of foaming up lattes and slathering cream cheese onto bagels. And it looked like I would be doing the exact same thing today as well, only in a creepy, empty, closed-up coffee shop, thanks to my manager trusting me with my own special set of keys. I fortified myself with a glass of tap water, gathered my hair in the uniform bun all smart, successful millennials, girls, boys, and everything between and around, had long since mastered, and braced myself for my late morning quest. Really, getting breakfast for my friends was the least I could do. I was almost defeated 20 feet outside of the door when the elevator refused to answer to me hysterically pushing the call button. It was only then that I realized the hallway was dark, only illuminated by the natural light streaming in through glass panes on both ends. That was weird. Even weirder was that not even the emergency lighting was on in the staircase that seemed to be my only option now. Down, and later up, 13 floors. Fuck my life. But what else was new? Gritting my teeth, I turned on the flashlight app on my phone and set out to do my cardio session for the day, although neither my aching muscles nor my pounding head were up for it. That's what you did for your best friends, who also gave you special rates on rent because otherwise you could never afford to live in a nice new apartment building that had 25 floors, and a rooftop pool and gym, and other amenities that I truly didn't care for, but apparently couldn't keep its damn elevator serviced. Or keep the front desk staffed, I realized when I found neither Pedro nor Al in attendance. Oh well, I doubted any life-saving packages would get delivered today, so it was just the same. The mid-morning sun mercilessly beat down on me as soon as I tottered out onto the sidewalk, cursing myself for ever having left Montana for a state that thought it was okay for summer to come around mid-April, and that was just the beginning of the endless heat. At least Charlotte was a surprisingly green city, with beckoning shade from trees only 5 steps away. That was until I had to turn the corner, down the street where the university building resided, smack in the middle of the part of the city that was more construction site than already gentrified snazzy new high-rises. Instead of trees, it was still patchy sidewalks and dust abundant from the construction sites. Right now, blissfully empty and silent for once. I really couldn't have made it through a series of catcalls this morning, not with the hangover of the century. As I shuffled ever closer to my destination, I vowed to myself that it really would remain that, the one single occurrence of me partaking in alcohol, which was to blame for my current state. I'd been keenly aware that it was a bad idea. Now I was suffering the consequences. Again. At least it had only been booze and nothing more destructive. This would only set me back. I tried to remember when I'd last been to an NA meeting. I dropped them as soon as my court mandate had been rescinded. That was 18 months ago? 19? Whatever. The only thing that mattered now was to fire up the coffee machine and brew myself the strongest, most scalding hot cup of espresso possible. Half of my ailments would go away once that hit my bloodstream, and then the rest would be much easier to deal with. Unsurprisingly, nobody greeted me at the locked gate of the university building. One swipe of my TA-empowered key card, and I was in. I could have taken the employee entrance into the coffee shop, but it was much easier to go through the main entrance and take a sharp right turn, leaving only the sliding door to the coffee shop as a hindrance, rather than having to climb over stacks and stacks of coffee and other stuff that clogged up the back hallway. I was about to go through the motions of firing up the coffee maker, only it didn't react to my gentle caress, nor the more insistent slap that followed. The same was true for the light switch. Before I even got close to the refrigerator to check on that, the absence of its hum told me all I needed to know. Great. No coffee, and also no means of toasting the bagels. They were edible right out of the box, but only barely. Adding cream cheese would help, but if I opened the fridge now, the cold air trapped inside would be released, and everything inside would consequently spoil if electricity didn't return soon. Well, too bad for all that delicious yogurt. I'd better grab some so it wouldn't all go to waste. In short order, I'd retrieved and cut apart 2 bagels each for me and my 3 roommates, distributed an entire large pack of cream cheese among them, wrapped them up neatly to make them easier for transport, and added 3 yogurts for good measure to my goodie bag. If I hadn't been on such a one-track mind bender, I might have realized that there was hardly any cold left in the fridge when I opened it a second time to fetch some orange juice as well. but my mind skipped right over these details. I was just about to close up the shop behind me when a shout echoing through the atrium of the building made me jump and almost drop my goodies. It wasn't an angry shout, like from a guard questioning what I was doing there, or a desperate one coming from a freshman wailing because they realized they had just missed their chance at a deliciously foamy caffeine hit. It also didn't sound like a professor in the throes of passion after her grad student had earned himself some extra credit. Or herself, I didn't judge. Except for employers asking anyone to work at this time of the week, of course. Stranger things had happened. No, it pretty much sounded as if someone had just viciously slaughtered a pig. And since this building housed predominantly economics departments, that struck me as rather out of place. And yes, I absolutely knew how pigs screamed when they were butchered, although not all of those from my memories had been quadrupedal. I hesitated for only a moment. Then I quickly turned the key in the lock to make sure that whoever was committing bloody murder wasn't also going to wreck the coffee shop that I would have to clean up come tomorrow morning, and hightailed it out of there, cursing when I needed to swipe my keycard a second time when at first the sensor wouldn't accept it. Why that was still working, but otherwise electricity seemed to be out, I didn't question. Apparently, university building doors had higher priority than emergency stair lighting in new buildings. I didn't exactly run down the street, but proceeded at an increased pace, trying my best not to look suspicious. Although I was well aware that I had done nothing wrong, I was sure that if anything had actually happened, I would hear all about it once my next shift started. It was only as I kept looking around to see if anyone had seen me that I realized the surrounding streets were abandoned. It made sense with the university building, since the semester was over and all around it the construction sites were shut down for the weekend. But even considering that it was a lazy late morning, it shouldn't have been this quiet once I stepped back into the already developed part of the district. At least a handful of people should have been out and about, either taking a walk with their dog or grabbing brunch from a deli or cafe. There wasn't even a single car driving down the road, and I didn't glimpse anyone waiting at the light rail station either. As I stopped in front of our building entrance and listened, the only noise was the wind gently pushing a discarded newspaper down the sidewalk. Rather than early morning quiet, this stillness seemed oppressive, wrong. There was only one explanation for this. I was clearly delusional, likely still tripping from something I had taken after refusing a second beer. Screwing my eyes shut, I felt like banging my head against the glass doors, but refrained as to not draw any unwanted attention. Fuck. Now all I could hope for was that they wouldn't drug test me before my body was done detoxing itself. Maybe it was worth trying one of Brandy's miracle juice cleanses after all? No, I still had 2 weeks and 2 days to clean up. That had to be enough. I wasn't that desperate yet. At least climbing up 13 levels would get my metabolism churning through whatever the fuck I had poisoned myself with faster. It really was a very slim consolation, but it was all I had. I was just about to push the door open when I heard the telltale squeal of a car's tires taking a turn way too fast. As I turned toward the noise, I saw one of those ridiculously expensive electric SUVs swerve across 2 lanes as it came sailing through the intersection way too fast. It barely avoided a tree, but clipped a trash can before it sailed right into the next building, straight across the street from where I was standing. I was close enough to see the female driver get smacked in the face as the airbags deployed. With my pulse racing in my throat, I tried to decide what to do now. The right thing would be to see if I could help, obviously. Bagels be damned. And I always tried to do the right thing. But something kept me back. Something coming from the lizard part of my brain rather than the prefrontal cortex. I was still dithering in uncertainty when the driver's side door opened and the woman staggered out. There was blood smeared across her face, likely from a busted nose or split lip. She almost went down before she caught herself against the side of the car. From a doorway a couple of feet away, 2 men came running toward her. To the rescue. Great. That meant I wouldn't have to. With a weird kind of mental satisfaction, I started turning toward the door. But something was still triggering my instinct to run. The drugs, duh. From the very corner of my vision, I followed the men approaching the woman, or rather colliding with her as they both barreled straight into her and took her down, the trio quickly disappearing behind the car. Her startled shout cut off mid-scream. A sequence of thumps against the chassis of the car followed. I stood there, frozen in shock. Forcefully, I tore myself out of it, blinking furiously. I must have imagined that, right? For sure, she had collapsed, and they had caught her at the last second, helping her lie down on the ground so she wouldn't injure herself further. By now, they were likely already dialing 911 or starting CPR. The smart thing would have been to simply go check on them, if only to assuage the feeling of guilt that started to gnaw at me. First, the scream at the university building, and now this. But thinking straight wasn't my strong suit that morning. And there was a good chance that if the police arrived, they'd want my statement. And if I was still tripping as hard as I was afraid I was, no way they wouldn't notice that. I had no priors to my name, but that wouldn't look great for my internship. And if someone decided to dig, or worse yet, fingerprint me, things could get uncomfortable. I could risk all that, or turn around and disappear into the dark recesses of the staircase of our apartment building and forget I'd seen or heard anything. What exactly had I seen? A potentially reckless driver losing control. But maybe she'd been suffering a medical emergency? That would explain how she managed to crash the car in a manner that was borderline impossible under normal circumstances. This really wasn't a hard decision. By the time I sagged against the door to our apartment, that wouldn't open because there was no electricity to keep the keypad working, I was ready to throw up the water that was the only thing actually left in my stomach, and my entire body felt flush with fever. At least that distracted from the weirded out feeling still gripping me. When Ash finally managed to shuffle to the door, still clutching her by now soggy peas in one hand, she looked worse than I was feeling. I wordlessly handed her the goodie bag and aimed right for my bed, deciding that eating the bagels now would likely kill me. Considering she didn't even comment on my without a doubt flushed state, there was no reason to tell her or the others about the accident, or that scream, or the fact that things were really weird out there. I went out cold as soon as my head hit the pillow, sparing me a day of tossing and turning, wondering why the fuck the entire city had seemed abandoned. When I came to again a small eternity later, I felt like shit. That hangover from before? Nothing compared to this. Every single fiber in my body hurt, right down to my hair follicles. Not even going cold turkey had felt like this. Something was very, very wrong. Chapter 2. No electricity meant no lights, no way to recharge our phones, but above all else, no streaming movies or TV shows. Also, there was something wrong with the cell phone reception, likely from everyone and their mothers calling to complain that they couldn't binge-watch their favorite guilty pleasure. That bothered me way more than not being able to call in and let my boss know I was too sick to eat a stale cream cheese bagel, let alone come in for work. I hoped the text I sent her would eventually go through. It was dawning on me that just maybe we had bigger issues on our hands than missing a shift or finding a coffee shop understaffed. Late on Monday evening, I felt a little better. The headache let up, but in turn, aches all over my body got even worse. While I'd felt weak before, now I was practically feeble. When that eventually got somewhat better, I didn't feel much like cheering because my lungs decided they wanted to exit my body, coughing fits racking me so hard that I had to bend over to keep breathing, tears in my eyes. Maybe I even cracked a rib or two. It got harder and harder to sleep because my lungs tried to empty themselves every few minutes. Soon, my entire upper torso felt bruised from the inside out, and simply lying there and breathing evenly became a chore. Visions of chest-buster aliens filled my feverish mind. If I was getting worse, I was still better off than the other 3 girls. 3 days in, or 4? It was hard to tell. I couldn't stand staying in my bed any longer, so I moved my pity party to the living room. My laptop and phone had long since run out of charge, so flipping through discarded fashion magazines was all we had for entertainment, and only because Shell had been too lazy to cancel her obsolete subscription. That seemed like the next best thing to, well, not being deathly ill. Being in the living room also allowed me to stake out our dwindling tea reserves and devour the last 2 rice cakes while they remained untouched by anyone else for 10 hours straight. One look at the bagels that no one had ended up eating, and I threw up all over the kitchen island. What I also spent quality time on was simply gazing out of the windows. It was getting harder and harder not to feel like a princess locked away in her ivory tower, but it came with one upside. I could tell the hour the drugs wore off when I started seeing people down in the streets again. There wasn't much traffic, but at least there were tiny ants traversing the sidewalks and a handful of cars swerving across the empty lanes. I couldn't see signs of any more accidents, though, and no weird people-attacking figures appeared out of nowhere. Of course not, because that was one big old delusion, my mind let me know. Facing most of the yet-to-be-developed part of the second ward and what lay beyond, I couldn't see how the actual city center around the financial district fared, but the construction sites remained deserted, as did the university's parking lot. Then, things got worse. The odd car every couple of minutes turned into a car every couple of hours. They disappeared, leaving only a string of ambulances coming and going from the hospital. Then even those stopped. All 4 of us being young and perky women, our medicine cabinet held way more essential oils and spot cream than anything actually useful, except to combat the odd hangover or heavy menstrual flow. The painkillers, also great to lower fever, were gone by Tuesday, when our collective coughing got bad enough to require some actual pain relief. I refrained from taking any, leaving the girls with another couple of hours of relief. When on Wednesday I saw 3 military vehicles roll up and park in the middle of the road, I was confused and suspicious at first. But when a huge truck with a red cross emblazoned on the side followed, I realized the National Guard must have set up some kind of checkpoint or aid station. My brain was too addled with fever and headaches to wonder what this was all about, only realizing that it must have been badly needed when the governor was forced to spring for that. After using up the last 5% of Shell's mobile battery trying to call all the local doctors, and only ever getting pre-recorded messages, failed, I finally caved, crawled back into my room to get dressed, and went on the epic quest to investigate said station. Checking in with the girls beforehand proved a futile undertaking. Shell was out cold, and Brandy was finally asleep after barfing her soul out for days on end. Ash gave me a drowsy, if pained smile that immediately disappeared into yet another coughing fit. It had been impossible to ignore the sounds of retching and coughing coming from all corners of the apartment for days, so it wasn't like I didn't know all too well that we shared symptoms. Outside the apartment, the hallway was terribly quiet and empty, like always, like it had been on my bagel run. It was entirely my sense of foreboding that made it weird. Sadly, that didn't help much. I honestly should have been too drained and tired to be this paranoid. I wondered if I should check in with our neighbors, but on second thought nixed the idea. 2 of our immediate neighbors were well into their 70s, and the last people I wanted to infect with whatever was wreaking havoc in my body. The other was a family with 3 small kids that was more likely the source for our infection, rather than anyone I could infect with something. They probably had antibiotics to spare, but without knowing what exactly we'd caught, swallowing random leftover pills made no sense. And considering how the girls and I had all caught it sounded more like a viral infection anyway. So, down the endless staircase into the lobby and out into the street it was. With every step down, my anxiety grew from a vague sense of unease as I stepped out of the door to a full-on racing heart at the bottom. But some of that could have been my infection, and the exertion, too. I was well aware of that. It took me what felt like hours, but was likely closer to 20 minutes. I so didn't look forward to the return trip. Outside, the car was still where it had crashed, but it looked barely out of place between several other vehicles that seemed to have been abandoned in the middle of the road. Why they hadn't been towed yet was beyond me, but it somehow made sense to me that this wouldn't be the city's most pressing problem as long as ambulances still got around them. Not that many did. From what I'd observed from up above, most took the wider road through the construction sites. It was only 3 blocks to the aid station, but I barely made it to the first bench between the trees that lined our street before I had to take a break. Great. This way, it would take me an hour to get to the aid station. A pretty accurate assessment, I realized when I finally staggered up to the short queue that had formed between the anxious soldiers standing guard, both of them wearing masks and plastic aprons over their gear. The nurses and doctors I could see in the tent were swathed in blue plastic from head to toe, wearing face shields over their masks. That seemed entirely overkill to me, until the ground rushed up to meet me as I staggered and fell, too exhausted to take another step. One of the nurses launched herself at me, just in time to catch me before I could split my skull open on the ground, but not quick enough to avoid the stream of vomit spewing out of my stomach. It was mostly green tea with honey, or so I thought, until I saw the red stains on her arm. Shit. I had a feeling I would not return to the girls, at least not on my own. That proved to be true. Another nurse checked me over while the first went to get some fresh protective gear. I was barely through half of the list of our symptoms when a couple of soldiers were dispatched to get the girls. I really didn't like the time is of the essence instructions the nurse called after them. While I waited for the others to be brought here, the nurse put an IV in my arm. After that infusion of liquids, probably laced with a lot more than salt and electrolytes, I was able to continue to explain what was going on. She gave me some extra cough drops that seemed like the purest irony, and went to check on the next patient. Looking around, I noticed just how huge the camp had gotten. By now, it had extended to the parking lot next to our building. As far as I could see, white tents stretched in all directions. Traffic was non-existent, with sick people swaying and sitting all along what little was still open of the overcrowded road past the checkpoint. When the soldiers returned with the girls, only Ash was awake, if barely, the other 2 non-responsive. Even with them calling for aid, the soldiers had to wait a good 15 minutes until a harassed nurse, swathed in yet more layers of blue plastic, had time. For the others, she barely took a moment. But for me, she devoted more time, checking my pulse and noting symptoms on a sheet, again. She then handed me said sheet, insisting that I give it to the doctor in the ward I was being led to, and slapped bright yellow stickers on our torsos. As the soldiers made their way through the crowds deeper into the tent city, I realized that virtually everyone around here had red stickers. A lot of them were older people, but by far not all of them. I recognized the family from next door among them, both parents and all 3 children stretched out and comatose on makeshift hospital cots. The tent we were being brought to was only half occupied. I was glad to see that a good third of the people in here were awake, some even well enough to sit up and shuffle a few steps to get tea for themselves. That gave me some hope. They likely had already found working treatment options. Obviously they had. They must have, right? The 4 of us got put into the next empty cots, 2 on each side of the aisle that was just wide enough for nurses to squeeze by each other as they passed. I protested when a nurse tried to help me out of my clothes and into one of those horrid open-backed hospital gowns. But after struggling for 5 minutes to do it myself, and failing, I accepted her help. Meanwhile, another nurse set the girls up with infusions and catheters, soon returning with 3 portable oxygen sets. Ash was the only one of them who briefly roused when the nurse raised her head as she fixed the oxygen mask on her face. She was out cold once more before the nurse got started on the catheters. Having learned from my experience with undressing and watching how quickly the beds kept filling up all around us with no additional nurses coming in, I clenched my teeth and nodded when the nurse asked me if I consented to her sticking a plastic hose up my urethra. No, that wasn't fun at all, but it beat her having to change my diapers every 6 hours. Watching the last couple of cots get filled less than 2 hours after I'd staggered into the aid station made me guess things must have gotten really bad. I managed to sleep in fits and starts, the moaning and coughing coming from all around us not helping much at first. But soon I was too weak to keep my eyes open, only my rib-wrecker fits tearing me half awake now. A different nurse dropped by hours later, switching out infusion bottles and handing me a small heap of Jell-O packages. It was only when I realized she stopped at no one else in the row that I discovered my error in judgment from earlier. No one was getting better. Some just took a little longer to succumb to whatever this shit was. When breathing got difficult for me a while later, yet another nurse brought an oxygen tank over to me. After checking on the girls and taking their vitals, she returned a while later, wheeling in a boxy machine. She checked them again, then pulled off Ashley's mask and instead put on a much heavier one that looked almost like a gas mask connected to the machine. It made weird sounds that seemed more at home in a sci-fi environment than a hospital setting. I was too drowsy to focus on much after that. When I came to the next time, a nurse was taking the masks off Brandy and Shell and rolled up the IV lines. It took my addled brain way too long to make sense of why. When I tried to sit up, she quickly turned to me and pushed me back onto my bed, seeing as I put a minute-old kitten to shame as far as energy was concerned. Not much strength was required for that. "Your friends are still alive," she assured me, "but we need the oxygen for someone else." Someone who wasn't too far gone to be saved, she meant. I spent way too much time staring across the aisle where the blanket over Shell's chest only rose what felt like once or twice a minute. Her breath came in slow, shallow wheezes only, her face and pillow soon speckled with blood. Then even that stopped. Brandy was gone not much after that. Ash continued to labor along thanks to the machine helping her breathe, but her skin remained pale and clammy. When a nurse finally came by, a small eternity later, it was to remove the blankets from Shell and Brandy's beds so she could wrap both bodies in the sheets they were resting on. 2 soldiers helped her heave the bodies off the beds and underneath the cots. In their place, 2 coughing, feverish women were put. It took me a while to realize that both were the nurses who had cared for us when we'd come here. Throughout the giant tent, beds were swapped out. In the next aisle over, it was mostly young soldiers and EMTs now lying on top of the cots. The next time someone came by, it was someone wearing a white, full-body protective suit with a full-face mask. The eyes behind the visor were kind, yet full of panic. And young, so young. A med student, maybe? His hands were shaking as he checked on Ashley and me, then quickly retreated down the aisle. Breathing became hard, really hard. Not just painful, but like I was drowning in phlegm. My chest felt like an immense weight was resting on it, or as if concrete had solidified inside my lungs. Every pained gasp was a struggle. I didn't ask myself why no one was wheeling one of those machines out for me, or why they hadn't gone ahead and intubated Ash already. It would have been so much easier to simply give in and not force myself to keep breathing. But the truth was, I was way too stubborn to fold. As long as there was an ounce of energy somewhere inside of me, I vowed to myself I would keep going. This was not how I was going to die. My consciousness waxed and waned. Nothing seemed to make any sense. Weird dreams and fantasies chased each other, fueled by the agony and underlying fear. Ghosts were moving past me. Ghosts in white suits and full visor masks. Only the eyes looked human as one of the ghosts leaned over me. The way they clinically regarded me was far from humane or human. The ghost took off my oxygen mask, making immensely hard breathing almost impossible. I tried to struggle, but it was all too easy for the ghost to bat away my hands. From the corner of my eye, I saw they were doing the same to Ashley. Something pinched my arm. Looking down, I found a needle sticking in the vein of my elbow, blood leaking out into a small vial. The oxygen mask was back and I could breathe again. Oh, sweet, agonizing bliss. A different ghost leaned over me, this one older, with more lines around the eyes. White, blinding light hurt my eyes. The ghost prattled off nonsense, a sequence of numbers and letters, then things like Caucasian female, early 20s, and pulmonary edema, possibly cerebral edema as well. Something cold wiped over my arm. "No, give her the other one," one of the ghosts rasped, its voice distorted by the breathing mask. "This one has a better chance of making it than her." Something pricked my upper arm, warmth and discomfort momentarily spreading. My head was turned to the side, and I felt a few quick pinpricks of pain behind my ear that made no sense at all. Then the ghosts disappeared, one by one. My ghost lingered for a moment longer. Was that a comforting squeeze on my shoulder? The next time I blinked, I was alone again. One moment I could see, then the entire tent was cast into darkness. Ashley's machine gave one more rattling whoosh and fell silent. I knew this was bad, but couldn't find it in me to care anymore. All I could do was continue to force my lungs to take the next breath and wait, while all around me, everyone else lost that struggle, one by one. Chapter 3. Everything hurt so fucking much. That was a good thing. How did I know this? For one, I found myself capable of willfully tensing and relaxing the muscles in my arms and legs for what felt like the first time in a long, long while. Second, while breathing was still a bitch, it was the very fact that I could finally take more than the shallowest of breaths once more that made my chest feel ready to explode. It was still more than a sequence of gasps and wheezes than normal breathing, but my brain seemed to be getting some actual oxygen now. My head still hurt, but that sensation of a jackhammer constantly drilling into it had lessened to something that let me focus my eyes on something again, rather than turn my world into wobbly shapes. That something was Ash, her body still in the cot next to mine, the breathing mask still on her face. My less complicated oxygen mask dangled from the frame of my bed, discarded. Reaching for it, I found the light flow of air was no longer happening. It hadn't been happening for a while now, I realized. And yet, I could breathe again. The inside of the mask was caked with blood, and when I reached up, I felt dried flakes come away from around my mouth, nose, and across my cheeks. I should probably have wondered how I was still alive, but instead I tried to remember what had roused me. Looking around slowly, all I saw were rows and rows of beds covered in white blankets with blood splattered everywhere. Not slasher movie everywhere, but around people's heads. My own looked little different, although the mask had caught most of it. While nobody moved, there was still noise around. Part of a tent flapping in the wind, a siren wailing in the distance, a dog barking. Was that a shot? I tried to sit up, but my newfound strength only went so far. For a while, all I could do was lie there and breathe. Drowsiness tried to claim me, and eventually I gave in. But before long, something roused me again, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Sitting up wasn't an option, so I did the next best thing. I shimmied to the very edge of my bed and tried looking up and down the aisle. The first thing I saw was the sheet-wrapped bundle on the floor that I knew was Shell. A different kind of agony tightened deep inside my chest, making my heart seize up. I took a couple of steadying breaths and tried again. Nothing stirred down the entire 2 rows of cots that were visible from here. The reason I could see anything was the tent entrance that was partly open at the very end of the aisle, a clear plastic tarp flapping in the wind. Outside it was light. Dawn or dusk, I couldn't say. I let my head sag back into the pillow and waited. What for, I couldn't say, but since waiting was the only thing I could do. The intensity of the light slowly increased to where it also shone through the tent above me. That still left the interior gloomy, but more details became visible. Not that this was an improvement. I could have done without the dead, wide-eyed stare of the nurse in what used to be Shell's bed. The sound startled me again. This time I had been waiting for it, my ears automatically straining. It was a weird scratching, followed by a crunch. It was coming from somewhere behind me, the corner on the far side by the entrance. If I could just sit up, I might catch a glimpse of what was going on. It was likely just someone like me, another lost soul still clinging to life. In my mind, I saw bloody phlegm and tormented lungs laboring to extend. Maybe that was what this poor person's death rattle sounded like? Another coughing fit tried to seize up my lungs, but I did my best to suppress it. With the tent otherwise silent, it felt strangely sacrilegious to make so much noise. Something deep inside of me, the part that had startled before and was still keeping my heart pumping with as many beats per minute as my sluggish metabolism would allow, screamed at me to remain as still as possible. As much as I tried to relax, my mind simply wouldn't shut up. Very little of what kept bouncing around in my gray matter made sense, though. Soon, the sounds, plural now, came with increasing frequency. It was likely just in my mind, but they also seemed to be getting closer. They were also getting louder, as if the source had somehow doubled, then multiplied. A different, weird, scratching noise joined in the jarring cacophony. Whatever this was, I really didn't want it reaching me anytime soon. It must have been close to 2 hours since I had woken up when I tried to move once more. I still felt as frail and uncoordinated as a newborn calf, but when I tried to push myself up onto my elbows, I managed to keep my torso elevated for a couple of seconds. That was just enough to look toward the corner of the tent where all the noises were coming from. Only there was nothing there that could have made them. Not nothing, of course. Most cots were occupied, still bodies under blankets or wrapped in sheets in every available space. From how they had filled up the tent, it must have been the last beds getting occupied. Although, as the nurse had showed, that didn't have to mean much. Weirdly defeated, I let myself sag back into my stinking, sweat-stained pillow. Just as the cots disappeared from my field of vision, I saw a flicker of motion happen. For a second, it was easy to believe that I had just imagined it. A loud thump went up, as if something heavy hit the ground. Immediately, the noises increased. Was that a snarl? The blood froze in my veins. I knew this must have been purely my imagination, but it reminded me an awful lot of a pack of dogs tearing into a cadaver. The sounds were getting more vicious and wet, for lack of a different term. With horror, I realized my guess might be more accurate than was good for my sanity. It could be stray dogs that had gotten into the tent somehow and were savaging one of the sheet-wrapped bodies deposited on the ground. What I'd just seen was them dragging another one down from a cot. I could practically feel their teeth tear into my arm to do the same to me. I tried to tell myself that even if that were true, the entire tent was full of cots and bodies, easily 200, maybe more. The chances of the dogs choosing me as their next target were virtually less than 1%. Then again, I was still warm, fresh, and juicy, so who knew what my odds in this scenario really were? This must have been the first time in my life that I was unhappy to be more desirable than, say, a corpse. I worked hard on ignoring both the noises and the delusional shit my brain was coming up with, but to no avail. Try as I might, whenever the tearing or growling started up again, I jumped. Then I started tensing in anticipation, which made it all 10 times worse. There was one very obvious solution. I needed to get the hell out of here, whether it was dogs or just my overactive imagination. I was getting desperate enough that I would be happy for some hack of a doctor to shoot me up with something that would knock me out and let me sleep. I forced myself to take inventory of my more immediate situation. My cot was the 12th from the entrance, which was closer than the other end of the tent, where there may or may not have been another exit. The cots were stacked flush one after the other, so even if I was too weak to walk steadily on my own, I could always lean on the frames, or if worse came to worst, sit down until the horror of what I was sitting on gave me enough strength to allow me to move on. All I was wearing was a flimsy, open-backed hospital gown and thick socks that I had been too weak to kick off. And that damn catheter. At least that was one discomfort that was quickly removed, if not without an indignant, pained yelp. The tearing noises stopped. I held my breath, cursing myself for being so stupid. Seconds went by. 10, 15. The tearing started up anew, joined by some more crunching. At least that wasn't my leg the dogs were gnawing on, I told myself. Next stop, sitting up. I absolutely felt like the bride in the back of the heinous yellow pussy wagon as I forced my muscles to work as they were supposed to, including but not limited to supporting the weight of my torso as I reared up. As soon as I managed to keep a more or less upright position, I glanced at that blasted corner of the tent again. I couldn't see much, but one of the beds that I was sure had been occupied before looked empty. Damn, I hated to be right. Next up, swing legs over side of cot and remain sitting upright. Sure, I would have loved to vault right out of my bed and run for the exit, but taking small steps seemed like a good idea. It took me forever to wriggle over to the side of the very shallow bed so I could pivot and let my legs hang down. And that was only maneuvering inches rather than the miles it felt like. My entire body was shaking from exertion and fresh sweat soaked into my gown. But I was sitting, and that was more than I could say for the past... I had no idea how many days. Weeks, probably. Leaning forward, my gaze fell on Shell and Brandy, still where the soldiers had discarded them on the floor. It only now occurred to me how strange that behavior had been. Sure, they'd needed the bed, but why not take the bodies somewhere a little more dignified than dropping them on the floor and pushing them under the cots like yesterday's discarded clothes you were too lazy to throw into the hamper? Like a refrigerated morgue, for instance. Or, I don't know, a mass grave, maybe? Had they simply closed off the entire tent as it was? A different kind of panic started crawling up my neck. What if the dogs weren't the worst that might happen to me? What if someone decided to simply torch the place and be done with it? There was no way around it. I needed to get out of here, and the sooner the better. My plan had only a single flaw, I realized when I tried to get up and ended up collapsing onto the floor right between Shell and Brandy. However long I'd spent fighting for my life in that bed, it had been enough to leave my muscles atrophied and my body too weak to mobilize what energy it had stored. And judging from how much my thigh and hip that I ended up falling onto hurt, said energy stores were much more depleted than I had thought at first. Because I was all out of saving graces, not only had I fallen down between my friends, but in doing so, I'd pulled away part of the sheet that had covered Shell, revealing what lay underneath. I'd had little enough illusions about her death, but what was right in front of my face was far from peaceful, or along the lines of she's only sleeping. When she'd gotten sick, her skin tone had gotten terribly sallow. Now it was virtually ashen, like no color I had ever seen on a human being, living or dead. She looked incredibly gaunt, well beyond what even she would have found fashionably thin. Somehow even her features had frozen in a painful rictus, her lips drawn away from her teeth. Her eyes were screwed shut, as if her last moments had been too painful for her to do anything but focus inward. Yeah, she had been a bitch, but she'd also been my friend. She and Brandy and Ash had deserved so much better. I knew it was a fool's errand, and quite macabre, really, but I had to check on the other two as well. Unless I got up soon, and things weren't looking good for that, Brandy was the only other option I had. I spent another tense moment trying to find the strength to roll over before I managed, then reached for Brandy, my fingers shaking. If Shell had looked awful, Brandy was worse. Her cheeks were sunken and hollow, having lost what youthful plumpness they'd kept through crash diet after crash diet. She'd coughed up so much blood in the end that the entire lower half of her face was caked with it. The only saving grace was that her eyes were closed as well, in the same screwed-shut expression permanently etched into Shell's face. While Shell had looked forever locked in deep agony, Brandy had ended up enraged with the world and the fate that had cut her life decades too short. I had to look away, the stab of empathetic pain in my heart too strong. The least I could do was cover them both back up. Since I was already looking at her, I pulled the dislodged sheet back over Shell's face first. When I turned back to Brandy, her milky white eyes were wide open and she was staring directly at me. My breath caught in my throat. Probably the only reason I didn't yelp loud enough to bring down the sky on me. What escaped my throat was more of a whimper. Brandy's head jerked in a very harsh, almost mechanical fashion. It was only then that I realized she wasn't looking at me, but through me. Somehow that was even worse. From across the room, another heavy thump sounded. Brandy's head jerked again. Her features didn't exactly relax from their rictus, but took on a slightly pensive quality. Oh, so slowly, I let out the breath that had caught in my throat. It came out as another pained wheeze. That, again, drew her attention to me, but the continuing tearing and snarling was enough to quickly divert her attention once more. What the fuck was going on? I should probably have reached out to her, touched her, checked her vitals. But from this close, it didn't look like she was breathing, or at least not as labored as I was. She also wasn't radiating any body heat that I could tell. She sure didn't look alive, even animated as she was now. I sincerely felt the need to pinch myself as hard as I could so I'd wake up from this nightmare. One thing was for sure. I really, absolutely needed to get out of here. As soon as I started inching away from her, backward, definitely in the wrong direction, Brandy's focus snapped back to me. I froze. 15 heartbeats later, her head turned in the other direction once more. I couldn't tell if she actually saw me, but the moment I shimmied backward once more, she was facing me again. When I didn't stop this time, she kept tracking me. I got about 3 to 4 feet far. Then my legs smacked into something solid, Ash's breathing machine. So much for this being the way out. Glancing back, I tried to check whether I could push that thing away, but simply nudging it with my foot did absolutely nothing. I considered trying to make a dash in the other direction, but the way Brandy kept staring at me creeped me out too much. I knew there was a good chance I would rot in hell for this, but it really sounded like the best idea to get some help and let them deal with her. In the end, she might not be the only one thus affected. And there was still the chance that I was hallucinating. A very good, fat chance, I had to admit. If forward and back weren't an option, the only way was up. I tried my hardest to move slowly as I reached for the frame of the cot, so I could pull myself back onto my feet and then up onto the cot. All too soon, it became obvious that slow was the only way I could move, but there was nothing fluid, agile, or deliberate about my motions. It took me forever to maneuver into a kneeling position, and after that I was almost too exhausted to keep going. Since I didn't want to fall right back on my face, I halted for a bit, trying to catch my breath. My entire body hurt, and my lungs felt a second away from bursting, every painful breath worse than the last. That exit at the end of the aisle might as well have been 1,000,000 miles away, I realized. I must have knelt there a good 5 minutes when I finally managed to mobilize the strength to push myself up farther and flop back onto my bed. A quick roll later, and I was hopefully out of sight of milky white eyes. My pulse hammered in my ears as I gasped for breath after breath, staring up at the tent ceiling above me. This was no way to live. The snarling, tearing sounds from the corner got louder once more. I tried to ignore them, but my curiosity and a hefty dose of fear got the better of me. Steeling myself for what I knew was to come, I rolled over and forced myself into an upright kneeling position on my cot. A shaky grip on the IV pole made that possible, if not exactly easy. It took me a while to make out details farther away from me. Not because it was dark at the tent, but my eyes had trouble focusing on anything beyond 15 feet away. That was still enough to verify that 3 of the cots in the corner were empty now. As I watched, another body disappeared from view, pulled down by a lifeless arm that had been hanging over the edge. I waited for the crunching, tearing sounds to come up again. Instead, something snarled, then let out a blood-curdling howl. The frames of the cots shook, and something was flung against the next row. A grunt, another snarl, and then the tearing started up anew, interspersed with more aggressive sounds of warning. It died down somewhat when yet another body disappeared, but the growling remained. Clearly we were dealing with a pack of velociraptors here rather than dogs. It took me a good minute of listening to realize it wasn't just coming from that direction. I could also pick up a few growls from deeper into the tent, and then, joining in at last, from right underneath my bed. As much as breathing hurt, hearing that slammed my pulse into overdrive and made me want to hurl myself toward that exit right freaking now. More and more grunts and moans started up from all around me, as if that fight had been some kind of signal. I briefly considered moving on to the next cot, although the very idea of crawling over the presumably dead body lying there made me want to vomit. Presumably, my ass. Unlike Brandy, the nurse looked dead. Not just mostly dead, yet somehow weirdly not. At least that physically ill feeling setting in now proved that the terrible nausea from before was gone. Small as that progress might have been, it was something. Not feeling like dying was definitive progress. Still, not literally climbing over dead people seemed like the better option. "Hello? Anyone?" a voice croaked from the very back of the next aisle over. For several seconds, the answering silence was deafening. Snarls and howls went up, movement from all over converging on whoever's frail voice that had been. My cot jostled as Brandy tried to go right through the frame before she managed to crawl out from underneath it, only to slam right into the breathing machine. She let out an angry snarl and slammed into it over and over again until it budged enough for her to squeeze past. "What is... No, that can't be," the voice shouted, only to be drowned out by a sea of snarls. Glued to my bed, I listened as the man screamed, and then it cut off. Only wet, tearing sounds came after that. I didn't wait for things to quiet down once more. I only gave myself a moment to check that the floor was clear before I slid off my cot onto all fours and started crawling toward the exit. I expected every single pair of bodies that I had to pass to come for me, but all of them remained still. I tried my very best to be as silent as possible, as not to draw attention. Considering that the snarls and thumps sounded like a veritable fight had broken out, I needn't have bothered, but I really wasn't in the mood to chance it. Try as I might to move as fast as possible, that still meant I was mostly inching forward rather than tearing down the aisle. That left me with way too much time to look at dead faces and into filmy eyes. Most of them must have been dead for days. While the entire tent was stinking to high heavens, it was the cloying stench of sickness that hung heavy in the air, not necessarily that sickly sweet scent of decay. I knew what death smelled like, and that wasn't it. Or maybe that was all in my head, addled as my brain was. My lungs burned, and sweat drenched my entire body, which I felt should have made my crawling easier, but somehow didn't help. Halfway to the exit, I had to halt, too exhausted to keep going. The menacing sounds of that poor guy getting savaged behind me got louder and louder, eventually spurning me on even when my limbs felt too sluggish to continue. Oh, what miracle deeds we are capable of when we really want to fucking live. 3 more cots. 2. Just 1 more, and I would reach the halo of sunlight filtering in through the transparent tarps. I knew it was a mistake, but as I pushed myself past that last cot, I couldn't resist. I had to look back to the corner where it all had started, where the dogs had started dragging bodies onto the floor, or velociraptors, or something my mind still refused to let me consider. At first, I thought it was just my eyes being blinded by the light that made me see things. But as I kept blinking, the images didn't disappear. The floor was painted red with blood, and the tarps, the sheets, and the very frames of the surrounding cots. Dismembered body parts, including strings of torn muscles and viscera, were strewn all across the floor. Even from up close, I doubted I could have made sense of how many bodies they must have belonged to, but from a distance it was an entire tableau of gore. It was so surreal that it didn't even make my gorge rise. That simply couldn't have been what was left of 4 or 5 people. While my intellect balked, my lizard brain took it all in, cataloged it, and sent all the adrenaline available into my bloodstream, forcing my pulse to skyrocket. That still meant my heart was beating sluggishly, but a little less so than a moment ago. Using strength I didn't know I had, I pushed myself up into a hunched-over, staggering gate and flung myself through the exit. While the light streaming through the tarps had seemed bright, it was nothing compared to the full sunshine blasting my retinas. Instant headache screamed through my brain, making me want to recoil physically. I could still hear the howling coming from inside the tent, so backing away wasn't an option. Instead, I remained standing right where the tarps had spit me out, swaying on unsteady legs. When finally the world came into focus, nothing made sense. I'd expected to end up in the middle of a veritable tent city. That much was true, but it looked different from what I had imagined. Rather than erect white tents around me, most of them had fallen in on themselves, letting me see the high-rises beyond the parking lots the tents had been erected in. Instead of aid stations like the one we had passed through when we got here, I saw sturdy, reinforced wire fences beyond the last tent. Where the station had been, a roadblock had been erected with huge concrete boulders and spikes across the street to keep vehicles from driving over them. I could make out a gate, but it had been barred with yet more concrete blocks, heavy chains holding the gate itself closed, while the top had been reinforced with barbed wire. Burned-out car wrecks rotted on both sides of the road, piled high where they had either been dragged away or something much heavier had plowed right through them. Smoke hung in the air, the acrid scent of something chemical burning, making my nose itch. That and the stench of rotting flesh, presumably coming from the tents, since I didn't see any bodies anywhere. In short, it all looked like a war zone, and I was decidedly on the wrong side of that fence. Just how long had I been out? Stumbling a few more steps, I tried to see around the tent I'd just exited, hoping that the view would be better. It was pretty much the same. The tent city reaching beyond the park, behind the construction sites, and right up to the highway. I thought I saw another barred gate over where the light rail line cut through the city, but that could have been a million miles away for how exhausted I felt. Over in that direction, a couple of smaller tents were still up, looking more like support buildings than the massive field hospitals. Neither direction looked very inviting. In the end, it was the heat and sunshine beating down on me that made me stagger toward that second gate, since there was some kind of generator or mobile air conditioning unit squeezed between the tents in that direction that promised some relief. Someone else seemed to have had a similar idea, because as I came closer, I realized that the wad of plastic wedged between the unit and the tent tarp wasn't empty but held 3 water bottles. As soon as I saw that, I realized how parched my throat was, my mouth barely able to produce saliva, what little there was quickly drying up with every painful breath. I barely made it there, happily letting myself more fall than sit down next to the bottles, one shoulder leaning heavily against the generator. It took me forever to fumble with the packaging, followed by almost a minute of desperate tries to unscrew the bottle cap. I was almost ready to accept defeat when the seal finally broke. Close to crying with happiness, I dropped the cap and brought the bottle to my lips. The water was awfully tepid. I'd never tasted anything as sweet and delicious in my life. I gulped down half of the bottle before my stomach decided to spew it all right back up, and I almost dropped my prize in the process. Also because my arm muscles had become so weak that holding a bottle of water had become a colossal feat. Leaning back, I did my best to swallow rather than spew, keeping most of the water down this time. What little leaked over my lips onto my chin seemed to get soaked up immediately by my dry, brittle skin. As I panted for breath and from exhaustion, my gaze wandered back to the tent exit. Something staggered outside. Someone, I realized when I saw that it was a man, and a quite frightened one from how he cast around, eyes squinting against the bright light. For a moment, I hoped he was the one who had called out earlier, but deep down, I knew that poor soul was dead. He must have been another survivor, like me. Unlike me, he was stupid and had learned nothing from the fate that had beset that victim. As soon as he found his bearings, he staggered toward the gate and started calling out for help. Even through the thick tarp of the surrounding tents, I heard howls and growls rising from all around. Pressing my back against the generator with the half-empty bottle in my hands, I did my best to remain completely still, forcing my wheezing lungs to only let air in and out in shallow, even, and most of all low breaths. The guy hadn't managed more than 10 steps before several figures came hurtling toward him, appearing from tent exits and below tarps all over. They were human, although some were going on all fours rather than running upright, moving with way more alacrity than I'd ever seen anyone show outside of a circus performance. In the bright light, it was quite evident that they were covered in blood from head to toe, giving them an even more nightmarish appearance than the sounds they uttered already did. They were on him in seconds. He had just enough time to scream before he got buried in a veritable avalanche of bodies, not dissimilar to a football game. A single shot rang out across the distance, the sound coming a second after the man went still, dead before he hit the ground. With gruesome fascination, I watched his body get torn apart, the assailants then fighting over the scraps as the huddle disbanded once more, a fresh layer of blood added to their macabre camouflage. More still came streaming from the tents, tearing into some that had been victorious first. The feeding frenzy went on for minutes until it slowly died down. Those still standing and crawling, dragging parts of those that hadn't made it back into the tents. All that remained were dark stains in the middle of the footpath leading to the gate. As I looked around me slowly, I realized that most of the empty spaces between the tents held dried but similar stains. My hiding spot one of the few not affected. Just how close had I gotten to suffering that very same fate, or getting shot right between the eyes? Whoever that good Samaritan with the rifle was, I suddenly felt like there was a target painted across my back. None of this made any sense, but even in my befuddled, exhausted state, I realized it didn't matter. Semantics quickly lose all value in the face of almost certain death. The only thing that mattered was that I had to get out of here, and for that, I would have to survive. Still, what the ever-loving fuck was going on? Chapter 4. I had no idea how long I spent sitting in the relative shade cast by the generator, cradling my water bottle. It must have been well over half an hour, maybe more, while the heat made sweat break out over my admittedly barely clothed body. It also had a kind of invigorating effect. That, and the water that I kept sipping, helped to slowly recharge my batteries. My latent anxiety, if one could consider fear for one's life anxiety, caused by what I knew was lurking in the tents, slowly increased, which I took as a good sign. After feeling brain dead and stupid, vibrating with tension as a natural reaction to real danger was completely normal. Normal was good. Since this was the only normal thing about my situation, it was only a small grace. Once I was rested enough that I was absolutely terrified for my life, I knew I'd be able to make my way, slowly and as silently as possible, toward that second gate to investigate. The decision to chance it ended up being less dramatic in the end. After finishing the second bottle, the need to relieve myself slowly arose, so I figured it was time I found some pants to cover my stark naked ass after taking care of business. Getting up was still a laborious process, but one I managed without falling on my face, and that with little support I could cling to, which was an improvement. The muscles in my legs still quivered with overuse after days or weeks of complete inactivity, but I felt a lot steadier than before. That still left me winded and gasping for breath from simply getting up, but I would not dwell on that. So what if it took me forever to make it around the tents? I had all the time in the world. Besides, stealth was key. I didn't feel very stealthy as I started shuffling down the blood-stained footpath, and soon that went even more downhill. What was left, only the pure will to keep going. I was thrilled to credit sheer stubbornness for my survival, if that got me through this. At the end of the tent, I had to stop, not just to check on what lay behind, but simply because I was too tired to keep going. Looking back, I realized I had only made it along the short side of the tent, maybe 100 feet from the exit. I was still damn proud of myself. And look at me, still alive while all that was left of the other guy were bloodstains I could thankfully no longer see. Looking around, I didn't find a good place to rest anywhere. The support tents were 2 large tents away, and there was no equipment handy to lend shade. So I simply sat down, trying to ignore how random gravel bit into my butt and thighs. It was a good while until the fear of the lurkers and the shooter drove me back up into the next tent corner, my last water bottle half empty now. This time, it took me a little less time to make it to the next corner. The one after that went even more quickly, although still far from fast. When I reached the corner of that third tent, I realized that the open space between here and the support tents was the road that went up to and across the light rail at the station closest to our apartment. All signs pointed to the camp having been abandoned in a rush. There was a lot of debris lying around here, heaps and heaps of plastic, plus discarded personal protective gear like the nurses had been wearing, including some of those full-visor masks. That actually gave me some hope that the support tents might hold something similar, like whatever they had worn underneath those layers. I never thought I'd say that, but scrubs and booties sounded great right about now. As I waited to regain my strength, I finished the last of my water. Maybe I would find some more in the tents. At the very least, the water I drank was better than the water I dropped if I had to flee quickly while rooting through whatever was in those tents. That my stomach wasn't convulsing with hunger yet told me just how off I still was, but the water should help with that as well. As I kept staring at the tents, I wondered if whoever had shot that unlucky guy also had me in their sights. Had it been a sign of mercy? Or had we already devolved to hunting people for sport? Staying out here in the relative open sounded more and more like insanity. Crossing that road after stepping away from the relative safety of the side of the tent, doubly so. And yet, once I managed to scramble back onto my feet, that was exactly what I did. In my mind's eye, it had been a quick, lithe dash across the road. In reality, I more or less dragged my body forward, silently praying that I wasn't about to meet a quick, gruesome end. That wasn't the most worrisome idea right now, since simply existing hurt and even shuffling steps forced my lungs back into severe distress territory. I was vaguely aware just how limited my brain power was right now. I didn't really bother with caution or contingencies. Simply getting across the road into the support tents was all I could do. Miraculously, I made it without being shot or dragged to the ground by angry cannibalistic mobs. I still hesitated at the entrance, wondering if I was about to do something really stupid. But getting out of the heat and direct sunshine was too tantalizing. As soon as I stepped into the gloomy interior, I realized it was as hot as outside. But at least the sunshine wasn't burning my retinas anymore. It also didn't stink of blood or fecal matter or plain old death in here, which I took as a good sign. I barely had enough energy left to check that nothing was coming hurtling toward me. That fear was resolved by it simply not happening. I sat down heavily on some kind of support crate, happy that the heavy plastic was holding my weight easily. As I waited for my eyes to adjust to the dimly lit interior, I did my best to catch my breath. One thing was for sure. There would be no 5 to 10K runs in my near future. I was decidedly moving in the distance range most easily measured by feet. The tent had been thoroughly ransacked, and from what I could make sense of, in several waves, plastic protective gear and the wrappings it likely had come in lay strewn everywhere. Bandages, fresh and bloody ones both, littered a table near the entrance. The ground underneath looked like an emergency kit had exploded. Several half-empty bottles of disinfectant were haphazardly strewn across surfaces. There was also discarded clothing, civilian and hospital quality, that made me guess I hadn't been the first with this exact idea in mind. I didn't bother with inspecting that heap, but the cupboard right next to it was a good starting point to go looking for scrubs, I figured. There seemed to have been a stash of IV bags and medicine here, but I only saw empty pill bottles and deflated bags. No water or saline solution remained, and I wasn't desperate enough to drink rubbing alcohol yet. Except for some ominous stains close to the bandage explosion, nothing put my mind on edge. The cupboard it was, on the quest to finally cover my exposed butt. I didn't have to search long. As soon as I lumbered around the table and got my first glimpse at what lay inside the cupboard, a sigh of relief escaped me. Whoever had torn through the contents, including pulling one of the doors halfway off the hinges, had ignored the now disorderly stack of blue shirts and pants. I even had a selection to choose from, which let me ignore the couple of shirts stained with bloody handprints. At the very bottom of the stack, I found a set of scrubs that was only slightly too large for my body, and thus the best-fitting clothes I'd been wearing in what felt like forever. I left my sweaty, stinking, stained hospital gown discarded on the ground. It didn't exactly make the place look any worse. This was off to a promising start. Sadly, that was also where my success took a nosedive. Since the first tent held nothing of obvious value to my current situation, I took another break on the crate before checking the next small tent. Here, chaos reigned supreme, including broken glass everywhere that prevented me from taking a single step inside. I glimpsed no food or water, so I didn't chance sustaining injury. As weak and shaky as my legs were right now, I had a feeling I would be spending a lot of time on them in the near future, so cutting up my feet was not in my favor. The third and last tent was worst. This was where they had stashed the personal belongings, likely after too many sick had come in to take care of the dead anymore. At least they seemed to have tried, because an entire heap of near-naked bodies was also stashed among the shirts, pants, shoes, and bags. As bad as the stench had been in my big tent, this was 1,000,000 times worse. As I backed out of the sunshine, I spied a pair of plastic clogs right by the exit. There were some stains on them, but I managed to wipe most of that away with a shirt that only had mild discolorations on it. Take that, gravel and glass! I was happy to officially become a fashion victim if that would keep the integrity of my feet intact. Marginally better equipped than when I'd fled what had almost become my deathbed, I felt a long shot from ready to leave, but that was the obvious next part of the plan. Leaning against one of the poles that kept the tent entrance open, I considered my next move. I was now a lot closer to this gate than the one I had seen first, the one that was conveniently closer to our apartment. The thing was, I wasn't sure if heading there was a good idea. Even if it was closer, that still meant at least 6 blocks. And then up way too many flights of stairs if the elevators still didn't function. I had no idea if the electricity was out all across the city or if this was just a local thing. But the lights at the pedestrian crossing beyond the gate were dead, so I reasoned the same would be true for the apartment building, since it had already been dark before the rest of the city followed. While I wasn't feeling too bad at the moment, exhaustion and breathing issues aside, I suspected that I should have been under medical supervision still, so holding up at home wasn't the best idea, even if I could somehow get there. I needed water and food, and we'd already been running short on the latter before we'd been carried off to the aid station. Plus, the dark plumes of smoke coming from that direction didn't bode too well. If not home, where else could I go? A screeching cry coming from behind the closest large tent made me realize that, no, this wasn't my most pressing concern right now. My first impulse was to duck back into the tent. Well, not this tent with all the dead bodies in it. Maybe not the next one either with all the broken glass. That only left the first, and from where I was standing, that was far enough away that I wasn't sure I would get there, let alone in time to hide inside. Getting caught in the open, too winded and exhausted to even move, somehow didn't strike me as a truly brilliant idea. Movement coming from inside the cadaver tent made me jump and want to shriek, but thankfully my tormented lungs weren't up for such shenanigans. All that made it out was a weak croak. With mounting horror, I watched as a man pulled himself out from underneath the stacked, sheet-wrapped corpses. My first impulse was to expect him to be like the ones I'd seen tear that other guy apart. Like Brandy, my mind helpfully supplied. Then I realized it wasn't anger or malice in his eyes, but the same fear that was gripping me. Another survivor, then. We stared at each other for several seconds as he straightened. I had so many questions, starting with why he'd been hiding among the dead. Like me, he'd acquired scrubs and wasn't in the omnipresent hospital gown anymore. And if he had a clue what was going on. Before I had a chance, another howl went up. The man ignored me in favor of staggering out into the sunshine, aiming for the gate down the road. He was moving way faster than I could have managed. Whatever his plan was, it wouldn't work for me. Unbidden, the adage of, "You don't have to run the fastest, you simply have to run faster than the next guy," came to mind. Too bad that it looked like that was me. Casting around, I realized I had 2 options, unless I wanted to chance remaining standing by the tent and getting ignored, which sounded like a sure way to get torn apart. Option 1. I could learn from that guy and dive into the corpses, hoping that they would shield me like they must have shielded him. It was a truly revolting idea, but I'd only have to drag myself a couple of feet forward and then into the hole in the morbid wall that he'd left behind. Option 2. There was a broken-down ambulance wrecked into an abandoned truck a quarter of the way to the gate. I could try to hide inside, or if I couldn't get the doors open, use the wreck of the truck it had plowed into to climb up onto the roof. That would take what little energy reserves I had left, but it seemed feasible. Since it was better than lying among the corpses that might or might not stay dead, the climb it was. Skin all over my body was crawling with unease as I lumbered into the street. I chanced a single moment to catch my breath as I looked every which way, trying to catch movement. From what I could see, everything was quiet, but the shrieking in the distance was getting louder and louder as more and more voices joined in. Ahead of me, the man from the corpse wall was halfway to the gate, long past the ambulance. As soon as my vision stopped swimming, I forced myself to go on, my sole focus now on the heap of scrap metal. 10 steps later, I had to halt, my lungs burning so fiercely that I simply couldn't go on. Hunched over, I staggered another step so I wasn't in the middle of the road anymore, hopefully presenting less of an interesting target. I watched as the man reached the gate. He tried to scale it, but there weren't enough hand and footholds. The way he jerked one hand, I figured he'd cut himself on some barbed wire. He grabbed the gate and shook it, to no avail.
"Help! Anybody help! I'm not sick! I'm completely healthy! You have to let me out!"
His words were faint as they filtered back to me, partly swallowed by the noise now getting closer and closer, not just behind me, but also to my sides. Nothing answered him, and he kept on calling. Dread clawed at my throat as I realized the howls were honing in on him, and me, standing conveniently in the way. Pushing myself forward turned to agony, and what little air I managed to gasp in did nothing to make the burning in my lungs stop, yet I still forced myself to keep moving. My legs threatened to give out as I pushed on, trying to increase my speed from a haphazard shuffle to at least a walk, if not easy lope. It was far from easy. It was quite possibly the hardest thing I'd done in my life. Behind me, howls turned to eardrum-piercing shrieks. 15 more feet. 12. 10, and I stumbled, barely managing to catch myself before I could drop to the ground. Then I did fall, gravel biting painfully into my palms and through the thin scrubs covering my knees. What little air I'd dragged into my lungs whooshed out in one painful gasp, making it almost impossible to stay upright on all fours. It would have been so easy to give in and let myself sag down into a completely prone position, to simply wait for my life to end, for the pain to end. Judging from how weak I was feeling, I might not even make it until anything could launch itself at me. It took every ounce of willpower I had to force myself to take another shallow breath. Deep breathing was completely impossible. And another. My pulse hammered in my ears loud enough to drown out the man's continuing shouts and reduce the howls to a siren-like wail coming from all around me. Try as I might, blinking didn't help steady my vision. Everything started to run together, my world narrowing down to blocks of color and simple shapes. I managed to draw in more air and staggered to my feet. All that was important was the big white block in front of me, next to the gray, slightly smaller block. I took one step forward, then another. Between gasps, the howls and shrieks were louder than my pulse thundering in my ears now. The temptation to halt and look back was so strong that it almost made me stop in my tracks. Almost. Instead of giving in, I forced myself to keep pushing forward, one step after the other. Ahead, I caught one last glimpse of the man who was still clamoring at the gate. His cries had turned to pleading now, his voice shrill with desperation. Then I slumped against the hood of the wrecked truck, and the man dropped out of sight. I more rolled than scrambled onto the hood of the car, which brought me flush with the side of the ambulance. I might have reached up to the roof, but there was no way that I could get there this way. Instead, I scrambled over the smashed windshield, feeling the fractured glass slowly give in under my weight. With a burst of speed that I didn't know I had in me, I crawled up onto the roof of the truck cab. With a little help from the ambulance, I rose up on unsteady feet. My head and shoulders were above the ambulance roof now, which was as good as it would get. Trying to force more air into my lungs, my gaze fell onto the truck bed. Maybe that would work for a hiding spot as well? But no, the tailgate was open and way too exposed from the road. So, up it was. It was after the third failed attempt that my sluggish mind got another brilliant idea. If I made my way across the cab and onto the truck bed, I could reach the hood of the ambulance, or use the open window and the comically smashed-in passenger side door to reach the roof instead. I was vaguely aware just how stupid I was right now as I did exactly that, finally scrambling to relative safety. Sadly, what felt like an IQ of 50 didn't save me from being out of my mind with fright. Really, this being sick thing sucked on all fronts. My momentary shame quickly burned up in my elation to be out of the street. Not a moment too soon. As I flopped over to sit down with my legs still on the windshield, I saw 3 naked, bloody figures hurtle by the truck and toward the man still begging at the gate. Just then he looked back, shrieking as he saw the assailants coming right for him. Yet rather than try to run, he increased his efforts to call down the entire city onto himself. It was only from my elevated place that I saw he wasn't just doing so at random. There were people out there, half hidden behind the light rail station. They were clad in dark green hazmat suits from head to toe, complete with hoods and helmets, gas masks obscuring their faces. Guessing from their heights, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. All 3 held assault rifles in their hands, but not quite trained on anything yet. To me, it seemed as if they were impassively watching the show about to go down. Just like I was, hopefully. A bucket full of buttered popcorn would have drastically improved my enjoyment, I was sure. But considering the cloying stench all around me, it was probably for the best that I had to get by without such conveniences. Too bad. With one last colossal effort, I pushed myself farther back onto the roof of the ambulance so that my legs and feet were out of sight from the road, and flopped over onto my back. The sun above me beat down mercilessly on my exhausted body as I screwed my eyes shut and listened to the man's pleas and shrieks turn ever more panicked. Then they cut off suddenly. All I heard were the wet sounds of limbs being torn from sockets and flesh from the very bones. It was over in seconds. Then the fighting began, as those that arrived late to the party went after those that were already gorging themselves. My entire body was so tense that even just lying there hurt like hell, but I figured it was a lot better than that brutal, quick end. My thoughts started to wander. What little actual deliberate thinking there was going on in my addled brain. Every particularly aggressive growl or scream wiped my mind immediately, sending my already galloping pulse racing even faster. At least my heart rate had increased to normal ranges, which was something. I wasn't exactly up to much speculation. The situation seemed darned obvious. Sure, one could have debated the details, but that was well beyond me right now when I hadn't realized I could directly scramble up the ambulance's hood in the first place rather than take the detour over the truck. I'd almost died. Virtually everyone else around me had died. Now, the dead weren't staying dead anymore. I'd somehow ended up locked in the very epicenter of the zombie apocalypse. Fuck me. Chapter 5. I had no idea how much time I spent on the ambulance. Hours, judging how the position of the sun changed. The idea was to wait until the feeding frenzy died down, and then... That was pretty much how far I got. As I glanced cautiously over the edge of the ambulance, what must have been at least half an hour later, the proceedings were still going strong. When I checked on the light rail station again, it was abandoned once more. Now that I managed to see down the road beyond the gate, I could make out some more roadblocks in the far distance. Apparently, whoever had locked down the triage station and tents had taken care to evacuate the city around it as well. As I kept watching, I caught movement at one of the barricades. At first, I was afraid I'd just imagined it. Or worse yet, the situation was pretty much the same on the other side of the gate. But when more and more single-file crossings took place, I figured the soldiers must be regrouping. The gory chaos continued, and the fever pitch of excited, aggressive screaming started escalating once more. Some of them now started tearing on the fence next to the gate, or even tried to scale it. There was less and less free space available, and still more dirty, naked figures kept streaming in. With trepidation, I realized I had kind of locked myself in, up on my ivory tower. Yet when I glanced toward the small tents, I had problems picking them out. Why, I realized belatedly. They'd already been torn down, trampled, and had disappeared in the masses. If I'd tried to hide there, not only would I have had to lie among the dead, but by now I would have been even more trapped, or might have already suffocated. Roasting in the sun, with exhaustion keeping my body from feeling even a little better, I wondered if that wouldn't have been a small mercy. At least I'd chugged down all that water. Headache from continuing dehydration was the one thing that could have made my situation even more miserable. Not by much, but as it was, I was quite happy for small favors. As the screeching and fighting all around me got worse and worse, it was hard not to despair. Before long, they started bumping into the ambulance, rocking the entire vehicle. I made sure not to let myself be seen from down below as I waited. For what? I didn't know exactly. It wasn't like I had anything else to do. Movement increased on the road outside the gate. The crazed cannibals, my mind still shied away from calling them anything else, noticed it too, immediately increasing their efforts to tear down the gate and fence. The soldiers advanced, coming in 2 rows of 5. At the height of the light rail station, they halted, clearly getting into position. Hope flared alive deep inside of me. It all looked very practiced. They'd probably done this 1,000,000 times. How I could have slept through all that was beyond me, but that was the least of my concerns. They opened fire after a male voice shouted a command. I quickly pushed my fingers into my ears, hoping to preserve at least some of my hearing. The additional pain caused by the immense cacophony of modern warfare made me grit my teeth, but if it led to me surviving this, I was glad to suffer through it. They each must have gone through at least 3 full magazines, shooting in 5x5 turns, by the time the last round buried itself in a filthy, rabid body. At this distance, I doubted they could have missed. Even through the mass of still-moving crazies, I saw that at the fence a heap of them lay lifeless, crumpled on the ground. It kind of looked like the soldiers had started building a macabre wall. Already, the surviving crazies were gorging themselves on their newly dead-for-good brethren. In the relative quiet of no more shots fired, a new round of howls went up from all over the tents, announcing fresh bodies inbound. With a sinking feeling, I realized that all the soldiers had accomplished was to ring the dinner bell. I was also starting to ask myself if anyone in the camp had remained dead. Even considering how large the tents were, there must have been easily 1,000 people flowing toward that gate. I considered trying to sit up and wave at the soldiers, particularly when I realized that one of them, presumably their commanding officer, was scanning the camp with binoculars. I wasn't sure that even if they saw me, they could do anything to help me in my current position. As long as it was Slaughterhouse Central here, my chance of escape wasn't slim, but none. Or was it? As I glanced down at the seething masses around me, I realized that most of the newcomers weren't tearing right into the ones around them. The scent of fresh blood seemed to draw them close, but only those directly at the front of the wave were falling on the dead and each other. Had they really honed in on the 2 men I'd had to watch getting torn apart? Or had they singled themselves out? They'd been all on their own, and they had shouted like madmen. They had been impossible to ignore. But what was one filthy, stinking woman lost in the hungry masses? Problem was, even feeling stupid as fuck, I realized I had only one attempt to test my theory, and for so many reasons it was way too early to try. Maybe they would lose interest? Maybe they would retreat into the tents once night fell? Waiting for nightfall sounded like a really smart idea. Even if the city was pitch black, it would be easy to navigate between the buildings, and even easier to hide. However they hunted their prey, taking out the visual clues sounded like a great idea. I watched the officer speak into a walkie-talkie as his soldiers kept watch. Something hit the windshield of the ambulance. Something small and powerful enough to make the glass crack, if not completely shatter. It came again, higher up, this time making the cracked safety glass pane buckle into the cab. It was only when a third impact hit the frame of the ambulance shy of where my hands were that I realized that someone was shooting at me. Instant panic gripped me hard, threatening to strangle me. But I was well past the point where my body had any neurotransmitters left to elicit an actual response. So all I could do was flatten myself against the roof and pray. What for, I didn't know. I counted 2 more impacts. Then the shot stopped. I remained where I was, playing dead. Deep down, I realized that whoever had shot at me had likely done so out of mercy, like with the guy by the tent. I didn't appreciate those efforts one last bit. I didn't make the mistake of looking up again, not even when a new barrage of shots was fired by the soldiers. Not when the howling got so bad that it hurt my ears more than the shots. Not when the fence came down, the sound of wire snapping almost drowned out by the triumphant screams. I did look up when I got a sense of motion from around my ambulance island. A wave of bodies was surging down the street, some already spreading out to disappear between the buildings, but most coming right for the soldiers. They were trying to beat a hasty retreat, but they had clearly counted on the fence and gate holding. The gate had held. It now stood as something of a wave breaker in the mass of bodies streaming around it. A few momentarily caught as they tried to shuffle past, some hunkering down to pick up what was left of those that had gotten shot and consequently torn apart by the others. Some soldiers tried to make a stand. One by one, they either went down or took off running. None of them made it. The concrete barriers were no hindrance for the masses. They surged over and around them, hardly slowing down. The abandoned vehicles at the side of the road held them up longer, as some enterprising ones ducked into open doors or hopped on the cars, beating the roofs as if that would let them inside. I doubted they'd find anything interesting there. As I watched, hundreds of bodies streamed by, easily 1,000, maybe 2. Even so, there was no end to them. This, for sure, must have been significantly more than just a few that had been hiding in the shade of the tent tarps, or the handful I'd heard become active when I'd woken up. I could have been wrong, very easily so. But to me it seemed as if every single one of the dead in the triage station was up and heading down that road past me. When the mass of people slowly started thinning, I noticed that something was moving where the smaller tents had been. So much for hiding in there. I waited for the sniper to make his presence known again, but he must have taken the soldiers getting hunted down as a sign that it was about time to beat it. The midday heat kept burning down on me, and while I was very aware of the danger that was still moving all around me, I must have dozed off eventually. When I came to full awareness once more, breathing was slightly more bearable, and while muscles all over my body complained that I had overused them earlier in the day, my limbs didn't feel like lead anymore. There were still near-naked, filthy bodies shuffling past me, but the stream had dwindled down to where I could see that the ground was a bloody mass of gore. Not much of an improvement. Some were still going for what little pieces of torn-apart humans were scattered around, but most seemed fully occupied with simply dragging themselves down the road, not unlike how I'd been moving earlier, trying to get from the big tents to the small ones. I idly wondered if the sniper had mistaken me for one of them. Then I wondered if I was the one with the faulty thinking, and the fact that I now had the intellectual capacity of a sleep-deprived sloth meant that I was actually one of them, and simply hadn't come to terms with that fact yet. I critically stared down at what used to be a knee or ankle with some frayed viscera and skin on both sides. Did that look appetizing? No, I decided. I wasn't a zombie. Not yet, at least. And they had come after the 2 men who'd seemed in similar states as I was. Then I remembered. they'd had zero qualms eating their own, either. Drats, this logic game was well beyond me. While the bloody chunks on the road were absolutely revolting, the idea of food wasn't so bad. I still wasn't exactly hungry, but I felt something stir in my midsection. Thirst was a bigger problem, although by far not as much as it should have been after baking in the sun for hours. I didn't dare touch the skin on my exposed arms to check how badly sunburned it was, but I was sure that the pallor of the past weeks had been replaced with something equally alarming. At least my face was mostly unscathed, since I'd been lying face down since the sniper attack, my mess of hair doing its thing to prevent my cheeks and forehead from flaking off soon. Chancing a glance at the sun, I estimated it was late afternoon by now. From how the shadows of the few high-rises around were moving, I'd be in the shade soon. True darkness was easily 4 hours away yet. I wondered if I should risk that one-chance-only experiment now, but decided to give it a little more time. The minutes took forever to creep by. Out of boredom, I started counting the people dragging themselves by the ambulance. By now, the mass had lightened to where most trudged in the very center of the road, almost like a throng of deranged geese. Why geese, I couldn't say. Maybe because geese were evil, vicious critters. My mental faculties were still far from sharp, and I wondered if I was even in a state to make decisions, like whether it was safe to leave my hiding spot or not. Finally, the shade thrown by one of the new skyscrapers in the neighborhood reached me. First my legs, then my back, and finally my head. Lying there, counting undead sheep, became downright bearable. The sun kept creeping over the sky. I spent another 30 minutes in the light, but the unbearable heat was over. Fewer and fewer crazies passed by me, slower and slower. Belatedly, I realized it must have been over an hour since I'd last heard any of them screech or howl. It was all one loosened-up, slow mass now. Unstoppable, but not quite as menacing as the aggressive killers in the front had been. 10 seconds at a time went by without a body passing. Soon 30. When the gaps got larger as the sun disappeared behind the skyline of the city center, I decided it was time for me to leave, or more precisely, time to join them. The worst part was finding the courage to first push myself up into a sitting position, then slowly crawl down to the ground, gingerly stepping through the shot-out windshield of the ambulance cab. As much as the plastic clogs might have made me a fashion victim, I was damn happy to have them on my feet now. No sniper shot me down. No brain-dead body even looked over as I peeked around the front of the ambulance. Nothing happened when I joined the throng, shuffling down the road on aching, shaking legs, my lungs immediately strained once more. Very soon, I didn't have to slow myself down to keep up with the bodies moving alongside me. I could barely keep up with their snail's pace. As I passed the light rail station, I started to ask myself how far down the road I would follow the shambling horde. There were plenty of lower buildings with shops and restaurants at street level on both sides now. I could also hide in any of the cars. That idea I soon abandoned when I chanced to glance into the next SUV that I passed. The gore that still covered the road in mostly haphazard chunks was all over the seats and center console. I didn't bother with trying to figure out how many people made up that meat puzzle. At least 3, and I needed absolutely no confirmation for that guess. I was 2 blocks away from the gate when I felt my waning energy about to falter for good. Up ahead was an intersection with 2 roadblocks, about where I'd watched the last of the fleeing soldiers get hunted down. Because of the barricades and the cars that had piled up all around them, the sea of walkers turned into small rivulets, those pushed to the very outside edges of the road, occasionally taking turns left and right down the crossing street. I realized this was my opportunity to separate myself from the eeriest procession of my life. Not that I'd been a part of that many normal ones. My body seemed to muster one last burst of energy as I drew close to the first roadblock, the aspect of soon sitting down somewhere to hide and recover tantalizing and seductive. In front of me, the scrawny, wrinkled ass of a black woman with gray hair wriggled to the right so she could pass the barrier, staying in the center of the road. The tall white guy that was dragging his left foot went left, almost falling when he staggered over the curb. I slowly aimed to follow him, inching ever left with every step that I took. I didn't turn to check on whether anyone noticed, since none of them seemed to be aware of what was going on around them, except to follow the ones walking ahead of them. One moment, the tall man was dragging himself into the intersection. The next, something slammed into him from the side and flung him right into the black woman, both of them going down without even making a sound. A pack of 3 insanely fast and equally naked men descended on them, tearing arms off and sinking teeth into exposed skin. They were so covered in blood that their bodies looked like human-sized black holes in the murkiness of the dusky street. Much too late, panic zoomed through my mind, but my sluggish, hurting body kept on going, carrying me right past where the man had gotten caught. I would have held my breath in fear of the same happening to me, but my oxygen saturation was far too low for stunts like that. I kept panting and shuffling forward as I veered off into the crossing street, sticking to the sidewalk. Behind me, the by now all too familiar sounds of bodies getting torn apart got lower and lower as I put more distance between myself and what was happening. There were only a handful of silent walkers moving down this street, their speed getting slower as they seemed to lose their drive and orientation with few others to follow. Up ahead, what used to be brightly lit signs proclaimed a small supermarket. That sounded great until I realized that the sidewalk in front of it was covered in shattered glass, discarded packages, and 2 lumps that looked awfully like dead bodies in pools of blood. Looters, probably, that had been gunned down as they'd tried to run away. I might still have chanced it, but since one of them was pretty much barring the door, I decided not to risk it. It was for the best, really. Not having to resort to looting was one less worry weighing on my mind. 2 buildings over was some kind of community center with a wide, deep entrance, recessed from the street, raised on 5 steps. I vaguely remembered Brandy complaining that on the way home late one night, she'd seen a homeless guy curled up in his sleeping bag there. Now I understood why. It was a pretty good shelter in a pinch. If I could get there. If nothing took me down on those endless 50 feet until I reached the steps. 30 feet. 10. Something let out a blood-curdling scream somewhere behind me, making me tense up all over. But I pushed on, my entire attention focused on the steps. With every single pant causing agony in my lungs, getting taken out without even having a chance to realize what was going on didn't sound quite so bad right about now. The moment I raised my left leg to ascend the first step, the muscles in my other thigh seized up, sending me tumbling down onto, and thankfully partly up, the stairs. Pain arced through my right shin and wrist where I came down hard on them, but none of that mattered. With the last of my strength, I crawled up the steps and into the deep shadows in the portico's corner, next to the shut and barred sliding doors. I sagged into the corner, remaining on my side for several minutes before I could muster the strength to turn over and heave myself up into a sitting position with my back against the wall. I doubted I looked much different from the dead looters at the supermarket. Good. I didn't need to win a beauty contest or look particularly juicy. As I kept staring at the street, watching a body or 2 shamble by every other minute, I felt elation slowly rise deep in my chest. I'd made it. Out of the tent, out of the fenced-in triage station, away from the mindless shuffling crowd that was as prone to being picked off as, maybe, becoming predators. Already, my future looked so much brighter than when I'd woken up in the tent, barely able to move, or when I'd stared into Brandy's wrong, dead eyes. I just had to make it through the night, find food and water, and then get the hell out of here. Because one thing was for sure. Whatever the fuck was going on, being in a city with potentially tens of thousands of zombies roaming around could not be conducive to my ongoing survival. And maybe, just maybe, I'd run into someone who could answer a couple of questions. That would be Peachy. Chapter 6. Night fell, and the city around me grew quiet. Too quiet. At first, not hearing any howling or screaming that jerked me out of my dozing and into wide-awake alertness was nice. I was dead tired, pun intended, after what couldn't have been more than a half a mile's walk. As much as I appreciated the balmy coolness of evening, it soon grew cold for real in my corner, making rest and true relaxation impossible. Tomorrow night I would have to seek proper shelter, not just a corner on a glorified porch. Slowly being able to take breaths that didn't feel like I was inhaling ground-up glass was neat, though. Grumbling inside my head kept me occupied for a while, until I noticed the eerie silence that had enveloped the entire city. Charlotte may not have been NYC or LA, but it was never truly quiet. With so many people living on top of each other, there was always noise. And it wasn't just the lack of electricity that, of course, shut down all kinds of background noise I'd gotten so used to that it had been years since I'd last noticed it. There wasn't even a single dog barking in the distance. I wondered if maybe all barking dogs had become someone's dinner. Wasn't that a sobering thought? It was likely my severe mental impairment talking. But as I listened into the silent night, I wondered if now wasn't the best time to go seek shelter and sustenance. Just thinking about getting onto my aching feet was a special kind of torture. The cold had made my body stiff on top of everything else, and without hunger gnawing on my insides or thirst parching my throat, it was hard to find motivation. The very idea of taking someone else's stuff was revolting. It took me well over half an hour to finally find the resolve to crawl to the stairs and look down the street, checking left and right to see if it really was as abandoned as it seemed. The only thing that moved was a newspaper slowly dancing down the sidewalk as the wind carried it in small gusts and leaps. I watched it with transfixed attention that didn't feel normal to me before I managed to ignore it. I was partly down the stairs, more sliding than crawling backward, when I realized how wrong I was. A newspaper was the next best thing to water and food that I could find. Finally, some answers. It was a good thing that the street and sidewalks were abandoned, as I must have looked comically drunk as I staggered upright, then weaved and bobbed after the newspaper that the wind kept sweeping farther downtown. Once in a while, I had to pause to catch my breath. Then I paused some more to listen and make sure that I wasn't about to become something's late dinner. I was still half a block from the next intersection when a brave lunge forward let me capture the recalcitrant paper under my trusty plastic abomination of a shoe. Since picking up the paper and remaining standing as I read it was way too much effort, I crouched down instead, which meant I ended up sprawled unceremoniously on my ass in the middle of the sidewalk. Fine with me, if that meant I didn't have to keep walking for now. The first thing that grabbed my attention was the headline, naturally. 20,000 dead across the Carolinas, nationwide death toll reaching 100K. Well, shit. I idly wondered if that included the at least 2,000 I'd watched stream by my ambulance. Maybe it had been closer to 3, I couldn't say. I had dozed off after a while. How many tents had there been, with how many beds? How many of them doing double or maybe even triple duty? I had seen a few of the dead wearing scrubs, like the nurse that had helped us before she'd succumbed herself. I had trouble making sense of the numbers beyond that. It was too much to grasp, like people ending up homeless after a hurricane, only more. And that they weren't without a roof over their heads, but dead. Dead for good, or dead for now, ready to roam the streets come morning. That giant mass of bodies moving had been from just one triage station. There must have been many more all over the city. Belatedly, I realized I was lacking some other very vital information. Today's date. Of course, I had no way of finding out, but at least I could check the date on the paper. May 21, 2022. I racked my brain. That was 5 days after we'd all woken up sick? 6? A couple of days after we'd ended up at the station. I'd just about gotten really concerned by then. And already, 100,000 people had died all over the country. Glancing back at the paper, I tried to read the article under the headline, but the letters kept either swimming together before my eyes, or the words plainly made no sense at all. A few terms stood out: shelter-in-place order, evacuation, quarantine, unknown pathogen. None of that evoked much of a reaction inside of me, although on some level I knew it should have. This was bad. So bad. I skipped over a few more numbers, then stared at the photo below. It showed a figure clad in several layers of plastic protective gear, a female nurse or doctor, in front of a row of refrigeration trucks to keep the dead in. I wondered when they'd abandoned the trucks and went ahead and closed off the stations instead. Turning the page, I realized there wasn't much more, the backside taken up by a giant ad for a new TV show. The other page was full of sports results I presumed were the most obsolete thing in existence now. Since I had no use for the paper, I let it go, watching as the wind carried it away. It looked like a shot right out of some dystopian, low-budget production. It was oddly transfixing. It was only then that I realized I had been up for well over 10 hours, probably closer to 16, and I hadn't felt the need to relieve myself once. Apparently, I was more dehydrated than I'd figured, or my kidneys had shut down for good. I wasn't sure this was something I had to be too worried about for now. Maybe if things stayed the same after a full 24 hours and after eating my share, then I would start to worry. But not when getting up again and resuming my mindless wandering was a truly Herculean task. I tried to decide what to do next. I was cold, so finding actual shelter sounded like a great idea. Or maybe something to cover myself with on that porch where I'd spent the last couple of hours. Food and drink were next on my list of priorities. And that was about it. Staring down the street where it led into the very center of the city, the financial district, if I wasn't mistaken, rather than the south where all the sports stuff was located. I tried to gauge if any of the shops I might encounter that way would help with my quest for warmth and sustenance. Turning my head the other way, it was easy to make out the small supermarket I had passed, also because I could still see the 2 dead bodies on the sidewalk. It was only then that I realized it was unreasonably light enough that I'd been able to read that headline in the paper. With the entire city, or what I could see of it, pitch black, that should have been impossible. Looking up, I realized that the entire sky was alight with stars overhead. Stars so bright, like I hadn't seen them since my childhood in Montana. Usually, Charlotte's night sky was purple with light pollution. Not so now. Oh, well, that made sense. I got lost in staring up at the sky for far too long before I managed to tear my attention away from it and came to my feet. The supermarket it was. It was close, and it was as sure of a bet as presented itself right now. Plus, I was only stealing from big corporations, right? I kind of regretted chasing after the paper as I lumbered past my porch on the way back to the supermarket. I could have spared myself roughly 37 exhausting steps. At least counting senselessly in my head made trudging ever forward a little easier. I came to a rocking halt in front of the supermarket door, forever open because of the dead looter blocking it. Or maybe the door had already been open when the electricity had gotten turned off and it was just unlucky placement. I stared at the body for a few seconds before I gingerly stepped over it, using exaggerated motions to accomplish my task. My breathing was the only thing, next to my once again racing heartbeats, I heard as I came to a halt inside the dark building. Note to self, next time, listen for anything suspicious before you enter. Since it was already too late for that, and nothing had yet come hurtling at me to take me down and tear me apart, I glanced over the 4 aisles in front of me to regain my bearings, and then aimed for the cereals. I got exactly 2 steps before my plastic clogs slipped in some spilled liquid, and I narrowly avoided falling into the very same puddle. With trepidation, I looked down, expecting to find myself standing in a pool of blood. While it was hard to see much in the gloom, I was definitely standing on light-colored tiles. It must have been soda or water that had almost brought me down. Since it wasn't sticky yet, it must have been a recent spill. I realized that should have given me some pause, but with the inviting boxes of my favorite food, independent of the time of day, so tantalizingly close, I slogged on with little reluctance. The cereal aisle was a mess. Everything looked like a force of nature had hit it. Hurricane, earthquake, whatever rocks your boat, literally. In places, the shelves were completely empty, and what boxes remained were pushed back or had been turned over. Yet not everything was gone. Giant heaps had ended up on the floor, a lot of the packages torn open, covering everything in a sugary crunch. The moment the sweet scent hit my nose, my hunger roared alive. Not only was it hard to keep myself from falling to my knees so I could scoop the cereal right off the floor, but the pain gnawing on my insides was enough to make me double over. It took tremendous willpower to grab the next intact pack from the shelf, some knockoff Frosted Flakes, and tear that open instead of going for the long past the 5-second rule heaps. The sweet explosion that hit my tongue made me moan, and I choked several times before I managed to give myself enough time to chew before swallowing. It was the best thing I'd ever eaten, and that by a lot. Too soon, the pack was gone. I was about to lick my fingers clean when I realized they were still covered in all kinds of unsavory everything. That left me slightly horrified, but only on a superficial level, and by far not enough to make me queasy. But when I reached for another package, choosing Cocoa Pops next, I made sure to only tear open the package enough so I could easily let the contents fall directly into my mouth. No germ-laced, blood-crusted hands required. Then the second cereal was gone as well, and I let out a truly impressive belch. Wow, I must have downed easily 5,000 to 6,000 calories, and I wasn't yet puking all over myself. In fact, while no longer ravenous, I felt I still had room in my stomach and shouldn't let that opportunity go to waste. I was vaguely aware that if I chugged down some liquid next that would make all that cereal expand in my stomach, I would be in for a world of hurt, but I couldn't have cared less right now. Since it was easier to step back out of the aisle rather than make my way through it to get to the drinks section, I did just that, picking up a shopping basket in the act. The next aisle was completely blocked by a shelf having come down, but next to the checkout counter I saw a bottle fridge. I didn't care that by now everything would be lukewarm. If I didn't have to climb over shopping carts and shelves, that was fine with me. The fridge turned out to be empty, but whoever had torn into it had dropped several bottles that had rolled across the floor. Since there was no cereal all over everything here, just canned goods and the odd roll of toilet paper, I came down on all fours as I hunted for bottles that were still full. The first couple I found were empty, but then I hit the jackpot with 2 knockoff energy drinks and a Coke. Rather than chug them down now, I dropped them into my basket and grabbed a couple of full mystery cans as well. When I got up and turned around, I found my face inches away from a shotgun barrel. Well, shit. When had that become my life's motto? Like a deer caught in the headlights, I froze. It took me several seconds before I managed to look up from the weapon to its wielder. It was a man in his 50s, wearing a branded apron over his clothes. The shop's owner, if I wasn't completely mistaken. My mind was too sluggish to let me open my mouth and say something, but it helpfully supplied the repeat information that the looters outside had been shot with something of a much smaller caliber than a shell full of buckshot. Because reacting like a normal human being was out of the question, apparently, my stomach deigned to use this opportunity to force another burp out, this one laced with some badly chewed cereal. I quickly swallowed, loath to give up even a single calorie that had found its way into my body. The man kept watching me throughout what must have been a truly bizarre spectacle. When I was finally done swallowing, he narrowed his eyes at me. "You one of the quacks from the quarantine station?" I tried to make sense of that question. It took far too long to realize that because I was wearing scrubs, he must have mistaken me for a doctor or nurse. I opened my mouth, trying to set him straight, but only a croak came out. A croak that sounded far too close to the sounds that some of the crazies had made when they hadn't been howling. It was enough to make a shudder of fright run up my spine. The man tensed, the shotgun coming up from where it had wavered slightly. Oops. I raised my hands and shook my head, trying to indicate that I needed a minute, and some water. I was aware that it was likely a stupid thing to do, to further disregard that I was looting his shop by reaching into my basket and grabbing one of the bottles, but it was the only thing that came to my mind. He watched me impassively as I fumbled with the cap before my weak hands finally got it open. Half a bottle, and some disconcerting gurgling from my stomach later, I finally managed to speak what must have been my first words in days, maybe weeks. "Not a doctor, just the first clothes I found." The man's forehead remained furrowed for several seconds as he tried to make sense of the garbled syllables I managed to string together. His frown deepened, making my heart sink. Great. Had I crawled out from among the dead just to bite it because he believed I had been locked in with them for everyone's good? "You one of the survivors?" he guessed. I hesitated, but then nodded. "Woke up this morning." As he kept considering, I chanced another drink. It was sickly sweet and so damn delicious. If I was going to die any second now, at least I deserved another sip. Rather than pull the trigger, the man dropped his shotgun and relaxed just a little. "A shame what they did to you, keeping all of you locked in there," he muttered. "Glad they finally wised up and are letting you out now." Much to my surprise, he turned around and grabbed something from his pocket, a chocolate bar. "Here, you probably need that more than I do." I stared at the treat before taking it with slightly shaking fingers. Not because I was afraid, I realized, but because exhaustion was rising again, now that I had been on my feet for 10 minutes or so. "Thanks." He nodded, suddenly looking awkward. "No need to pay for that," he said, nodding at my basket. "Just let me grab a plastic bag for you so you don't steal my basket as well." I watched in silence as he did just that, going as far as to pluck the remaining bottle and the cans from the basket. I handed the empty basket to him in exchange for the bag, the chocolate bar still in my other hand. "You should go now," he rasped with pressed urgency in his voice. Yes, I could see why lingering here, as a looter in the owner's store, was a bad idea, even if it was much warmer in here than in the street. Warmth was nice. Thankfully, my mind could figure out that it was an even worse idea to ask him for blankets or a spare jacket I might borrow. When I turned toward the door, he followed me, as if to make sure I didn't make a dive for the cleaning products. With shaky legs, I stepped over the dead body in the door once more, then looked back. The starlit sidewalk seemed as bright as day until my eyes adjusted. Even though I knew he was still standing there, I could hardly make out the man. I nodded once, hoping to convey my silent thanks. Then I staggered toward my cold porch once more, following the path that was by now becoming quite familiar to me. Belatedly, I wondered if I should have told him that the reason I was here wasn't because I had been let out, but because the dead had torn down the fence. Yes, I should definitely have told him that. Not every bedraggled would-be looter he might come across might still have the instincts to shy away from his shotgun. Then again, if his store got overrun and he managed to pump out a couple of shells, that would serve as a good wake-up call for me in my hiding space down the street. That idea made me halt in my tired steps and almost turn back, but then I thought better of it. This part of the city had clearly been evacuated. The soldiers that I had seen had likely done the rounds to make sure that all the shops had been cleared. If he was still here after that, holding down the fort, I doubted that anything I could have said would have convinced him to leave. Best not to chance any follow-up questions and a preemptive face full of buckshot. I still felt like a fucking coward as I staggered up the stairs and fell back into my corner. At least I could tear up the plastic bag and use it as a kind of jacket. It took at least 10 minutes before I could breathe easily again after my lungs recovered from my little excursion. I spent the time staring at the street, considering whether I should try to drink or eat more, or keep my stash for tomorrow morning. Bemused, I realized that this must have been the first time in years that I hadn't carefully selected what and how much of it I could stuff my face with. It felt oddly liberating. I dozed off eventually, even though I was cold and miserable because my stomach hurt, and talking had weirdly strained my lungs. All taken together, I was feeling a lot better than when I'd woken up in the tent, and that was a good thing. But I didn't feel good at all. Hell, I was still alive. That was something. As I waited for a new day to dawn, I figured that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 7. My wake-up call was a nasty one, as such things went. Not only did a quick succession of shots make me bolt upright, but what answered the shots was that all-too-familiar howling and screaming that sent my heart pumping and my lungs expanding rapidly. I was out of breath before I even managed to roll over and get up, disorientation making me dizzy. At least I managed not to puke up my late-night breakfast. The first thing I checked was that I was still on my own. It was barely light, which meant that it was actually darker than it had been during the starlit hours of my food-finding mission. The sky was starting to lighten, which made the surrounding shadows oddly darker than they used to be. Just as well, since I was hiding in one such shadow, for now. I tried to pinpoint where the shots came from. Unlike my first guess, they came from somewhere behind me, not down the street. I wasn't sure if my sense of direction worked well, but that should have been somewhere close to the tents of the quarantine zone. I thought of the sluggish stragglers I had joined when I'd finally left the relative safety of the ambulance roof. They hadn't seemed capable of putting up that much resistance. Maybe the strong, aggressive ones had circled back? Maybe the soldiers were back to pick off what was left? I had no genuine interest in finding out. From the top of the stairs, I had a good view of the entire street for several blocks in both directions. Toward the road I had taken out of the camp, I caught movement. Not a lot, but too fast for the sluggish stragglers. Since the other way was clear, I knew what direction I would head in now. That I was leaving was a given. Even though my body hurt and I would have much preferred to stay put and rest, I was too agitated for that. Since my intellect was still sorely lacking, it was easiest to let my instincts guide me, probably more healthy as well. And my gut feeling screamed, "Move!" After I finished off 2 of my cans and the remaining bottle of liquid, Dragging myself along the sidewalk was bad enough. Doing so with anything extra to weigh me down was out of the question. Fortunately, the cans were edible. Beans and sweetened pineapple. Maybe not the best combination, but easy enough to eat straight from the can without cutlery. For once in my adult life, I considered myself lucky that my meal was full of carbs and lacking anything that needed actual effort to chew. How things change. Done, I clambered onto my feet and made it down the stairs. The street was still deserted, but now that I was more alert, I heard noise, for lack of a better word, coming from all around me. The shots and screams had cut off quickly enough after startling me awake, but the city was far from silent and getting increasingly louder. Something was up and moving, and I had little interest in finding out for myself what it was. With my other desires sated, I needed to look for proper shelter now. Maybe it would have been enough to curl up in the corner of the porch and hope that staying immobile made the world ignore me, but I didn't trust that. When I realized that the bodies by the supermarket were gone, I felt vindicated in that. Of course, it could have been the owner, having gotten sick of watching them rot on his doorstep, but somehow I didn't quite buy that. He'd seemed unperturbed for the entire evening yesterday, so why change his mind now? No. It was a lot more likely that something had come along and considered them easier sustenance than anything that had been in the store. With that obstacle gone, I could quickly duck back in to grab something else. Then I remembered just how strong the scent of the spilled cereals had been. Anything that was ready to eat a dead body lying in the street would have gone right on to munching that, provided cereals were on the menu, but I didn't see why not. There was also the possibility that even if it didn't like the taste, it might be smart enough to lie in wait for some hapless victim like me to stumble in and turn into better-suited, juicy breakfast. I briefly wondered if last night had been the beginning of a pattern, or if I'd just been one lucky bitch. First, I had to get through another day to see if the nights were safe to venture out there on the hunt for food. Since the store wasn't safe anymore, I turned downtown instead. I kept to the very edge of the sidewalk, as close to the building walls as I could get without actually brushing against them. That meant I got awfully close to any and all dark, murky entrances, but I figured that was more of a viable opportunity for potential danger, and for sure better than risking being seen in the middle of the street. Crossing the first intersection after looking in all directions for what felt like ages was a nerve-wracking undertaking. Nothing came for me. Nothing even so much as stirred in the morning air. Feeling partly brave and entirely stupid, I dashed across to hug the wall of the closest building, my lungs in pure agony. At least I was still alive, I told myself. That was all that counted. It was only at the third intersection that I caught movement far to my right, the direction opposite of the camp. But it made sense. That was where most of the earlier crazies had disappeared to. In the time since the fence had fallen and me chancing my escape, they'd had hours to spread throughout the 4 wards of Uptown, and that was still calculating the spread from one single camp only. I made it through that intersection safely, but after that, going slow didn't sound like such a good idea anymore. Problem was, slow was pretty much the only speed I could manage, and only for about 100 feet before I had to stop to catch my breath. All around me, the city grew more disquieted by the moment, the light wind carrying all kinds of sounds to me. What had started as a light sense of unease soon turned into full-blown anxiety, making my heart race and my body feel too wired to deal with the lasting, heavy exhaustion still present. When I had to pause next, I tried to orient myself. I knew that I still wasn't that far from home. Plus, I'd spent the last 3 years in this city. I knew my way around, at least here in Uptown. Right across the street was the building where, just a couple of months ago, I'd had some serious issues with a customer when I'd hustled for a few weeks as a delivery driver. And 2 blocks down was the first real high-rise of the business district, where my summer internship should have been this year, if I hadn't found out that it was an unpaid one just before signing the contract. Instead, I had found a better one that I should have started days ago, which clearly wasn't happening. In a weird sense, all that felt like a lifetime ago, not just a vague couple of days that I knew must have been at least a week or more, thanks to how long I must have been comatose or locked in feverish dreams. But none of that was important now, I reminded myself. Shelter, water, food. Those were my priorities. Concentrating was hard, with my mind losing itself in spirals of run-on thoughts. But being able to put more than simple facts in context felt better than yesterday's inability to comprehend the simplest of concepts. Still, maybe there was a reason why I was still obsessing about that financial advisory firm right down the street. Something crashed against a window in the upper level of the house where I was standing, making me jump. Looking up, I couldn't see anything except for a moving curtain. More pounding followed, and as I strained my ears, I thought I heard more screeching, coming from inside. What had that newspaper article mentioned, besides evacuations? Shelter-in-place orders, quarantine. Exactly how many people had been treated in camps like where the girls and I had ended up? And how many had chosen, or had no other options left to them, to stay at home? I hadn't exactly counted on pulling any breaking and entering stunts anytime soon, but suddenly the abundance of apartment complexes all around me made me incredibly nervous. Of course, those snazzy new buildings, chock full of insanely overpriced office space, catering to startups like financial advisory firms that subsisted on not paying their interns. They might have had a penthouse space or two for the overly ambitious CEO, but nothing like the buildings with hundreds of small living spaces all stacked like sardines in a can. Considering the evacuation orders, even places like that should have long since switched over to home offices for their workers. That probably meant now it should have been completely abandoned. That sounded like the perfect place for me to find shelter until I was feeling better, provided I could get in. Deciding I would take that obstacle as it presented itself to me, I started down the sidewalk again with a little extra vigor in my step. I did my very best to ignore the muffled roars coming from inside the building, propagating from room to room as I dragged myself forward. At least it was just in that one building, across that one floor, or so I hoped. A couple of shots ringing through the morning air put some new conviction behind my effort to push myself forward. For 2 blocks, that went well. But then I simply had to pause for longer, my lungs about to give out. I barely managed to stumble up to a bench in front of a realtor's office before my legs got too weak to hold me up. Gasping for breath, I waited until my world stopped spinning around me. Damn, but this was no way to live. Behind the windows of the buildings across the street, I saw something move. Several somethings. I would have loved to correct myself to some ones, but after yesterday, my mind refused to be that naive. I wondered if they had seen me and gotten agitated because of that. Or maybe they had simply woken up with the sun climbing slowly over the horizon. Either way, it was about time for me to beat it. Next to the realtor's was a wine store. It looked oddly pristine, virtually untouched. Even the windows of the realtor's office were smashed, some of their advertising boards torn to shreds. I idly wondered what the lockdown orders must have done to property listings. Nothing good, presumably. Maybe it had been the realtors themselves who had pulled them down? Maybe I should pick up a nice rosé to drown my misery in? Or was waiting for the world to end more of a Merlot pairing? Water, for sure, was the best choice, I decided. But that was something I would find in that office building for sure. I wasn't ready to move on when I looked back the way I had come and found a bunch of hunched-over figures coming stumbling down the sidewalk. 4 or 5. I couldn't quite tell with my eyes not focusing properly because my vision was still blurry. They all moved in a disjointed, somehow wrong way, but decidedly faster than the stragglers from yesterday, and faster than I would have preferred to move myself. They paused in the middle of an intersection, turning their heads this way and that. Were they sniffing for a lead? For one comical second, I entertained myself with the idea of a garbage truck suddenly slamming into them, thus ridding me of the problem I was about to have to face. Why a garbage truck, I couldn't say. It seemed oddly fitting. Or maybe it was because I saw one, crashed into a corner furniture store at the next intersection, the one closest to my current position. That didn't happen, of course. Instead of getting killed, the pack started forward. I barely had 1.5 blocks on them now. It was about time that I got away from here. Even if I could have broken out into a full-on run, that would have been a stupid idea. It was absolutely impossible. So at least I was saved from myself by my body's inability to function normally. So instead, I aimed for the fastest possible walk, which wasn't exactly fast, but faster than before. As I chanced a glance over my shoulder, I found the pack still looking this way and that, searching. I hastened through the next intersection, barely registering what was down the crossing road in either direction. Piles and piles of cars, that much I was aware of. Belatedly, I realized that it should have been strange to me that I could move forward virtually unhindered, with very few vehicles parked on the street, and none of them sideways or crashed into anything, except for that garbage truck. They must have cordoned off this street early and siphoned traffic elsewhere. When I looked back again, the pack, now clearly identifiable as 5 individuals, stood at my bench, hunched over exactly where I had been leaning against it. Just then, they all looked up in weird synchronicity, their attention snapping straight to me. Fuck! My pulse skyrocketed as my mind screamed at me to run. Instead, I forced myself to halt, then back away slowly into the recessed entrance of a building, as much out of sight as possible. Maybe this was the wrong decision, but deep down I knew that if I acted like a startled deer now, I would be hunted down like prey. Carefully, I inched back forward so I could check on my pursuers. They were still at the bench, still staring. I wondered if I could stay here until I had recovered enough for a mad dash. Glancing down the street, I realized I was still 3 full blocks away from my destination. Maybe something closer instead? I checked for other possible venues. Nothing for the next block, but then there were 2 tall buildings recessed from the street. A bank and a hotel, from what I recalled. Both were bad choices for shelter, but I vaguely remembered there being a fountain and some art installations in front of the bank. Maybe I could get lost there? Or perhaps I could somehow slip around to the back of the building and chance the parallel street? If it was completely clogged up with cars, maybe that would make ducking out of sight easier? Before I could decide what to do next, the pack started forward. Just for shits and giggles, I tried the heavy door at my back. Locked, of course. I had expected nothing else. It took a lot of willpower to step back out onto the sidewalk and start walking toward the bank. It was on the other side of the street, so I got off the sidewalk between 2 cars and angled to the other side, hoping to confuse the pack. A glance back revealed that they were still following and had started to catch up. They weren't running yet, but definitely speed walking, a series of low grunts and huffs coming from them. I pretty much flew through the next intersection, barely checking it when I saw that it was closed off by trucks that must have been maneuvered in a way to be flush with the buildings on both sides. My last hope to maybe duck away crushed. I fixed my attention on the gap in the storefronts and houses. Farther down the street, I saw my initial destination look invitingly close, yet too far away. Maybe if I managed to shake my unexpected entourage. But that was a concern for another time. 2 houses down from the bank, I checked on the pack one last time. They were at the intersection now, way too close for comfort. I could tell that it was 3 women and 2 men, but that analysis gave me little cause for relief. Among the strong, super-aggressive ones yesterday, quite a few had been female. If those had been any indication, I was as good as dead. 30 feet, 20, 10, and I realized I had misremembered as I stepped around the corner of the last house and aimed for the recessed building. There were no sculptures, and not even any bushes or trees to disrupt the view. There was one of those inane, shallow pools that was only deep enough to drown a tiny dog. Behind it, the huge glass facade of the building loomed, almost untouched by the debris that wind had swept all over the open space. Not only was it damn far away, but it looked very massive and very much locked for good. That wasn't a bank, I realized. It was a law firm, and apparently one that had way too much money for improved security measures. Left and right, the building was wedged in by smaller ones that created an impenetrable fortress in front of me that gave even less possible shelter than the buildings back on the street. I'd pretty much maneuvered myself into a cul-de-sac made of steel and glass, and now it was too late to turn back. There was only one possible solution. I had to hide in the pool. Realizing just how out of time I was, I took the deepest gulp of air that my tortured lungs could manage and charged forward, right for the water and the stupid knee-high stone balustrade that ran all around it. Behind me, a chorus of howls rose. Farther down the street and coming from all around me, many more voices answered. Fear gave me one last powerful push of speed that got me up to the pool and hurtling over the border. It was only then that I realized the pool was far from empty. There were people in the water. No, not people. Bodies. Dead bodies. Dead bodies. Floaters, most facing down, but a few staring, forever sightless, right up at me. A very different kind of panic grabbed me. Panic born of watching the wrong scene in a movie years before it had been age-appropriate. Panic nurtured by spending long summer days swimming in deep, cool lakes and listening to way too many ghost stories about ships sunk and entire villages underneath the waves when the valley had been flooded for a new hydroelectric dam. The events of the last 24 hours certainly didn't help. My feet landed in the water with a giant splash, and I almost went down, realizing too late that the pool was just a little deeper than I'd expected. Which explained why the dead were actually floating, not just crammed in at the bottom. Halfway across the pool, a couple of cardboard boxes caught my eye, mostly because they weren't dead bodies in the water, and my mind was only too happy to latch on to anything that wasn't that. Maybe... An angry screech sounded behind me, way too close. Abandoning all reason, most of that had fled already anyway, I took one last deep breath and threw myself into the water, dying a little inside as I plunged in right next to what had been a kindergarten-age child. The water temperature wasn't a shock since it was warm. That somehow made it even worse, realizing what a terrible breeding ground for everything biological that pool had become, and that was before the dead had ended up in here to make it all 100 times worse. As soon as I felt my body become fully submerged, I started swimming forward while trying to dive as much as the limited space allowed me. Even worse, I had to open my eyes to that putrid soup so I could find those boxes and aim for them, all while my mind was screaming senselessly in abject horror. One thing being half brain-dead had going for itself, it made shutting down my instincts as easy as following them. Through the murkiness, I finally spied one of the boxes a little to my right. I quickly made for it, half swimming, half pushing myself along the bottom of the pool. With my ears submerged, I barely heard the pack howl, but it was impossible to ignore. The sounds were angrier than before, spurring me on. Already, my lungs had been protesting my quick sprint into the pool. Now they were actively killing me. All I could do was push on, until finally I reached the box with one last tremendous push. Ducking underneath the rim, I came up, taking a breath as soon as my mouth was above water. The air tasted weird, but it was breathable, and right then that was the best I could hope for. With my entire body shaking from both fright and exertion, I forced myself to become very, very still where I was crouching underneath that box, hoping that the pack had lost my scent. With luck, they wouldn't be able to make sense of where I had ended up. And even if that wasn't the case, maybe they'd get distracted by the floaters. Just thinking about them made me shake with revulsion. For a couple of seconds, I almost lost the battle against myself. The need to get out of this fucking pool was simply too strong. The need to claw at my wet hair and the water still clinging to my face was just as bad. Even a long, hot shower with the most caustic soap imaginable wouldn't be enough to make me feel clean. But I could do none of that. I couldn't get out. I couldn't wash myself. I couldn't even move. All I could do was try to listen blindly to what was going on while I remained hunkered down in the darkness, wet and miserable and stinking to kingdom come. Waking up yesterday suddenly didn't feel like a triumph anymore. It was more like the ultimate punishment. I was certainly the only one in this pool feeling like this. I barely managed to hold in the shrill laugh that tried to wrench itself from my throat. At least panting for breath, in the most shallow way imaginable to suppress any unnecessary sounds, helped quiet myself. See? There was something positive about everything. Being torn apart and eaten right now would put an end to my misery, and that didn't feel so bad right now. The howls and growls got closer, then receded a little, then got closer again, this time on the other side. There was some screaming and screeching as well. I heard something splash in the water, but more like someone hit it with the flat of a palm, not like an entire body plunging into it. I wondered if I could chant, slowly pushing the box upward until I could look out just over the waterline. But the very idea of pushing half of my head back into the foul liquid was beyond what I managed to force on myself. Besides, if they hadn't noticed the box yet, I really didn't want to draw any attention to it. So all I could do was stay there and wait. Minutes ticked by like years. I could still hear them going around and around the pool, searching. More howls rose in the distance, and for a moment I thought they'd given up. Something splashed in the water again, followed by snarling. Then more splashing. I realized they must have grabbed one of the bodies and tried to haul it out, but didn't quite manage. Then they accomplished their mission, as evidenced by the snarling, followed by unmistakable sounds of feasting. Better the dead than me, even if having to listen to that again made me wince the entire time it went on. And suddenly, it was quiet. Not completely still, like during the night, or even when I had started off this morning, but the immediate sounds of eating were gone. So they were done, I told myself. Probably sated, too, because one human body was by far enough to sustain 5 predators of that size. They had likely left behind a real mess and were retreating now. Guessing was one thing, but I suddenly burned with the need to know, and the need to get the fuck out of this hellhole of a pool. Priorities, after all. But I really wanted to know whether I was a breath away from death or still had to bide my time. Or, if I could hightail it out of here. I debated what to do next. Count down from 1,000? Maybe 100 would be enough? By 90, I slowly, gently, sagged back into the water to get out from underneath the box without disturbing it. Sunlight hit my eyes, making me blink. How much time had passed? It hadn't been that long, right? Taking a first free breath was great, until I caught the scent of putrefaction coming from all around me. Simply staying still was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. Looking around, all I could see were the dead bobbing in the water. Ever so slowly, I pushed myself up, first into a crouch, then to my feet, looking around frantically for anything lurking outside of the pool. The pack was gone, as was anything else that might have wandered in after them. The street was empty as well. I frantically turned my head, trying to find the quickest way out of the pool. That way, 3 floaters lay, 2 of them facing up, that was not the right way. Instead, I slogged on to the left, which was also opposite from where I spied the site of the posthumous slaughter. Tired as I was, I really wanted to move as fast as possible. Instead, I kept taking deliberate motions to minimize the disturbance my own progress caused in the water. Rather than clamber over the edge, I sat down on the balustrade before swinging my legs up and over. I really, really needed a hot shower, right fucking now. Instead of blindly bolting, I had a decision to make. Try the door, or head back to the street and trek to the financial advisory firm. Turning to face the building, I looked up into the sky to the very top floor. That couldn't all belong to a single law firm, right? Probably several other businesses as well. But it kind of had too much of a glamour feeling to it, like a facade that fit perfectly on a to-rent ad. Who knew how many dead were locked in that shiny, transparent prison? Back to the road it was. The stench of rotting flesh followed me, forever ingrained into my mind, if not my skin and hair. Stopping at the corner, I cautiously peeked into the street. It wasn't empty, but the way to my destination was clear. The intersection between there and my current position was blocked by several of those cement roadblocks, which was fine with me. The next hunched-over figure trundling along in the bright sunshine was right next to that stupid wine bar. Sticking to the buildings, I started down the street, stopping every couple of steps to keep my breathing even and low, hating the stench that made it into my lungs and nose with every shallow inhale. A seemingly endless stretch of miserable stop-and-go later, I reached my destination. The glass panes that used to make up the entrance were all shattered, leaving sheets of broken safety glass haphazardly folded inside the steel frames and across the granite steps down to street level. At least there were no dead bodies, whole or in parts, in sight. Something could have hidden behind the single security checkpoint desk, but I doubted it. Still, I paused next to it and looked over before resuming my trek to the staircase door next to the elevators. A silent prayer answered, and the lock disengaged as I pushed down on the handle. Next stop, a pitch-black staircase leading up into the sky above. That, of course, was blocked by said staircase. But it was completely silent in here, and the air smelled better than what I could say for myself. As much as being in the dark wasn't the most pleasant thing imaginable, after the fetid pool it was downright cozy. Closing the door as gently as possible to keep the sound low, I welcomed the darkness. Reaching out until I found the handrail by the stairs, I started the endless trek upward, taking it 1 to 3 steps at a time. That was the extent of what my lungs managed, but that was okay. I had all the time in the world and many more hours of daylight to burn. Whether I reached one of the upper floors in 5 minutes or 5 hours, it was all the same. After how my day had started, I didn't even want to curl up and fall asleep anywhere soon, because I already knew that my rest would be plagued by nightmares. But that was nothing compared to what I knew would be waiting for me when I was ready to leave this building once more. First, take the next step and catch my breath again. It was that easy. It was that hard. And right now, I was oddly satisfied with that. Chapter 8. It felt like I'd been climbing for hours, but realistically it must have been closer to 30 minutes. That was a damn long time to be laboring in the dark, alone with my stench and paranoia. I tried to plod on, but the next time my searching hand skimmed along the wall and found the handle to a fire door, I couldn't make myself go on. Even after resting and sitting down on top of the last flight of stairs until my breathing rhythm normalized again, my entire torso was hurting from how badly my lungs ached. My legs were shaky, my muscles strained and too weak to go on. I knew I still had some reserves, but considering how the last 24 hours had gone down, it made sense not to use all of my strength just climbing stairs. I had lost count of how many flights of stairs I'd crawled up, but I knew it must have been several levels, well above what most of the surrounding buildings had. I was likely as secure as I was going to get, and too tired to suffer for long if I was wrong about that. Seriously, this was no way to live. It still took me a good minute to find the courage to press down on that handle and pull the door open. The sunlight streaming in through banks of windows didn't immediately blind me, but the gloom that met me was lighter than the pitch black of the emergency staircase had been. I could just make out the dimensions of the small room, including the door that presumably led to the open office spaces, and the short hallway for maintenance and possibly employee locker rooms. I tried the office spaces first, quite happy to realize that my quick visit to the building had given me a good idea about the general layout of the space. I wasn't on the same floor since what greeted me was an empty co-working space set up instead of more grouped-together cubicles, but the basics were all the same. Beyond the worker bee spaces, I could glimpse single offices. To the side, I was greeted with another pleasant surprise I had been counting on: huge plastic water cooler bottle racks. Perfect. As I lingered inside the door, I listened. It was completely quiet. So far, so good. Grabbing a nearby chair, I wedged it into the door to keep it open and let enough light into the hallway so I could see what I was getting up to. First, I checked what I presumed was the locker room. It was exactly that, and even better, it came with a small shower stall. Just seeing that made me want to head right in there and start scrubbing myself from top to bottom. But first things first, I needed to be prepared for a quick exit, just to be sure. Next, I checked the maintenance closet, where the first thing I grabbed was a fresh bottle of soap. I looked around for a cart, but that was likely stashed on another floor. They kept a flashlight handy, hanging from a nail driven into the wall, and it even had working batteries. Returning to the locker room, I quickly checked the lockers. Unsurprisingly, they were all locked. I hesitated for a moment, gnawing on my bottom lip. Even just a hint of putrid water, likely imagined since I'd been out of there long enough for my scrubs and hair to partly dry, made me stop and put a halt to my qualms. Ducking back into the office space, I quickly searched through the desks until I found everything I needed. Sure, I, the accounting mayor and future mistress of the most boring spreadsheets in the universe, of course did not know how to pick a lock. But seeing as the world she had belonged to no longer existed, I might as well dip into a toolkit I'd long ago vowed to keep buried forever. I'd certainly not counted on ever needing to pick locks in a locker room to find fresh clothes after getting chased around by zombies. Whose contingency plan was that exactly? Smirking at that statement as I set to work, I realized I must be in shock. Completely exhausted, scared out of my mind, and now revulsed beyond comprehension, my mind clearly hadn't had time to properly process what was going on. I decided I could very well lose it later, after getting myself cleaned up and decked out in something better than absolutely disgusting scrubs. I didn't bother with being dainty about which locks I picked. Since the first took me all of 12 seconds, clearly I was getting rusty at my old age, I went ahead and opened all the lockers up. Most were useless, but I ended up with a backpack, a couple of snazzy water bottles, and enough spare clothes to allow me to be picky and choose those that looked like they would actually fit well. Depositing the flashlight on the side of the sink, I peeled myself out of the scrubs and threw them right into the trash. Testing the faucet, I was happy to find that there was still some water in the pipes. Probably not enough to shower, but enough for a quick pre-wash. So I plugged up the sink and filled it to the brim before dunking my head in, letting the filth wash out of my hair and off my scalp and face first. No, I didn't check how disgusting the water really was that I sent down the drain before replacing it with a fresh load. Once the worst was sloughed off, I grabbed a too-large shirt from one of the lockers and used it like a loofah to wash down the rest of my body. I had to sit down twice during that, too tired and winded to get it done in one go. After that, I grabbed the soap, lathered myself up from top to bottom, and stepped into the shower, doing my very best to brace myself. The ice-cold water hit me like a freight train, my knees buckling as I shrieked and stumbled out of the worst of it. I ended up crawling on the slick floor, forcing myself back underneath the dwindling stream of water that was going to waste like this. At least I was moderately clean and wide awake after this ordeal. As a last step, I used the eye flush I found in the emergency kit by the sink. I did not know if that would do any good, but it couldn't hurt. The rest of the kit I dumped into the backpack. I had a few scrapes and bruises that I should clean later, but right now, I was too damned exhausted for that. Considering what else was going on out there, I doubted the lack of antibiotic ointment would kill me. Using some more clothes I wouldn't need, I dried myself off before dressing in the stack I had wisely set aside, before draining the last of my energy with that much-needed cleanup action. I then munched the 2 chocolate bars I had also found in the lockers, and washed it down with a stale can of Coke I'd found at a desk while scavenging for makeshift lockpicking tools. I was definitely living the life. Despite the cold water system shock, I was getting increasingly drowsy. It was obvious that I was in need of some downtime, what little rest I'd gotten the night before clearly not having been enough. But first things first, I needed to use the bathroom. And since one was right there and stocked with a fresh roll of toilet paper, I was determined not to pass up that opportunity. It felt like a small victory, until it started to hurt like hell and took fucking forever, on both ends. I knew I shouldn't, but after that ordeal, I couldn't help but fetch the flashlight and check on what I'd dropped into that toilet bowl. I really shouldn't have. It pretty much looked like the gore that had covered the ground at the gate of the triage station. I was too tired for this shit. Literally. Groaning at my own joke, I grabbed the backpack, threw the bottles and switched off flashlight in there, and trudged out into the office space. I paused by the vending machine by the elevator, quickly scanning the options. It wasn't as well stocked, or as full as I would have liked, but once I had caught up on some sleep, I would find enough sustenance for a few days in there. Since it was a modern office, it of course also had a small recreational area, made up of a few plants around 2 easy chairs and a sofa. The sofa was a little too short to stretch out comfortably, but I didn't give a shit about that. It was a million times better than a cold, drafty porch exposed to the elements and dead people trying to eat me. It was the best bed I'd ever curled up in. Only as soon as my head hit the plush pillow, I wasn't out cold. I wasn't even ready to doze off. I was just plain exhausted, my entire body aching, my breath still coming in painful rasps, although the adrenaline had long since leaked from my veins and my pulse was down where it belonged. I was too tired to think, and right now that was something I deeply appreciated. I was vaguely aware of the fact that, likely after getting some rest, that would change. Then I would have to confront the details of what had happened, including that my friends were dead and the world as we'd known it didn't exist anymore. Right now it all felt so distant, so surreal, like the plot of a terrible movie. Click here to change the channel, please. Exhaling slowly, I let my mind fall blank as I continued to stare into the room, watching the angles of the sunlight slowly change as the day went by. A sound coming from the direction of the stairwell startled me wide awake. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a black guy in casual clothes, huffing from the exertion of going up the many stairs. He was tall, almost gangly, with his hair in twists just long enough to be gathered in a top knot at the back of his head. He paused for a moment to catch his breath, before he aimed straight for one of the desks to the right, ignoring everything else. He briefly searched the items piled up everywhere on the workspace before he dropped his backpack on the chair and went back to the hallway, presumably to check his locker. The locker that I'd not just broken into, but probably ransacked, if his desk was any indication of how his locker must look. Too stunned by the surreal normalcy of the encounter, I was still lying on the sofa, partly obscured from view by the setup. Now I finally rolled off it and came up in a crouch, looking around frantically for something I could use as a weapon, or, better yet, a hiding spot. The offices seemed like a good bet, only that the doors were likely locked as well, and I'd left my makeshift tools in the locker room, expecting to have all the time in the world to give the space a better search later on, if anything beyond the vending machine proved interesting enough. I could hear him banging around in the locker room, muttering to himself under his breath. Who was this guy? And what was his excuse for behaving like the world hadn't gone to shit all around us? Obviously, he worked here and came by to fetch something. What, I did not know. What could be so vital to chance the trek through the infested streets? Offices weren't known to be great stashes for survival gear. The only reason I'd come here was my chance to find it empty. For a moment, I considered the much more likely scenario. Not him being crazy, but me somehow having lost my mind. It was a fundamental relief. What was more likely? That I'd somehow survived the zombie plague and he was, despite all that was going on, dropping by his workplace to pick up some files he'd forgotten? Or that I was just imagining everything and had accidentally broken into an office space where he had every right to be. But where were the security guards? And what about the electricity failing? I hadn't imagined that, right? Since I was only a couple of feet away from the window, I held my breath for a moment to gauge whether he was still busy in the bathroom. The answer was decidedly yes, before I hastened over and glanced down. Yes, there were the packs still roaming the streets. The entire city center was gridlocked with barriers and cars, forever abandoned. And to the west, I could see plumes of smoke rising from what looked like a huge fire. Was that the airport? Much closer, the area with all the construction sites where I used to live also looked scorched, only embers remaining now at the most. I couldn't be certain, but it seemed like the fire had also engulfed the triage camp, leaving charred ground and not much else. Through gaps in the cityscape, I could just make out the burned-out ruin of the university building. Well, I'd never really enjoyed working or studying there anyway. All of that fit too perfectly into my scenario, not his. I must have stared at the apocalyptic landscape a little too intently, because it was his voice that pulled me back to the here and now, making me jump and whip around as he called out to me.
Oh, good. Someone else came in, too. Listen, was the bathroom already in this state when you got here, or...
His eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down.
Is that Candy's hoodie you're wearing?
I frantically cast around for a weapon. The only thing I could find was a stapler on the desk right next to me. That wouldn't do. My pulse increased, which made breathing harder, my lungs constricting painfully again, although I'd barely moved at all. Damn, I needed more time to recover. Also for my brain to finally start working again, because this was getting ridiculous. Who got caught with their metaphorical pants down, staring out over a post-apocalyptic landscape of all things? Feeling like I should at least try to say something, I focused on the man again. He was around my age, I realized, early 20s. Who's Candy? I still wasn't winning any intelligence awards, but since he'd dropped the name, my mind was sluggish to move on to other things, like finding something that I could use to defend myself if the need arose. Admittedly, he didn't look or sound very hostile, mostly confused. That made two of us. The guy cracked a momentary smile.
She just moved in here. That's her desk over there.
He nodded at a workspace on the other side of the room that only held a laptop stand and a formerly green plant in a cheerful planter, now mostly dried up after weeks of neglect.
She was wearing a hoodie just like yours when last I saw her.
He didn't even sound suspicious. More like he was about to say he was sorry for accusing me of anything. Not sure what to respond, I left it at a stare. Maybe he would turn around and leave if he got too uncomfortable. He looked like the kind of guy who wouldn't dare complain to a barista at a coffee shop who messed up his drink, but instead dutifully drank it even if it was the most vile decaf soy concoction. True enough, it only took him seconds to start to fidget, his gaze repeatedly jumping from me to his desk as he considered what to do or say. While he was busy deciding, I retreated to the sofa, dearly needing to get off my feet before I fell down from exhaustion.
I'm Kaz,
he said with a brief winning smile that dropped away immediately when I didn't respond.
Are you new here? At the co-working space, I mean. You don't look like a security guard or cleaning staff.
It was tempting to say yes just to mess with him, but the situation was getting too strange, even for me. You do realize that we're in the middle of some really weird shit going down, right? I asked instead. He briefly made a face.
Now that you mention it, it is weird that the light rail isn't operating, but I usually walk over here. They should send out more garbage trucks. It's piling up everywhere.
I stared at him as if he was stupid. He sure sounded like it. Then I felt guilty, wondering if maybe he had a condition that kept him from fully grasping the situation. He didn't seem like it, though. More like he'd had a similar experience like I'd had, only without being weak as a newborn kitten and about as smart as one as well. Then again, he wasn't winded after stringing 3 words together. Rather than inquire about any of that, I instead blurted out, "There's a garbage truck crushed 3 or 4 blocks down the street from here," as if that was any useful contribution to the conversation. Kaz's face lit up in another quick grin.
Oh, right! I saw that one as I walked over here. Strange that they haven't towed it away yet, right?
This was getting too weird, even for me. You just walked here? Not hid, ran, and ended up in a pool filled with putrefaction and floating dead people? In hindsight, there probably had been an easier route than I had taken, but not something as easy as a stroll down the sidewalk.
Sure did. Just put in my headphones and pulled up a playlist. I wasn't really in the mood for a podcast.
This was probably my first and only real chance of filling in the blanks that my mind was full of, thanks to my stint in the hospital tent. What day is today? Now he was looking at me strangely, like I was messing with him.
Monday,
he said, weirdly enunciating the word. What date, I mean? His confusion increased.
May 30?
He more asked than answered.
Are you feeling okay? You look a little tired. I hear there's something making the rounds. Maybe you should be home rather than at work?
I blinked, irritation slowly taking over. Just how fucking clueless could one man be? I don't work here, I clarified. I broke in, ransacked the lockers because I needed new clothes, and stole your friend's hoodie. After I spent the night on the street, freezing and scared shitless. After I woke up in a hospital tent after surviving that damn plague and didn't get eaten by the dead. Kaz listened to me evenly, only frowning briefly at how I'd acquired my current clothes. When it became evident that I was done, he gave a small shrug.
I'm sure Candy won't mind. She said she regularly donated clothes to the needy. Sounds like you were in need when you were cold.
My first impulse was to scream at him, asking if he'd listened to a word I'd said. I wisely refrained, since talking slowly already strained my underused vocal cords tremendously. He couldn't be that slow, right? But he could be shell-shocked and in deep denial. It wasn't like I'd done tremendous leaps in processing what had happened to me and my friends. Realizing that put somewhat of a damper on my irritation. Yes, I needed it, I admitted. It wasn't even a lie. Kaz nodded sagely. A quizzical look came onto his face.
Did you perhaps also need a power bank? You know, those portable batteries to keep your phone and laptop charged on the go? I dropped by because I couldn't find mine at home. Probably left it here. It's okay if you took it. I just need it back.
I stared at him for several seconds straight. It would have taken too much effort to dissect that in relation to what had happened to me and how he selectively ignored that. No, I didn't take it. I don't have a phone or laptop with me. I don't need a power bank.
Huh. Yeah, makes sense.
His attention briefly flitted across the room.
When you first got here, did it look like anyone else had been in here before you?
To steal your power bank? I hazarded a guess. He gave a somewhat uncomfortable nod that made me suspect he wasn't as oblivious as he'd pretended to be so far. No, everything was pretty much undisturbed. Just like any moment now, the first entrepreneurial early riser was about to drop by with a steaming cup of coffee and get ready to conquer the world. Kaz let out a low moan as he rolled his eyes.
I'd about kill for a white mochaccino right about now. It's been 16 days since I last had one. I was stupid enough to go on a sugar detox right before the quarantine orders made the rounds, and then, of course, it was too late to go out and grab one.
Ha! I shouted, way too triumphant, and paying with a coughing fit for being so mercilessly inconsiderate of my lungs. I knew it.
Knew what?
That you were just playing dumb. He looked more bewildered than offended.
Lady, you're the one ranting about zombies roaming the streets, not me.
I tried to interrupt, but simply didn't have the breath for it. Kaz kept on talking right over me.
Yes, I see that you've been through a lot. Some traumatic medical emergency, probably. There have been more confused people stumbling around lately than usual. I wish I could help you. I really do. I wish I could help you, but I can't. I'm just here to grab my power bank, and then I'm heading straight back home. I still have my project to finish and the code to compile before I can upload it for my client, and I don't have time for senseless discussions about how our abysmal medical system abandoned you before you were well enough to be discharged. Obviously. Okay? If you need anything from the vending machine, just type in the code 111. That's the override that lets you get whatever you want free of charge. Brian tells us we shouldn't abuse it, just in case we don't have change. Just write what you take on a note so I can pay him back later, okay? My treat.
That said, he hastened over to his desk, grabbed something, presumably his power bank that he'd finally spied where it had been sitting in plain view all along, shoved it into his backpack, and was already on the way to the door before my mind had caught up with half of what he'd dumped on me. Damn, but he could really talk fast. Wait! Shouting after him did a number on my ability to take the next shallow breath, but I couldn't just let him walk out like this. You'll die if you just traipse out there with your headphones on. You can't be that fucking oblivious. And no work project was worth his life, particularly since I highly doubted that he'd be able to upload it to his client. I remembered well enough that the internet connection had been abysmal before the girls and I had ended up at the triage station. Thinking of them gave me a painful twinge in my chest that had nothing to do with my labored breathing. Looked like my empathy was slowly waking up from its deep slumber. Kaz paused, one hand stretched out toward the door. For several seconds, I thought he would finish the motion and disappear down the stairwell. Then his shoulders slumped, and his entire posture changed from confident and carefree to tense and weary. Now we were talking. I heard him exhale slowly before he turned back around, a quizzical expression on his face.
It's not just too many drunks and druggies left from the weekend, is it?
He muttered more to himself than me.
You saw them too, didn't you?
And it's not just a temporary garbage disposal issue, I pointed out. trying for levity but falling short by miles. He looked away as he gnawed on his bottom lip, thinking. Then he opened a drawer in his desk and took out 2 cans of Coke, pausing for a moment as he counted his stash. It was probably his soda that I'd drunk earlier. He shrugged it off and walked over to me, extending one of the sodas in the universal gesture of appeasement. Only when the first sweet sip hit my tongue did I realize how thirsty I still was. Kaz watched me with a modicum of fascination. I got the sense that for the first time, he was really looking me over. I didn't want to know just how bedraggled I must have been looking. Scrubbing my hair with near caustic-level soap couldn't have been beneficial.
It wasn't quite like that,
he murmured after watching me finish the can in pretty much one go.
That I traipsed down the sidewalk, swinging my arms and shit. It was closer to a very tense stop and go. I've been watching them for days, increasing by the numbers, getting more and more restless. When the morning traffic tapered off, I figured now was the last chance I'd get to make a dash into the city.
I couldn't help but stare at him. For a freaking power bank? He scratched his head, uncomfortable.
I kind of hoped I'd run into someone normal. Maybe one of the other geeks that found refuge here.
Instead, you got me. While the smile I beamed at him was a sarcastic one, his in return was surprisingly warm.
Yes! And isn't that great? You're the first normal human being I've talked to in 16 days.
Since your last coffee atrocity, right? He shrugged, his awkwardness making a reappearance.
I'm not the most sociable guy. I know, could have fooled you, right?
I didn't answer, but instead waited for him to go on. After giving me another critical look, he did.
You're one of the survivors, aren't you?
Even though our conversation had been going on for less than 5 minutes, I didn't remember what exactly I had told him, so I simply nodded.
You're not the only one, you know,
he said, then actually looked a little taken aback.
You probably know that better than me. But there have been reports pretty much since they started putting up checkpoints around the hospitals and tent cities that some people are recovering and should be allowed to return to their homes.
He chuffed.
Of course, before they could reach a decision on that, everything else went to shit, and it was easier to just lock the gates and throw away the keys.
I squinted at him, trying to decide what and how much to tell him. But there was little sense in keeping all that to myself now, particularly since he seemed to be a superb source for outside information. There was a sniper, picking off those who drew attention to themselves. When he gave me a truly aghast look, I shrugged. He killed them moments before they were torn apart. It was a mercy killing, if anything. Then I frowned as another detail swam up in my patchy memory. He did shoot at me, too, when I was hiding on that ambulance, but he probably figured I had no way down from there. He didn't hit me, obviously, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Look at me blab my heart out. Clearly, we were a match made in heaven.
I'm glad he didn't hit you,
Kaz confided, sounding sincere. Me too. Another awkward pause followed while he nursed his Coke.
They're not dead, you know,
he said, slowly looking up from the can to catch my gaze. It was strangely imploring, like he wanted me to confirm his claim. I wonder what it was with him and those constant questions. They looked awfully dead to me.
When they were running around screaming? Tearing people apart who got shot by snipers at the last second?
He hazarded a guess. His tone alone let me know he still wasn't believing me, at least not entirely. I could see how that made little sense to him. No, before that, when my friend, who was dead and had been dead for days because that's why they took her off the bed, bundled her up in sheets, and stashed her underneath the cot so they could put the nurse who'd been caring for us on it, suddenly opened her eyes and stared at me. Dead, filmy eyes. I didn't hear her breathe either. I chuckled, and not just because what I'd just said sounded absolutely insane. Just listen to me. Breathe. I sound like a chain smoker that inhaled an entire coal mine. No way would I have missed that constant rattle from her. Kaz looked appropriately horrified.
I didn't know it got that bad,
he muttered, then quickly added,
I'm so sorry for your loss. That must have been horrible.
Still hasn't fully sunk in, I guess. Wincing at how that sounded, I shook my head. My mind's not fully working yet. No idea why, but thinking is really, really tough. Decision-making is even worse. Memories, shoddy. Sorry, I'm rambling.
I don't mind. It's good to be talking with someone again. I was getting stir-crazy at home, which is also why I decided to go check in on this space. I know you can't die of loneliness, at least not that quickly, but it was awful.
I wondered if I should suggest that we exchange awful experiences. My last 24 hours, or now closer to 30-something hours, hadn't been that rosy. Actually, spending 2 weeks locked in here on my own with enough water and some candy bars left to scavenge sounded pretty close to paradise. At the same time, I was glad for the company, and not just to milk him for information. Which reminded me, there were a lot of things I still didn't know, and Kaz didn't seem capable of informing me on its own, unprompted. Do they know what it is that's infecting us, and how far has it spread? It did not surprise me that he shook his head.
Last I heard, which has been over a week ago, mind you, they were still guessing. As I said, not everyone completely succumbs to the infection. And yes, they may look dead, but they aren't. At least, the first ones the media still reported about weren't dead. More like hibernating. Brain activity is really low, and their heart rate drops drastically. Breathing slows to an absolute minimum.
He caught his bottom lip in his teeth.
That's what the scientists said. That the dead have risen, that's from conspiracy nuts only. And, well, personal observation.
I couldn't hold in a snort. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and all that. He let out a surprisingly mirthless chuckle that spoke volumes about just how freaked out he must have been underneath that chipper facade.
It's only been the last couple of days that I've heard people refer to them as the walking dead. Zombies, you know?
I thought you didn't talk to anyone before me.
Talk? No. But I've kept my window open, hoping to catch some bits and pieces of conversation. Heard some soldiers chatting about their orders before they beat a hasty retreat because, well,
zombies. He nodded.
Pretty freaky, huh?
I wondered if I should fill him in on my personal encounters, but dropped the point. I didn't particularly want to relive any of that, and there was little sense in rehashing everything for him. Just thinking about that putrid pool made me want to dash right back into the shower that probably had no water left. The National Guard's still here? I saw some soldiers get overrun before I made it out of the camp. Kaz grimaced.
From what I can tell, they've been pulling back for days. The first week with the shelter in place and then quarantine orders, they hardly let anyone out. But then we got reports from outbreaks in California and Seattle, and there was little sense in keeping this all up.
He winced.
From what I've read, several of the Midwest states closed their borders to the outside, but it was all too little too late. Nobody was prepared for something of this magnitude.
That sounded, if not good, then not surprising. And that even with the CDC issuing warnings on what to do in the event of the zombie apocalypse a few years ago. His grin was quick to return.
Turns out their normal level catastrophe PSA wasn't quite enough. Then again, here we are, making fun of that, holed up in an office building with water for weeks and an entire vending machine full of candy bars.
He glanced at the wall of water bottles with a nod, but then frowned when his attention focused on the machine next to it.
Drats. Without electricity, the code won't work.
I gave him a look that plainly stated how stupid that remark had been. It took me all of 5 minutes to break into the lockers. Do you really think that thing is a match for me? Besides, there's likely a backup key for it with the cleaning cart, or whoever restocks these. Kaz nodded slowly, considering.
So you're some kind of first-class thief or something? Ocean's 11 level heist, I mean, not swiping some gum at the checkout line.
I knew he didn't realize just how loaded that question was. I'm an accountant, I hedged. Or will be. I have 1 more year left in grad school. If things had turned out differently, I'd be starting my internship right here. I frowned. What level are we on? At the firm that's on level 11.
5. We're on level 5.
I couldn't hold back a pained groan. Only 5 stories from the street, and I had been dragging myself up for what felt like forever? So much for even considering getting into my apartment, key issues notwithstanding. If it hadn't burned down, that was. Then again, I'd had nothing of sentimental value there. I could just up and leave forever. Again.
An accountant, huh? Have a business card? I might need someone for my new business,
Kaz joked, or at least I thought he was joking. Somehow I didn't see end-of-year balances being all that important this year. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world.
I was actually serious, mostly.
He grimaced again.
I'm also looking for a new therapist, if you happen to be living with one.
Nope, all business and architecture majors. And besides, they were all dead now. My, wasn't that a reality check? Exhaling slowly, and once more succumbing to a coughing fit caused by all that talking, I cast around for a different topic. Very belatedly, I realized I hadn't even introduced myself. I'm Callie. Sorry for my manners.
And I'm still Kaz.
He grabbed my offered hand and shook it, playfully formal.
Nice to meet you, Callie. We'll make a great team.
When I just stared at him flatly, he shrugged awkwardly.
Like Kaz and Cal? Cal and Kaz? Sounds like a great duo, doesn't it?
There was nothing much I could add to that, so I dropped the point, absolving us both of having to dwell on this much longer. So, what's the plan now, Kaz? I got another of his awkward shrugs. Maybe it just looked like that because he was both tall and thin.
As I said, I only planned as far as getting here. It makes sense to crash here, at least for the night. Then we can look for a different hiding spot tomorrow? Maybe stock up on some actual food, not just empty calories.
It was then that I realized he had no idea just how weak I still was. Empty calories sound good, and I have no other plans either. His attention dropped to the sofa, clearly my domain that I had staked out, before it flitted to the separate office rooms.
Hey, can you crack those locks as well? One of them has a really comfy reading chair in them. I'll take that if you can get the door unlocked.
He paused, suddenly uncomfortable.
That is, if you don't mind me hanging around. I can go up a level and sleep there if you'd prefer that. There's a software development company that I'm sure also has some kind of sleeping area. They often pull all-nighters. Or used to.
One more break and enter coming up, I joked as I lumbered to my feet. Since it was easier to grab a couple of paper clips from a nearby desk than to make the entire journey to the lockers and back, I did just that and got to work. I could tell that Kaz was fascinated by what I was doing, including just how often I had to lean against a wall to make it to the next door. After the second, he brought over a chair for me to sit on that he then rolled along once I was ready to tackle the next door.
How far away was the triage station where you were?
He asked cautiously. When I told him the light rail station's name, he gave me an impressed grunt.
That's quite a way away.
A pregnant pause followed.
Why did you come here and not head out of the city instead? The roadblocks only went up to the interstate.
It was only now that I seriously asked myself that very question. I'd pretty much wandered from the outskirts of uptown right back into the very center. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Maybe my subconscious was running along familiar paths. I really don't know.
For what it's worth, I'm glad we met, he professed.
Because you just realized to survive, you only need to outrun someone who can't walk for more than 10 feet before needing to rest? He offered a considering expression, but then laughed it off.
You'll be much better in a day or two. You'll outrun me in no time. People always look at me and assume I'm super fit and into sports, you know? But I'm not. Seriously, walking down the street gets me winded. But if we stay here for more than a day, I'll make a quick tour through a few of the other levels if you don't mind. Maybe we'll hit the jackpot.
He gave me a conspiratorial grin.
Maybe someone left a stash of chocolate in their desk?
I wondered if he realized that in trying to make me feel better, he actually accomplished the opposite. Sure, I didn't want to be left behind as someone else's baggage, but if I'd had the choice right now, I'd have gone with someone super strong and super into survival. Have you ever lived anywhere outside a city? I asked as we made our way to the next door.
Nope. Suburbs is as far as you'll see me out there. Never had a reason to go far from the next broadband internet access.
He paused, considering.
Until now. I get your point. I'm so not the survivalist type.
That might be about to change.
You think?
He seemed less than enthusiastic.
Honestly, I do hope that they have some kind of camp out there where they are gathering all the survivors. A well-stocked camp defended by armed soldiers. That's where they all went, right? The first responders and the National Guard.
I didn't have it in me to crush his delusions for a second time. Deep down, he must have known that most, if not all of them, must have died. Since the last thing I needed was for him to shut down and end up rocking in a corner, I kept my trap shut. I had a feeling that a lot of uncomfortable truths were waiting for us right around the corner. Done with the last office door, I shuffled back to my sofa while Kaz did a quick checkup on what there was to discover. As soon as I was sure he was deeply enraptured in his search, I pulled the pocket knife I'd found in one of the lockers out of my backpack and put it into my jeans back pocket instead. It wasn't like I didn't trust Kaz. Actually, I got the sense from him that he was in way more danger from me than vice versa. But it had been foolish for me to doze off without a weapon at hand. Before we left here, I'd have to look for something else that didn't force me to go into close range to be useful. I really hated having to give in to old instincts. Years of not having to constantly watch my back had made me soft and complacent. And now that I was sick, on top of being really out of shape, I didn't feel too great about this entire situation. But I would take it one obstacle at a time, that much was for sure. It wasn't like there was a time-out button to push instead. Kaz returned with an armload of food later, mostly salty and sweet snacks. Once I felt up to making the trip, I broke into the vending machine, giving us access to a little more variety of more of the same. Kaz was strangely resentful of the empty calories, as he kept calling them, but I really didn't mind. More for me, and I direly needed the sustenance. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, giving us not only a magnificent view of a surprisingly beautiful sky, but also the opportunity to gauge the situation out there. The fire I'd noticed earlier was still going strong. With some extrapolating using Kaz's phone, the network was down, but GPS was still working. We guessed it was indeed raging at the airport. As the city disappeared into darkness, I spent some time looking for artificial illumination out there. But except for two smaller fires, there was nothing visible. Either people had learned to light their candles away from windows, or we were the only two people still alive in the city. The truth was likely somewhere in between. That still left us with a pretty grim outlook. Kaz eventually disappeared into one of the offices, using his power bank to get a few more hours out of his laptop. I suspected it was to watch porn, but from what little I'd learned about him, it could just have been problem-solving videos instead. Sad. I was content to stay on the couch, my mind finally ready to power down and give me some actual sleep. With the main door barred from the inside and all the windows closed, it was an eerily quiet but also deceptively safe space. I still fell asleep with my fingers wrapped around the pocket knife, now hidden from sight underneath a pillow. Food and water would last us for 4 days easily, a week if we went hungry. With quick excursions onto the other floors, we could likely last several months here. But that didn't make much sense to me. Going by the rate of my recovery, we decided to stay here for 2 more days and leave on the 3rd once the morning rush through the city died down, if that was still going on then. I woke up in the middle of the night after sleeping in fits of one nightmare chasing the next. The worst had been what I suspected was a memory, really. Listening to the machine breathe for ash, and then everything around me fell silent. It was that very same silence I woke up to. What also followed me from the dream was how my heart seized up, a wave of grief rolling over me that was so strong that for several seconds straight it was impossible to draw in my next gasp for air. When I finally managed to force in a shaky breath, it ended in a sob. It was only the first of many more, although I somehow stifled the sounds of most of them. For a while it felt as if my heart had torn itself straight out of my chest while I was choking on my emotions. It didn't stop so much as I eventually forced myself to shut down once more. I knew it wasn't a healthy coping mechanism, but what else was there to do? Mostly to distract myself, I got up to prep some more cold tea, soaking random tea bags I'd found yesterday in a bottle of water to give it some extra taste and soothe my aching throat, and settled in for more rest and recovery. The recovery part at least seemed to work somewhat, even though I still felt weak and tired. Everything was still so deceptively calm and quiet. As much as I appreciated that, it also set my teeth on edge. Something was bound to ruin that at any moment. I hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye to any of the girls, or tell them how great the last 3 years with them had been. That, more than anything else, weighed on my soul. I knew, or dearly hoped, that they'd been aware of just how much I'd appreciated their companionship. They hadn't needed to welcome me with open arms when we had virtually nothing in common and I remained closed-mouthed on most personal details. They'd never pried. Brandy, superficial, flighty Brandy, had even declared one day that it would have been stupid to dwell on the past and that she'd much rather judge me by my current actions. And to, pretty please, lay off the matte rosé lipstick because that was so last decade. Thinking of that made me smile, even through the tears. Walking over to the windows, I stared out over the city again. The fire was still raging. Actually, it was spreading, the plumes of smoke so thick that even in the dark of night, they blotted out parts of the city. I realized we wouldn't be able to keep to our proposed schedule unless we wanted to chance burning alive in our ivory tower made of glass, steel, and concrete. So I returned to my sofa and did my very best to get the most of it. Eventually, I dozed off once more, but the quality of my dreams didn't improve. I was honestly surprised to find the door still barred and Kaz fast asleep in his office the next morning. If I hadn't been so exhausted, I might have considered abandoning him and running myself, but it made more sense to stick it out together. That was what people did in moments of crisis, right? They banded together. Glancing at the windows and seeing the dark, sooty clouds billow around the building let me know that, yes, we were out of time. I allowed myself another moment to dwell in the roiling pit of grief that had replaced my heart. Then I got up, lumbered over to Kaz's chosen hideout, and pounded on the door until I heard a weak, "I'm up," filter through the wood. Then it was just a matter of washing up one more time, raiding the vending machine and filling up water bottles. And then, Kaz and I got ready to run for our lives. Chapter 9. Getting down from the 5th floor back to street level was of course different from climbing up all those stairs. But even so, I could tell that my body had gotten more out of almost a full day and night of rest than my brain. I still had to stop several times to catch my breath, but between us now having a flashlight and what remained of Kaz's phone's battery, and all the food I'd inhaled, I felt a little less like death warmed over as we reached the door to the entrance hallway. Before we opened the door, we took another long break until I felt ready. Kaz was visibly tense, and his normal chattiness had dwindled down to a new minimum, but I was glad I didn't need to tell him that we should keep as quiet as possible. Part of me wondered yet again if I wouldn't have been better off alone, but I knew that didn't come from the rational part of my brain. Kaz had had all the opportunity in the world to set out on his own last night, and listening to my wheezing, a lot of cause as well. But he was still here. I intended to make the most of that, whether it was his gullibility or hope that together we'd stand a better chance to survive that made him stick with me. Since he'd given me zero reason to be concerned about any ulterior motives, it was my best bet for sure. There was no questioning who would lead our small expedition. Me. Kaz was considerate enough to pull the door open so I could first glance out, then step into the hallway to better listen to what was going on at street level. He waited until I gave him the signal to follow me to where I was crouching at the corner by the security station that let me catch a glimpse of the street. We both jumped when the door closed with a reverberating bang, although Kaz had tried to prevent it. Nothing stirred or came hurtling at us from a hiding place. After 5 endless seconds of my pulse racing, I concentrated on the outside instead. While I hadn't thought that possible, things had gotten remarkably worse since yesterday. Or what I remembered of my flight here, which wasn't all that much. Simply needing to get that yuck out of my hair and off my skin had bothered me more than I'd liked to admit. The foremost thing was that the air was no longer clear. We'd already seen from above that the smoke from the fires was drifting toward the city center, but down here on street level it was much, much worse already. I could not just see it, both as a general haze, but also black clouds of smoke billowing down the street between gusts of wind, but also smell it and soon taste it as a cloying something on my tongue. But it wasn't just the scent of burning buildings that made a shudder run up and down my spine. That sweet, strangely delicious note of BBQ that hung in the air, that was definitely people getting roasted. It was beyond time to hightail it out of here. I shared none of my observations with Kaz. Judging from how wide his eyes were, he seemed to have come to the same conclusions on his own. Little of that mattered for our immediate survival. Instead of trying, and likely failing, to find words of comfort for both of us, I focused on the street. The amounts of debris that had gotten swept down the street had increased over the past day, as had the lumps near obstacles and corners. With some, it was easy to believe that it was just dirty, wadded-up trash. With others, that was impossible. The bloodstains on the ground and bits and pieces of clothing still clinging to torn off, partly devoured limbs were impossible to explain away. While we'd been hiding up in the co-working space, a veritable slaughter must have happened down here in the streets, enough so that the predators hadn't even fully finished their meals. It was almost a blessing to consider that soon the approaching fire would do away with what remained. My heart went out to those who had perished, but it was much more important to focus on us not joining them, so that was exactly what I was trying to do. I watched the street for a good 5 minutes before I lightly touched Kaz's shoulder to indicate that I was ready to move and slowly stepped toward the doors. The entire time we'd been observing, not a single being, living or debatably so, had passed, but I could hear sounds coming from up the block. All too soon it became obvious what was going on. A group of at least 10, if not more, figures was gathered around something on the ground. As I watched, they grew more agitated, snarling and growling. Then 2 of them went for a third, pulling her down. At least, I thought it was a woman because of the long brunette hair. Carnage ensued. The rest immediately surrounded them, a few retreating with bloody limbs or other parts in their mouths or hands. I shrunk back without wanting to. Kaz stared at me, wide-eyed, clearly having witnessed the same. If not for the clouds of smoke and ash, I would have suggested retreating to the upper levels again. But as if to taunt us, the air got even more hazy. "That doesn't look good," I whispered.
"Should we try later?"
It sounded like the saner option, but I absolutely didn't want to get roasted alive just because... Well, not getting eaten and torn apart by zombies sounded like a good excuse, but that we were on a deadline was obvious. Not sure it will get any better, and I'm really concerned about the smoke. Belatedly, I wondered how much worse that would make breathing for me. Unless the wind changed drastically, I didn't see that getting better.
"Burning to death doesn't sound better than being eaten alive."
Him echoing my thoughts almost made me crack a smile. I didn't point out that it was more likely we'd get bludgeoned to death and torn apart before getting chomped on. That wasn't really much of a consolation. "Kaz, you do realize how bad my lungs are doing? If we have to run, I can't keep up with you, whether you're a linebacker or not. I can't run, period." Admitting that made me uncomfortable on so many levels. Disbanding the last of his fears about my prejudice toward him was the only positive I could see, and it lent little comfort. Kaz actually had the grace to look guilty, if only for a moment.
"I'm not that great about running either,"
he confessed. Then his face brightened.
"Not sure about how they hunt, for lack of a better word, but from how that looks, we might be dead either way if we have to run. So it doesn't matter if we're both moving at snail speed if stealth is the way to go. So what if it takes us longer? We got all the time in the world. And don't worry about slowing me down."
"I'm not worried. If I'm too slow, you can get away while they eat me," I deadpanned. That made him pause, as if he hadn't considered that at all. I wondered for a second if I should have reconsidered my choice of companion, but since we were both out of other options and favored not striking out on our own, I could see where this might be a working arrangement. And if not, I figured I had maybe 30 seconds to regret it before I got torn apart and eaten alive, none of which would be his fault. "Slow, steady, and stealthy it is," I muttered, mostly to myself, as I resumed my previous position to check on the street. The group of cannibals was still at it, with the strong ones hunched over the 2 corpses they had produced, the old and the recent one. The weaker individuals gnawed on their retrieved bits and pieces, 1 or 2 of them also casting around, considering the leftovers of previous carnage. It all looked so unreal that if I hadn't watched them tear apart that woman, I wouldn't have been able to make much sense of what was going on. Contrary to my intellect, my lizard brain wasn't thus deceived, sending my heartbeat into overdrive while a fresh wave of adrenaline hit my veins. Maybe they were too distracted to notice Kaz and me sneaking away? Only one way to find out. As much as finding the doors smashed to crunching bits of glass when I'd reached the building had been kind of demoralizing, now I was glad for it. That meant that no parts needed to be swung open, and since the thudding of the stairwell door hadn't drawn them, I presumed they didn't go for sound. At least, not while they were quite noisily gorging themselves on one of their own, and said sounds weren't directly related to fresh food. Or maybe the combination of sound and motion had triggered the instincts of the pack that had come after me yesterday. Wasn't that how predators worked? I slowly stepped through the door frame, placing my foot deliberately to avoid slipping. It would have been just my luck to fall and slice up some major artery that made me bleed out before they even had a chance to come for me. Nothing happened. I didn't slip, and they didn't show any interest. Exhaling slowly, I shifted my weight and completed that step, pulling my body outside, my full attention remaining on the feeding frenzy. Still nothing. Keeping with the slow, deliberate motions, I took a step to the side, shifting away from them. One of the weaker ones paused, a bloodied tendon or ligament hanging out of her mouth, the forearm she had been gnawing on momentarily forgotten. Even across the distance, I could see the hunger in her filmed-over eyes. My breath caught in my throat, everything inside of me screaming for me to run. Even standing still, my breath came in painful wheezes that made it quite obvious that running wasn't a good option right now. A few seconds passed as she kept staring at me with uncanny interest. Then 2 of the strong ones started literally tearing apart the torso of one of their carcasses, drawing the entire pack's attention to them. I used their momentary distraction to make my way to the closest cars, quickly crouching down between the bumpers. Kaz was right beside me, squeezing into the gap as I shimmied to the other side to both give him space and let me catch a glimpse of the pack. Most of the weaker ones had drawn closer to the fight, aiming to grab a fresh hunk of fatty meat. Only the one that had been watching me kept glancing back. But as far as I could tell, she kept checking on the building entrance, not our new position. I hoped that if I managed to stay out of her sight, she wouldn't be able to track me further. Only one problem with that strategy. That meant I would have to move on using the middle of the street, roughly in sight of the strong ones. And with them, I had a feeling that one flicker of movement would be enough to make them come tearing after us, raging and screaming. Where was a distraction when you needed one? Fright, more than possible scarring on my lungs, made even breathing impossible, as I forced myself to leave my perch of relative safety. I only pushed myself far enough into the road to be able to pass the car with no part of me scraping along the metal and thus calling certain doom down on us. Glancing back as much as forward, I was relieved to see the strong ones remaining oblivious. As soon as I reached the bumper of the car, I ducked between it and the next car, as much as the almost gridlocked vehicles would allow. Without my pack, I might have squeezed through, but there was no way Kaz would have fit. As soon as his head appeared alongside the hood, I pushed back out into the street, pausing a moment to check on the pack while Kaz squeezed into the gap. Still no change, so I chanced another car length. Next up was a truck that had ended up crammed sideways between this car and the bus ahead of it, with both front wheels stuck on the sidewalk. The front doors of the cab were open, making me guess that the passengers must have fled after totaling the car. That gave me an idea. Rather than try to go around and end up forced to travel the entire length of the bus in the middle of the road, I instead looked into the truck. It was empty, 2 abandoned packs and a jacket in the back, the only thing useful in sight. Trying to keep my motions controlled and silent, I stepped up into the cab, ending up kneeling on the driver's seat with just enough room between my backpack and the wheel to shimmy past it. The cloying scent of blood hit my nose. Clearly not everyone inside had gotten away clean. I had to lock down my muscles to keep myself from bolting when I realized that liquid was soaking my jeans at the knees. Blood. I was kneeling in a fucking pool of blood. A scrape coming from my right side made me jump, only luck preventing me from knocking the back of my skull against the roof of the cab. With relief, I realized it was only Kaz crouching beside the truck, his eyes zooming between me and the street. When he made as if to follow me inside, I vehemently shook my head and signaled him to go around the truck instead. If there was any chance that they hunted by this scent, I was already dead. Chancing the street was better than this. Kaz hesitated, but something seemed to tip him off when I eased myself over the center console and into the other seat. I winced inside when my second knee actually made a squelching sound as I raised it from the seat. At least the other seat was only splattered, not soaked. Suspended between the seats, it was impossible to ignore the back row and the packs stashed there. Both were large hiking backpacks, stuffed to the brim. Not like the day packs, only useful for office work like Kaz and I were carrying, with very little as far as rations went. Those packs looked like the real deal. They might even contain weapons and ammo. Not that I was convinced that a single shot wouldn't call hundreds of zombies down on us, but the familiar sense of safety was oh so tempting. Familiar, my ass. It had been over 3 years since I'd last held a gun, let alone fired one. Craning my neck, I checked on the zombies, realizing I couldn't see a single one of them because of the position of the truck. I also couldn't make out Kaz, although he likely hadn't reached the bus yet. I hesitated another moment before I gingerly put my right knee on the armrest of the driver's seat so I could reach into the back row. The dark green pack was too far away, but my fingers managed to scratch across the surface of the purple one. Pushing myself forward, I got a hold of one of the outside straps so I could pull the pack forward. It barely budged, much heavier than I'd expected. I needed a veritable yank to make it flop against the back of the front seat so I could reach the zippers. No way would I be able to pick it up and heave it out of the car with me. Damn, but being so weak absolutely sucked. As soon as I opened the pack, parts of a jacket came spilling out. I pulled, discarding it onto the back row to look at what was hiding underneath. Shirts, plus some dehydrated food. Ramen, not quality MREs or nuts. A battery pack, a flashlight, daily hygiene items, but no gun, magazines, or even a hunting knife. In short, it was a bust. Frustrated that I had wasted energy on this, I sagged back into the passenger seat, allowing myself a moment to catch my breath before moving on, and came face to face with the weak female, her mouth still smeared red from her second-rate meal. I had barely enough time for my breath to catch in my throat. Then she was launching herself up into the truck, grimy hands grabbing for me with uncanny precision. I tried to rear back, but got caught against the steering wheel. Her claw-like fingers scratched across the front of my hoodie and found purchase around the straps of my pack. With a giant yank, she pulled me forward, easily dislodging me from my position on top of the seat. If she'd tried to bite my face, I would have been a goner. Instead, she let herself fall back, effectively making us both drop out of the car, her backwards, and me seeing the ground rush up toward me beyond her filthy head. At the last second, she threw herself to the side without letting go of me, turning us into a giant ball of limbs and pack. Pain exploded through my right side as my hip and shoulder met the road way too fast. I did my best to get my arms between my face and her head as a potential barrier. That left me defenseless to her flipping me onto my back, weirdly suspended over my pack, the pack that she was still holding on to, using it to cling to me. Half stunned by the impact, stupid with panic, as my nose filled with the sharp sense of body odor, fecal matter, bile, and blood, I tried to pull my knees up between us so I could kick her off me. But she was smart, pretty much lying across my hips, yet with her legs to the side so I couldn't find purchase. I tried to scramble against the sidewalk underneath me, but only produced a sequence of horribly loud scratching sounds against the pavement. At least I had my arms between me and her snapping jaws as she tried to come for my face. Fuck, I hoped she didn't gnaw my fingers off. Just as I thought that, she paused, rage-filled eyes zeroed in on my own. With more fervor than actual strength, I sent my fist straight for her forehead, hoping to dissuade her from biting me, or at the least to distract her. Her head jerked to the side, but not even enough to break eye contact. I tried again, this time punching harder, all the while keeping my left arm up between us. Twice more she let me hit her, seemingly perplexed by what was going on. The growling got ever more aggressive. If I hadn't been about to go insane from panic, the situation would have been ridiculous. Just as I tried to hit her yet again, she lunged downward, her entire weight shifting onto her arms. The way she pressed down onto my torso forced what little air I managed to gasp for out of my lungs in a pained whine. As a last-ditch effort, I slammed my forearm up and against her throat, hoping the impact to her breathing would make her back off. It didn't, but at least she finally let go of the straps of my pack. That this left her free to claw for my hands wasn't much of an improvement. At the very edge of my awareness, I realized that Kaz was hovering a couple of steps away, unsure of what to do. Just as I glanced toward him, trying to signal to him to kick her off me or whatever, he backed away, ducking underneath the bus. Oh, great. All of 5 minutes, and he was ready to, throw me under the bus. Figuratively only, of course, because literally would have helped a lot more. I tried to hit her again. My fist only made it halfway up to her face before she snatched it with uncanny speed, pinning it to the ground next to my head. I tried to punch and roll with my other arm, but she took hold of that wrist as well, pinning it just the same. That left her in the perfect position to lean in and snarl right into my unprotected face, strings of saliva dripping from her snapping jaws. I screwed my eyes and lips shut, as much against the drool as the knowledge of what was going to happen next. The damn pack left my hips and legs useless, my body too weak to gain enough strength to build the momentum that might help me wrestle myself free. I still tried to push my body either way, but it was to no avail. As I kept struggling, I felt the last of my strength leave me, my mind torn between utter chaos and the need to breathe. All the while, foul odor wafted into my face, my cheek now slick with zombie saliva. Fuck, but this was a gross way to go. I was mostly disappointed at myself for giving up so easily. I might as well have spared myself the last 2 days and never left what should have become my deathbed. Anger cut through my despair, hot and instant, glowing like a red-hot bar of iron in the night. I screamed, pouring all my fear, desperation, and self-loathing into that one sound. It came out more of a croak than a roar, but at least I wasn't admitting defeat. Snapping my eyes open, I reared up as much as I could and slammed my head right up into her chin. I was fully prepared to accept that my last show of defiance would be a futile one, but at least I would go down fighting. For a moment it looked like that was happening, the zombie only rearing back slightly from my headbutt, not even enough to lessen the impact of her weight on my chest and arms. She even let out a crooning croak, almost as if she welcomed the challenge. Her jaws snapped shut twice right in front of my face, as if to draw out my anguish just a little longer. Something slammed into us from the side. Something large, substantial, and fast. Most of the impact hit her, practically tearing her off me. But the pain exploding through my body let me know that I hadn't escaped unscathed. I was flipped over onto my front, the side of my hand burning where it grated against the asphalt. Sweet, sweet air got into my lungs as my torso expanded pretty much without my conscious doing, hurting almost as much as the lack of oxygen before. I scrambled onto all fours, then launched myself up into a lumbering run before my mind could catch up with what was going on. I made it exactly 3 staggering steps before a second of the strong one slammed into me, this one hitting me head on. If I'd thought the other tearing the female off me had been painful, this now was true agony. I felt like a rag doll getting flung this way and that by a raging Rottweiler. Vertigo on top of the pain brought my breakfast up, stomach acid burning my mouth before a fountain of vomit spewed out of me, just as my body slammed back onto the ground. Instinct made me want to curl up, but my pack somehow got in the way, decreasing my momentum and jerking me in the other direction. No, not my pack. Someone grabbing and holding onto it. Rather than bring me to a full stop, there was only a painful jolt. Then both straps broke, without a doubt weakened by the tearing of the female zombie before. Suddenly rolling again, I let velocity carry me, the vertigo too strong for rational thinking. Shadows surrounded me, and I came to a halt on my back, everything grimy and dark above me. I was lying underneath the bus, I realized. My body hurt all over, making it hard to concentrate on anything in particular. But the only thing I cared about was not being torn to shreds, yet. With my heart thumping in my throat and my mind screaming for me to get up and run, I remained as still as I could, taking shallow, irregular breaths. When I was still alive, 10 seconds later, I dared turn my head slowly to look back toward the sidewalk. The two fast, strong ones were getting busy pulling the female zombie's torso apart. Her limbs already lay discarded all over the place, where several others now descended on them, getting ready for their feast. She was still alive, for as much as that term was applicable, her head whipping from side to side frantically. Since one of them had torn her throat out, no sound escaped her. Far was it from me to have mercy for my would-be killer, but that was an awful way to die. I looked away as soon as I managed, telling myself it was more important to check on the entire pack than focus on this macabre spectacle. I also direly needed the time to get air back into my lungs and find the energy and will to move. Fuck, but this could have gone better. While I waited for my saliva to slowly do away with the burning stomach acid and chunks of vomit throughout my mouth, I did my best to plot my new strategy. Just as I'd feared, speed wasn't part of what I could use for a survival strategy. Even if I'd been in the best health and greatest fitness, the way the fast ones in particular moved, I didn't stand a chance. Since I was a far shot from that, it was even more obvious that my only chance was to stick with stealth. But stealth on a much greater level than simply ducking behind cars, and being stupid and lingering in a car that was easily accessible and where my movements must have been obvious from all around. And just maybe I could have done with a better apocalypse partner than Kaz, although I didn't really hold it against him that he'd chosen to hide rather than help me. He could have tried to pry that undead bitch off, but realistically, if he'd been that stupid, the strong ones would have come after him rather than her. I was still surprised that my accidental exit move had worked. So far, none of them had as much as glanced my way, although they should have seen me roll toward the bus. My torn pack still lay like an accusatory waymarker between the feeding frenzy and my current position. Not for a second did I consider trying to reclaim it. I'd have to survive long enough to get hungry or thirsty first, and right now the cards for that event to happen didn't look stellar. Finding a supermarket to raid couldn't be more dangerous than trying to retrieve the loss now. A light scratching sound coming from my other side made me jerk hard, my already galloping pulse jumping into overdrive. Rather than a new threat, it was a pair of sneakers that I recognized, soon followed by knees, and then Kaz's pinched face as he crouched down and tried to get a good look underneath the bus. I checked on the gore fest going on one last time, and when still no attention came my way, I gently pushed my body into a rolling motion, bridging the distance to Kaz. Wow, didn't it feel great to force my beaten and bruised body to move? His eyes lit up when he realized that I was still alive, and closer to unscathed as I had a right to be. He quickly reached out and helped me onto unsteady feet. I winced when his grip inadvertently aggravated what I was sure would become a massive bruise on my right upper arm, where the fast one had slammed into me as he'd gone for the female zombie. I quickly put a hand over his mouth when Kaz made as if to speak, vehemently shaking my head as I pointedly glared toward where the pack was feeding on the other side of the bus. Obviously, they were hunting by sound also, and I had a feeling that normal speech would put us on the platter even faster than guttural screams. The only part I didn't understand was how I had managed to trudge between all the slow ones when I'd left the triage tents. But I had a feeling that most of them had been reduced to small chunks of bone and viscera in the meantime. None of the pack were naked, their torn, gore-stained clothes, variations of work uniforms, and loungewear. Damn, I really hoped that the key to our escape wouldn't lie in stripping down and rolling in feces. But if I had to, I was prepared to go that route. For now, slow, silent movement would do. I considered gesturing to Kaz to take point, but his puppy dog eyes clearly expressed his will to tag along instead. My aching body didn't like it, but so be it. At least we still had his backpack. I took another careful look around, up and down the street and as much as I could see of both sidewalks, before I crouched down and eased away from the bus, determined to make it out of this fucking city alive. Chapter 10. The next hours were nerve-wracking, but mostly uneventful. Unlike my blunder in the first 5 minutes of our escape, we didn't immediately or repeatedly run into other packs, or the same over and over again. For a while, that first pack moved in the same direction we were heading, but when I angled slightly north at an intersection that was nothing more than piled-up scrap metal in all directions, we finally lost them. That didn't mean the streets were empty. There was a lot of movement going on all around, but most of the zombies seemed to be out on their own, happy to hunker down in the shadow of a wreck or withdraw into a house entrance to gnaw on scraps picked up on the move. I could only imagine what must have left the insane amount of carnage they were now working on. Not just one pack, but many. Had it been streams of strong ones escaping from the triage camps that had rushed through the streets? Had more roving packs formed that now rested somewhere, sleeping off their bender of carnage and digesting? Or had it been all single zombies roaming the streets after escaping the prison of their houses and apartments? There were still a lot of them locked inside, pounding on windows or dropping mindlessly off balconies. Narrowly avoiding the first of those splatter bombs had almost given me a heart attack, now slowing our progress down even further as the two-dimensional hellscape gained an altitude variable. I had no idea how far we had gotten. We could have checked the GPS on Kaz's phone, but I saw little use in that. We were only now getting to the highway ringing the inner city, and there was still a lot of Charlotte to cross outside of that. The day was unbearably hot and sunny, even though it wasn't noon yet, and the entire city was filled with an unbearable stench that made me almost glad for the massive clouds of smoke that kept chasing after us. Ash was better than rotting meat and BBQ. When we finally got to the interstate, I realized that traversing I-277 would be less of an issue than I'd feared. The roads leading to the highway were severely gridlocked, including the free stretches of ground around them where people had simply tried going cross-country to escape somehow, it seemed. But that also meant there was a lot of room and opportunity to duck around and under cars. While I wouldn't have enjoyed walking through the underpass at night, it wasn't that much worse now than leaving the perceived safety of Uptown for the lower-level sprawl of the city. What was an issue was that I could no longer ignore that an entire section of the city to the east and south was also burning, the smoke becoming visible now even though the wind kept carrying it away from us rather than in our direction. I couldn't quite pinpoint the center of it, but it looked like the UNC campus was blazing. What I'd kind of figured was our best vector out of the city thus turned into a potential blazing hell, because we hadn't had enough of that chasing after us yet. Because any way out was really the best way out, we decided to head due north now, with regular checks on how the fires were developing. We drank up the last of the water in our pack, both ate 2 candy bars, and off we went once more. At just after 1 in the afternoon, after 2 almost run-ins with more packs, I finally had to admit defeat. I simply couldn't go on. Not only did every fiber in my body hurt, but I was becoming increasingly incapable of concentrating enough to stay alive. My motions turned more uncoordinated and clumsy by the minute, and my will to force myself on wavered more and more. In the backyard of one of the houses we more trudged than snuck by, I spied a garden shed. I was sure that it would be 1,000,000 degrees in there, but it seemed preferable to a car and was much less likely to house a bunch of undead, so we aimed for that. We still waited a good 5 minutes by the house before I finally found the courage to sneak over and check. That it was open was obvious. Something or someone had already ransacked it, leaving lounge chairs and sandbox toys strewn all across the lawn. After several heart attack-provoking moments until my eyes adjusted to the dark interior, I verified that it was indeed abandoned. Kaz lugged in 2 of the chairs while I cleared space so we could close the door. And thus concluded our first half day of trying to escape the city. Up in the co-working space, our silence, when not disturbed by his chattering, had been amiable and warm. Now it was tense as hell as we remained hunched over or curled up on the chairs, utterly exhausted but too wired to relax. At least I was. Kaz seemed to have no problem stretching out and dozing off after sorting through the pack once more and finding our rations reduced to 0. Except for water, I wasn't sure if I could have stomached anything more. That last candy bar sat like an iron weight in my middle. Realistically, we could have likely found something in the house a couple of feet away from our position, but I didn't feel up to chancing it. The heat soon turned oppressive, but not being afraid for every single rattling breath I took was making it bearable. While it didn't feel like I was recovering, actually moving hurt more when I tried it a while later than when we'd still been crouching and easing forward before, I actually started to feel a little better again, physically at least. Over the course of the hours that had passed since my run-in with the pack, the bruises had blossomed and bloomed, leaving my skin even more mottled than when I'd woken up in the quarantine tent. The only part I was actually concerned about was where the outside of my hand had scraped across the asphalt, leaving the top layers behind. It wasn't bleeding, but hurt whenever I closed my hand to a fist, and there was no way I hadn't come into contact with all kinds of bodily fluids during my tussle with the zombies. Part of me wondered exactly how nasty of an infection I was about to develop. Part of me wondered if I had a clock running in my body that was counting down the last hours of my life before I became one of them. Considering how weak and drained I felt, I'd likely become a victim, just like the female that had almost killed me. Part of me wondered if I was already immune, considering that it stood to reason that whatever had made me sick had turned them into mindless, aggressive cannibals. Since I had no way of knowing, I did my best to ignore that nagging worry, and instead concentrated on the things I could do something about, namely, resting up so that we could get another mile or 2 behind us when we set out once it got cooler in the evening. The acrid smell of the raging fires got stronger and stronger, making it quite obvious that waiting so long was a bad idea. If we could already smell it like this inside the shed, outside it would get a lot worse very soon. While Kaz remained outstretched on his chair, I finally gave up on rest and took inventory of the shed. There wasn't anything immediately useful around, but a bunch of old towels was good enough to try to clean myself up a little. After that, I went through a stack of old clothes, probably stashed here before someone could donate them. There was nothing to replace my soiled, torn hoodie, but I found a better-fitting pair of jeans that didn't threaten to fall off me if I moved too quickly. Eventually, I was sure I'd get a chance to find something more suited, but right now, looking like a fashion victim wasn't one of my top concerns. I hated how little it had taken for me to accept that looting was on the menu now, but I doubted there were that many people around who would still care. That store owner seemed like more and more of an exception the more time we spent roving through the city. I didn't give him much chance that he was still alive, not with that confrontational attitude. When my nose started to itch with smoke, I decided that I'd had about enough of this. We need to go. Kaz didn't protest. He simply packed up the backpack once more and joined me by the door in silence, his shoulders drooping with exhaustion. As soon as I eased open the door, a thick haze enveloped us, immediately burning in my eyes and making breathing twice as hard. Coughing, I reared back, trying to get my physical reaction under control. While Kaz had his own trouble to keep from hacking, I tore apart the stack of old clothes once more, grabbing a t-shirt for each of us. It wasn't much, but winding that across the lower half of my face might help a little. It also made stepping out into the afternoon heat a different kind of hell, but there simply was no way that we'd survive for long, giving our position away with constant coughing. As we made our way back to the street, I realized that the situation had gotten even worse than I'd thought. Visibility was down to maybe 50 feet, often less than that. It was hard to tell, but my constant paranoia was convinced that I could feel the heat of the fires, wherever exactly they raged around us. I couldn't see flames anywhere nearby, but the fact that the smoke had gotten this bad in just a couple of hours didn't bode well. At least the zombies would be just as visually hampered as we were. A small consolation prize, but I was happy to take what I could get. We tried falling back into our tried and tested tactic of moving slowly from vehicle to vehicle, but this close to the highway they were still jam-packed. Most of the car doors were open, as people must have fled. Or the zombies had gained proficiency in getting into the vehicles, knowing there was food in there to find. That made me wonder. Was it just the traffic accident victims that they had snatched up? Or also those who hadn't managed to flee on foot first? And what had happened to all the slow ones from the camps? All the gut-wrenching signs of carnage in sight didn't account for 1/10 of the population of the city. Had the others all been evacuated? Or were they still around, either hunting or hiding? Another smoke-induced coughing fit forced me to halt. Kaz hovered beside me, anxiously peering around us. I'd signaled him to take cover behind a different car so that if something came for me, he'd be out of the immediate splash radius. Not a moment too soon. The second he disappeared behind cover, a screech tore down the street, answered by several more. They appeared almost out of nowhere, only a sense of movement in the hazy air. Then a pack of more than 20 zombies came tearing down the street, running full on, much faster than I could have mustered even on my best days. More and more kept following, trailing after them at a somewhat less breakneck speed, trying to keep up. Overall, it must have been well over 100. Only the ones in the lead were screaming, the others following almost silently in their wake. If either Kaz or I had stood in their way, nothing except some blood spatters would be left of us. I remained crouching where I was, allowing myself a few deep breaths once the worst of the tension drained from me. One more thing to watch out for: roving bands of the undead, not just small packs. As I glanced up and down the street, it was impossible to ignore the new itch between my shoulder blades. Were they actually on the hunt or fleeing the city? They were heading in the same direction as us. Kaz ducking out from the car he had been hiding behind made me tense, until my head made sense of what my eyes had caught from the very edge of my vision. I quickly made my way over to him. He looked even more spooked than I felt. That made me wonder how many of the undead he'd actually seen until now. I'd absolutely believed that he had been lying when he'd claimed he hadn't been aware of what was going on until we met at the co-working space. Or had stumbling along the dirty, shuffling masses really dulled my sense of what was normal and what was well beyond the point of no return. I chose not to dwell on that last question, and instead nodded after it had been a good minute since the last zombie had disappeared out of sight. Kaz hesitated, but then indicated for me to proceed. I considered switching over to a different road, but reasoned that the screaming runners had likely drawn all the hiding ones out of their cubbies, thus making this a somewhat safer route. 2 blocks on, I caught movement ahead of me again, making me quickly duck behind a car. Since the entire street was jammed up here as well, it was easier to disappear between than get around them. I kept watch while I waited for Kaz to drop into a crouch next to me, his breathing labored. It was probably not the end of the stream, but a separate pack that was tearing apart something, mercifully hidden between more wrecks. When I couldn't make out any others coming to join them, I forced myself to advance, less to get a better look, but to maybe find a route around them. The next intersection was beyond where they were feasting, and the houses left and right pretty much formed a uniform front here. Our best bet was either to backtrack or to wait until they were done and moved on. I was just about to signal to Kaz that we should hoof it back to the last intersection when a shot rang out, quickly followed by 3 more. It was impossible to pinpoint where exactly they were coming from, except from far, far away. The sniper was at it again, it seemed. The soft growling and sounds of eating rose to a roaring crescendo, then were suddenly gone as 2 more shots took down whoever had been left standing, thinking a buffet had just been served for them. Kaz tried to get up to catch a look, but I quickly pulled him back down, vehemently shaking my head. If that was the same sniper that had almost taken me out where I'd been lying on the ambulance back at the camp, I didn't think it beyond him to gun us down now the second we came out of cover. Maybe not even out of malice. I wasn't sure how easy we were to keep separate from the undead while we were moving from wreck to wreck. Or maybe he simply didn't give a shit. The wind picked up, sending even more ash our way. Even with the cloth covering my nose and mouth, it got harder to breathe. The realization that the air going past us felt decidedly warmer finally convinced me that we had to chance it. Sticking to what little open space there was between the wrecks on the sidewalk and the buildings, I did my best to stay as much off the street as possible. I still got a good look at the carnage left over by the sniper. 5 bodies slumped over each other in a comical heap in the only open space next to a crashed motorcycle. As I was watching and catching my breath, I saw 2 slow, bedraggled-looking zombies step into the spot, staring stupidly down at the heap of bodies before the first started dragging at the bottommost, where only a mangled hand was sticking out. As I watched with morbid fascination, I realized it wasn't complete dumb behavior. That hand belonged to the initial victim the pack had descended on, and only a little strength was needed to free it from the heap. As soon as the prize was free, the enterprising diner ducked back between the cars. The other zombie was meanwhile munching on an exposed calf. 1 more shot rang out, felling and killing the one out in the open with sure precision. Mindful of the zombie hiding underneath the wreck, I crept farther along the street, every hair on my body standing on end. I really hoped that sniper remained content with taking the easy shots. That should have kept us safe for now. How wrong, in some but not all aspects, my thinking was, I realized when we reached the intersection ahead. I stuck to this street since the crossing one looked even less inviting, and I was still hoping that it would be free of squatters. When I stopped the next time and looked back, watching Kaz's progress, I realized that the damn smarter, more cautious zombie was also following us. I knew it was that same one because she was wearing bright pink sweatpants that even blood and dirt hadn't made any less colorful. As soon as Kaz had caught up with me, I moved on, signaling him to follow right along. He seemed oblivious to the tail we'd gotten. I decided to keep it like that. As we sped up, so did the zombie. At the next intersection, I crossed it, but then ducked behind a truck and used its cover to traverse into the crossing road. Crouching by the cab, I waited and watched as the zombie kept on straight, then quickly went on in the middle of the road, hoping to keep another row or 2 of cars between us and where she might be looking. I thought I could hear her shuffle around in confusion when she couldn't pick up visual clues from us anymore. My plan was to be far gone by the time she considered hunting by scent. Or maybe she really had only been following us because we were something that held her attention, not necessarily something she planned on eating. I'd be quite happy to never know. We were less than 2 blocks away from the intersection when the sounds of fighting and feeding ahead of us forced me to take a longer break again and try to find out what we were heading toward. I was afraid my previous theory had been correct. The running streak had depopulated the street. Here, nothing had drawn the zombies along and away. Just as I was looking around, 2 more came vaulting out of a door and window to join those hunkering across lawns and sidewalks, tearing bites out of the dead or more helpless ones. Kaz and I both watched in silence as the 2 fresh ones descended on a huddle of already feeding ones, coming away bloody and swinging, ravenous and violent. Ahead were several blocks of what looked like housing complexes only, while on our old route there'd been more commercial buildings. I raised one frustrated eyebrow at Kaz in question. He stared in fascination at the zombies now busy tearing the same slow, sluggish one limb from limb. When he glanced my way, he shook his head. Nope, we were not getting any closer to that much was for sure. Pink Pants Zombie was still waiting for us at the intersection, visibly perking up when she saw us make our way past where she hunkered down inside an open car door. When I looked back a few cars farther down the road, she was gone, but soon after appeared behind a different car a few feet closer to us. I considered throwing something at her to dissuade her, but that might have drawn too much attention to us from elsewhere, so I gave up and did my best to ignore her. The next intersection was splattered with gore, for lack of another word, the scent of blood so heavy in the air that I caught it half a block down, even with the stink of the fires clogging up my nose. Either the runners had chanced upon a larger pack, or, for whatever reason, the streak had disbanded, and the strong ones had turned on the stragglers just catching up to them. It was only when I glimpsed several torn bags and backpacks discarded between the wrecks that a different option made more sense. The zombies had hunted down a larger group of still-alive humans and had quickly changed their status. I got ready to make my way to the next car to get a better look at the situation, but Kaz held me back, his fingers digging into my arm. When I looked at him, he was vehemently shaking his head as he let go and mimed us turning back. I hesitated, but then stepped forward. Did I want to walk through that massacre? Hell no, but I doubted that more backtracking would be the better solution. I had barely reached the front of the car when Kaz was at it again, this time yanking me back with a surprisingly strong hand on my shoulder. Stumbling, I barely caught myself against him to avoid landing on my ass. I glared at him, and not just because forcing me to be prone on my ass in a possible danger zone was the last thing I needed. It was a damned inconvenient time for him to insist that he didn't always want to follow my lead. I tried to tear myself free, but this time he wouldn't let go. He leaned close as if to say something, but then paused, his attention at something behind my shoulder. My breath caught in my throat. Ever so slowly, I turned around until I could see what was going on. There was a zombie crouching inside a house entrance, his face glistening with fresh blood. He was staring at us, not just in our direction, but right at us, as he kept gnawing on what meat was left on a long bone, possibly someone's femur. If I'd gone past the car and on to the next one, there was no guessing what that might have triggered. I felt like a deer caught in the headlights, frozen with indecision. Should we try to crawl away? Just stay there and wait for what he'd do once he was done with his meal? Keep looking around for the 10 others that were right now advancing on our position, tipped off by his incessant staring? If hurling a shoe at Pink Pants Zombie hadn't worked, I doubted the same move would do anything different now, except for maybe provoking him. Fuck. I jumped when Kaz started lowering his pack from his shoulder. Since we'd run out of provisions, it was next to useless at the moment, but I'd opted to keep it, seeing as I expected to be able to find something worth carrying eventually. I stared at Kaz, trying to figure out what he was up to. With slow, deliberate motions, he opened the zipper and pulled out the spare jacket and jeans he'd stashed inside, spreading them out next to him in a heap, the pack at the bottom. All the while, the zombie kept watching us as he finished his meal. Kaz reached out to touch my shoulder again, and without taking his eyes off the zombie, gestured for me to roll underneath the car. Even here, somewhat outside the radius of carnage, that was one grisly prospect. But I didn't protest. The scent of blood was cloying as I lowered myself onto my hands and knees, then dropped onto my stomach so I could start crawling backward underneath the car, leaving enough room so Kaz could do the same next to me. My plan was to keep going rather than stay where the zombie had seen us disappear. Hiding underneath the car was probably a safe bet, just not under that very car. My toes were barely free of the car on the other side when strong hands grabbed both of my ankles and yanked me backward, treating my palms to a fresh layer of road rash as I frantically tried to find purchase with my hands. I was ready to come up kicking for my life, but by the time I flopped over onto my back, I didn't find 4 zombies hunched over my prone body, but instead a grimy hand stuck in my face in the universal gesture to pull me to my feet. I grabbed it as my brain was still processing what was going on. The 4 men were all in sturdy leather and work jackets, rifles slung onto their backs, knives and handguns securely holstered. The one who was dragging me to my feet had long dark hair gathered in a ponytail, and warm brown eyes that were glaring at me, nothing soft or compassionate in them. His lips were compressed where they were peeking out from a beard that was closer to grizzled than a simple 5-day shadow. He held on to my hand just a moment too long, his grip strong enough to leave my fingers aching slightly. His bulkier, older friend was right now helping Kaz up, while the other 2 were holding watch, looking every which way at once, it seemed. As soon as Kaz was up, the guy who'd helped me gestured to the left branch of the intersection, and the other 3 men withdrew, using fluid motions as they half-crouched, half-walked at a surprising pace. Kaz and I shared a quick glance before we followed, doing our best to keep up. When their leader paused behind an older model SUV, I glanced back over my shoulder. The femur muncher was out of sight beyond the car where we'd tried to hide, but I could hear something moving around there, banging against metal. A little farther back, our trailing zombie was hunched low behind a car, clearly imitating us. The moment she saw us pause, she came forward, but remained 2 vehicles away. When I looked forward again, I caught the leader glaring at her, then pointedly looking at me. I gave the best overdone shrug I could manage, exhausted as I was. Not my fault that she was still following us, but also not my problem. At least, not much longer, I realized when the leader made a quick, weirdly exaggerated pointing gesture at that zombie. A moment later, another sniper shot rang out, and Pink Pants Zombie's head burst like a watermelon. I had a feeling we'd found the sniper's friends. Somehow that was only a minor consolation, but I was sure that once our surroundings changed, I'd be very glad not to have to fend for myself any longer. But we weren't in the clear yet, so I ignored the flicker of hope trying to come alive deep inside of me. Twice more the sniper shot, hitting targets I didn't see. Judging from a sudden frenzy of howls and growls, he must have hit something, since the squatters that I hadn't been aware of got active now. None of the 4 men paused, instead going single file from possible hiding space to possible hiding space, trying to avoid the center of the intersection. Several times, everyone hunkered down and waited for minutes on end as the screaming and fighting got louder, or died down to where we would have given our positions away by moving. As much as I was relieved about the capable company, the entire situation had my nerves on edge. The sure knowledge that I would already be dead without Kaz holding me back didn't help. I thought I had been doing so well. Apparently not. The sniper took down 3 more targets, giving us a chance to finally make it out of the intersection and behind the wrecks of 2 trucks that forced us to squeeze through underneath the one that had remained upright. I was a little slow, a spell of vertigo hitting me from rolling and crawling after not getting a real chance to relax or take calm, deep breaths. The older guy, going in front of me, was ready to catch me. Yet before he could reach out, the leader grabbed me, steadying me. I got another glare that was an, "If you get us all killed, you are in some deep shit," if I'd ever seen one. When he let go, a section of his bare forearm just above the cuff of his jacket brushed against the back of my hand. He didn't go so far as to check my forehead, but I was certain that hadn't been a coincidence. Ire, more than anything, got me suppressing my next coughing fit that was long overdue. I was still staring after him when our small column started to stretch out once more, Kaz and I still in the back. We got exactly 4 cars farther down the street. Then it got eerily quiet behind us, making all of us duck out of sight and pause. Only the leader went on to a position where he could see both the road ahead and the intersection behind us before he came back. I got a really bad feeling when he ignored the others and hunkered down by my side and leaned close enough that I could feel his breath fan across my ear when he spoke. Just above a murmur, his voice was deep and smoky.
"When I give the signal, you run. Got it?"
I caught his intense stare, unsure what to do. Nod as I had heard what he'd said, or shake my head because that sounded like a terrible idea. I ended up giving the curtest of nods. After all, they had helped us when we'd been about to get caught in a situation that would for sure have ended with our demise. They had an overwatch position with the sniper. I didn't see any of them wearing any communications gear, but what did I know? A lot was possible. It was only reasonable to trust him. As soon as he saw my agreement, he went on to Kaz, whispering something to him as well. It was too low to catch it. Kaz nodded immediately, not plagued by whatever rubbed me the wrong way. I told myself it must have been me for sure. The leader returned to his men. At a silent signal, all of them got their knives ready. With mounting horror, I realized that they fully intended to go toe-to-toe with whatever was coming for us, or maybe was ahead of us. Now his direction to me suddenly made sense. They didn't expect me to be able to or want to fight whatever we had to get through, so telling me to run made sense. At a gesture, we moved forward again. I was surprised to find the street almost empty of life, and only moderately blocked beyond the trucks. Maybe they had made it impossible for any more cars to get bogged down around there. That also meant less cover, making me wonder where the squatters were, squatting. But before I could make up my mind, a loud shout of "Run!" bellowed through the air, making not just me but a lot of undead heads snap to attention. Dutifully, I pushed myself up and forward, aiming for the middle of the road with the most free space. I was a good 15 to 20 feet away when I realized I was all on my own. Looking back, I could just glimpse Kaz where he was still crouching where he'd been. The others had started moving forward, but at a much slower pace. Farther back, at the intersection, several dirty figures were already vaulting to their feet and coming after me, howling and screaming. They were using me as bait, or even worse, as a distraction. Since I was already out of cover and the zombies had seen me, there was no turning back. I tore off the shirt still covering the bottom half of my face to let me breathe as freely as possible. Forcing my legs to go as fast as I could, I put every ounce of energy I still had into one extended burst of speed. Already my lungs were screaming and my thighs and calves were protesting, but I'd be damned if I gave up now. If anything, I'd have to survive the next few minutes to be able to sock that asshole a good one. Part of me was still hoping that I was wrong, that it was all some cohesive strategy, maybe hinging on not filling us in for easier compliance. That part was still waiting for the sniper to pick off the fast ones, but no further shots came. Then I realized he'd likely told Kaz to stay put to divert even more attention from them when the zombies inevitably started snooping around where I had started from, finding him. This apocalypse was absolutely giving me trust issues. All I could do now was run. My lungs held out for 60 seconds, maybe 90. Then I had the feeling of being flung against a wall, metaphorically. My legs still carried me forward, but my already screaming lungs refused to draw another breath. Colorful spots appeared all across my vision. and within moments, everything went black around the edges. The screeching coming from right behind me told me that my head start had melted to maybe 10 feet or so. The way my body was folding in on itself, it stood to reason I'd end up on the ground before the fastest of my pursuers could even tackle me. Up ahead, another spectacular wreck loomed. 2 large trucks had plowed into each other, closing up another intersection. At least 4 cars had ended up right in the middle of them, possibly more in the directions I didn't see. Maybe it was just my oxygen-starved brain talking, but suddenly I could make out a pattern of makeshift steps up onto the container the larger of the trucks had been transporting, using no less than 3 different vehicles to get up there. Even as I came closer, I made out several zombies popping up from underneath the scrap metal sculpture, clearly drawn by the hellish cacophony I was bringing their way. With no chance to find a safe, careful way around, the only way was up. Gasping for one more breath, and coming up empty as my lungs simply refused to work, I hurled myself to the right, toward what used to be a red convertible, right past one of the yet silent onlookers. I slipped and almost fell as I scrambled over the hood, but that was okay since I could use the side of the other truck's door to catch myself. I fully expected something to grab my ankle any moment now and pull me down into certain death, but somehow I managed to slam into the side of the food delivery truck on the other side of the convertible, forming a convenient little chute against the truck. Using the last of my strength, I pulled myself up, scrambling for any purchase that my shoes would find. Wedging my toes into the half-open window did it, letting me boost myself up onto the delivery truck's cab. Then it was just a small matter of staggering along the roof of that vehicle and one last pull up onto the other truck's container. How I managed that, I would never know. By then, my vision was swimming to the point of giving me vertigo. Or maybe that was simply my body giving out. I ended up flopping onto the container, the tarp hot underneath my bare palms. Because I'd come up facing down, that's how I ended up lying there, my left cheek pressed against the tarp. Maybe I blacked out for a few moments. Maybe I didn't. It was hard to say with my body feeling like it was tearing itself apart from the inside out, my control over my muscles virtually reduced to 0. It wasn't so much sweet air, but fire that forced itself down into my lungs, my entire torso feeling like it was being torn apart as it finally extended in one agonizing inhale. Somehow that made it worse rather than better, but I managed another shallow gasp, and another. If the zombies had torn into me right that moment, I would have welcomed it. As it was, I continued to live, feeling far from grateful. The pained sounds of my breathing over my sluggish, thumping heartbeat finally receded into the back of my awareness, letting me focus on what else was going on around me. Too frail and very reluctant to move, I remained where I was, trying to let audio clues paint a picture. Another feeding frenzy was going on to my right, the direction I'd been coming from. It sounded like a lot of zombies were involved, quite a lot. Part of that must have been from that screeching streak, maybe even most of them. I listened for a small eternity before I felt able to flop onto my side so I could see beyond the edge of the container down at the street. There were bodies and body parts everywhere, most still moving as they reduced each other to bits and pieces. The strong ones were easy to pick out, seeing as they were doing most of the tearing and fighting. Most of the weaker zombies had gotten smart and kept well out of reach, only dashing forward to grab a bite to eat. Those that lingered quickly became food for the others. It was such a gruesomely grotesque spectacle that my brain refused to make sense of some of the things I saw. I noticed what I didn't see, though, and that was 4 sturdily clad bodies among the torn-apart ones. Thankfully also not Kaz's, but that wasn't the part my mind was clinging to. I also didn't see them ducking from cover to cover, but that wasn't a big surprise. I was sure they had already long passed the pile-up, or were crouching somewhere a good distance away, relatively safe. Unlike me, who was fully exposed in the middle of that damn container, surrounded by the thick of the fray. Mostly as an expression of my frustration, but also to show that I was still very much alive. I flopped onto my back and then raised both arms, flipping off the sniper, who I was sure was still observing this from afar, likely laughing his ass off. It was hard not to laugh hysterically when I realized I was right back to where I had started. Whether it was a container or an ambulance didn't really matter much. Of course, now with the added bonus of the fires that kept raging on in the distance. At least I was out of the worst of the wind now, making the air feel a little less sooty. Over the stench of the dead and all that gore, at least I couldn't make out that People in Flames BBQ flavor anymore. Small mercies indeed. But at least I was still alive. Now that my brain was getting a little oxygen again, I could be thankful for that. That didn't help me decide what to do next, but it was something I was insanely glad for, deep down. Up next, how to keep it this way, against what looked more and more like increasingly impossible odds. But I hadn't come this far to give up now. That much was for sure. Chapter 11. It likely would have taken forever, or at least until deep into the night, for the feeding frenzy to die down. But thankfully, I didn't have to wait quite that long. About an hour in, around what I figured must have been 7 in the evening, the most aggressive, strong zombies seemed to have had enough of culling their herd, and instead turned to eating the leftovers themselves. With no more fighting and screaming going on, the influx of fresh squatters drastically reduced itself, making me wonder again if they were really better at hunting than normal people. They seemed to need the holy trifecta of stimuli for their hunting instincts to start up: movement, sound, and scent. With only the overwhelming stench of gore to ring the literal dinner bell, some already wandered off, and fewer joined the fray. When I had seen little motion on the backside of the pickup for a while, I chanced moving to the edge of the container facing that side so I could plan how to make my getaway. And wouldn't you know it, while I kept studying where to ease myself down to the pavement once more, I spied a merry band of 5 men make their way out from the back of an overturned postal service van. I wasn't mad at Kaz. It was a genuine relief to see him tagging after the others, and I wouldn't have called it a grudge that I held against the other men, except for that long-haired, bearded asshole. It had been a while since I'd had a shit list, but he was my undisputed number 1 now, the reigning king of karma may bitch slap you, and if she was indisposed, I was very happy to do that myself. But for that to happen, I would have to catch up to them, and therein lay my most pressing problem, besides breathing, moving in general, and pretty please not getting eaten. Since they were moving away from the carnage rather than toward it, like the rest of what was moving in between the cars, I managed to track their progress pretty well until my opportunity came to get off the high ground. A nerve-wracking 5 minutes later, I found myself pressed against the building, far enough away from the pileup that I could pretend not to realize what was still going on there. Sneaking after them was almost easy at first, at least compared to how it had been just before that asshole's grand plan. Note to self, just outside of feeding frenzies really seemed to be the safest area to be, unless it wasn't, I imagined. Or maybe I was simply too tired and wired not to let my guard down. Either way, I made it to where I had seen them slink off across the road into a small commercial district. It wasn't hard to guess where they must have ended up. I doubted they were interested in mattresses, furniture in general, real estate, or pool supplies. The gas station was still an option, but it seemed unlikely, particularly with a supermarket right next door. From the outside, everything looked quiet, or as quiet as it could be with cars left this way and that across the parking lot, where looters had realized they had to abandon ship, and consequently packaging of all kinds was left to flutter in the wind. It made enough noise to leave me jumpy at first, because I couldn't hear any undead sneaking up on me. But then I realized they would likely not be sneaking because they'd get too distracted by everything flapping and moving all around them. That left me, if not quite strolling up to the entrance, then approaching in a somewhat more relaxed fashion than before. As it was, I still felt terribly exposed out in the open, all on my own. Only now did I realize how much Kaz's company had been a constant comfort and welcome distraction. Distraction as in giving me something to concentrate on and look out for that kept the feeling of being abandoned and about to be eaten at bay. Now, for the two-legged, more sentient predators that I expected to find inside the supermarket, maybe even on top of the asshole and his gang. I started inching my way toward the entrance, my pulse pounding in my ears, my body ready to whip around and flee at a moment's notice. There was no guard posted at the entrance, which struck me both as an oversight and a relief. Maybe the sniper could cover that angle as well, although I doubted it. Judging from how much waste there was left everywhere, this place had gone through wave after wave of getting looted, and there was still plenty left inside. After sneaking inside and stepping into the shadows, I listened until I could pinpoint several directions where I could hear someone rooting through the leftovers. Either they had split up, or this was the one communal shared space I'd come across since waking up. I tried to play it safe, but also not to be too cautious. Getting chased off with some provisions clutched to my chest was better than not scoring anything in the first place. That I would run was a given. I was in no condition to stand up to a fight. There was nothing to gain in getting beaten up. Even for water to become an issue, I'd have to live through the rest of the day and night at least, and injury would massively impact my chances of getting there. As expected, the areas previously packed with foodstuff were a true mess. But I wasn't too cavalier about the offerings. A warm, half-empty bottle of Mountain Dew still worked well to wash at least the worst of the grime off my hands and face, so I wouldn't automatically ingest what I had sticking to my body from head to toe. It only took a little looking into heaps of discarded boxes to find a still unopened can of Coke that I guzzled down immediately. Never mind that it was warm and tasted like crap. I ended up scoring 3 plain bottles of water simply because people must have gone for the sodas instead. So far, so good. I had found something to drink and was still in one piece. Next up, food. It was a bonus that I found Kaz crouching by the preserves, where he was stuffing his face with pickles straight from the jar. Hey, I didn't judge. From where I was standing close by, wondering how not to spook him, they looked mighty delicious. In the end, I needn't have worried. I had barely stepped into the aisle when he looked up and recognized me. Even in the gloom, I saw his face light up. That was nice. Not so nice was that behind him, the asshole came around another corner, carrying condiments and several packs of what looked like flour and sugar in a bona fide shopping basket. He looked more annoyed than surprised at seeing me weigh a fresh glass jar of pickles in my hand, trying to decide whether the waste was worth trying to hit him in the head. In the end, I was too hungry and too weak to chance it. I still held his gaze with the most defiance I could muster as I munched pickle after pickle, maybe flashing my teeth a little too suggestively before biting into each small cucumber. I even drank the pickle juice, forever proving my special brand of badassery. I could tell that he was laughing at me inside. That so didn't help my heroic stance. As if on cue, the 3 others converged on our position, each carrying bags stuffed to the brim. The old guy noticed our staring match immediately. I swear I saw him roll his eyes before he stepped between us, physically breaking our line of sight. The asshole got a stare that I couldn't interpret. When he turned to me, he actually looked guilty, at least somewhat.
"Great to see that you're still alive,"
he murmured, leaning toward me so he didn't have to pitch his voice far. Judging by rustling sounds still going on all around us, there must have been several other looters around. but nothing hell-bent on killing us as soon as they became aware of our presence. No reason to alert them to our current position, though.
Come with us to our hideout. We can talk more easily there. We have warm food and medicine.
Clean water would have been enough to tempt me, to be honest. I still waited for Kaz to nod his agreement before I added mine. Did I trust them? Only about as far as I could throw them, which was not at all considering my current state. But they didn't have to help us, and even if it had come with conditions, I knew that we stood a better chance if we continued to accept said help. That didn't mean I planned on staying with them. As soon as I felt things were getting bad, I was so out of there. If I could still leave, my inner cynic supplied. And just maybe it might be a good idea to plant Kaz with them. I trusted him way more, but I had a certain feeling that the two of us weren't exactly fit to make a good apocalypse survival team. Then I remembered how vulnerable I'd felt just minutes ago all on my own, and immediately regretted thinking that. Everything said that needed to be said. The old guy turned back to the asshole, who took charge with gusto. Kaz and I both got 2 sturdy bags each to carry. It didn't surprise me that it was all flour, the least useful thing to loot if you didn't have a means to make something out of it. The message he delivered with that gesture was clear. If we wanted help, we would have to work for it, and we'd better not expect any handouts. I was fine with that, for now. I still had a slightly bad feeling about this, but was ready to attribute that to his methods involving yours truly entirely. From here on out, I would tread cautiously, but until something else was about to tip me off, I was ready to join forces with them. Stepping back out onto the street was nerve-wracking all on its own. I hadn't realized how much more secure the inside of the supermarket had felt until I had to leave it. Realistically, chances were the same in there as out here to get jumped by a squatter, and if they hadn't invaded the store as of yet, they soon would, I was sure. But I felt a whole lot more exposed, ducking from cover to cover, as we slowly made our way down the street in single file once more. We didn't have to go far. The asshole led us to a decrepit building that had seen better days long before I'd started college in North Carolina, and maybe even some of my younger professors. The warehouse behind what looked like a small store with all the windows boarded up was half collapsed. It didn't surprise me when we went around the side and descended below street level into what might have once been a root cellar elsewhere but was clearly of very different proportions. 2 guards were squatting behind a deliberately built cover by the entrance, letting us pass without a comment or much interest. I soon realized why. In the basement of the room next to the warehouse, what must have been close to 50 people were gathered, and from what I could hear of the much larger space beyond, even more were in there. 2 newcomers hardly turned anyone's head, at least not after we had been divested of the cargo we'd been carrying. The hum of a generator revealed where the electricity for several floodlights came from that cast the surprisingly spacious room in stark light, with little shadows remaining. The air was warm, but noticeably cooler than outside. A sharp note of bleach couldn't quite quell the stink of body odor, but at least the omnipresent stench of rot outside was missing. I felt a little churlish to be relieved to see at least a third of the people were women and children. I wouldn't have followed the men if I'd gotten particularly bad vibes from them, but it was usually not just the rough types that could make a woman's life hell under certain circumstances. That we were in a state beyond martial law was obvious, but if they were the sort to help and shelter families, chances were I wouldn't get dragged off to be raped even before anyone had a chance to give me something to eat. I wasn't foolish enough to let my guard down completely, but at least I'd get some bread and soup first, from what things looked like. The asshole and the older guy remained with Kaz and me, while the other 2 got lost in the groups of people going about their business. It seemed to be just around dinner time, judging from the amount of food that got distributed all around. My mouth was already watering when I spied something that looked like freshly baked bread, but introductions seemed to be in order first, At least, that was what I guessed was up next when a group of men approached, effectively keeping us in the small area right next to the entrance. If there was such a thing as a distinguished elder biker, it was the man stepping out from between the others. In his 60s, with a salt and pepper hair and well-groomed beard, he was either the real deal with money or a late-generation hipster model. Unlike the asshole in his gang, his clothes were worn but clean, not a speck of grime or blood on them. He exchanged a brief nod with the asshole before he turned his full attention to Kaz and me, an almost jovial smile on his face.
Stephen Walker,
he introduced himself, but refrained from offering a hand. Why became clear when two other men lugged a bucket full of steaming water to us and put it down next to where several soap dispensers and bottles of bleach were stashed conveniently next to the stairs into the basement.
Let me welcome you to our shelter here. It's been a couple of days since Jared and the guys have found anyone worth saving out there.
Jared, I presumed, being the asshole now standing to the side, following our exchange without comment or much interest. I wasn't fooled by his relaxed manner. I could tell that he was still staring at me with way too much intent and question. Callie Norton, I offered. And this is Kaz.
Castor Thomas, but everyone calls me Kaz,
my friend clarified. I could tell that he was nervous when he wouldn't shut up.
It's so easy to mix up first and last names sometimes, you know? Kaz just makes it all so much easier.
Walker inclined his head in a way that was bordering on magnanimous. I didn't buy that for a second.
Welcome,
he repeated, making sure to make eye contact with each of us.
I hope you understand that we need to follow certain protocols given the current situation.
As in, make sure that neither of us was about to go native and chomp on the good people here? I was itching to ask exactly that, but somehow managed to cut down on the impulse.
Sure thing, man,
Kaz rambled on, but cut off when nobody reacted to his words.
My trusted lieutenant here will walk you through it and then get you settled.
He glanced at the asshole.
Jared, if you please.
Then he turned back to us.
Good to have you here, Callie, Kaz. We'll have dinner ready for you when you're done, and we'll find a place for you to sleep, I'm sure.
When nobody protested, Walker turned around and left, taking maybe a third of his men with him. The rest remained where they were standing, like an immovable wall of human meat. I figured it said a lot about my mental state when I was ready to employ such idioms. It had been one long day. The asshole stepped forward so he was towering in front of me, with his men at his back as if that gesture was needed.
Basic hygiene rules, you understand?
He said in a weirdly lilting voice. The way he was still staring at me was unnerving. Since we'd gotten here, he'd barely glanced once at Kaz. No idea what his fixation on me was all about. Or rather, I didn't want to get an idea about it. That wasn't the usual leer of, oh, boobies, that he was giving me.
You wash your hands and the soles of your shoes with hot water and soap. Then spray the shoes and any outer layers or bags you carry down with disinfectant. Any other parts of your body that came into contact with bloods or other fluids, you wash with soap as well. If you want an actual shower, we don't have running water, but you can heat up some buckets and clean up the sink. Questions?
I was honestly surprised that he didn't demand for me to strip down to my underwear or skin right then and there. That sounded borderline reasonable. I hadn't expected that of him. Holding his challenging gaze, I shook my head, then looked down at the bucket, happy to get cleaned up right away. Kaz had other ideas, sadly.
What if we're injured? Like, nothing serious, just a few scrapes and bruises.
Glancing up, I caught Jared's borderline contemptuous expression before he wiped his face clean.
We have a former vet if you need bones set or require stitches. If you can take care of it yourself, there's a first aid kit around somewhere. Soap, hot water, bleach, that's all right here.
I tried to suggest silently to Kaz to keep his trap shut, but to no avail.
What about bites?
A certain unease rose among the guards. because that was exactly what they were. A few murmurs arose. Jared simply kept staring at Kaz.
Why? Did you get bitten?
Kaz gave an uncomfortable shrug.
Me? No, but we're dealing with zombies here, right? Shouldn't you be checking for bites?
I jumped when the older guy, still unnamed, guffawed.
We sure as hell aren't talking about vampires or werewolves,
he joked. Immediately the tension in the air disbanded, a few well-meaning grins and chuckles rising from the crowd. Jared gave me a look that was pure, "Really, that's the guy you're running with?" I ignored him in favor of grabbing one of the sponges bobbing in the steaming soapy water. "No, we're not," I said with conviction I didn't quite feel. Because really, did anyone know what we were dealing with here? But maybe someone here would know more than Kaz had told me so far, which was pretty much zilch. Anyone but Jared, because the less interaction I had with that guy, the better. Thankfully, Kaz finally deigned to follow my lead and got down to business. I was barely down to my palms and fingernails when he declared that he was done. It was only then that I realized that he'd remained virtually free of gore, while I was hard-pressed to find an inch of myself that couldn't have done with a good scrubbing. With all the attention on me now, I increased my efforts, but needn't have bothered. Within moments, the crowd disbanded, leaving only Jared and the older guy. I got the feeling that the latter was only sticking around to act as a buffer between the asshole and his grand ideas. I left the bucket full of disgusting, dark water, still feeling like soot and grime were covering me even where I had done a passingly good job cleaning myself. The older guy picked it up and upended it into a drain in the floor, while I dried my face with some paper towels. "What is this place, anyway?" I asked, hoping that he was the one to respond. He did, thankfully.
Used to be a veterinary clinic, then got converted into an underground dogfighting place. Closed down 10-odd years ago or so. It's damn convenient because it has shelter underground and no fewer than 5 different exits, all going up to different streets. It's as good as it gets for now.
He put the empty bucket away after rinsing it with bleach.
I'm Axel, by the way. And don't let that asshole get under your skin. He enjoys that way too much for everyone's good, including his own.
The last he said looking at Jared rather than me or Kaz. Jared gave a sardonic grin, but otherwise ignored him.
"Let's get you fed and watered,"
Axel suggested, nodding toward the door that presumably led to the lower level of the warehouse. The space leading there was stacked with boxes of random items, most of them clothes and food stuff. Clearly someone had been busy scavenging. Considering how many people were around that looked even less likely than me to survive out there, I felt a little less bad about my own looting. Really, who was I hurting by taking old clothes from a garden shed? I had been right. The room beyond the entrance area was about the size of a warehouse, if with a lower ceiling that was just a little more than normal room height. If the other room had been crowded with gear and food, this was where most of the people were. I immediately increased my estimation of just how many had taken refuge here. It must have been well over 200, with yet more children and older people huddled together. Someone had tried, and mostly failed, to section off parts of the room with curtains and boxes. None of that mattered to me, really, when a heavenly whiff of fresh food entered my nostrils. I actually licked my lips before I could cut down on the impulse, tasting soap and bleach. Axel laughed softly and gestured at the short queue in the corner where food was being distributed.
"Grab a bowl and some bread. Who knows how long it will last. I'll bet you haven't eaten anything that hasn't come out of a box or can in weeks."
I didn't need Jared's weird stare still following me to know it was for the best not to correct Axel's assessment. What mattered was that I got some of that stew into me, and as soon as possible. 2 kind-looking women handed out the food in mismatched bowls of all sizes. When they saw Kaz and me approach, they immediately reached for larger sizes than might have come up next. I was insanely grateful for that. The same as the thick slice of bread and bottle of water that came with the stew. There was no furniture around, so we sat on some crates stacked against the wall, with Axel joining us after Jared finally got lost. I watched him leave the way we had come as I shoveled hot, spicy stew into my mouth as if my life depended on it. Nobody complained when we asked for seconds. There seemed to be plenty of food to go around. Most others had already eaten, judging from the stack of dirty bowls that got carried away to be cleaned. Maybe dinner might have been a good time to ask Axel about what was going on, but I was too hungry to take my time. He seemed content to simply shovel food into his mouth and not converse, so it was maybe for the better. I was sure that if there had been something he needed to share with us, he would have. Getting up after dinner was a chore. Muscles all over my body complaining after the day's and yesterday's abuse. I could tell that my body was still recovering from being sick. A few days here would do me a lot of good. While I felt physically exhausted and mentally drained, the brain fog had receded further, which was a good thing. I was mostly tired from hours of exertion and being afraid for my life, no longer simply from existing. Just about when we were done eating, a different, older, kind woman approached, ready to show us to where we could sleep for tonight. She apologized that they had no mattresses left, but there were sleeping bags aplenty. If we stacked 2 on top of each other, even the cool cement floor would be comfortable to sleep on. Axel hung around until she had shown us to our designated spot between 2 family clusters in the back of the warehouse before he took his leave, wishing us a good night. It was tantalizingly easy to relax and fall for the false sense of peace and quiet that had engulfed the space like the ashy clouds were saturating the streets above. I wasn't surprised that Kaz had already fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Stretching out on his sleeping bag after taking off his shoes, he let out a sigh of contentment.
This isn't so bad, you know? It's not the 4 seasons, but it will do in a pinch.
I glanced at him for a moment before I went back to studying the room. Gradually, the lights powered by several generators were turned off until only a couple by the door were glowing, casting most of the room into darkness as people settled down for the night. Sure beats sleeping in a car, I muttered more to myself than him. It was when the constant murmur of conversation around us died off for good that I noticed the coughing coming from all around us. Not coughing like I was still prone to when I pushed my lungs to way beyond their limits. No, like the coughing I'd gone through when I'd first gotten sick. That also fit with the sickly sweet smell in the air, unlike the sweat and healthy body odor coming from mostly the men in the front room. As I kept scanning the gloom all around us, I realized that this was closer to a field hospital than a shelter, and I very much remembered what the triage station had turned into after all the coughing had stopped. Screwing my eyes shut against the knowledge that made my heart and full stomach clench, I did my best to fall asleep, but true rest was a long time from coming. Chapter 12. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely closer to 3 hours, I got up, deciding that maybe a trip to the bathroom and some water might help. Anything was better than to lie there and listen to people all around me slowly succumb to whatever damn illness had befallen the city. Again. Last time that had happened still gave me nightmares aplenty, particularly since it had only been 3 days since I'd finally woken up from that. It felt much longer since I'd crawled out of the triage station tent. There was some food left over by the cooking station, but I passed it up since I was rather stuffed from dinner. It still made me marvel how they'd managed to have so much surplus, considering how many people were around. Then I started to wonder about the source of the meat for the stew. I hadn't seen a chicken coop or pig pen anywhere around and doubted they had enough juice for the generators to keep a freezer running for what must have been weeks by now. Maybe they'd used canned meat? I'd been so ravenous that taste beyond the spiciness hadn't mattered. I also didn't want to get lost in paranoid thought spirals. As I stepped out of the room and into the bathroom, I realized there was a much easier, if equally horrifying, reason for the food quantities available besides resorting to cannibalism. Most of the people here were too sick to eat now. That left a different kind of foul taste in my mouth. After grabbing some water, I was about to head back to Kaz when I saw movement in the anteroom. It was virtually abandoned except for a handful of people who were sleeping there. Other guards or looting groups or whatever their many functions might have been. I hadn't bothered to ask when we'd gotten here, too happy to find food and shelter. Now that I thought about it, I realized that most of them had kept their distance from the less resilient and mostly sick population, except for the odd man or woman who had crossed that invisible line to check in on family and friends. I wondered what the asshole and his gang had been doing out there. Judging from the comments our arrival had received, it was easy to guess that they hadn't been looking for fellow survivors. The stop at the supermarket was the obvious answer, but not the entire story. Clearly they were gathering supplies. But supplies for what? And whom? That was when I noticed that between all the flour, rice, and a lot of snack packages, several large backpacks were resting against the walls and next to the gun racks I somehow hadn't noticed when we'd come in. Clearly, someone was getting ready to abandon the shelter. With the fires and the sick, that made sense. But what would happen to those too weak to leave? I knew the answer to that question, of course. I simply wasn't ready to accept it yet. I was about to return to my rumpled sleeping bag when I noticed movement in the back corner of the room, far from where I'd been allowed to roam. Was that the asshole climbing up a ladder to what was likely another exit nobody had pointed out to me? Or maybe it was a lookout position. It certainly was none of my business. I also had zero interest in being anywhere near him. Then again, escaping the stink of bleach and sickness for a few minutes might have been nice. And just maybe checking up on an exit strategy wasn't the worst idea. As I tiptoed over to the ladder, not quite sure why I was trying to be sneaky since nobody had forbidden me to go outside or leave, I caught the soft cadence of two voices, one male, the other female. That made me pause. What I needed even less than being around him was walking in on him getting it on. A minute later, they were still talking, so I decided to risk it. With luck, I'd be able to stay somewhere out of sight without having to intrude on their privacy. It was a long ladder, easily reaching out of the basement, and what I figured was halfway up into the above-ground part of what remained of the warehouse. It ended at what must have been a part of the building that had a level between floor and ceiling put in the front corner overlooking the street we had followed to get here. Everything was desolate, parts of the walls and some of the roof missing, making it a good hideout. The lingering stench of bleach from below was quickly surpassed by smoke and ash, but at least I didn't smell blood. The open space was about as big as a small office, immediately nixing the idea that I might eavesdrop. Not that it mattered. The asshole was looking straight at me as I pushed my head and shoulders level with the floor of the room, while the woman ignored me after a single glance. He kept on talking to her, switching his focus back to her when I didn't miraculously fall backward into the basement or onto the warehouse floor.
Dan's patrol is still hauling shit back here,
the woman was saying, her tone derisive.
He told me he didn't need Overwatch for this.
Clearly a stupid decision nobody had asked her about, I could tell. The asshole's only reply was a snort that could have meant anything. Finally escaping the ladder, I took a moment to glimpse through a hole in the wall to check that the street below was indeed deserted. It was eerily quiet up here, only the wind blowing softly as it rustled through the leaves of a tree across the street. The glow of the fires was still present, but looked miles away, and the air, while hazy, was mostly clear. My lizard brain still responded with a stab of anxiety washing through me, but it was far from the run, run, run that it had been operating under for most of the day. When I glanced back at the other two, they were both regarding me levelly, a little like how dare I intrude on them, but mostly curiosity with a hint of don't give a fuck. The asshole was still in the same clothes from earlier. The woman, her head barely reaching his shoulder, was wearing all dark utilitarian clothes and high-laced boots. She had a long, heavy bag slung across her back. A sniper rifle case, I realized. She was African American, her skin light enough that the black streaks she had painted underneath her eyes and across her cheeks stood out even in the relative darkness. If I wasn't completely wrong, I'd just met the team's sniper. The asshole's drawl drew my attention from her to him.
Shouldn't you be getting really sick by now? Somehow getting down off that container pileup should have exhausted what little reserves you still had left. That coughing sure didn't sound healthy.
Not a single muscle jumped in the woman's cheek at his words. Clearly, that I could be infected didn't faze her. Because my body had turned into the ultimate traitor, my upper airways chose that moment to constrict, forcing me to first clear my throat, then cough up some phlegm when that didn't help. I swallowed it, hating what a comically long time it took to go down. I'm not sick, I protested. It's the smoke that's irritating my lungs. Or when I'm pushing myself well beyond my limits, running for my life because some jackass is using me as a distraction. A hint of a smirk crossed his face, but that was all the reaction I got. The woman briefly glanced from him to me.
I see you've met Jared in his element.
She briefly squinted at me.
You're the girl from the camp, from the ambulance. Good to see that you made it.
I couldn't help but grimace. Was that you who shot at me? She snorted as if I'd said something hilarious. Considering how the last days had been, maybe to her it was. Trauma could do wonderful things to the human psyche.
No, I was the one who didn't shoot you when you came stumbling out of that tent and were smart enough to hide behind the generator. It was him doing shitty target practice when you ended up on the ambulance later.
Her tone was downright teasing. The humor of that was lost on me, although the fact that he hadn't killed me gave me a certain hint of satisfaction.
I did save your life when you were about to get eaten at that intersection,
he offered. Just say you could use me as bait 5 minutes later. He responded with another shrug.
You didn't look like you'd make it through the afternoon. Only made sense to give the rest of us better chances.
That was cold. I didn't bother spewing the indignant response in his face that was itching on my tongue. I made a note to make sure I didn't put myself in a similar situation again, considering what I knew about him and that he'd just affirmed. The sniper stepped away and angled toward the ladder.
I need to get going. There's still some chow over from dinner?
Always is,
Jared said. She left without another word or even a glance at me. I was fine with that. Ignoring the asshole, I stepped up to the wall where it wasn't mostly gone to get a better look over the city without feeling like I was about to plummet to my death. The city wasn't quite as quiet as it had at first seemed, but the immediate vicinity was, as much of it that I could see at least. Clouds had moved in front of the moon, leaving deep shadows stretching over the streets. I would probably have seen movement, but maybe not the odd lone scavenger. The asshole lit himself a cigarette, inhaling deeply before he let that breath out slowly.
Want one?
He asked, even going as far as extending the pack toward me. Was I tempted? So fucking much, thanks to the situation in general. I shook my head, immediately turning away so he wouldn't have the chance to see how much that cost me. I'd be damned if I lost years of progress within 48 hours.
Suit yourself,
he muttered and thankfully shut up, letting me stare at the city in relative peace. or until half the cigarette was gone.
So you're one of the unlucky ones that caught it but somehow survived. Those breathing issues you've got going on do make me wonder if that damage is permanent.
I glared at him but kept my trap shut. Not smoking sure sounded like a good idea. Was it simply my imagination that he blew his next puff of smoke in my direction? He sure made it easy for me to be biased against him.
I like the quiet ones,
he said, chattering away, his focus still entirely too much on me.
So easy to underestimate that they can be feisty as hell, or traumatized beyond redemption. But you kind of disproved that theory already.
His face split into a shit-eating grin.
Anyone ever told you how bad you are about hiding your real thoughts? Your expression is like an open book.
I had to cut down on my impulse to gnash my teeth hard enough that it was audible. Taking a deep breath, and almost succumbing to another coughing fit, I told myself to simply let it go. Who gave a shit about what he thought? Let him play his stupid games. None of that was my concern. But for whatever fucked up reason, my ego wouldn't back down. So I turned my head and looked at him, letting all that pent-up emotion and frustration drain from me as I forced my face, and by extension my entire body, to relax and turn into a nondescript blank wall. I had a feeling that it wasn't quite working as well as I wanted it to, but enough so that the asshole gave me a touché nod. Right before he smirked into my face again, making my ire come back with a roar.
Neat trick, but means shit out there right now. But you keep surprising me. Maybe even enough to consider you worth investing some effort into to keep you alive.
I don't need your help, or anyone else's, he snorted.
If you're so high and mighty, why did you accept our food and shelter?
Just because I don't need it doesn't mean I'm stupid enough to inconvenience myself simply out of spite. It's a welcome reprieve, but we would have been fine without it.
We, meaning you and that bumbling idiot? Why do you keep him around?
I didn't answer. He flashed me another grin.
How's that any different from what I did, huh?
When I still didn't respond, he spelled it out so that his words hung between us like the accusation that they were.
Why keep him around so that when worst comes to worst, you get a head start while he gets eaten?
I knew there was no sense in responding, and yet I couldn't keep my trap shut. What was it about that guy and getting under my skin? At least I don't deliberately, actively put him in harm's way. Besides, he was already warning me about that intersection where you supposedly saved us. In effect, you likely only saved me, not him. So who's the incapable one now? Fuck, I hated his smile. Realizing this was a complete waste of time, I turned to leave. The smoke really was doing a number on my lungs. Even the bleach was better.
You should leave while you still can,
he offered. At first, I thought he was commenting on what I was doing, but for whatever reason, I paused with one foot on the ladder rung and looked over to Jared. When he saw that he had my full attention, he dropped what was left of his cigarette and stomped it out.
The shelter, before it gets light in the morning. Someone's bound to realize what's going on with you. And when that happens, I wouldn't want to trade places with you.
Now, didn't that sound ominous? Why? What is supposedly going on with me? He stepped away from the wall, which brought him uncomfortably close to invading my personal space, something he clearly had no reservations about doing. His eyes narrowed, as if he suspected I was making fun of him, until he realized I was serious.
Oh, you don't know,
he murmured, that fucking smirk reappearing. Apparently that was hilarious to him.
Where you were during the past couple of weeks is obvious, but tell me again how your lanky goofball survived until you crossed paths. The real issue, you see, isn't just that the dead don't do us the favor of staying dead. There are, in fact, quite a few who bounce back, like you. Question is, exactly how much of a typhoid Mary are you now? because there's mounting evidence that those who didn't get infected in the first wave but are sick now got it from those supposedly recovered.
His lopsided grin broadened.
Noticed your brave, wise companion getting more sluggish over the past day? Was that really because of hydration and exhaustion?
The fear seizing my heart had very little to do with our situation in general. Could he be right? Had I signed Kaz's death certificate by allowing him to hang around? Or was the asshole yet again yanking my chain? That literally makes no sense, I groused when my sluggish thoughts finally worked through the biology behind his statement, what little of it I knew. Whatever the fuck is causing this, people who get sick and whose immune system finally clears the infection aren't infectious any longer. Give me one single example of that ever happening. Typhoid Mary wasn't recovered. She simply remained a carrier. That's something completely different. Mostly. But I had a feeling he didn't possess the knowledge to contradict me. He didn't need to, as his momentary look of satisfaction let me know.
There's still the matter of the zombie apocalypse breaking out. How often does that happen?
To humans? Maybe the first time ever, I admitted. But there are quite a number of pathogens that can cause shit resembling that in nature. Jared cocked his head to the side.
What exactly are you going to college for?
Too late, I realized that this entire conversation was about something other than him yanking my chain. A different kind of unease started crawling up my spine. Just maybe being worthless except for bait had been a saving grace. I didn't say I was. Going to college, that was.
Lucky guess,
Jared jeered at me.
The age, the highlights, the general mightier-than-thou behavior. You don't look like blue-collar stock, and you certainly don't talk like it.
I stared at him for several seconds straight. It was so hard not to laugh in his face, but I somehow managed. Accounting. I'm going to UNC for a graduate degree in accounting. Want to see my student ID? It's somewhere in one of those burning buildings. He looked disappointed, which was less of a victory than it should have been.
That must be the most boring and disappointing thing to do with your life.
Which was the point. Not that I told him that. It was none of his business anyway. It was a good reminder of when I should have shut up, though. He's just exhausted. He's not getting sick, I insisted.
Probably. I don't give a shit.
Which I was sure was the truth. So you don't know what's infecting people and turning them into the Walking Dead either? He shook his head.
I talked to a couple of soldiers before they tucked their tails between their legs and ran. They had some snazzy doctors with them that were yapping on about this and that a lot, but didn't know shit either. They kept throwing around names and strains, but couldn't narrow it down either. I got the sense that one of them insisted that it was anthrax simply because they wanted to call us all redneck sheep fuckers. Tells you what the East Coast academic elite know about the population makeup of urban North Carolina.
For once, I had to agree with him, if possibly for other reasons than he guessed. Hopefully. Anthrax? That's caused by bacteria.
Brilliant observation, Doc,
he jeered. I ignored him. That makes no sense. This shit must be airborne, considering the spread. I had to admit, with cramming for finals, it was possible that the girls and I had missed news about the first cases popping up. But we would never have gone on our party bender if an airborne, communicable disease had already been ravaging the city, or state, or the entire country. Shell had been way too much of a germaphobe for that.
And yet,
the asshole muttered, trailing off with a smile that was still infuriating, although it was rather neutral. For him.
Here we are.
I tried to rack my brain for what details about anthrax I still knew. Caused by bacteria, Bacillus anthracis. It was sometimes transferred from farm animals to farmers, hence the sheep reference. As far as I remembered, symptoms were mostly rashes and lesions. Pop some antibiotics and you're good. And then, of course, there was that weaponized stuff everyone had heard about from the terrorist attacks after 9/11. That white powder had come from a lab, one of the leading specialists in the country, in fact. That exposure might kill a handful of people I could see, but not affect hundreds of thousands. How would someone even distribute that? It sounded like a lot of nonsense to me. But why would actual scientists think of that when a virus sounded much more plausible? They must have found something. None of that mattered now, so I did my best to ignore the unease spreading through my mind. If anything, that all sounded like a targeted attack. But who'd do such a thing? And wouldn't we have realized that we were at war with someone? Or why go to such lengths and not simply drop a nuke on Charlotte? That would have been much easier, predictable, and 1,000,000 times cheaper. None of that made any sense. Yet here we were. Asshole that he wasn't wrong with that statement. Were you just being an asshole? Cute when you said they'll think I'm a menace? I didn't want to ask, but if this was about to become a problem... He gave me a bland look.
Stay until after sunrise and find out. I warned you. What you make of that is entirely up to you.
I considered lingering, but then decided it simply wasn't worth it. I doubted I'd get a straight answer out of him, even if I spent the entire night bickering back and forth. With luck, this would be the last time our paths would ever cross. Who knew? Maybe there was one positive thing to this outbreak or whatever the hell it was, after all. Chapter 13. I tried to get some more rest, but my mind refused to shut up. By 4 a.m., I was up, cleaning myself with some cold water and scrounging up some snacks for breakfast. Kaz was hard to rouse until I whispered to him that I wasn't sure we were safe here. He really was way too trusting, but after that conversation last night, I wasn't considering leaving him with these people. Not that it was my choice, and if he had insisted on staying, I would have set out by myself. As it was, Kaz didn't protest for a second and was quick to find something to eat. We decided not to take anything from the shelter, not even one of the less snazzy backpacks that lay in a corner, probably unused, or a bottle of water. If yesterday had been any indication, I couldn't trust myself with extra ballast, and we both agreed that we would find something in the next 30 hours or so if need be. Once we made it outside of the city, things should get vastly easier. It was just before 5 in the morning, still dark outside but no longer pitch black, when I finally realized what had been scratching like nails on the chalkboard at the back of my mind. Spores. The damn anthrax bacteria were known to be able to make spores as part of their life cycle, like tiny, virtually indestructible little balls that, under the right conditions, like after getting ingested by a potential host, could turn into live bacteria again. I vaguely remembered that this was how the bacteria subsisted in the soil for long stretches of time, until a stupid mammal gave them the perfect living conditions once more. But I was sure that I'd been right when I'd remembered last night that we humans mostly got rashes or disgusting lesions from that, and the lung-killing shit was lab-grown stuff only, not something occurring naturally. Else, there would be plenty of cases among rural populations each year, not the odd rash on a farmer's leg that was easily treatable. Then again, I was not about to explain away zombies, so it really didn't matter. Except that it bugged me. But not as much as the idea that some of the people in the shelter, sick or not, might see me or Kaz as a real danger to their lives and kill us without remorse. So leaving early before anyone could consider asking us about what we'd been up to before crossing paths with Jared and his gang was essential. We were almost to the ladder leading up into the warehouse when a lone figure stepped out of a nearby shadow, making me jump. He was one of the guards I'd seen loitering around during the night. A Hispanic guy in his 30s with a ball cap and kind of anemic goatee he seemed to try to grow out into a full beard. He had a bit of a gut and wasn't much taller than me, but that still made him 100 times better equipped for surviving out there than Kaz or me. Unlike us, he had a pack resting by his side.
"What are you doing up at the crack of dawn?"
Something about his tone tipped me off. He didn't exactly sound suspicious, just too curious. I went for the next best lie I could come up with that sounded plausible. Jared told us to wait for him outside. Something about getting another run into the supermarket before the city wakes up. It wasn't even that much of a lie. He had told me to get lost, and about this hour of the day as well, so... The guy squinted first at me, then at Kaz, probably noting that neither one of us was carrying a bag or pack or whatnot to bring loot back with us.
"You're running, aren't you?"
I was about to shake my head and grasp for the next straw of questionable truth, but Kaz talked right over me. I'd really have to let him know that wasn't a brilliant strategy.
"Nah, but we are leaving."
I could have kicked him, but refrained. I gave myself a 1 in 10 chance of being able to take that guy down before he could alert the others.
"Oh, good. I'm coming with you, if you don't mind."
That wasn't what I had expected. Kaz was nodding enthusiastically, while all I had for him was a suspicious, "Why?" If our mixed reactions bothered him, he didn't show it. That he had to wait with his reply until I was done coughing, yet again, sure didn't help.
"I'm like you,"
he told me once my lungs let me breathe once more. When I kept squinting at him, he took a step closer, letting the ambient light fall on his face. It was impossible to miss the black eye and scrapes across his cheeks.
"See this? They gave me this the day after they found me in the streets, when my lungs got better and I didn't get as sick as the rest of them. No idea why they think I'm dangerous. I spent an entire week locked in my bedroom, sick as a dog, and when I woke up again, the world had gone to shit outside. I'm not staying another day. There's strength in numbers. We have a much better chance setting out together. I might even know a good hideout a couple miles outside the city, if we don't find any military checkpoints that can help us first."
That it was very close to the very same speech I might have given didn't help the bad feeling still gripping me. That didn't keep me from shaking his hand in agreement when he offered.
"I'm Antonio Ruiz. Tony to my friends."
"Nice to meet you, Tony. I'm Callie, and this is Kaz." And thus the three amigos were out on the road together. Not my idea. That was how Tony phrased it. It took a little clambering to get from the ladder into the ruined warehouse and then out onto the street, but we managed without a hitch. I couldn't be sure in the gloom, but the air seemed to be thicker again, with more smoke and ash swirling around us. Or were those bacterial spores, intent on eradicating us to the last man, woman, and child? I really needed more sleep, and some proper rest to give my mind a break. Jared's advice, if you could call it that, really hadn't helped. Down the road leading to the supermarket, a few figures stirred. I was absolutely heartbroken when Tony gestured to take the street running north instead, leading away both from the shelter and from that group. That one was still entirely cast in shadows, if nice and quiet. Something was different today, and it couldn't simply be my rising paranoia or the fact that my body had had yet one more day to bounce back toward full health territory. There was a strange energy coming from all around us, as if the entire city was waking up with the sky slowly brightening. I realized most of that must have been in my imagination, but what about the rest? When I'd stumbled from the triage camp and then on to the co-working space, there had been zombies out and about, but their numbers had still been manageable. Yesterday, it had mostly been luck and distance from the center that allowed us to remain alive. If with today came another similar step up, our chances of staying alive were decidedly tanking. I couldn't see them yet, and I couldn't really hear them, but I had a sense of actually being able to sense them somehow, all around us. Of course, that was sheer madness and exhaustion. But what if I wasn't wrong? We made slow progress, hampered by several factors. Most of all, we were all terrified and exhausted, which made us cautious with a side of taking forever to cross a street or make it from one larger obstacle to the next. So far, that strategy was working in our favor, since it gave us plenty of opportunity to notice and consequently avoid the handful of undead searching for scraps behind burned-out wrecks or picking apart the pieces of slaughter left over from yesterday. That same strategy also let us avoid no less than 3 other still human bands also making their way in roughly the same direction as we were headed. Was there strength in numbers? Yes, but there was also strength in sacrificing someone else to get away, and I would not give anyone else that very same opportunity that Jared had exploited the day before. I was sure that we looked like we carried nothing of value with us, including provisions, but that didn't keep anyone from slaughtering us out of spite. Maybe I was getting jaded in my old age, but I didn't put it past certain elements of society to leave behind all previously enforced rules of morality. Last but not least, we were slow as hell because my lungs wouldn't allow me to manage more than a block at a time. Yesterday's stunt may have saved my life, but it sure didn't speed up my recovery. It got even worse once there was an actual strain on my lungs. The various scrapes and bruises I'd sustained so far also hurt, and the aches in my muscles were making it hard to keep going. In short, I really could have done with a day or 10 of vacation, but it didn't look great for that in my near or far future. As soon as the sun came up, the city came fully alive around us, if that was the applicable term for it. Not just bands of the undead were creeping out of hiding spaces all over. Suddenly all the streetlights came on, and quite a few storefronts and private residences as well, followed by an infernal wail of sirens echoing from everywhere. Clearly, someone had turned the electricity back on all over the city. We'd just been about to leave the relative safety of some dumpsters in an alley that many before us must already have used for cover, considering how they had been arranged to block the alley for everything except well-coordinated pedestrians. Now we were happy to remain crouching behind them, staring wide-eyed at each other. Because I was closest to the street, I got a glimpse of what felt like every single zombie in the city jumping out of their hiding spaces, some immediately falling on each other, but quite a few taking off at random. It was only because I was watching them that I noticed a small fleet of drones zooming over the buildings, one of them hovering over the intersection close by. The deafening sirens cut off, or most of them did. A few were still going strong. Instead, a male voice started rattling off numbers and abbreviations that made absolutely no sense to me. When I saw Kaz craning his neck for the source of the voice, I pointed at the drone. His face lit up for a moment, but the brief elation was quickly replaced by a frown.
"That's not good,"
he cut off when the counting stopped. A moment later, the speaker was back on, no longer resorting to gibberish.
"Attention, attention everyone! Citizens of Charlotte, this is your final evacuation order. In exactly 1 hour from now, at 7:25, we will begin firebombing the city. I repeat, this is your final evacuation order. All people are advised to leave the city immediately."
He cut off in what sounded awfully like his throat was closing down, prohibiting him from going on. Kaz and I simply stared at each other until I finally croaked out, "The what?" Kaz simply shook his head in clear disbelief. Even though my muscles were still locked in place, I felt my pulse skyrocket as panic gripped me. This couldn't be real, right? This was someone's absolutely horrible prank. But it had to be a prank, right? We were spared further discussion as the voice came back on, all rigidity gone now from his tone.
"This is an official order signed by the President and the Secretary of Defense. Everyone who can hear me,
Everyone who still understands, you need to fucking get out of this fucking city. The situation is so far beyond out of control that this is a last-ditch effort that's likely coming a week too late, but...
He cut off again. The squeal of the microphone sounded like someone had forcibly removed him. The voice that replaced him was female and quite rattled, but still somewhat calmer. You have 59 minutes remaining. There are evacuation vehicles waiting for you at several checkpoints. Please proceed to the nearest checkpoint. She then started rattling off addresses and points of interest, most I wasn't familiar with. They all sounded like exits at the very borders of the city, well away from the center where I'd spent the entire time I'd been living in Charlotte. Tony perked up at something she said just before the transmission ended. The drone remained hovering over the street, slowly bobbing up and down as it rotated, presumably gathering video evidence.
That one before the last? That's not too far from here, Tony explained. I went by there often when I was still driving delivery trucks for local businesses. On foot, it's maybe 20 minutes, 25 tops.
I wondered if he'd factored in just how slow-going it was this morning, and that strolling down the sidewalk was a thing of the past. But it wasn't like we had any other options. Let's do it, I whispered, clapping him on the shoulder. You lead the way, since you know where we're going. Provided we made it out of this alley alive and didn't get torn apart within minutes. Then again, if they turned on the sirens once more, that might not be the worst thing that could happen to us. Tony was cautious as he first looked each way, then slowly eased himself along the side of the building until he could disappear between car wrecks once more. Kaz nodded for me to go next, but I shook my head. There was a good chance that I wouldn't be able to keep up with them, and I didn't want to doom Kaz if that was the case. At least, not automatically. For now, the temporary respite had allowed me to catch my breath again, even if my brain was alight with panic now. I barely made it to the first car before screeching and howling froze me in my steps. 6 zombies came vaulting over the cars, helter-skelter all across the vehicles. They seemed to chase one another. 20 more followed, clearly in pursuit of the others. They came crashing down right on one of the groups of looters that we'd kind of been following for a while, screaming in violent triumph. I forced myself to push on, using their momentary distraction to hasten to the other side of the street where the cover was better. Ahead of me, Tony and Kaz were also changing over. Passing by the field of carnage was brutal. I flinched every time a piece of a body or literal pound of flesh got thrown against the other side of the car I was trying to sneak by. Since the only way was forward, there was nothing else we could do except give up and wait for the inevitable, and that was not an option I was willing to consider. Kaz and Tony were waiting for me where a broader swath of road and open space cut through the city ahead of us. The entire road, 4 lanes split into 2 and 2, with grass in between, was blocked with vehicles. If in the streets behind us the wrecks had been haphazardly strewn across the road and sidewalks, here they were bumper to bumper, with no free space left to the sides either. It was impossible to guess which lanes had been the outbound ones, except for the street signs. The entire space was filled with vehicles, most of them intact, but so blocked in that it was impossible for even a bike to ease in between them now. For us, it would be a close fit, but manageable. I was glad that Tony was still waiting when I hunkered down to give me a chance to catch my breath. I knew that realistically he was checking on the situation, but I was happy for small favors where I could get them. As I leaned against a car door and waited for my vision to stop swimming from exhaustion, I saw a basement door on one of the close-by buildings ease open, spilling 5 people onto the sidewalk, one by one. No, 6, I realized when I saw how heavily pregnant the woman stepping out last was. The father was carrying the smallest of the children, who looked to be about 3 or 4. The others were maybe 8 and 12. The younger children were scared out of their wits, while the oldest boy tried to act very mature. The dad and kids easily made it several cars down to where the real mashup of vehicles began, but the mom had to stop 3 times before she caught up with them, Even from across the distance, I saw that she was in pain. Maybe not yet in labor, but too heavily pregnant to keep up with the rest of her family. On her sweaty, frowning face, that realization was impossible to miss. As he anxiously waited for her to catch up, I saw the same knowledge dawn on the dad's face. My heart broke for them when I watched the woman take each of her children's faces in her hands and kiss their foreheads before she sagged against a car, silently shaking her head at her husband. They maybe stood a chance, fleeing in the same direction we were trying to go. She already knew that she wouldn't make it. When I turned away to focus on our route ahead, I found Kaz staring at them, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Tony and I shared a look. Then he grabbed Kaz's arm and pulled him forward into the maze of cars. I followed quickly after one last glance toward the woman, now sagged down to where she was sitting on the pavement, staring after where her family was disappearing, her lips moving in silent prayer. As we wove through the vehicle maze, I saw the family pop up time and time again, mostly the middle child, who wasn't quite that good at hiding as his father and older brother. Unlike them, he had an almost excited look on his face, clearly not quite catching on to the seriousness of the situation. When they were stopping near us a couple minutes later, I heard the father tell him that,
"Mommy's right behind us. She will meet us when we get to the checkpoint. They have a special way for mommies to get there."
You really had to be a child to believe that and not hear the tear-filled lie in his voice. We weren't the only people choosing the route. As we continued forward, more and more came to join us from every street leading outward from the city center, and sometimes even from between buildings. The odd stifled yip and yell made it obvious that some got picked out by zombies, but for everyone that disappeared, 3 more kept surging forward. Soon, our stop-and-go sneaking had turned into a bent-over trot, and ahead I saw more and more people flee in full-on runs. Screams and howls got louder behind us, but seemed to fall back as we put more and more distance between us and the more densely populated areas. There was a sense of, we can make this, in the air. Too bad that my lungs gave out 5 minutes into this. I tried to keep going. I fought for every rattling breath, and for 10 seconds I managed to keep up, although the world around me swayed dangerously. But then I lost my footing and fell hard on my right knee, ending up sprawling on a small patch of open space next to where a motorcycle had gotten mangled between a larger truck and a small car. What little was left of my breath was knocked out of my lungs, leaving me gasping on the ground, my entire torso exploding with pain. Something yanked hard on my arm, pulling me up. For a split second, I thought it was a zombie ready to tear me apart. Instead, it was Kaz peering into my face, muttering words that refused to make sense to me. He pulled me forward around the wreck to where we could squeeze between 2 limousines, partly hidden from view. "You have to go on without me," I tried to protest. Kaz vehemently shook his head.
"We stick together, remember? Let the others run. They'll serve as a distraction so we can sneak by later."
"No time," I protested. Neither of us had a watch to check, but that didn't keep Kaz from shrugging off my protest.
"We still got time aplenty. Rest up. You're no good to me if you fall over and can't go on."
He was right, of course, and I absolutely wouldn't have held it against him had he abandoned me right then and there. But he didn't. Some coughing and fighting against the pain later, and I managed to take a few deep breaths. Off we went again, falling back to our more sedate pace, with me leading once more. The family passed us in the meantime, the dad and I sharing a long, agonizing look as he pulled ahead. As much as his struggle was clear to me, my own must have been to him. I was surprised when, maybe 10 cars ahead of where we'd stopped, Tony was waiting for us, anxious but without a word of protest or chastisement. It was when I caught him trying to hide a wince that I realized he must have been more hurt by the beating he'd received than he'd let on. When he signaled me to take the lead, I did, hoping the guys could fend for themselves while I did my best to pick the safest route. The stream of people running by us dwindled to only a handful every couple of minutes. That made me wonder, were we the last ones? Or just the last ones to escape? The fighting was still going strong behind us, making me guess the undead had learned that there was fast and easy food to pick off now. For just a second, I thought back to all the people at the shelter. Had any of them managed to get out? Had that asshole been serious when he'd been talking about potential danger to Kaz and me? Or had he somehow seen this coming and given us the head start we'd need to have even a slim chance of making it? None of that was important now. The only thing that mattered was for us to make it to that checkpoint. I pushed myself as hard as I dared, but it was slow going. Way too slow. My entire body was turning into an anxious mess with every minute that I knew was passing. And we were still making our way through urban territory. That we had no watch to check on was not helping. That everything around us was growing deceptively quiet was even worse. Every couple of minutes I was asking myself if this was really happening, because it really couldn't, but the fear that it was real kept driving me ever forward. Then we saw it, the checkpoint. It was easy to make out since it was behind an open stretch of road. Either they had cleared away abandoned vehicles, or more likely had the roadblock where the pileups ended and had made sure that nothing could drive into the space before the next roadblock that made up the checkpoint. Several larger troop transporters were waiting next to a small fleet of smaller ones, flanked by Humvees and a good 20 heavily armed soldiers that were guarding the vehicles. As we hunkered down behind another vehicle so I could catch my breath one last time, we watched as at least 30 people came running out from between the cars and made for the checkpoint. The family wasn't among them yet, I realized with alarm. Almost immediately, the soldiers started firing, turning my blood to ice. It took me a moment to realize that they weren't firing at the fleeing people running for them, but at the mass suddenly surging toward them from the ditches and farther out, picking out runners quicker than the soldiers could gun them down. Of the 30 or so, 7 made it. One woman screaming hysterically and trying to turn back for the loved ones that hadn't arrived. 2 soldiers grabbed her and started pulling her away toward one of the transporters. The transports farthest down the road were slowly pulling away, the evacuation almost complete. Kaz and I shared another scared look. I had a feeling that neither of us figured we'd stand a chance of making it through that gauntlet alive, even with all the zombies now lying dead among the heaps of their victims. Judging from just how many dead I now realized were piling up on that road, this had been going on for quite a while. The wail of the sirens starting up anew felt like the proverbial apocalyptic trumpets. We were out of time, and the perceived safety of the checkpoint was just beyond what I knew we could reach. Chapter 14. Not all hope was lost yet, I realized, as a fresh wave of people surged into the open space. One of the last groups was the father, still carrying his smallest child, with the other 2 children running right ahead of him. Gone was any sense of adventure I'd seen on their faces before, besides the fear. Now it was all-out panic, the same as was gripping me. We were still a good 60 feet away from the last vehicles, but I couldn't give up now, even though my legs burned and my lungs borderline refused to work. Kaz and Tony needed no encouragement from me. As soon as I pushed myself up and forward, they were moving as well, still cautious, but with massively increased urgency. I didn't hold it against Tony when he quickly pulled ahead. I tried to signal Kaz to do the same, but he staunchly refused, instead sticking with me. It vaguely occurred to me that this way, he could both play gallant knight and had a 50% chance that anything coming for us would pick me rather than him. But I was well aware of the fact that only I was thinking along those lines. Somehow, that made me feel a little better about the situation. The fastest runners were halfway toward the checkpoint when they got taken down, both by yet more zombies coming from the sides, but also those that must have still been hidden among the corpses playing possum. Great. Not only were they savage hunters, but they'd already learned to tweak their strategies and lay traps for us as well. Things did not look great for humanity. But none of that mattered to me right now. First, I'd have to get into that kill zone, and we were still only halfway to the barrier. One runner made it, then a second. The soldiers were shooting and shouting, urging them on. Ahead and to the side, I saw the father stumble but catch himself. The kids shot ahead, but then made as if to stop. He screamed at them to run, which they did, but they kept looking back, decreasing their speed. At the checkpoint, one soldier turned to the others, then slung her assault rifle onto her back and ran into the kill zone, the two men next to her covering her. Even across the distance, I could make out the look of utter determination on her face, as if by sheer will she'd force the zombies to lie low. On her gore-splattered uniform, I could see the lieutenant bars among the unit patches that made no sense to me. So not a bleeding heart, silly girl, but likely the commanding officer of the checkpoint making a command decision. She reached the kids, shouting at them to run, and gave both a push toward the checkpoint. Then she kept going, reaching the father moments later. He barely protested as she pulled the screaming child out of his arms, already turning around to sprint back. Even with him having a head start, she quickly shot past him, hurtling and jumping over the dead with little caution for her own safety. She made it back and through the roadblock at the checkpoint just as the last of the larger transports drove off. The soldiers that were covering her kept shooting, while the others started pulling back, retreating to the Humvees. A couple of them grabbed the kids and deposited them in the last smaller transport, the officer climbing in right after them. The father finally made it to the last two soldiers, who retreated right after him, finally abandoning their firing and running full tilt toward the vehicles. The transporter started driving just as the father reached it, two soldiers grabbing his arms and pulling him in just before it accelerated. In a truly uncanny move, the last I saw of him was him looking back, us locking gazes once again. He looked devastated with sorrow, and as he recognized me, even more guilt washed over his expression. I didn't hold it against him that he'd saved as much of his family as he'd been able to. We'd only made it to the first roadblock, the start of the kill zone, when the transport disappeared out of sight and the sirens cut off for good. I didn't realize that had happened, since the feeding frenzy going on right ahead of us was loud and distracting enough that the absence of the wailing was barely noticeable. But of course my mind picked up on it, knowing only too well what that meant. Turning to look back toward the city center, I tried to make out anything, but the sky remained clear of any aircraft. I didn't even know what I was looking for. In my mind, images of large planes dropping huge bombs were running rampant. But that couldn't really be what the military had planned. Their own soldiers were only just leaving the more densely populated areas. If they were going to drop a nuke on Charlotte, that schedule made no sense. Besides, wouldn't there be fallout that was virtually impossible to control? Suddenly, the idea of standing there with a wall of flames racing toward me being the last thing I'd ever see was no longer the worst that could happen to me. Surviving something similar, but then dying of radiation poisoning hours or days later, with my skin and flesh literally slouching off my bones, 10 times worse. "We need to get moving," I whispered to Kaz, only now realizing that I'd gripped his jacket and was trying to pull him up alongside me. Even if we have to walk, the farther we are away from the epicenter of this, the better. Kaz kept resisting. A moment later, I realized why, and quickly joined him behind the car right next to the concrete roadblock. We hadn't been the only ones to miss the transports. More and more people kept stumbling out from between the vehicles, coming to a slow halt, one after the other, as they stared down the road where their salvation had just disappeared. Tony was one of them, even reaching up to his ball cap and gripping it in frustration. Almost immediately, the zombies in the kill zone turned on them, ignoring the carnage they had already produced. Tony stumbled back and ducked behind the concrete barrier out of sight. Through there was a nightmare, that much was for sure. Going around was maybe possible if we hugged the vehicle pileup for long enough and maybe found a way through the small industrial area to the east. A sequence of explosions went up behind us, the shockwave hitting us just as the sound assaulted our ears. I lost my footing, ending up pressed against the concrete divider next to Tony, with Kaz splayed out across the ground near my feet. Looking up in the sky over the city center, dark columns of smoke rose, lit red from below. The closest was still half a mile away from us, but my mind insisted that I could feel the heat washing over my face. Cutting through the smoke, I saw 2 fighter jets banking over the city, but I doubted they'd been the source of the explosions. Drones. They were using a drone strike to annihilate the city. Not the small drones I'd seen, equipped with microphones and video cameras, without a doubt. No, the death from above ones. Strong arms pulled me onto my feet. Tony, I realized. Kaz was already stirring, confused but quick to move once he saw both of us crouching next to him. I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't help it. I had to straighten to be able to better look at the inferno that was raging behind us. As I watched, a new sequence of detonations was going up in a west to east direction. If they switched to south to north next, we'd be toast in seconds. "Run!" I shouted, panic gripping me too hard for reason to cut in and moderate my reaction. Tony and Kaz needed no encouragement. More or less side by side, we vaulted over the concrete dividers and staggered into the previous kill zone where zombies might get us, rather than stay and wait until the drones would get us. Something reared up in front of me. I zigzagged left, almost falling over an obstacle on the ground. For a second, my eyes fell on the bloody face of a woman, her left cheek a gaping wound, her jaw dislodged. My mind immediately slammed on the blinders, letting me look away and push on, only reacting to motion. Something was moving to my right, so I went left, then left again, right, left, right. My nostrils were full of the stench of blood, urine, and fecal matter, but I somehow managed to block that out as well. I tried to run, but it was mostly a staggering lumber, just fast enough to let me change directions when something shot up ahead of me. Then I saw something running at me, but rather than collide with my body, it crashed into something to my left. Not Kaz or Tony, and I didn't give a shit about anyone else right that second. Encouraged by our surge forward, and just as blind with panic as we were, others were taking their chances now. Because the direct way to the checkpoint was littered with the most corpses, we veered to the left, while most still ran straight ahead. Incidentally, that drew a lot of the attention away from us, since 20, 30 moving targets were better than 3. We made it past the checkpoint on the outside of the barriers. I was dead last, barely enough energy left to haul myself over the wall of sandbags left there for some momentary cover. As soon as I went down, Tony climbed over the next wall and started forward. I couldn't keep up. My lungs were screaming, my head was pounding, and my entire body felt like it was barely holding together. And yet, when Kaz offered me his hand, I let him heave me back onto my feet, and together we half walked, half trotted on. We were a good 100 feet past the checkpoint when another series of explosions ripped through the air, forcing us to stop or end up tumbling to the ground. Ducking against what, I couldn't intellectually articulate. I looked back, seeing houses left and right of the road we'd been following on fire. As I watched, somewhere in the wall of smoke and fire, cars were thrown this way and that, some of the shrapnel even hitting the kill zone. Blindly gripping Kaz's arm, I pulled him forward with me, staggering ever onward. We weren't the only ones left alive. More and more dirty figures kept pushing past us, the distinction between the living and the dead becoming impossible. I stopped caring about that. As long as something didn't try to bite my face off, I was happy to lumber alongside it. It was oddly reminiscent of the triage camp exodus, only that now it was an actual lack of oxygen and likely damage to my inner ear that turned me into a confused, disoriented puppet. On and on, we ran when we could, and when we couldn't, then we stopped and caught our breaths until we could run again. The explosions continued, Some hitting far away, some coming ever closer. Whenever I looked back, I thought this would be the last time. We had to be the last to make it out. But there were still others coming. A lot were slower, slow enough that they fell back and eventually disappeared into the smoke and fire. But some were faster, running past us as if we were standing, when really we weren't. I wondered what the drone pilots were thinking, seeing us fleeing ahead of their strikes. They equipped those things with cameras, right? They must have been watching us as they sent the drones to drop their payloads in the right places. That must be a real shit job today. My pity for them was very limited. I hadn't seen Tony in what felt like ages, when suddenly he stood before us, smeared in grime and soot so heavily that I only recognized his ball cap and figured the rest fit, so it must have been Tony. Bent over with his hands on his knees, he looked ready to give up. Wordlessly, Kaz and I split, each grabbing one arm and pulling Tony along with us. One more sequence of explosions started up from far away. They got closer and closer and closer. And I realized this time they wouldn't be stopping shy of us. Just ahead, the already straight road turned even straighter. A bridge, I realized, when I kept seeing nothing left and right of it, everything too hazy to make much sense of anything. Kaz tried going straight on while I veered right toward the railing. There were broken-down cars here as well, but not as many as before the checkpoint. One of them, still burning, looked like one of the Humvees that had been guarding the checkpoint. Beyond it, I caught glimpses of water in the smoke that had gotten so thick and cloying that I didn't even smell the fresh blood covering me everywhere I'd ended up smearing it whenever I'd fallen. How many times had that been? 20? 100? None of that mattered, as the detonations were getting closer and closer, only half a mile away from us now. The river was right there. "We need to jump," I yelled, surprised that I more felt than heard myself. I must have been virtually deaf, only that endless, annoying tone in my head that made my ears bleed. Maybe literally. Kaz stared stupidly at me. I pointed at the river, then mimed making a swan dive in. He shook his head, momentarily panicked. I pointed at the city and made the mistake of looking in that direction. Just then 2 more explosions hit, 2 more plumes of fire going up. Kaz was still shaking his head, but stopped as he watched, his mouth remaining open as he stilled and just stared. Tony, ever the survivor, stumbled to the balustrade, grabbed the railing, and more rolled than vaulted over. I staggered a step closer to Kaz so I could pull him with me. He didn't protest, still mesmerized by the fire behind us. Over his shoulder, I saw several people sprint past us. A few kept right on, but most paused, confused by what we were doing, and then also went for the river. Rather than wait for Kaz to be proactive, I gave his shoulders a strong shove when he leaned over the railing, sending him toppling over it. I was right behind him, using the last of my strength to heave myself over the railing, not unlike Tony had done. From the corner of my eye, I caught another explosion. This one close enough that I actually felt the heat wash over me as the shockwave hit. But by then, gravity was already taking hold of me. Then I was falling, the water coming straight at me. I hit the surface with my feet first, trying to make myself as compact as possible. It hurt like hell. First my feet and knees, then 10 times more when my entire body went in, with the water closing around me like an iron fist. What little air was still in my lungs was wrenched from me, increasing the agony even further. Everything was dark and murky, until what I perceived was up turned bright yellow and red, and another shockwave hit me like a sledgehammer, pushing me even deeper down. I scrambled and kicked, my lungs screaming for air, my mind clamoring for me to be smart and not surface right inside a flaming patch of oil swimming on the water's surface. I felt something move past me, fast. Then some debris hit the right side of my body, pushing me ever farther down. As I fought through the pain to make sense of things, I numbly realized that must have been a piece of the bridge falling into the river. If I'd been even inches to the right, It likely would have killed me instantly. Hypoxia was making me stupid, but the cold of the water helped me gather my thoughts. I could still see flames above me, but at the same time I realized that the water of the river was carrying me along. If I could just get up there and a little to the left. Using energy reserves I hadn't known I still had, my body went into autopilot, my limbs moving in a semblance of coordination to kick, kick, kick. I broke the surface with one last push, my mouth already open to gulp in air before all the water had drained off. Immediately I started to sputter and cough because of that. Then it got worse when the acrid scent of everything burning clogged up my airways. It took me what felt like forever to draw a regular breath, but I finally managed. Chaos reigned supreme. That I wasn't alone was no surprise, and I very soon realized that there were people all around me when I got kicked in the side, and someone else tried to pull me under the water as they were still clawing up toward the surface. People were shouting and screaming, some in pain, some in search of their companions. Everyone was covered in dirt that not even the river water had a chance of quickly washing away. At least a third of the bodies bobbing up and down in the water didn't move, most with their faces down, already drowned or killed by falling debris from the bridge. Way too late, I wised up and finally looked up, searching for what was still raining down hell on us. What used to be the bridge, well, bridges, one for each direction, was closer than I had figured. I'd thought that the current I had felt deep underneath the surface had carried me farther away. I had absolutely no idea where we were, but the river looked like it would be opening up into a lake on one end of the soft valley it had cut into the landscape. Of course, that was on the other side of the bridge from where I was currently treading water, somehow keeping myself afloat even with my sodden clothes dragging me down. I tried to reason out the best way to move forward now, but my mind was one mess of confusion, fear, and elation that I was still alive and kicking. I didn't trust that latter state at all, but there was little I could do about my situation right now. Except for finding Kaz and Tony, getting the hell out of the water, and moving as far away from the city as possible. I was just about to wonder how to set that plan into motion when something came splashing into the water right in front of me. Something charred and still burning and now clawing its way up to the surface, burned claws reaching for me. So we had barbecued zombies now falling from the sky, or rather the gap in the bridge that they must have been incapable of traversing, hence dropping straight into the river, with us, because the day wasn't bad enough yet. At least I hoped it was one of the undead, still refusing to remain dead, because from what I could see through the water, there was literally no skin left on the burned victim, and this was no world where anyone would survive that beyond a handful of last agonizing hours. Awesome either way. Before the thing could make a lunge for me, I kicked out, the density of the water making the move far less useful than it should have been. I tried again, this time managing to both push that thing away from me while propelling myself backward to maximize the distance between us. Just when I figured I was out of its reach, two more came hailing down on us. One dragged the still-submerged zombie down with it. The other hit my upper back, doing the same to me. The impact alone felt like part of the bridge had hit me, not just what remained of a human body. The air got knocked right out of my lungs again. Also, that damn thing was clinging to me like a barnacle. The sensation of that burned hand digging into my arm was giving me the creeps. Lashing out blindly seldom did anything useful, but this once I managed to dislodge the zombie from my arm and shoulder, and then I was back to frantically kicking toward the surface. The cold water must have been numbing some of the pain because I didn't even hurt that badly, only that parts of my body didn't quite work as they were supposed to. Realizing that I would soon get hit by the next charred zombie if I stayed here any longer, I did my best to push my body into a swimming motion. I really didn't care if I resembled a drowning dog paddling for her life. I just needed to get away from here. Right fucking now. Another dark body came bobbing out of the water right in front of me. I was getting ready to lash out, or at the least try to change course, when I realized that the skin was dark but not charred black, the dark hair bound into a top knot very much intact. The face was still underwater, which wasn't good. Not good at all. Paddling closer so I could reach his shoulder, I did my best to roll Kaz backward so that his entire head was out of the water, or at least his nose and mouth were. Almost immediately, he not just stirred, but started flailing around him, trying to shake me off. I absolutely understood the sentiment, but so didn't appreciate it when he accidentally punched me in the nose before I could duck away. "Kaz, stop! It's me!" It took some shouting to get through to him, but eventually he stopped, then slowly pivoted until he saw me in the water next to him. The momentary smile he beamed at me was lifting some of the darkness from my soul. "Callie!" Then, "Oh no! Did I hit you? I thought you were one of the flaming zombies coming down off the road." That much was obvious. "Let's get out of here," I suggested instead of debating the point of my existence. We didn't have all that many choices, not with plenty of people all around us still mortally afraid and some likely really close to drowning. Several others had already started swimming to the shore, most, stupidly, toward the eastern one toward the city. I aimed for the other direction, but then paused. A couple 100 feet upriver from us, I saw a cluster of tiny huts with piers at the water. If in one of them was an actual boat, things would immediately look up for us. Changing course, I swam for them instead of the distant, maybe safer shore. Halfway there, we picked up Tony once more, who seemed to have a knack for turning up, waiting for us to catch up. He'd lost his pack in the water, but then not drowning was better than doing so with provisions you'd never be able to eat. I was too exhausted to pull myself up onto the pier, even with a weathered wooden ladder leading out of the water. Judging by the look of the wooden gate of the hut leading right down to the water, it was obviously a boathouse. Following the way of least resistance, I went underwater and dove underneath the gate, coming up in the gloom of the shack. Too late, I realized what might have been hiding in there. Too tired to give much of a shit, I waited for a zombie to tear my face off, screwing my eyes shut as I listened. When nothing happened, I looked around. Bingo! There was a boat, and while it had seen better days, it seemed well-maintained. It was also in the water, not up on some weird crane that might have needed electricity that I doubted was working out here. Maybe not even before the world had gone to shit. By the time Tony and Kaz walked into the boathouse through a small door from the pier, I'd pulled myself into the boat, lying there like a dead fish as I waited for them. With me down for the count, except to lick my wounds and pant and pant and pant for breath, Tony took charge. He told Kaz to open the gate while he did a check on the shack. Except for some useless detritus, he came up blank. Just as well, I doubted any of us would have been able to eat something, and there was water aplenty around us. I'd swallowed more than enough of that while fighting not to drown on the way over to the boathouse. I couldn't care less if I got the runs from it later. I'd still have to be alive for that to impact me, and I doubted that bacteria of this type were going to kill me. Kaz and Tony both climbed into the boat, almost capsizing it until we had our weight distributed evenly. It really was a small boat. I watched with something bordering on apathy as Tony tried and failed to start the motor 3 times. Then I rolled my eyes at him and gave up. "Move over. Let the frail, wheezing girl save the day." Reluctantly, Tony moved out of the way. I was sure he'd barely begun bitching me out in his head when the motor sprang to life, only having needed a little gentle persuasion.
"How did you do that?"
he yelled at me as we switched places once more. "We have lakes all over Montana, and trust me, that's a yacht compared to what I've had to coax into starting up. Don't kill it. I don't know how much gas there's left, but it should last us a while." Even a single mile that we got farther away from the city was worth it. I felt absolutely like the lowest scum as we eased out of the shack and into the river, where close to 100 people were still paddling for their lives. Most were underway to either shore now, and none were close enough that we could easily have helped them. Besides, the boat was having a hard enough time gaining speed with the 3 of us packed in. More than 5 would have likely sent it to a permanent wet grave. I had a sinking feeling that this was something I'd better get used to, leaving others behind. At least so far, they had all been dead. These people were still very much alive, and most likely had better chances of survival than me. This must have been how that father in the transport must have felt, except that he'd just lost his wife and unborn child, and had yet to explain all that to his other kids. I couldn't help but wonder how she'd died. Had she simply sat down in the street and waited for zombies to pick her off? Or had she returned to their hideout, maybe their home, and had waited in her favorite easy chair for the world to end? I had no idea how many explosives they had dropped on the city, but if they'd chased us right to the bridge, I doubted anyone closer to the center was still alive. Except for the zombies, of course, now extra crispy. I wondered if somewhere a general had to eat his hat while a different general was doing some "I told you so" gloating in his face, oblivious to what their strategy meant to people on the ground. Remembering that male announcer's voice and how close to going insane he'd sounded made me guess that the brass really must have been fucking desperate to go for this. I had a bad feeling that he had been right about it being too little too late. But then we'd soon find out and bear the consequences, much sooner than any decision-makers likely locked away securely in a bunker underneath a mountain or something like that. Chapter 15. The river didn't head straight north as I'd expected. In fact, it went neither north nor straight, instead meandering in larger bends this way and that, until I was asking myself how many extra miles we were going compared to the nearby roads. All the while, we didn't see any people, not on the shore nor in other boats. The reason soon became apparent. We were getting close to a dam, looming sky-high in the distance. From what I could tell, the gently sloping meadows and woods right and left were abandoned as well, and barely touched by the fire yet, but we were still within miles of the city. Apparently the nature preserve, or whatever this was, had been spared from the firebombing, but considering how much smoke there was in the air, it was only a matter of time until the flames spread here as well. The important thing was that we had seen no undead since leaving the demolished bridge behind. When we had to get out of the boat and off the river, close to the dam seemed like a good idea. The next question was, should we carry the boat up the slope and drop it back into the water in the lake that I presumed was up there, or leave it and look for another one? The very idea of climbing, all on my own without even a light pack, was beyond what I felt up to. Carrying the boat sounded like pure misery to me. There was another 2-bridge crossing point over the river in sight of the dam. It was intact, and while the road running across had some car wrecks on it, they looked abandoned. We elected to stop the boat in the relative shade of the bridges and clamber onto the shore to get some rest while we debated what we should do next. There was no debate, really. All 3 of us sagged into the lush green grass in the shade, after making sure that we'd pulled the boat far enough out of the water so it couldn't slide back and disappear on us, and didn't move a muscle for the better part of the morning. With no way of telling time except to go by the position of the sun, which was impossible because of all the smoke that made noon appear like dusk instead, there was little we could do about that. Also, not much need. We had made it this far. We were still alive, mostly unharmed, and currently not being chased by anything or anyone. Life was as good as it was going to get. And nobody was stupid enough to spell that out and thus jinx it, thankfully. By early afternoon, my brain had recovered some kind of working semblance. The river must have been the Catawba River, so that up there beyond the dam was likely Lake Norman. I'd been there several times with the girls, but since I'd spent every spare minute of the past 3 years either in class, studying, or working to earn a living, I hadn't had too much leisure time to spend it lazing at a lake or renting jet skis. I'd also never shown much interest in the geography of the region surrounding Charlotte, something that came to bite me in the ass now. As it turned out, Kaz was even worse about recognizing landmarks than me, and Tony knew nothing beyond roads and warehouse locations. We'd all been living in a world where such knowledge was just one tap on the GPS away, and now, without access to one, we were screwed. Then again, Lake Norman was a popular destination full of vacation homes and lake houses, so at least we were screwed in an area where finding food and shelter might not be completely impossible. Right now, that was as much as I needed. We ended up taking the boat with us. Our reasoning, for the most part? We were still close to the city. We were likely not the first people to flee on foot, and then have the bright idea that a boat would be nice. The boat would grant us access to areas around the lake not easily accessible by foot or from the roads going around it, which sounded about ideal to all three of us. So, as close to torture as dragging the damn thing up the hill was, we were determined and had literally nothing better to do. I helped as much as I could, but had to admit that the lion's share of the undertaking fell to the guys. Nobody complained. Nobody griped about the unfairness of life. We rested when we had to and trudged on whenever we were able to. When we were almost at the top of the hill, a good 200 feet from the dam, Tony told us to wait while he went scouting ahead to see what we were about to walk into. Theoretically, it should only have been an access road for the dam or something like that, but he was smart to want to check it out. Kaz and I sat down next to our burden and watched him leave, then top the rise and disappear from sight. We waited, and waited, and waited some more.
Think he got eaten?
Kaz asked a good hour into our waiting game. Maybe it had only been 30 minutes, but he had a point. I think it's way more likely that he left us behind. Did I sound bitter and defeated? Maybe a little. But the last eternity of eternities had left me a little short on hope and with an abundance of trust issues. Not that too many people had betrayed me, yet, but it was only a matter of time until they would. Maybe not even intentionally. I wasn't even sure if I should hold it against Tony if that had been the case. In the end, it didn't matter.
What do we do now?
Good question. Not one I had an answer for. 2 options. Either we both go up there and check if we see something, or we go up there and take the boat with us. Kaz didn't look very enthused by either.
Can't we just stay?
In the middle of the meadow, out in the open, with the sun slowly roasting our brains?
We could turn over the boat and hide underneath.
Totally inconspicuous, I harped.
Still better than getting eaten.
That we could agree on at least.
Who's getting eaten?
Both Kaz and I jumped at the sound of Tony's voice. Not only was he back, he was carrying a backpack and 2 bottles of water that he was already holding out to us.
Our savior returns,
Kaz sing-songed, happily grabbing a bottle. We never doubted you, not for a second, I stressed between greedy gulps. The water was warm, stale, and the absolute best thing I'd ever drunk.
You realize I could hear you halfway down the hill?
Tony jeered, grinning at us. I didn't bother with apologizing. He was back. He'd found provisions. Life was good. Tony put down the backpack between us as he leaned against the boat, digging into the provisions. It was all packaged goods, mostly snacks, but that was fine with me. Even with the ever-present foul stench still in the air, my stomach rumbled alive as Tony tossed me a pack of nuts. Far was it from me to ignore the tasty morsels. How bad is it up there? I asked after inhaling some almonds. Tony's momentary silence was telling, but eventually he answered.
At a first glance, it doesn't look too bad. I think there were plenty more people here this morning before they started firebombing the city. Looks like they abandoned most of what they couldn't easily carry. That's where I got this from.
He inclined his head toward the pack.
I did a quick sweep just to be sure that there's nothing hiding between the cars. Didn't find any dead...
He cut off there and cleared his throat.
None that came after me, at least. But I found a couple of people shot dead pretty recently. I don't think we should linger for long. Best to get the boat in the water quickly and beat it. We'll be much safer farther away from the city. And it's not like we have anything worth being killed over, right?
Part of me wanted to protest. We still had our lives. And maybe I was biased as a woman, but I could think of a few reasons why assholes would try to kill my protectors to leave me completely defenseless and at their mercy. But I remained silent. Kaz looked strained beyond what he could take already. I didn't want to add any more to that until it got necessary. The way Tony was eyeing me when he thought I didn't catch it was making me uncomfortable enough. But maybe I was just imagining things. I was well aware that I was a paragon of beauty right now, covered in grime and ash even after being dunked into the river, my clothes dirty and torn. I took a note to look for fresh ones if we happened on an abandoned house, or someone had gotten weird about what they took and consequently abandoned as they fled. In the city, I'd seen random bags stuffed with clothes all over. Where was one when I needed it? Not that I actually did. I would not risk my life for fresh underwear, that much was for sure.
How are your lungs?
Kaz asked when we were done stuffing our faces. I shrugged. Ask me when we make it the rest of the way up there, but I'll manage. It wasn't like I had a different option available. Kaz nodded, relieved.
How is it that she's having such a hard time and you're barely wheezing? He asked Tony. You said you also beat the infection?
All Tony had was a non-committal grunt. Probably affects different people in different ways, I offered. I got the jackpot. Ruined lungs, brain fog, and all around feeling like crap. Tony gets to haul the boat. I'll take that. Our laughter sounded fake as hell, but it was still good to have a shared moment of levity. Not much of that remained by the time the guys had dragged the boat up to the small service road that ran across the dam, and we got a good look at what lay beyond. Tony's description had been pretty apt. At a first glance, signs of people quickly abandoning the site were everywhere. But it wasn't worse than what you'd see after holiday campers returned home, or maybe a music festival. Maybe it was the fact that the handful of abandoned cars that I could see might just be parked for the day at the side of the road. There was also no gore or torn-apart remains on the road. The wind carried the ever-present stench of fires from the city, but the trees of the forest that were between us and Charlotte kept us from seeing anything except more smoke. It was still too thick here to let the sun through, but at least we got a vague sense of where it was positioned in the sky. Maybe on the northern shore of the lake it would be better. Tony's warning about the people who had been shot fresh in mind. We didn't linger, but quickly put the boat into the lake. While Kaz and I waited there, Tony made another quick dash to one of the cars, returning with the backpack refilled and a couple more water bottles. This time, Tony managed to start the motor on his own, and we were off before anything around us stirred. As we inched away from the shore, I looked to the buildings in the east. From below, they hadn't really been that visible. Is that a nuclear power station?
Sure is, Tony quipped.
I couldn't suppress a shudder. Think that's still running? And how much radiation were we inhaling right now if it wasn't? But it didn't look damaged or anything.
Where do you think the electricity came from that they used for the lights and sirens this morning? He asked, giving me a borderline disappointed look. Wouldn't be surprised if the army pulled back there from the checkpoint. Or someone else is holed up in there cozy and comfy, keeping all that sweet juice to themselves.
That reminded me of how the power had been out, except for emergency backup power, that fateful morning when I'd gone on the hunt for the cream cheese bagels and returned too sick to enjoy them. When did they turn it off the first time? I barely remember exactly what happened when this damn thing started. One day we were still cramming for finals and then celebrating having survived another semester, and the next morning I woke up sick as hell, the power was out, and a woman crashed her car in front of our apartment building and got savaged by zombies. The memory came seemingly out of nowhere. I still felt the unease that had gripped me, quickly superseded by the rationalization that I must have been high and thus hallucinating. Oh well, at least I had one stage of still being sober going for me. Yay me! Nobody answered. Either they didn't know, or their own memories were too painful to recount now. "Where should we go?" Tony asked, easing the boat north rather than over to the power station. "There are houses right over there." I searched where he was pointing. They all looked rather upscale, either permanent residences of people that could cope with the commute into the city comfortably, or very pricey vacation rentals. Maybe the power plant right across the lake made them more affordable? As inviting as they were, I had a bad feeling about them. "I think we should pass them up. There must be better—"
"Targets?"
Kaz offered when I wouldn't finish the sentence. I couldn't help but wince. Yeah. Still, I don't like the look of them.
"Too snazzy,"
Tony joked. "Too many large four-wheel drive cars in the driveways," I observed. "Wouldn't they have taken them if they'd fled? I may be wrong, but there's a chance they are still occupied. I'd hate stumbling into someone's living room when they are still in there. Worse, with a shotgun at the ready." Nobody objected.
"Do we hug this shore or the one to the east? Look around here or farther north?"
Tony wanted to know, steering the boat away from the houses. "North," I suggested when nobody else spoke up. "Not east. There's a highway skirting the shore there. That must be as clogged up as all the streets in Charlotte were. And I think I remember there being more towns on that side of the lake as well. Best we keep to the less populated areas." There was the chance that the highway had also been firebombed. I had zero interest in checking if that guess was correct. I watched the shoreline pass by us slowly for a couple of minutes, but then just stared ahead, no longer fully processing what was going on around us. Now that we were relatively safe, a fresh wave of exhaustion washed over me, even stronger than before, and it was barely past noon. I was so done with today. Hands down, the worst day yet, if not quite of my entire life, then of my recent past. All too soon, we realized that the entire region wasn't as deserted as it had seemed at a first glance.
"Should we get any closer to one of those islands? Or the peninsula over there?"
Kaz asked, his tone more cautious than I was used to from him. Maybe he was simply as exhausted as I was.
"I think I saw someone move over there. And there are tents and other boats."
Glancing at where he was looking, I couldn't ignore how my stomach twisted. People might mean food, water, strength in numbers. People might also mean more people to use us as bait or a distraction. "Did you see anything?" I asked Tony. He shook his head but kept scanning the indicated part of the shoreline on the approaching peninsula ahead. That he kept the boat squarely in the middle of the water was telling. Several times I thought I saw someone duck behind a tree or bush, but couldn't be certain. The relative gloom caused by the ash clouds still in the sky made it even harder to see details, and us being the only boat moving, we must have been easy to avoid. In a sense, all that was a relief. I doubted the raving, crazed zombies would have bothered to stay behind cover. Behind the peninsula, several more stretched into the lake, on both sides. Tony slowed the boat down to barely more than drifting as we tried to decide where to head next. The few houses we glimpsed on the shore were smaller now, definitively more like vacation homes. The very idea of breaking into one still made my gorge rise. Things had been different in the city, particularly when I'd had little choice and was too frightened to be civil. Now we were relatively safe in the boat and had provisions for the day, plus enough water to last all of us for several lifetimes. That didn't warrant breaking into someone's property and risking getting shot for trespassing.
"Let's head a little farther up the lake," Kaz suggested.
When we both looked at him, he shrugged.
"The farther away from the city we get, the better, right? Maybe up on the North Shore we'll find people at a marina or campground. That's where I would go if I didn't just leave the area."
The comment burned on my tongue that his instincts as a strict city dweller might not have been the best, but I quickly swallowed it when I realized that this was something I might have done myself as well. Plus churches, fire stations, and the like, but those places had likely gotten overrun by the infected early on. As if our deduction methods had conjured it up, around another group of islands we caught something flashing in the gloom. Tony hesitated, but then steered toward it. Do lakes have lighthouses? I wondered, belatedly realizing I'd said that out loud.
No clue, but fishing boats used for night fishing sometimes have some powerful lights, as do the cars of people who use them,
Tony surmised. Several times more, we caught the lights ahead until we were sure that they were coming from a deliberate, fixed installation. Before we saw what was up ahead, we heard it. The low hums and high whines of several motors drifted across the water, before the trails of several other small boats converging on a location farther from the middle of the lake appeared. We shared a glance. I saw the same hope shine on the guys' faces as lit up my heart. As we drew closer to the boats, we could see that all of them were carrying a variety of people, most looking like family units or men that had banded together. A few were armed, and some had backpacks with them. But we weren't the only ones that looked desperate, the worse for wear, and like they had fled with barely more than the clothes they were wearing. Just like we eyed them, they looked us over. One man, wearing an outfit more suited to a fishing trip than survival, drew up short when he must have realized how dirty we were. But nobody pointed their guns at us or raised any warning shouts. Ahead, the smoke finally cleared enough to let us see our destination, 6 piers reaching into the lake in front of 3 larger container-like buildings. Not the snazziest marina in the world, but not some makeshift place either. The parking lot behind and around the buildings was full of cars and more people, a strange hush lying over the gathering. It was only as we got in line to dock at the only remaining empty space at the longest pier that I realized that everyone looked just as scared out of their wits as we were. Fishing Guy was already disappearing into the parking lot with his 2 friends. The family of 6 ahead of us was crawling out of their boat now, the mother and eldest daughter carrying the 2 youngest children, while the father and remaining kids secured the boat. Their own, if I had to hazard a guess, from how well they looked after it and knew where everything was. When it was our turn to disembark, things got a little more chaotic, but we managed. A boy in his late teens helped me tie off the line so the boat wouldn't get swept back out into the lake. Then we were up on the swaying pier, walking in a weird crouch toward the gathered people on land. I wasn't quite sure what I was ducking to avoid, but it seemed like the natural thing to do. A woman with a clipboard turned to us after sending the family somewhere into the crowds. The scent of warm, fresh food hung in the air, making my stomach seize up with hunger. Her eyes went a little wide as she got her first good look at us, dirty, wet, and bedraggled as we were. "Did you get into a fire?" she asked, even before inquiring about our names. "We don't have many firefighters left, but if it's in one of the communities, we can send a boat or 2 over if they need help." I cast a sidelong glance at Kaz. He kept looking between the woman and scanning the crowds for food, it seemed, from how he was absent-mindedly licking his lips. Tony was like a silent shadow on my other side. Looked like it fell to me to do the conversing. "We came from the city," I explained, after needing to clear my throat twice. The woman kept looking at me, doing a slow blink as if she didn't understand. "What city?" she finally asked when I didn't elaborate. "You mean one of the lake towns? Davidson or Huntersville, right?" Now it was my turn to stare at her as if she was an imbecile. "Charlotte. You know, the 1 million citizen city back there?" I vaguely gestured where I thought south was. It was hard to guess where the clouds were the thickest. She kept blinking for several seconds straight. A few of the people close by turned around, murmurs rising among them. But it's been evacuated for over a week now," the woman finally protested. as if my claim made absolutely no sense. I realized I was not the ideal person to answer her, seeing as my timeline went back all of 3 days. But since neither of the guys spoke up, it fell to me to reply. There were plenty of people still in there as of this morning, I offered. Soldiers, too. We missed the last evacuation transport by mere minutes, but managed to outrun the firebombing until we had to jump into the river. Yet more murmurs arose. More and more people kept pushing closer, but still held their distance directly around us. Actually, I noticed that some were keeping others away, mostly women and children. What the fuck was going on here? I definitively should have kept my mouth shut. The woman paled visibly and took a step back. Several of the heavily armed, as I now noticed, men around her closed rank, their grim expressions not boding well.
"You're infected, aren't you? Some of those freaks that brought it into the healthy communities,"
one of them grunted, clearly not needing confirmation from us to know that he was right. As if on cue, my chest started itching with what I knew was going to be one hell of a coughing fit. Never mind that the latent smoke in the air was more than enough to cause that. I had a feeling that if I let it out, I was going to hit the planks underneath my feet before my blood had a chance to splatter there. Kaz, ever the appeaser, already had his hands up, doing his best to smile innocently at the increasingly more hostile masses.
"We're all healthy and okay. We just missed the evacuation orders. There were several others staying put with us, taking care of those that couldn't get out anymore. That's why we were lagging behind."
I had to school my expression as not to give him away. I was actually impressed by his ability to lie. Technically, parts of it were even true. We had helped bring food and water to Jared's people, in a sense. That we had been barely more than bait passing through was a different story. Then again, Tony had been with them for longer, or so I presumed. It was only now that I realized how little I knew about our traveling companion. And it wasn't like Kaz had been that much more of an open book. From what these good people here presumed, there had apparently been a full-on evacuation going on well before the drones this morning. Why had nobody told me about that? And more pressingly, why hadn't they left the city already? Particularly Kaz, who'd claimed not to have been infected. In hindsight, it made sense that had been a lie as well. What was it about constant mortal danger that was turning me into a distrustful, paranoid basket case? Oh, right, the will to survive. The urge to hack up my lungs got so strong that my body tried to wrest control out of my hands so I could bend over and do the dirty deed. But I somehow held it in for another second, and then one more. The woman kept staring at us as if we had already turned into shambling monsters, and the men didn't look much more convinced than her. "He's telling the truth," I said, my voice so pressed with the effort not to cough that I sounded a long shot from sincere. "Really, And that's when reflexes took over, and I hacked up what felt like a huge glob of phlegm, probably bloody as well. I somehow managed to swallow it rather than spit it out, but that left me wheezing even harder when I could finally breathe again. Everyone was staring at me now, including Kaz and Tony, who seemed to be reconsidering their choice of traveling companion. "Asthma," I wheezed out. "Had to flee without my inhaler. The smoke, it's making it so much worse than it used to be." More distrust came my way until the woman crossed her hands over her chest. "What meds are you taking? We might have some in stock." Fuck. This was clearly a test, and one I hadn't studied for. Sadly, or right now, thankfully, this was something I could answer. "Any corticosteroid will do, but I usually have a Flexhaler." I quickly prattled off the brand name and chemical compound. It made sense I'd know both if my life depended on the medication. For whatever reason, the men looked even more suspicious. But after 5 tense seconds, the woman relaxed and reached into her jacket pocket. "Here, take mine. It's only a third of the way full, but better than nothing. I've a backup, no worries. I'm sure we can find you some later." I caught and fumbled with the small plastic inhaler that she threw at me. Was the very idea of using a device like this that someone else had been using absolutely sickening? You bet. But I valued not being shot any second now way more than parts of my sanity. Wouldn't you know it? After that puff, I felt the pressure on my lungs ease up a little. Whether it was placebo or the real deal, I didn't give a shit about now, as long as this got us off that pier. Come to think of it, I wasn't quite that keen on joining these people any longer. Sure, they took care of their own, which was theoretically a good thing, but nothing we'd said or done seemed to have put us out of the other group that they deemed to defend their own from.
You said you fled from the city? One of the men asked. How did you know that you'd have to leave today of all days?
I didn't dare check in with the guys, afraid the guards would see that as us unifying our response, which wasn't wrong exactly. Since they were still all focused on me, I figured I might as well reply. It was easier to keep our lies straight if they came from one person only, and it wasn't like I was telling tall tales. There were drones with microphones. Whoever's in control of the grid turned up electricity long enough to send all the sirens in the city wailing. Then the drones transmitted an announcement that they were going to firebomb the city. We were already on the move, so it was a matter of playing hide-and-seek while running for our lives. As I said, we missed the last transport, but we're far enough to the outskirts of the city that we managed to outrun the bombs until we had to jump into the river. It was hell back there, but we made it. And we're not the only ones. Plenty of others jumped into the river with us. Most swam downriver because it was easier. We were lucky enough to find the boat, so we went north, thinking that maybe here we'd find other survivors. Everyone listened to my tale, showing little emotion. I hadn't expected them to drown in sympathy, but it was a little disconcerting to get zero reactions. The man who had spoken up before did so again.
And who supposedly piloted those drones?
It sounded like a truly asinine question to me, to the point where I was almost too irritated to realize I didn't have a straightforward answer. The government, military, probably the U.S. Army or Air Force, what the hell do I know? We kind of stopped paying attention after they told us that the president had signed an order to kill all of us if we didn't run fast enough that very second, or at least faster than the zombies. I'd been wrong. No emotion was much better than the scowls I got now. Disbelief was the least of what was written plain across their faces. All of them, including the woman and several onlookers.
I don't know where you're coming from, Missy, but you better take that back,
the interrogator growled. Yeah, a woman from deeper into the crowd jeered. We don't need no liars like that here. Even as recently as a week ago, I wouldn't have believed people could be that stupid. After the last couple of days, I was way more ready to roll with the punches. Stepping back so that I was shoulder to shoulder with Kaz, I did my best to look as innocent as possible. No problem, we'll just leave. Give us a minute and we'll be out of your hair, okay? For a second, the woman with the clipboard looked ready to demand her inhaler back. But then it seemed to occur to her that if I was lying as much as they thought, I must have been infected for sure and she would die if she ever used it again. The nasty voice in the back of my head, not quite incidentally sounding a hell of a lot like that idiot Jared, offered that I couldn't strictly be sure that it wouldn't kill her. Apparently, we were moving too slowly. Even backing away faster than we'd walked down the pier, several of the people raised their guns, only one or two of the weapons wavering, the others rock steady.
Get the fuck out of here,
the guy next to the interrogator shouted. You filthy lying scum! And a handful of slurs followed, none of them making much sense. It was tempting to simply turn around and run to the boat, but I was too afraid they'd shoot me in the back if I did. Even filthy and possibly disease-ridden, seeing a woman's face was maybe the only thing holding them back from going all-out Rambo on our asses. It occurred to me that, in a sense, our chances with the zombies had been better. It was only when I considered this that I realized what must have tipped them off. Not me slandering a president that they either trusted in or bedeviled. No, it likely had been me referring to the undead that made them believe I was making fun of them. What the fuck? Had they been living under a rock? Tony was the first to reach the boat, just as another 2 boats got ready to dock at the pier. Exhausted, fearful faces watched as we hightailed it out of there. A woman with 2 small children immediately changing her mind and pulling away rather than cutting her engine. All of them looked dirty, but not survived jumping off a flaming bridge dirty. Thankfully, the engine didn't stall this time, happily chugging alive on the first try. Not a problem, I told myself as I kept watching the people on the pier, as Tony steered the boat back toward the middle of the lake, well out of shooting range. Even so, it took me a good minute until I allowed myself to relax. Nobody said anything until the entire peninsula had disappeared behind the next, the lake slowly narrowing back into the river that sustained it.
That was fun.
Not, Kaz muttered, making me jump with the sudden, unexpected sound of his voice coming from behind me. All I could do was nod. Yeah, hard pass there. We both seemed to wait for Tony to agree. He remained silent, instead staring at the shore as it passed by us. I couldn't quite say why, but that behavior set me off somehow.
Do we try something like that again?
Kaz asked.
Look for another community of people to take us in?
I shrugged, hating how conflicted I felt. Eventually, sure. But I'm for finding a place to hunker down for the rest of the day and spend the night so we can get some rest first. And then we take it one step at a time. One careful step. Nobody protested. I kept staring at each house that we passed, most close to the water, but not right at the edge. They'd gotten significantly smaller, at least in this part of the lake. Then, up ahead, my gaze fell on a longer pier running alongside the shore where 3 houseboats were moored. They looked old, the paint faded, the wood parts having seen better days. Certainly not prime real estate, but maybe abandoned because nobody had cared to flee there. I pointed them out to the guys. Kaz was immediately on board. Tony hesitated, his gaze lingering on a stretch of houses on the other shore, much richer targets. But then he thought better of it and steered the boat toward the houseboats instead. Wary after our recent encounter, nobody was in a hurry to clamber out of the boat and onto the pier. We remained sitting in the boat for a good 10 minutes as we waited, intently searching the shore and forest behind it for motion. Nothing but the wind rustling through leaves there. The same was true for the houseboats. Everything remained quiet. At my gesture, Tony inched the boat forward until I could reach the pier. The guys stayed put as I pulled myself up using a rickety rusted ladder. Maybe I should have been more cautious, but I was honestly too tired. Slowly walking toward the first boat, I knocked on the door and waited, my heart thudding in my throat. If anything was in there, waiting for me, ready to pounce on me, I was dead, plain and simple. In a sense, dying right there wasn't the worst that could happen, provided it happened quickly. At least then I wouldn't be tired enough to fall asleep standing up anymore, my body hurting all over. Zombies were one thing. Getting chased, barely avoiding the firebombing, and then almost shot by clueless survivors? Was this really a world I wanted to keep living in? Yes, it was. I knocked again, tensing to make sure that if anything moved on the other side of the door, I could simply bolt away and throw myself out of reach, into the lake if I absolutely had to. Nothing. Also no thumps, no pulling back of safeties, or screams for help. Feeling just a little stupid for being so jumpy, and exhaustion making me morose enough to consider suicide by zombie as a way out of my current situation, I moved down the pier. I went through the same routine with the other 2 boats, silently praying that nobody would shoot through the door and fill me with buckshot. I was still unharmed and unaccosted after waiting a couple of rapid breaths after the 3rd door. I tried opening that first. It was locked, but the lock was weak enough that I could probably have broken it with a sharp twist of my wrist. I refrained, instead trying the other 2. The results were the same, but no busting of locks was required. I found the key to the second boat's door inside the empty planters set against the wall next to it. And just like that, we'd gained entrance to the best makeshift shelter available. I knew we needed to do a thorough search to make sure that we were truly on our own, and to see what we could scavenge from the houseboats. After a quick check on our new accommodations, Tony went back outside to pull the boat closer to the pier and hide it from sight as best as he could. Kaz helped me scour the interior, then followed me like a tired puppy as I made my way back to the other dwellings. He didn't bat an eyelash as I used a bent paper clip I'd found in the kitchen drawer of the middle houseboat to crack the locks on the other two. After less than 20 minutes of searching, we met in the middle houseboat again. Without a doubt, the roomiest, best set-up one. At least it had a sofa and Murphy bed that allowed all of us to sleep off the floor, borderline comfortable. Our search had dragged up enough preserves to yield dinner and breakfast if nobody pigged out. Canned soup, canned peaches, and canned mushrooms that I was happy to leave to Kaz. With what Tony had found when he'd gone looking by the dam, there were even some leftovers after we'd all stuffed our faces. I'd done a quick check on what clothes the owners had left. All old, probably from back when the boats had been new. Even stained beyond repair, I much preferred my jeans and hoodie. I considered washing up, but I was way too tired to contemplate getting out of my clothes, dunking myself in the lake, and then crawling back into them. They'd only just dried. I washed my hands and face, though. That had to be enough. There was little debate over who would sleep where, since I immediately claimed the sofa, leaving the bed to the guys. I would have trusted Kaz enough to share the bed with him, but I hadn't forgotten about how Tony had been eyeing me earlier. Much, much earlier, I had to admit, and I doubted whatever had crossed his mind then was still lurking there now. Still, better not chance anything. I didn't fall asleep right away. Judging from all the tossing and turning going on in the bed, the guys weren't faring any better. Eventually, I dozed off, but my overactive imagination kept tearing me awake as soon as my frazzled thoughts turned into best-of-memory reels that were full of powerful, strong zombies trying to tear me limb from limb while walls of fire came racing at me wherever I turned. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because when I sat up after a particularly vicious dream sent me wide awake with my pulse going a mile a minute, the cabin of the houseboat was cast into pitch blackness, except for the tiny pool of light by the window next to the kitchen counter. It took my mind several seconds to realize what was real and what had been fantasy, and a couple more to pinpoint what had actually woken me up. I found Tony hunched over the counter, where he finished off what little remained of our food. A vague sense of resentment washed through me. I got the feeling that Kaz would have made sure to leave some for Tony and me had the roles been reversed, even if both of us were shorter and probably had more reserves that didn't need immediate refueling. Rather than speak my ire, I remained silent, watching him, but determined to go back to sleep as soon as my heart stopped coming out of my chest. He noticed me just as he was licking his spoon clean, his eyes boring into mine even in the relative darkness. I held his gaze evenly, still too exhausted to pretend like I was anything but disappointed. I felt my body tense when Tony put down the spoon and sauntered over to me, clearly not making for his side of the bed. He leaned down to whisper into my ear, the scent of food on his breath making me want to recoil. "You up for some fun, like celebrating that we're still alive? Nothing like escaping getting eaten and torched at the same time to value that you're still breathing." And because that wasn't bad enough already, he had to lean back so he could look into my face as he winked. "The food's all gone, but I have a very special protein source handy for a sweet chick like you." Refusing to look away, I kept holding his gaze until he started looking vaguely uncomfortable, my fingers tightening around the pocket knife that I'd hidden behind the throw pillow I'd been sleeping on. The very same knife that had been absolutely overkill when I'd been hiding in the co-working space with Kaz, but that felt like a way too flimsy weapon right fucking now. "No, thanks. I'm not hungry," I whispered back, my eyes still locked with his. While my tone was even enough, I doubted I managed to keep the utter sense of disgust out of my voice. Tony opened his mouth, as if any wisecrack he might offer now could change my mind or diffuse the situation, but then thought better of it. With pretend casualness, he turned around and made his way back to the bed, making a great show of rolling over and falling asleep immediately. I had to suppress a shudder as I forced my body to relax so I could ease up on the death grip I still had on the knife and snuggle back into the cushions of the sofa. I kept my back firmly to the back of the couch and the wall behind it, facing the open space of the cabin and everything currently inhabiting it. In the back of my mind, my inner voice let out a harsh bark of laughter, and again it sounded awfully like that idiot, who, I had to admit, didn't have any qualms about using me as bait, but at the same time had shown zero indications of being that special kind of awful. Yes, he had been staring at me to the point of really making me uncomfortable, but he'd firmly kept the ball in my court. I knew that, as far as survival went, one was definitively easier to twist and use for my advantage, but I so much preferred the other. Eventually, I dozed off again. When I woke up in the early dawn light, one side of the bed was empty, and the backpack with our water bottles no longer sat next to the door. Tony was gone, and I couldn't find it in me to be sorry about that. Chapter 16. Tony didn't just eat the last of our food and take the water bottles. He'd also tried to make off with the boat, only that it must have run out of fuel. That was what I concluded when I went outside in the early morning to go fetch some lake water in a pot and found the boat unmoored, drifting in the water maybe 50 feet off the pier close to the shore. I stared at it for a moment, then got the water and went back inside. Kaz was finally awake, waiting for me where he was sitting on the otherwise empty bed.
"Tony?"
he asked when he realized it was just me and my pot of water. I shook my head. Gone. Kaz glanced at where our leftover food had been, then where the pack was no longer waiting by the door. Gone as well, I confirmed. Kaz grimaced, but only for a moment.
"Good."
I raised my eyebrows at him. He shrugged, vaguely uncomfortable.
"Never quite liked the guy, for all of one day that we spent together."
I don't know why that surprised me, but it did. Why didn't you say anything?
"You're better at reading people. I figured you'd say something if you felt it was better for us to ditch him."
As much as I liked his vote of confidence, I didn't feel like it was earned. Reading people? Sure, sometimes. That still got me used as bait, which still grated on me, including for a reason I didn't much want to divulge. Kaz had the audacity to grin. I still hadn't figured out why he'd taken a shine to that asshole and his gang. Admittedly, Axel and the others had been neutral to okay. My ire was firmly centered on Jared.
"They saved us. They fed and sheltered us for the night. I know you're angry at that guy, but that didn't keep you from sneaking off to talk to him that night."
Note to self, stop underestimating Kaz just because he had the general air of a goofball. What are you implying? I was teasing, and Kaz knew me well enough by now to realize that, as his lazy smile, brief, wan, but still there to warm my heart just a little, let me know.
"Who, me? Nothing. You're the one who's alluding to the fact that you have a thing for bad boys. I figured you were just antsy and looking to bum a cigarette or something."
As if that had been a trigger, my lungs decided it was time to hack up another gob of phlegm. After clearing my throat and getting a glass full of water from the pot, I took out that hostile bitch's inhaler. I considered chucking it in the trash, but then took a pump, again feeling like my lungs eased up almost immediately. Kaz was still waiting for a response when I looked back at him. "No cigarettes for me, thanks."
"That wasn't the interesting part I was referring to."
I'm well aware of that, I harped, finishing my water while I was stalling. What do you want me to say? That we should have stuck with them? Jared kind of told me to get lost. I thought he was just being a dick, but in hindsight, I'm wondering if he didn't see this coming. The firebombing, I mean.
Naturally.
I shrugged. They have a sniper. They must have seen drones trying to get a picture of the situation for days. My guess is he realized that he and his people could wait until it was almost too late. I couldn't. We already cut it damn close. Damn, but I hated how true those words sounded to me now that I gave voice to them.
And Tony?
Not a good guy. Definitely a sleazy guy. I thought about what he'd said to us yesterday morning when we'd teamed up. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if Jared's people didn't beat him up because he was an asshole. That thing about prejudice toward the infected? They had their own field hospital pretty much in there, and nobody gave me a second glance whenever I coughed. Unlike the good people at the lake. At least that had been a bullet we'd been prepared to dodge. Kaz slowly nodded his agreement.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He paused. It was a pregnant one.
Think they made it out? At least their looting parties?
That the sick must have died in the very first bombing run was kind of a given. All I could do was shrug. Maybe. Don't they say that cockroaches would survive even nuclear war? Chances were we'd never find out. I was strangely okay with that. This way I could both wish that the asshole had choked on his arrogance, but that his men had gotten away. Axel, at least, deserved to sit back with a lukewarm beer for breakfast.
So we're back to square one?
Kaz about summed up our situation perfectly. Looks like it.
Good.
That got him another questioning look from me. Again, he flashed me a quick grin.
We got this,
he stated with absolute conviction.
Worked great the last 2 times and actually improved our situation in the end. We're still alive and actually out of the city and away from the zombies. All we need now is to pick up some food and water and we're good to go. It can't be that hard to find something around here.
As had been our experience yesterday. He was right, of course, but it was still good to hear his optimism, even if my immediate reaction was to want to put a damper on it. It occurred to me that the reason we worked well as a team was because we swung in diametrical ways and perfectly balanced each other out. Let's do this, I said with fake cheer. Right after I grabbed the bottle of shampoo I found in the shower and go pollute the lake some. If I learned anything from the encounter yesterday, it's that I maybe shouldn't look like I barely escaped the burning city. We have plenty of time if you want to wash up too. Not that we didn't get thoroughly soaked anyway. What I didn't say was that he looked pretty fine. It was just my white-as-bread complexion and light hair that made all the grime stand out. Kaz gave me an easy smile that let me know he perfectly understood.
I'm good, but go ahead and pretty up. Need me to stand guard or something?
Then he scrunched up his nose, turning awkward.
I'm not going to sneak a peek, promise. That really came out wrong.
Didn't take it that way. No worries. He kept looking weirdly at me, uncomfortable even. What's wrong?
Did anything happen with Tony last night? I tried to sleep light to stay somewhat alert, but I was out cold for sure, and
I interrupted him with a vehement shake of my head, and what I was afraid was a forced smile. Nothing happened. He got weird, but I put him in his place. Now it was my turn to hedge. This time, I decided I really should be honest with him. He'd earned it. I'm a light sleeper, and I've been sleeping with a knife under my pillow since we met. Not because I was afraid you'd try something, but I found the knife at the locker room there. If Tony had actually tried something, you would have woken up from his screams. Kaz looked a little dumbfounded at first, as if this was something he had to wrap his mind around. Then he shrugged it off, a look of relief crossing his face.
See? I knew you were the right traveling companion for me. You're more than fit to defend the both of us.
I couldn't help but laugh. I'm also the better target, so they ignore you over and over again, huh? He actually looked guilty at that, which made me feel like an asshole. But just a little. It had been me who the strong zombies had come after, not him. And Jared had, rightfully so, but it still grated, picked me out as the weakest link. Tony had also approached me, but I could see where that situation had been different.
That's not why...
He trailed off there, clearly guilty. I could have kicked myself for being so stupid. The last thing either of us needed was for him to feel bad for my bad luck or circumstances outside of our control. It's not what... At the same time, he blurted out,
"You're my friend. My only friend in the whole wide world."
An awkward second passed as we both stared at each other. I couldn't help but crack a smile when he suddenly chuckled, slightly embarrassed.
"My only friend who's probably still alive,"
Kaz amended, scratching the back of his head. I gave him a sarcastic, yeah, right look, but then softened it with a smile. Guess we do make a good apocalypse team, huh? As friends who are still alive.
"It's a high bar these days," he joked.
Ain't that the truth? He still glanced at me, awkwardly fidgeting.
"You're not... I mean, I didn't offend you saying that, right? That I see you as a friend and just as a friend, not a juicy piece of ass I'm salivating over?"
Well, these days that's an even more disconcerting mental image than, say, a month ago. I teased, but then got serious. No, I'm not offended. Absolutely not. Thank you for being a decent human being. I feel truly blessed having run into possibly the only one of that kind still alive. His embarrassment finally turned into levity.
Thanks, I guess? If I get too goody two-shoes for you, let me know. I can crack a salacious joke once in a while.
Please don't. He flashed me a bright grin.
Hey, even if I'm not attracted to you, I can appreciate a fine figure, which you have. I'm sure many other men...
His gaze cut to the empty food containers Tony had left behind. We both stared at them for a second, then at each other. So much for that. Too many, I confirmed. And I have a feeling that's not going to get any better anytime soon. I cleared my throat, for once not because of my wheezing lungs. I won't lie. If it comes to that, I'm not above trading my body for safety or food. For me or both of us. But I'd kind of rather not have to. I highly valued Kaz not making the situation worse by offering any platitudes or empty promises that he'd defend my virtue and honor.
"You and me both,"
he said instead. The following silence was a little too tense for my liking. "Let's see that it doesn't come to that," I suggested. "And now I'm jumping into the lake, if only so we can firmly put a lid on that subject." Kaz laughed.
"Great idea. I'll go through the houseboats again while you're at it. Maybe I'll find something useful."
"There's a set of small steak knives in the kitchen of the first boat," I suggested. The amiable smile from before faltered, but wasn't completely gone.
"More knives for you to defend us both. I'll make sure to grab them. Which is my contribution to the cause, I guess. Carrying the stuff you actively use."
"Very medieval."
"Like a knight and her pack horse?" he teased.
"More like knight in training."
"Didn't they call them squires?"
I shrugged, smiling. "See, all that college education wasted on me." Kaz chuffed.
"Leave something for me to fill in the very few gaps that you leave."
He gave me an appraising look.
"You're a damn good survivalist for, what did you say, an accounting major?"
I left it at a smile. As honest with each other and ready to share as we'd just been. I wasn't ready to pull back the curtain that carefully hid what else lurked in my past. Not yet, and hopefully not ever, if I had a say in it. Dumb luck and not being raised as a city girl do have some advantages sometimes, I offered. Wasn't that the truth? Half an hour later, Kaz and I got ready to leave. My hair still wet as I twisted it up into a bun and tightly secured it with a rubber band I'd found in the kitchen, so I wouldn't have to eat it the next time something inevitably came for me and my own hair did its best to come undone and blind me. We had no maps, and there were none on any of the houseboats, as Kaz's search confirmed. As I'd suspected, Kaz had virtually no understanding of the geography of the state, and I had to admit I'd never seen any reason for looking up hot spots for anything survival-related anywhere near the mountains either. What we did know, and firmly agreed on, was that we couldn't head back to the city, and the group we'd met at the lake yesterday had dissuaded us from sticking around here either. To the right of where the lake turned into the river was that interstate I knew about and plenty of densely populated areas. To the left or west, I thought I remembered fewer towns toward the mountains or backwater north, then soon South Carolina. As much as the latter sounded better, we had ended up on the eastern shore, and swimming over to the other side seemed like a needlessly complicated task. I was sure that if we were careful, we'd be able to avoid all kinds of bipedal predators roaming this side until we could find a bridge. More houses meant more chance of finding food. The shore beyond the pier was densely wooded, which suited me just fine. We'd have to walk a while to get to the next houses, and the trees would give us plenty of cover to hide. Also from the sun that was already beating down on us, now that the haze of the fires was getting lighter. To the south, the dark clouds were still towering over the city like a clear sign of where not to go. Still careful and paranoid as hell, but also with a flutter of hope in my chest, I set out, Kaz following behind me. Considering the last 3 days, today could hardly get any worse. Chapter 17. The first 10 minutes after we set out were absolutely nerve-wracking. Every rustling leaf, every creaking branch made me jump. The continuing gloom caused by the fires made it hard not to feel like our impending doom was nigh. There should have been birds chirping and small woodland creatures out and about, but it seemed like Kaz and I were the only beings still alive. Until the wind carried over the odd scream, screech, or howl. While the live part might have been debatable, it was very obvious that we were not alone. The track we followed was little more than a footpath. How the houseboats and pier had been brought into the virtual middle of nowhere was unclear, presumably from the water. We reached the first road maybe 20 minutes into our uneasy walk. It ended in the middle of nowhere, with just enough room to reverse a larger vehicle and maybe parking space for 5 or 6 cars. It was empty, which wasn't really a surprise. Stopping in the middle of the parking lot, I tried to peer down the road and see what lay there, but there was no house or other road branching off in the short stretch before it inevitably disappeared into the woods. The trail continued perpendicular to it, roughly in the same direction we had already been heading. As tempting as finding a deserted house was, I opted to stick to the trek for now. That turned out to be the wrong choice soon, or at least the least fruitful choice. Another 10 minutes later, the trek led us back to the water in the middle of nowhere, except for a small wooden platform, ideal for picnics or to leave your belongings on dry land if you wanted to jump into the lake. Ahead, I could see another peninsula reaching into the lake, and beyond it, another. The entire shore looked like fingers reaching into the water, with smaller and larger inlets in between. There were a handful of vacation homes clustered together over there, making me wonder if the roads connected all these islands like asphalt veins similar to oak leaves. We paused just long enough to drink some water, then backtracked to the road. It took us a good hour of following the winding road until we got to the next sign of habitation, a deserted picnic spot. The benches and tables looked inviting, if you were out on a lazy stroll, not hungry and hankering for provisions. We didn't check them out, but stayed on the road instead as we trudged on.
Maybe we're in a state park or something,
Kaz mused a while later.
When we were in the boat, we saw a lot more houses everywhere.
He was right. We hadn't investigated much of the northern side of the lake on our flight, Yet that there were no houses here but plenty of other hiking trails worked well with that theory. The sun kept rising in the sky, which was only so noticeable between the forest around us and the clouds above. It got warmer, which was nice at first, but soon made me regret keeping my soot-stained hoodie on. I didn't dare ditch it, since it was my only line of defense in case of an attack. I really hoped that it was the sun warming us, not fires raging close by that we'd somehow missed because of the geography of the lake. What might work great to keep us out of sight of all kinds of predators might also make us walk blindly into disaster. My body had recovered from the exhaustion of the last 4 days, but only so much. It was nice not to have to duck and dash for my life, but after an hour of constantly putting one foot in front of the other, my legs were getting tired, the soles of my feet killing me. I stopped in my tracks when I realized that up ahead, another road was merging into ours from the right. It was a possibility for all kinds of opportunities, including danger. Right now, I didn't feel up to running for my life again. When I mentioned as much to Kaz, he was more than happy to plop down at the side of the road, his back against a tree. I sat down next to him, staring up into the sky while I waited for my feet to stop killing me. More out of curiosity than intent, I pulled out the inhaler. I'd taken it with me, mostly because it felt kind of sacrilegious to litter in the houseboat after we'd already ransacked it. Kaz had taken care to fold the sheets and put away the Murphy bed before we'd left, his mind running along similar tracks. Was it stupid? Yes. Would it keep us from looting the first house we could safely gain access to? No. But I passingly considered leaving a note. Nothing like saying, "Sorry we had to raid your pantry, but you'll likely never read this because you're dead anyway," to make one feel upbeat and happy. Like the last time I'd used the inhaler, I felt almost immediate relief radiate through my tormented lungs. Even if it was simple placebo effect, I'd take it if it helped. "Shall we chance it?" I suggested when the discomfort in my stomach got worse than the aches in my legs. Kaz gravely inclined his head as he pushed to his feet, wincing.
"We might as well. Else I'll have a heart attack from not being jumped by anything. Can you actually frighten yourself to death?"
I couldn't help but snort. I know, right? How is being out here completely alone worse than sneaking our way through the city, where every single minute we not only knew, but saw and heard reminders that the zombies are all around us, out to get us? I'd meant to deliver that in a sarcastic voice. It came out as a way too true sentiment. All Kaz had for me was a shrug. Nothing had jumped us yet by the time we reached the intersection. The other road was the spitting image of ours, including the fact that it seemed to come from and lead into nowhere.
"Should we check down there?"
Kaz suggested. I shook my head. I bet it leads to a similar spot as we came from. Any houses we'll likely find farther inland. That real civilization loomed up ahead, somewhere in the distance, wasn't lost on me. Let's see where the main road goes. We can always head back toward the water where we've already seen houses. First, we have to get out of the middle of nowhere. Kaz didn't protest, so that's what we did. A similar road merged into ours around a mile later. Again, trepidation made my stomach seize up, but like before, it was completely abandoned. It was just us, the road, and a lot of stupidly happy green trees. If not for the haze still lingering everywhere, it could have been any early summer morning. Tired and jumpy as we were, it was almost pleasant. Simply knowing that it couldn't keep being like this all day long made me tense at every sound around us. How is this still almost worse than skittering from car to car in the city? I complained in a low voice, mostly muttering to myself.
"Is it?"
Kaz gave me a weird look.
"This isn't so bad."
"Of course it's not," I groused, not sure if I was more annoyed with him or with myself. "But I'm not buying this."
"This?"
The quiet. Kaz shook his head, laughing softly under his breath. Yeah, I deserved that. I also hoped I hadn't jinxed it. After one more lazy bend in the road, another intersection came up ahead. It was a T intersection, and the road ours hit was broad enough to have a separation strip painted in the middle. It was still so narrow that two trucks couldn't have passed each other without hugging the shoulders carefully. We really were in the middle of nowhere. There were a couple of signposts at the intersection, but since we didn't have a map, they were next to useless. In the end, we went left, simply because that was the direction leading away from the city. We were making good progress, after another quick break, until the forest started to thin. I paused in my tracks when I saw something colorful blink through the trees ahead. A house, maybe? Or a car? As we slowly advanced, it soon became clear that it was both, in multitudes. From what I could tell, it was only a handful of houses, one to the left and maybe 3 to the right. But the entire road right up to the trees was chock full of cars wedged every which way. It must have been close to 50, maybe more. Those in the middle seemed to have been parked deliberately, but at least 2 on our side looked like they had smashed into those already left there before they had been abandoned. I couldn't see a roadblock anywhere, but this looked highly suspicious. We remained a safe distance away, off to the side of the road, while we watched for anything moving there. After yesterday's welcome, I wasn't sure if the dead were the worst that we could encounter. Suddenly, Kaz let out a soft laugh as he relaxed.
Look, it's a church. That's why there are so many cars here. They must have come to seek shelter.
To me, those last smashed vehicles looked more like some people hadn't deliberately wanted to stay here, but there could be other explanations for that. I eyed the single building he'd indicated critically. Painted a deep red with neat white trim around the windows and door. It looked inviting enough in a shabby chic way, old but lovingly cared for. Considering that this part of the lake seemed less touristy, maybe it was the obvious gathering center, not just for the congregation, but everyone living here, at least during the warmer months. It sure looked like someone had made an effort to board up the shuttered windows, turning it into a small fort.
They might have room for us.
Kaz was still looking longingly at the church.
Or at least something to eat. If they are locals, they likely brought food with them, enough to share.
I glanced at the cars again. Only those on the outside of the pileup had opened doors, as if people had fled from them. Those in the middle in particular were more often than not stuffed to the brim with bags and belongings. My stomach sank. Kaz, I don't think we should get too close to the church.
Why not? You don't think they'll want to shoot us too?
I stared at the cars some more. If anyone was still alive in that church, wouldn't they have dragged all useful things inside instead of leaving them in the cars? I let the implications of that sink in. His shoulders visibly slumped when the message hit.
You think they're all dead?
I shrugged. When would you pack up and leave to come here? When you get the evacuation orders? Or when you and your loved ones are becoming too sick to care for each other and seek solace and help? The picture that painted in my mind was a bleak one. It made me wonder if everyone inside had already been dead before the first one snapped back to whatever animated unlife was possessing them, or if they'd still been praying for the deceased when they'd become their first snack. And there I'd thought that waking up in the triage tent had been bad.
We could still check,
Kaz said, his tone hesitant.
Look through a window or something.
And risk that the dead come after us again? He gave me a quizzical yet hopeful look. He really must have been hungrier than I'd realized. I knew this was a terrible idea, but... Okay, let's check. But let's try to avoid the cars. There might be something hiding around them. Well aware that this was risky, I couldn't bring myself to say no. Even if all the dead in the church had remained dead, The idea of stepping between them to loot was a grim one, but if it meant easy access to food... Leaving the cover of the trees set my teeth on edge. There was a clearing about 200 feet deep around the church. I veered toward the building from the back, since to the side there was a parking lot, also crammed to the last inch with cars. I tried to move fluently and silently rather than quickly, as not to draw any attention. Whenever I could, I ducked and tried to look between and underneath the cars to see if anything was hiding there. But the long grass of the clearing prevented me from getting any actual line of sight. It was deathly quiet as I reached the back door of the church, my heavy breathing and the rustling of the grass the only sounds. Straining my ears for anything moving inside, I waited until Kaz had caught up with me. There were no windows back here, but in the upper story I saw two, both not shuttered, with white lace curtains framing them on the inside. No way was I going to climb up there, so checking to the side it was. I chose the opposite side from the parking lot, even though the paranoia raging in my gut told me that this left us blind to what might have been sneaking up on us from that direction. I told myself that Kaz was behind me and would be on the lookout for anything coming from there. I didn't dare speak, even in hushed tones, so close to potential danger. Rustling the grass could be anything. The sound of voices marked us clearly as food. Inching my way to the corner, I took a deep breath and then peeked around it. Even though I tried not to smell the air, the heavy scent of decay was impossible to ignore. There was definitely something rotting in the air. A lot of somethings. My mind absently noted that I didn't quite know if the zombies actually reeked of decomposition or simply had inherited the stench from their primary food source. That would have been a good indicator now. Lacking that, I had to inch my way over to the closest window to get an idea of what might lurk inside. Nothing, I realized, my shoulders slumping. All I saw were stacked chairs and tables. However many people had fled here, it hadn't been enough that they'd had to use the storeroom in the back. I wondered if that boded well. That wasn't the feeling that settled in my gut when I made it to the second window and peered inside between two broken slats of the shutters. At first glance, it wasn't so bad. Even shuttered, the windows throughout the main room of the church let in shafts of light that left the illusion of cozy comfort behind. What they fell on was less cozy. There were bodies everywhere, closer together in the back and more spaced apart toward the front. A lot of those in the back were covered with sheets, or had been before the sheets had been partly torn apart. It was hard to make out details, squinting against the light, but it was impossible to miss the carnage had happened in there. A lot of carnage. Enough so that I realized the smudges on the glass that made looking inside harder weren't dust or neglect, but blood splatters. A lot of blood splatters. I ducked down and away from the window before I could ascertain that anything was watching me from the inside. Anything that might have noticed me blocking out some of the light. Since the sun was streaming in from the other side, maybe I'd been lucky and nothing had been paying attention. I was not done thinking that thought when a howl rose from inside, quickly bolstered by several more throats. Not just 2 or 3, but easily 10, soon 20. Adrenaline surged as I blindly grabbed for Kaz. As soon as my fingers met fabric, I yanked on his arm and flung myself forward, toward the road and the worst of the car pileup. Several loud thumps came from the windows and wall of the church right next to us as something hurled itself against them from the inside. I did my best to ignore them, although my attention wanted to zero in on that and only that. I scanned the cars frantically, searching for both movement and open doors that might let us squeeze inside. Another howl rose from the right, this one unfiltered, coming from outside of the church. Only 20 feet away from the closest vehicle, I had a split second to decide whether to go on or veer off to the side back toward the trees. The cars were so much closer, my legs were cramping up, and my lungs felt about to go on strike any moment now. Why exactly had I been so stupid to let Kaz talk me into this? Oh, right, because I was hungry as fuck myself. Not even the stench of death lingering in the air enough to completely wipe my hunger away. My heart sank when Kaz suddenly shot past me, disappearing between the cars in no time. Despair clawed at my throat. Then I caught sight of him, crouching beside the open front door of a compact car only a couple of feet away from the wreck I was squeezing myself around. He was frantically motioning for me to come over. Not needing any extra incentive, I quickly ducked and followed him where he was already disappearing into the car, crawling over into the passenger seat. I reached the car before the screaming that was coming closer reached me. I bolted into the seat, missed getting kicked by Kaz by mere inches. Reaching behind me, I dragged the door closed, but stopped shy of slamming it shut. That sound would have given our position away immediately. This way, the door touched the chassis, but only lightly. I pressed myself into the seat and did my best to take shallow, low breaths, my attention zeroed in on the side window as I waited for something to either slam against the car or tear the door right open. As I waited for either to happen, I wondered if I should bother with the seat belt. Sure, it would keep my body secured inside the car, but would that simply set me up to get torn limb from limb while still alive? The seconds ticked by endlessly slow, and a cacophony of screams and howls continued to rise all around us. Clearly, the wrecks were inhabited. Judging from the sounds of splintering wood and breaking glass, the church hadn't been as well secured as it had looked from the outside. I'd been about to relax a little, safe from immediate discovery by something that had seen me scramble into the car at least, when two figures appeared next to the vehicle. Both were women, one in her 50s, the other easily in her 80s. Both were covered in dirt and dried blood, heavy stains on the lower halves of their faces. The younger was wearing pajamas, the older what must have been sturdy outdoor clothing, but hung in tatters on her scrawny frame. Of the two, the older one looked more alert, her head constantly swiveling from side to side, attentive eyes latching onto this and that before discarding it as uninteresting and moving on to the next. The younger one was staring somewhat vacantly ahead, mostly following the other. The very idea to get found and torn apart by a wiry, vital best-ager was hilarious enough that I had to suppress a sudden hysteric bray. Would have served me right to die that way. I wondered if she still carried a hand-embroidered kerchief she'd used to daintily dab her mouth with when she was done with her meal. Kaz gave me a truly concerned stare as he watched me fight my insane urge to laugh. The old hag stopped right by my door, staring at it. My shoulders were still shaking with suppressed laughter. I forced myself to hold still. Immediately, my lungs protested, the urge to cough unbearably strong. Fuck. All she'd need to do now was look up and through the window, and I was toast. Tense as hell, I almost jumped when I felt warm fingers close around mine. Glancing to the side, I caught Kaz staring straight out the window, his eyes wide with fear. I squeezed right back, taking comfort and hoping I was lending some as well. The old woman kept staring at the door as if it held all the secrets to the universe, but her eyes never strayed up. The other zombie lost interest, wandering off after a couple of seconds. The hag remained there for an endless 5 minutes before she suddenly went rigid, then quickly scurried off back into the thickest of the fray. I had just enough time to let my shoulders slump and take one deep inhale before something came streaking by the front of the car, making both Kaz and me jerk. A zombie ran past the car, quickly followed by 2 more. A third jumped up onto the hood and passed it in 2 agile leaps. The entire car shuddered when 2 more leaped onto the back of the car, crossing it before jumping onto the next, barely touching down on the hood. It all happened in under 10 seconds, the pack racing through the wrecks. I watched with morbid fascination as they reached the front cars in under a minute, where they went right on toward the trees, ignoring the road altogether. If we'd chanced running back into the forest, we would have ended up right where they disappeared between the trunks, their yips and yowls audible for another minute after everything else had quieted down once more. I was still holding my breath when the old hag and her younger ward appeared from underneath the car 3 vehicles away from ours. Her head was swiveling again. Listening rather than watching, I realized. Most of her attention focused on where the pack had disappeared. Had she been hunting us, or simply contemplated whether our car was fit as a hiding spot? Once she deemed the air clear, she shuffled back the way she had come, passing us without another glance at the door. I was more weirded out by her behavior than the pack's, I had to admit, even though that must have been 10 times more deadly. The air clear once more. Kaz and I both slumped into our seats, trying to relax once more. When everything remained calm for a longer stretch of time, I finally dared to look over before turning around in my seat to investigate the contents of the car. The entire back was full of bags, not a single backpack among them. There was an empty booster seat in the back next to a blanket and some toys. A family with a young child, I realized with a sinking heart. They must have arrived early enough to still grab some things and make it into the church, hoping to get the rest of their stuff later. They'd had time to take their snacks, sadly. I waited until my pulse had slowed down as much as it would, and I could breathe evenly once more. Signaling to the side of the road opposite of the church, where the other buildings we'd seen were, I waited for Kaz to nod before easing the door open ever so slowly, while he did the same on the other side. The stench got worse immediately, but everything remained deceptively calm. We both got out, ducking to make ourselves as small as possible. Kaz waited until I had made my way around the car before he fell in step behind me. I stopped at 2 more cars, but both times found them locked. Maybe I could have broken the lock if I'd had more time, a long piece of metal like a coat hanger, and not been jittery with the fear of getting eaten at any moment. They looked stuffed with useless bags anyway. I was sure we'd find better loot elsewhere, so we moved on quickly. Rather than head for the buildings, I aimed for the trees instead. The stench lingered, making me wonder if this was still the territory of the pack. Not wanting to chance it, I moved on after a quick look back at the church and the entire pile-up. It seemed as undisturbed and quiet as before, except for the 2 broken windows right at the front where something had escaped. Once out of sight of the road, we waited until I had caught my breath again before moving on. I went the extra mile of traipsing through the forest until we could look back at the buildings before venturing back out of the trees. The entire time, nothing had moved there, on the road or over at the church. If we hadn't almost gotten swept up in the commotion, we would never have known that the area wasn't as abandoned as it seemed. There were 3 buildings. One looked like a converted barn, the other 2 like residential buildings. I chose the house farthest away from the church, where the cars were only scattered across the road, no longer locked in bumper to bumper. After trying the back door, I wondered if I should knock a few times to see if anything came for me, but abandoned that thought right away. The zombies were clearly sneaky enough to lie in wait. If I could get in and out without even alerting them in the first place, that was better than to wait and see if they came after us right through the windows. The door was flimsy enough that I didn't even need my makeshift lockpicks. Kaz broke the lock with a hard twist. We both winced at the resulting sound and waited with bated breaths, but the growling in my stomach was making me stupid. A scant 10 seconds later, I eased the door open and let myself inside, signaling Kaz to wait by the door and play lookout. The door led me right into a short hallway, with the kitchen and pantry opening up to both sides. Neither was pristine, but both clearly not yet looted. My heart started pounding with joy as I ignored the fridge and went through the cabinets as quickly and as quietly as I could. All the previously fresh produce was rotten. fruit and vegetables looking little different from the bread. They must have been baking in the closed house for a good 2 weeks, if not longer. I grabbed a bag from the pantry, its previous purpose mainly to hold smaller bags, and started stuffing cans into it, barely checking what was inside. Once full, I snuck back to Kaz and handed him the bag before ducking back inside for a slightly more thorough check of the house. In the end, all I took was a new backpack I found by the front door and 2 aluminum bottles that we could refill at a later time. Rifling through the jackets I found was tempting, but the hoodie I was wearing fit me well enough. I didn't find any weapons, but didn't dare venture deeper into the house, not wanting to see if anything was hiding in the upstairs bedrooms. I tried to redistribute the food between the backpack and bag, but Kaz vehemently shook his head, anxiously glancing toward the church. Had something been moving over there? We'd more than overstayed our welcome, and I had zero intentions of finding out. I took the nearly empty backpack while Kaz carried the bag, and back into the forest we went. No longer needing provisions for now, we stuck to a deer trail we came across in the woods. We were a good 20 minutes away from the church before we allowed ourselves to relax a little. When I realized that the trees were lightening up ahead once more, I felt fresh trepidation twist my stomach. But it turned out to be another small access road. Beyond, I could see more of the lake through the low branches. Since we needed water, and the shore limited angles of attack somewhat, we went there, scouting around for a couple of minutes before we rested by the water. I felt so much better after a hearty breakfast of canned peaches, canned cherries, olives, and cookies. I would have loved some non-sugary stuff, but made sure to carefully drink up the last drops of the sweet water the peaches had come in, while Kaz did the same with the cherries. I made a mental note to check up on still-packaged toothbrushes next time we hit a house, but figured that dental care wasn't my primary concern for now. We left the second box of cookies for later, refilled the bottles from the lake, and took stock of our surroundings. Across the lake, I saw that it was thinning into the river beyond the next hand-like peninsula sticking out into the water. I presumed the same would be true for this side. In the distance, there was a larger road crossing the river, but it was too far away to see if it was closed off with cars or not. It didn't really matter. This side of the river was as good as the other, I figured, as long as we didn't get too close to the towns or interstate. Maybe that was the interstate up ahead. I really couldn't say. A map or working phone with GPS would have been neat, but we would have to do without. Feeling better with food filling our bellies, but weary anew of vehicle pileups, we set out, heading farther away from Lake Charlotte as we left Lake Norman behind. Chapter 18. The rest of the day passed almost uneventfully. The road bridging the river turned out to be a smallish one, mostly abandoned, but we decided only to cross it, but stay on this side of the river. There was a hiking trail running more or less alongside the shore that seemed safer than one of the roads, so we followed that. The heat of the day was getting to us, but since we had access to water and shade, we made good progress. By afternoon, we were far enough away from Charlotte that the sky had mostly cleared up, the only evidence of the fires still raging remaining the hazy clouds to the south. The river went mostly north, that I could tell, until a lazy bend sent it west. We debated what to do until we hit a small access road running up to the riverbank, obviously a place to let the boats into the water. Ahead, something like a natural harbor opened up with several houses hugging the shore. It all looked so peaceful. I didn't buy it for a minute. We took the road inland, hoping that it wouldn't loop back south or something like that. By late afternoon, we'd had to duck into the forest to bypass 2 small clusters of houses, barely large enough to be called a town, and without signs designating them as one, before we came upon a lone house in the middle of nowhere. It was more of a cabin, made up entirely of wood and having seen better days. There was no car in the carport, and the windows looked dirty enough to make me guess that they hadn't been cleaned in a decade at least. There was only the one door, but the cabin was set back from the road a good 100 feet, allowing for a somewhat open field of vision from the inside. It was still light enough that we could have walked on for another 5 or 6 miles, but my feet were killing me, and I didn't want to chance running into trouble in a state like this. Kaz didn't protest when I went to check up on the cabin. No need to break the lock. There was a spare key under the mat by the door. Musty but clean air hit my face when I slowly opened the door, wincing at the groan the dilapidated hinges made. Some WD-40 and we'd be good for the night. The interior of the cabin was simple, bordering on Spartan, but it wasn't like we were hunting for luxury accommodations. The quilt covering the narrow bed was clean, and I found a sack of rice and beans each underneath the sink. I grabbed the only pot available, filled it with half of the water we had left, and set some rice and beans to soak. It wasn't much of a dinner, but would fill us both, and we'd even have some leftovers for provisions the next day. We hadn't talked much during the day, and nothing changed about that as the shadows lengthened, finally allowing a breath of fresh air in through the cracked windows. We briefly debated setting up a watch pattern, but we were both way too exhausted to stay awake. I didn't sleep any better than the previous night, but not being afraid that Tony would try anything incredibly stupid made the night more relaxing than the last one. In the morning, we ate as much rice and beans as we dared in order to still be able to run for our lives, packed up the rest, and set off again. A short while later, we came across a small stream that let us refill our water bottles, and life was good. All of an hour. That was when we got to the first larger road and found it not just full of abandoned cars, but crawling with the dead. We'd actually smelled it from a good half-mile from the intersection, but had mostly tried to ignore it. Retreating the way we had come, we quickly debated which way to head. Right toward the interstate or left toward the river. Since that was a no-brainer, we set out to vaguely follow the road but stay out of sight as much as possible. We headed west for almost the entire day until we were standing on the riverbank once more, looking at the bridge ahead. At least this way we could traverse the road without getting eaten. Our elation about that lasted for a short time only, because then we came to the next bridge, and that one was the interstate. And just like the highway we had been running along as we'd left the city, the interstate had gotten firebombed, or otherwise fire had broken out and miraculously destroyed the bridge. That wouldn't have mattered to us, except that it had given the undead access to roam the riverbanks below. We only found out about that when suddenly a screeching something came barreling into me, seemingly out of nowhere, hitting me straight on and sending me tumbling into the cold water. Me. Always me. What the fuck was it about the undead and coming after me? The zombie, a boy of maybe 15, didn't seem to like the water. A punch from me was enough to dislodge him from around me, letting me paddle out into the river. There I had to fight the current not to get swept away, but at least I wasn't getting drowned or eaten. He immediately turned around and went after Kaz, who was smart enough to plunge into the water himself. The zombie remained standing in the knee-deep water, snarling at us. A second later, 2 larger, bulkier ones came out of the trees, coming right for him. Kaz and I watched with a mix of horror and fascination as they dragged him up the riverbank and out of sight, the sounds of snarling and growling quickly dying down in favor of bones cracking and flesh getting torn off. Sore from my fresh bruises, I signaled to Kaz to swim back to where we could trudge upriver without getting swept away, and that's what we did. More than once I glimpsed pale limbs or rage-filled faces between the bushes on the riverbank, but none of the undead came into the water. That was a relief for now, but it also meant we had to keep fighting the current. It was truly amazing how the zombie apocalypse kept flinging increasingly worse odds into our faces. Time became a torturous, endless slog. The sun beat down on us mercilessly, and I could feel it scorching my face and exposed neck. At least there were no more flambéed zombies dropping from the destroyed bridge, but I glimpsed some badly burned, mangled corpses on the shore, showing clear signs of predation. We stayed in the water until every step forward became a hazard that threatened to pick us up and send us the entire way back downriver. Only then did we crawl back onto the shore, hiding in a cozy bush until we felt ready to trudge on, the howling and screaming of hunting packs still going on way too close behind us. At the mouth, or should that have been anus? I couldn't decide, of a small river leading into the Catawba River, a small road hugged the shore. After we scrambled up there, we could just make out another dam across the river up ahead. The road looked perfectly abandoned, no houses or vehicles in sight. We opted to follow it. At the dam, we could always decide whether we wanted to traverse it or stick to this side. And just maybe we'd find another shelter like the cabin last night. It wasn't that far past noon, but I was tired enough to fall asleep on my feet, my lungs protesting every step I took now. It wasn't like we were on a schedule. Just before the dam, a road branched off, leading inland. After another short break, we trudged up that way. Ahead, some kind of construction site or other industrial space opened up. I was about to ignore it and drag myself on, but Kaz held me back, pointing at 2 shipping containers in the back. One had "office" scrawled on a hand-drawn sign. We looked at each other, then back at the containers. Even if all we found were stale cans of beer and snacks, that sounded like the perfect dinner for tonight. Neither of the containers was locked. The second, housing lockers for the crew, had been ransacked, but the office was more or less in the state it must have been left. We cleared the 2 desks inside, laboriously toppled them over so that the desktops could double as shields against prying eyes, and settled down for an extended rest. We ate the last of the bean rice, drank some water, and once it got cooler outside and I felt ready to get up once more, I checked on the lockers. No beer, but we found some nuts and candy bars. Also some deodorant, baby wipes, and unused toothbrushes, much to my stunned surprise. I also added 2 more pocket knives to my growing collection. That and the office had a map hanging on the wall. It only covered 50 miles with the site at its very center, but that was a lot more than we'd had in fucking forever. The closest town was Sharon, and behind that, metropolises like Stony Point, Hiddenite, and Taylorsville. And soon after that, actual mountains leading into Tennessee, Virginia, and Kentucky. I wasn't sure if that was the way to go, but it was good to know we were roughly where I thought we were. As afternoon stretched into evening, my momentary good mood at finding shelter and food dropped considerably. At first, I thought the slightly queasy feeling in my stomach was simply from exposure and exhaustion, but it got worse and worse as the hours passed. When cramps added themselves to the mix, I knew that something wasn't okay down in GI Tract County. Maybe our extremely balanced diet was taking its toll? Or maybe it was simply something I'd eaten yesterday that wasn't agreeing with my finer sensibilities. Maybe those beans. Should have soaked them for much longer, probably. But we'd both been too hungry to wait, and now it was a moot point anyway. When I mentioned my issues to Kaz, he admitted that he'd been having diarrhea for the past 2 days, and massive gas for going on a week. A month ago, we could have simply hit a pharmacy and everything would have been resolved in no time. I figured that was still an option now. Only that pharmacies were usually in more densely populated areas than the middle of nowhere, and since those were off limits to us, we'd have to suffer our joint flatulence and discomfort in silence. Just our luck that not a single locker contained any meds for that. Typical. It was probably not a surprise that this was the perfect breeding ground, pun intended, for morose feelings. As much as I was glad for Kaz sticking around, he was no substitute for the myriad of people no longer in my life. It wasn't just the girls, but of course I missed them terribly. Add to that the dark cloud of grief that unloaded on my mind each night as I lay awake, jumping at every sound, and my misery was near perfect. It only helped so much to tell myself that we were indeed the lucky ones. We were still alive. It was that simple. But it was hard to be grateful for that in the long hours of the night when my heart bled and my throat closed up with mostly unspilled tears. It was better than the traumatized stupor that seemed to be the alternative, but not by much. After spending a long, uncomfortable night at the construction site, we set out at first light, taking the map with us. It wasn't much, but it made decisions at intersections much easier. And studying it was a nice distraction from both of us still feeling a little morose from yesterday. We bypassed most of the houses in Sharon, but found another lodge or cabin where we rested during the hottest hours of the day while we got some noodles soaking this time. We'd both woken up hungry, so that was a welcome respite. We got another 3 hours of walking in before full dark forced us to hunker down, this time sheltering inside an abandoned RV that we found on the side of the road. Something had definitely died in there, but since it had left, it was a good enough shelter for the night. After, we dragged out the soiled mattress and comforter, and I wiped down all surfaces with disinfectant, while Kaz played lookout outside. We even considered trying to start the RV the next morning, but quickly ditched that plan. I was certain that would have rung the breakfast bell for way too many critters. But it had been nice to use a toilet for a night, and we'd scored some stale crackers, the only food not spoiled. The amount of broken-down vehicles on the roads had dwindled to virtually none, and a lot of the houses we avoided looked like nobody had attempted to evacuate in the first place. We were on the lookout for some signs of habitation, sane, maybe gun-toting but not aiming at us, civilization, but came up blank on that front. We debated staying on the small roads, but eventually we'd have to cross US 64 somewhere, and it made more sense to check out the highway in the middle of nowhere rather than at the intersections that were usually surrounded by small towns. Of course, we could have found a cozy house to squat in, but neither of us even mentioned that option. Narrowly getting out of the city had left its mark, and not just as a few cuts and bruises. Another topic we also avoided was that entire zombie bag of shit. Clearly, getting all kinds of grime into open cuts had turned neither of us into a flesh-craving killer. Until we had a chance to find out more, it was best to ignore all that as well. But every time we passed by dark stains on the road or a heap of discarded rags, I couldn't help but wonder, was it a matter of would we be next, or when would we be next? We chose a section of highway in the middle of nowhere, south of Stony Point. I couldn't help but smirk just a little whenever I read the town name on the map or a signpost. Just a small, small town far away from big cities. Realistically, it must have been about an hour away from Charlotte, but for big city dwellers like Kaz, that was bumfuck nowhere territory. It reminded me a lot of home. Home, before I ditched my accent and pretended that a boring life of crunching numbers was all I'd ever dreamed of. Because we decided to sneak up on the highway, we had to walk the last mile cross-country to get there. The small road we'd been following until then had increasingly more abandoned vehicles the closer we got to the highway, and we'd learned to avoid them. Realistically, sneaking alongside it and through the intersection with the highway was the likely solution for our problem, but neither of us had an issue with backtracking if it meant we didn't have to run for our lives yet again. If I never had to do that again until I died of old age, it would be too soon. Noon for sure was. That something was wrong became obvious long before the forest thinned and turned to soft rolling hills on both sides of the highway that cut through the landscape in a more or less straight line. There was no smoke in the air, but I could still smell it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. Smoke, fire, and barbecued zombies would haunt me for the rest of my life, so it made sense that my mind jumped at the mere chance of reveling in the trauma all over. But then Kaz got a weird look on his face and asked if I was smelling it too, and it obviously was a real thing. So much for this turning out to be an uneventful day, but what else was new? We were still trudging through the thinning trees when Kaz suddenly stopped and stared at something hanging in the branches above us. It looked like some undefinable piece of debris, a tarp or something. It seemed strange that the wind had blown it up there, but since it was useless to us, we shrugged it off and moved on. A couple of steps later, we found a bunch of rags, clothes, slightly singed, wrapped around the roots of a large oak. My mind immediately blanked, a little too used to similar sights. But as we got closer, I realized they had no blood on them. That was strange, in a world where horror came with brownish stains and black grime. Then we found parts of bags and some metal debris that looked like no wreck I'd ever seen. It almost seemed like it had been a part of something larger, broken off and mangled. We only had the underbrush to fight through to get our first good look at the highway beyond, when a sharp chemical smell tickled my nose. It was just a whiff, barely there over the stink of smoke, but something about it made my hackles rise. Moments later, it all made sense. The tableau spread out in front of us was one of utter mayhem. You'd think after the week we'd had, nothing could disturb us that easily, but that was far from the truth. There were signs of carnage everywhere. The zombies that had fallen on the living, the dead and undead alike. Hundreds of cars that had smashed into each other had become flattened, and for the stretch of a mile completely burned out until only misshapen husks remained. And the airplane that must have crashed down on the already overflowing highway, flinging wrecks everywhere before it detonated, leaving a crater where the roads used to be, the very center of it a blackened zone. I couldn't say what was worse at first. The crispy blackened mummies in the car seats the zombies hadn't bothered to drag out, or the scorched body parts everywhere. Some reminded me of what we'd had to wade through at the checkpoint before leaving Charlotte, but a lot looked like they hadn't been rent apart by human hands. Kaz. My voice was barely more than a rasp. His was virtually toneless as we kept staring at the carnage in front of us. When exactly did they shut down air traffic?
No fucking clue.
I didn't quite remember my first few hours after waking up in the camp, but I didn't think there'd still been planes in the sky. While still overwhelmingly evident, the signs of the accident didn't look too recent. Some cars might even have careened into those forever stuck on this stretch of the highway after the plane had gone down, incapable of avoiding the crash. As I looked back south, I realized that the shoulders of the road were churned with mud, likely from where latecomers had indeed managed to turn around and flee from yet another horror. Whether the zombies had already been there or found a veritable cornucopia waiting for them was anyone's guess. Right now, I saw nothing moving, but that likely just meant that they were sated and hiding in the shade. I absolutely hadn't needed that reminder that things could always get so much worse.
Think they shot it down? Kaz muttered. Like they bombed the city and bridges?
I was about to shrug when I noticed some tape flapping in the wind. Tape like they used to cordon off something. And over there, right outside the small town, I thought I saw several tents, only a single one still standing. They might have started rescue efforts, I said, pointing at the tents. Glancing at the car wrecks, it was impossible to say if the people had been fleeing or stuck in traffic. I'd never seen such a large plane crash. I'd also never seen a smaller one, but with that, it was kind of to be expected not to find the whole thing intact. What lay spread out before us looked more like the jigsaw puzzle version of a plane crash. Except for the very typical-looking windows, nothing was left of the fuselage that was larger than a car door. The debris field easily spread over miles, which made me wonder about it already breaking up in the air. Or maybe that was what happened when a plane came down on a highway and nobody got to celebrate the brilliant flying of the pilots. And then there was the matter of the ripped-apart bodies. They looked so incomprehensible that my mind still had trouble making any sense of what my eyes were seeing. It was oddly frustrating to realize that we'd likely never find out. I didn't need to tell Kaz to retreat into the trees. He was right there by my side as soon as I turned my back on the crash site. Better not to draw any unwanted attention. The smart thing would have been to make a vast arc around the entire area, but my mind refused to let go of those tents. They didn't look like the triage tents. For one, they were much too small. They must have gotten abandoned or overrun. Either way, I doubted they'd held much of interest for the zombies. Unless, of course, they'd been where the less torn-apart bodies had gotten stored. Then they were of absolutely no interest to me. How stupid is it that I want to check up on the tents? I asked Kaz once we were a safe distance away from the highway. They're out in the open, completely set apart from the town. Easy to get to, easy to run away from again. Kaz gave me a critical look. He obviously didn't share my curiosity. There are also a couple of single houses over there, set apart from the rest of the town, I offered.
I'm not exactly hungry after seeing that.
Something we could agree on. But I had a feeling that wouldn't hold up for long, at least depending on what was hiding in those tents. I couldn't say why, but I was weirdly hoping that we'd find at least signs of some survivors. Not necessarily of the plane crash, but of what else had been happening since then. It was still just the two of us, without weapons or gear to speak of. With every passing day, that set my teeth on edge more and more. For the next hour, our path was clear. Or as clear as trudging through the woods, trying to avoid getting too close to the highway could be. The stench of burned-up kerosene wouldn't leave my nostrils the entire way over to the town. Where forest turned to meadow once more, we took another break, sitting in the underbrush, hopefully hidden from sight, but able to study the stretch of highway leading up to the town pretty well. The cars were backed up tight here as well, but without so much smashing having gone on, strengthening my guess about the traffic jam. On the northbound lanes, a couple of emergency services vehicles were left abandoned, probably from the aftermath of the plane crash. There might be weapons in there. At least an emergency axe. That might even be more useful than a gun, since I didn't want to bet my life on a gunshot not becoming a zombie beacon for miles. The key issue was that to get to the cars and trucks, we would have to sneak through all the cars left around them. While not entirely gridlocked, the highway was still full of vehicles here. I wondered if it would always be like that from now on. Cars might hold provisions, or even double as a safe place to sleep, or were the hiding place for certain doom to come jumping at us, ready to tear us to pieces. To get to the tents and the houses, we'd also have to cross that road. Sure, we could try again a few miles farther on, but with so many possibilities right in front of us, it was hard to give that option much thought. Ready? I asked Kaz when I felt the now or never attitude that had gripped me made staying out almost impossible. Deep down, I realized that this wasn't sane, collected thinking on my part, that seeing the crash debris field had flipped a switch, or had been that 1 ounce of misery too much to keep up with our steady-as-she-goes approach. I knew it wasn't entirely worth the risk. We might both be hungry and losing weight at an alarming rate, but we had days more reserves as long as we kept well hydrated, maybe even months. Or maybe it was some shitty mold driving me crazy that I'd ingested with some of the more questionable food choices of the last couple of days. Who knew? When throughout my mental rambling, Kaz still hadn't said anything, I turned to fully face him. We can do this together, or I'm heading out there on my own. Your choice. But we need to cross that highway, and there's a chance that if we split up, we'll stay that way. Was it evil of me to manipulate him like that? Absolutely. but with the luck I'd been having, the entire thing felt like a safe bet for him and an insane risk for me. I might as well be the one to make a run for my money. Kaz looked conflicted, but finally inclined his head.
You're right, like always. On my own, I'd still be hiding away in the city, cooked well done and no longer juicy and fresh.
I was tempted to huff at that lame joke, but instead accepted his words with a nod of conviction that I didn't feel. We'll get through this. I know it. First the vehicles, then the tent, last the houses. If we get separated, we meet somewhere north of town, well away from all suspicious hiding places. We good? Another nod was all I needed. Turning back, I surveyed the situation at hand one more time. Nothing had changed. I could still hear the tarps of the tents rustling in the wind, and that was the only sound for miles. As soon as I set out to traverse the maybe 150 feet of open space leading to the closest car, I regretted my decision. Why was I being so reckless? And why didn't Kaz have the balls to hold me back? I kept berating myself as I snuck up on the cars. They were definitely full of stuff, but those could still have been pack rats returning from early summer camping trips. The girls and I had gotten sick on a Sunday, I thought. If something like the plague outbreak had been going on, it made sense for vacationers to want to return home, right? A lifetime ago, I would have been one of the first ones to bolt, but that impulse was only now reawakening. Like all the other lemmings, I would have cut my vacation short and driven back into the city, only to get sick, locked in, possibly eaten, and probably blown to smithereens. I was almost glad when I finally reached the white SUV I had been aiming for. At least with rising fear, my inner monologue finally shut up. Stopping a good 5 feet away from the car, I crouched down, doing my best to check underneath. Was anything hiding there? Was there gore everywhere? Or just leaves and debris, possibly even from the crash site, that the wind had swept over and that had gotten caught against the tires? Seeing nothing alarming in the immediate vicinity, I closed the distance to the vehicle, then eased around its back so I could look into what wasn't the lane of the highway, but yet more cars that had ended up in the grass at the side of the road. Still nothing. Rinse, repeat, and my feet finally hit asphalt. Asphalt splattered with old blood in a few places, so heavily soiled that it still looked kind of red. Fuck. But now it was too late to turn back. Now the only way was forward, I told myself. I took a moment to gather my wits about me. Keep calm, move slowly, deliberately, and without drawing any attention to yourself. You can do this. Easier said than done when you took a step forward and your shoe made a squelching sound as you stepped into a heap of gore. But there was nothing I could do to avoid that. To calm my nerves, or at least to distract myself from how my very soul wanted to scream at the top of my lungs, I tried to look everywhere and see everything as I slowly made my way through the maze of vehicles. Where I couldn't easily squeeze through between cars, lengthwise or front and back, I moved on to the next car, or the next after that. I stayed as close to the ground as possible, trying to keep a low profile. The moment I heard something scrape alongside a car or across the road, I stopped immediately, holding my breath to pinpoint where it came from and whether it was heading for me. 3 times, Kaz coming around a different car than I'd chosen scared me shitless. The 4th time, I was ready to discard the possible encounter as more of the same, but stopped in my tracks when something tickled my nose. Not death and decay. That was omnipresent here, including a myriad of other stenches from whatever else was rotting away in the cars. It was a whiff of kerosene that made me pause. Please don't be the mangled remains of a crash survivor. Please don't be. Maybe I should have eased myself to the ground and crawled underneath the car I was currently hiding behind, but the state of the road was too disgusting. I'd only had my current pack for 2 days, and last time I'd tried something similar, that hadn't worked out so well for me. Pausing, I did my best to find what was creeping up on me. The small car I was currently crouching next to was virtually empty. No luggage or partly eaten humans inside, from what I could tell. Through the windows, I could see parts of the surrounding cars, but pretty much nothing below hip level, which left an awfully large space for anything to hide. Straining my ears, I listened, even going as far as to hold my breath. Nothing. I was just about to move over to the next vehicle when I caught another whiff. I was definitely not imagining that. Glancing back at the trees where we'd exited the forest, I tried to gauge where the wind was coming from. Maybe that would give me any indication of where the source of the kerosene was lurking. That was easier said than done, since there was no constant wind blowing, and from roughly somewhere in the direction of the town didn't help me much. Damn. All that listening and looking around prevented me from startling when Kaz caught up with me. I tried to signal him danger and pointed at my nose, but quickly gave up when he just frowned, confused. I leaned close enough that I caught a good whiff of body odor, another side effect of the damn apocalypse, before whispering, "Kerosene," to him. That was as far as I got. Something moving behind his left shoulder made me freeze and shut up. I widened my eyes, shaking my head hard when Kaz leaned toward me as if to speak. Too bad he didn't get the hint.
"You smell it or something?"
His mouth was still open when a true behemoth of a zombie launched himself at Kaz's back. Easily pushing 6'3", he looked like an aging linebacker. Some of the bulk was fat, but most was muscle. Clearly, he hadn't had issues with keeping himself fed so far. What was left of him, that was. The top half of him, down to his hips, was charred, with angry red wounds breaking through the burned skin. The aging part I surmised because there was exposed fat tissue, weirdly yellow and partly melted, visible on his upper arms and where his abdomen stopped being as scorched as his upper torso. His legs, still clad in filthy jeans, seemed to be mostly unscathed. My split-second guess was that he'd either been sitting in a car or might even have been a victim of the plane crash itself. He sure looked monstrous, and that he was coming for us wasn't even the worst part. But that was, of course, very bad since it was happening, and just watching horror unfold didn't hold a candle to being part of said unfolding. There was nothing I could do, not even scream before he was on us. On Kaz, for once, grabbing him by the shoulder in pack and wrenching him aside as if he weighed nothing. So he could come for me, of course, because what else was new? Thankfully, I had no time to feel sorry for myself, but that momentary hold-up of shoving aside my companion gave me the chance to drop to that disgusting ground, roll underneath the car, make it to the other side somehow, stagger onto suddenly weak feet, and take off toward the town. How I didn't get stuck, I didn't know, but leaving my pack behind yet again must have helped, for now. Behind me, I heard the telltale thuds of a heavy body jumping onto and over the car, moments after I cleared it. I didn't look back, knowing that if I lost my footing now, I was toast, and scrambled eggs and whatever other delicious breakfast items I could think of. Less than 50 feet later, of not even running but mostly squeezing around cars blindly, my lungs were burning and straining once again, making the tents and houses seem even farther away than they had before. Damn, but I was really getting sick of this shit. Maybe if dying were quick and painless, it wouldn't have been such a terrible prospect. But the howling and growling suddenly rising from all around me let me know that, no, there would be nothing painless about it, and with my luck, I'd still be alive after they tore me limb from literal limb. All thoughts of checking up on the first responder vehicles were moot now, obviously. The last car finally behind me, I launched myself into an all-out run, dipping into energy reserves that must have been thoroughly depleted too many times over the past couple of days that I knew that energy gauge was for shit. The ongoing exhaustion was detrimental, but as I actually sped up and managed a burst of several hundred feet, I marveled at how much better my body was already doing, compared to when I'd shambled out of the triage station among the undead. My brain wasn't doing quite so well, suddenly marveling at where they had all ended up. Now it was mostly the fast, sneaky ones that we encountered. Had all the slow ones already died before Kaz and I set out together? Were they now burned, shambling masses, still heading in one direction with little aim but to follow those dragging themselves forward ahead of them? And why were those fucking tents not coming any closer, particularly with my lungs on fire and my legs threatening to give out soon? I did chance a glance over my shoulder when my feet hit asphalt again, as I reached the mostly blissfully empty road leading into town after cutting through the grass around the intersection. With no wreck immediately in front of me to careen into, and nothing possibly hiding in the grass right in front of my feet, I figured I could chance it. I had no time to count them, but the zombies coming after me were numbering fewer than I'd feared or expected. There were 15, maybe 18 of them, all agile and quick and only slightly mangled and burned. Behind them, the burned behemoth was also still in the race, but him I could outrun, I was almost certain. No sign of Kaz, but I had to hope that was a good thing, since I also didn't see torn-off body parts getting flung this way and that where we had initially been attacked. All I could do was cross my fingers for him and hope he was still alive and could later sneak off behind me. Business as usual. I really had to make sure my lungs could recover if this was going to be our MO from here on out. Me running, him following once the worst of the situation had diffused itself. But first, I had to survive this attack. The closest houses were almost a mile from the highway, which wasn't happening, but the tents were at around 2/3 of the distance, with the straight, open road leading right up to them. I counted less than 20 vehicles on that stretch, none of them clustered, so I could easily swerve around them. Hope flared alive deep in my chest. Or maybe that was hypoxia. It was impossible to say. Gritting my teeth, then running with my mouth wide open as I tried to gulp in all available oxygen, I ran as fast as I could, the howls and screams behind me spurring me on. As a last-ditch effort, I fumbled with the inhaler for one more glorious pump, praying that it would make a difference. Another glance back showed that the distance between me and my pursuers was dwindling, but if I could just hold out, my head start might be enough. Back at the highway, I thought I saw Kaz emerge from between two vehicles to duck behind the next, but I couldn't be sure. I had a decision to make now. Aim for the houses farther away to maybe even get lost in the small maze of the town, or go for the tents. Either destination was potentially swarming with more undead. The tents might have doubled as a morgue, which meant up to 3 weeks of corpses rotting in the heat. That very idea turned my stomach. But in the end, that decided it for me. At worst, I could always try to hide in the tarps itself. The tents it was. The burning in my lungs reached absolute agony level, and my vision started to swim and darken around the edges, but I forced my legs to keep pumping. Adrenaline lightened my steps, and after one last frantic look over my shoulder, finding the closest zombie was only around 30 feet behind me, I veered off the road and hurtled down the short trek toward the tents, where myriads of feet had churned the short grass into mud. I went for the only tent that was still partially erect, thanks to some additional sticks that held at the entrance. It looked like a dark, gaping maw, and even before I reached it, the immense stench of decay hit me, making me gag. Ignoring that very natural reaction, I tore through the transparent tarp, half sliding past it, half ducking underneath it, then through the second one that led me into the tent proper. The stench was unbelievable. My eyes watered immediately, and my body was hunching over on its own, expelling the meager contents of my stomach while I was still staggering deeper into the tent. Something the lizard part of my brain really didn't want me to do, but I somehow retained control over most of my faculties. The erect part of the tent only left room for the small space around some containers leading up to the first row of tables, all covered with what looked like brown sludge melted over lighter-colored, harder parts. I realized that in the heat, the flesh must have borderline liquefied, leaving the bones sticking up like the most macabre icebergs. The air was buzzing with flies, and even from a distance I could see maggots crawling in the sludge. To top it all off, most of those bone and horror sauce parts came in smallish portions. none that I could see mounting up to more than a torso without limbs or a head. The more my intellect drank in the scene spread out before me, the more panic clawed at my throat, the throat that was still busy spewing up bile while trying to take in air at the same time. The inevitable happened. I inhaled some of my own stomach acid. That led to an even more violent, agonizing coughing fit, my throat, mouth, and upper respiratory tract feeling like they were on fire. The absolute last thing I wanted to do was get any closer to those tables, most of them blissfully hidden underneath where the tent tarps had come down on them. The tent did a good job muting the ruckus my pursuers caused, but not enough to delude me into thinking I'd shaken them off just by disappearing from their direct line of sight. Clutching one hand over my nose and mouth, why, I couldn't say because it did nothing to staunch the stench, nor did it help me breathe. I crouched low and hastened down the gap between two of the tables a short distance away from the entrance. My eyes teared up even more, making me blink rapidly. And that was before the first fly got caught in my lashes. My head scraped against the tarp, making me jump before I could force my body to crouch lower. Even with my head below the level of the tabletops, the effect was barely dimmed. Giving up on speed, I went down on my hands and knees, crawling down the gruesome aisle. When the tarp slumped across my path, I switched to going underneath the tables, trying very hard to avoid the gaps between them where the sludge had dripped onto the otherwise relatively clean ground. Loud rustling behind me alerted me to the fact that I wasn't alone in the tent anymore. Rustling, but not much else. That the undead coming after me hadn't announced themselves with more roars made new fear zoom up my spine, the impulse to bolt strong. Instead, I forced myself to still and cast around, trying to get my bearings and keep track of my surroundings. If I could shake the zombies by trapping them inside the tent, or simply getting lost in it, that was all the better for my continuing flight. My heart was still beating a mile a minute, my breath coming in raspy gasps, so I did my best to calm down as much as possible, which wasn't happening, but at least I could try to be as silent as possible. Between the maze of table legs, I thought I could make out two shapes near the entrance of the tent, but only one was moving, and that could have been the wind rustling the tarps as well. Not keen on them finding me before I found them, I continued to make my way deeper into the tent, working hard to keep my retching at bay. Damn, but this was no way to live. I managed to hold still for about 5 seconds. Then fear drove me on to where the tarps were draped so low over the tables that they touched the ground. I crept on to where 2 such questionable barriers were between me and the entrance. There I stopped. Less so because I wanted to, and more because the weight of the tent had toppled over several tables, spilling their disgusting toppings onto the floor. It cost me what little willpower I had left not to scramble away from the maggot-laced, liquefied organ soup, but to instead pause and wait until I could decide on the right direction to creep into next. I ended up going left, which meant traversing the middle of the tent in the opposite direction of where I had been heading before. What drew me there was less the room to move, and more the containers I saw thrown this way and that underneath the tables. Some had huge, keep refrigerated signs on them. Others were covered with red biohazard tape. Any number of caustic chemicals could be in there, but also something insanely vital. Medication. Something behind and to my right bumped into a table, the screech of metal against wood setting my teeth on edge and making me freeze. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location where that had come from, of course, but it sounded awfully close to my previous position. I held my breath, straining my ears, but I didn't even hear anything breathe, let alone move. In a sense, that was even worse than the howls that were still filtering in from outside. Damn, but I really hated those sneaky fuckers. As I got closer, I saw that the first of the containers had tipped over, spilling its contents on the floor. It was only a handful of vials, maybe previously packed in ice or whatnot. Or maybe they had been samples taken from the accident victims. I ignored that in favor of crawling toward the second container. Something scraping against a table leg that made the entire table shudder got me halting in my tracks, my pulse roaring in my ears. Glancing back, I tried to find the source, but the low-hanging tarps were in my way now. Maybe it would work the same for me if I simply stayed quiet. There was hope for me still. Moving in slow, very deliberate motions, I crawled over to the second container. It was made of aluminum or something similar, latched shut but laying on its side, the lid still closed. I was already reaching for the latches, but then hesitated when I noticed the thick red biohazard tape. The next container only held yellow tape with no such warnings. Better slow than sorry. I moved to the third container instead. It was still upright, latched but not locked. Gritting my teeth, I fumbled with the latches, then took one more paranoid look around. Still nothing, but I could hardly see anything in the gloom back here with the tarp inches away from my head. Holding my breath, I slowly eased the lid open. The entire container was filled with small plastic boxes, bobbing gently in water that reached about 2/3 toward the top. Sample vials, previously kept on ice if I wasn't completely mistaken. My heart sank until I realized that there were larger, white plastic bottles stashed underneath. Doing my very best to keep any noise to a minimum, I started pushing away the boxes and stacking them higher so I could reach one of the bottles. It came up from its submerged state with a small splashing sound, making me grimace as I caught it and listened intently. Still nothing. Rotating the bottle in my hand until the label was facing up, I frowned as I was skimming the endlessly complicated terms printed on it. An antibiotic, if I wasn't completely mistaken. At least, that was what I figured when the next bottle I fished out also held something ending with "cillin." Antibiotics had only one use: to combat bacterial infections. Were these standard-issue first responder meds? Or had someone brought them here specifically to treat something? With my mind still reeling, I pushed the bottles aside and checked on 2 more. Another cillin, and one with an even more complicated, unpronounceable name. The next one seemed to be a variation of that last. I didn't dare shake the bottles hard, but even just holding them, they felt like they were filled with small pills, which made sense for antibiotics. The liquid ones were likely stored in one of the other containers, probably in smaller ones that had been filled with liquid nitrogen. Several ideas sprang up in my mind, all of them useless for the moment. The by far most stupid one was to randomly take some of those pills and hope that they would fix whatever was going on with me right now. Considering these were probably high-dose pills, they were more likely to wreck what was left of my gut flora rather than fix it. And it wasn't like they were going anywhere. Casting around, including to check on whatever else was crawling around in the tent, I found nothing useful close by until my gaze fell back on the sample boxes. A lot of them were full, but at least 2 of the boxes held empty vials. Before I could think better of it, I pushed the contents of the container around until I had one box open, bobbing on the surface, while I continued to angle for the large bottles. I wasn't surprised that when I opened them, they were indeed full of white, small pills, absolutely identical to each other. Ignoring the voice in the back of my head that was screaming for me to stop screwing around and get the hell out of there, I filled 7 of the small vials with pills. Each fit 8 to 10, before popping a pill from each of the last 2 bottles into my mouth, happy that the water had cleaned up my hands somewhat. I tried to remember the labels, but almost immediately forgot the names once more. I did make sure to stash the small vials containing pills from those sampled bottles in my right back pocket, while dumping all the others in my left. Yay for playing my own personal guinea pig. Swallowing several times to get the grainy, bitter taste of the pills out of my mouth, I cast around once more. The howling outside was slowly tapering off, which made me guess that the zombies had dispersed once more. That made me wonder, was I overstaying my welcome in here, or was it smart to waste a little more time? I was almost at the wall of the tent where I presumed someone might have kept notes. Was it worth trying to look for some? The last thing I needed was to find passenger lists or black box logs from the airplane. Then again, if the investigators had known something about the spreading outbreak, and all those different antibiotics made me suspect they had, maybe those notes might hold some clues? Clues that, if I was honest, were completely useless to me now. My life was threatened by the undead monsters coming for me, not some hypothetical illness, an illness that my body had likely already beaten, or else I would have turned into a raving cannibalistic lunatic by now. It simply wasn't worth the risk. So rather than look for useless papers, I withdrew farther into the tent, doing my very best to stay below the tables where possible and not drag myself along the tarp when I had to skip from one aisle to the next. That tactic worked well, until it didn't. The entire back part of the tent was deflated, the tables overturned and tangled in the tarp, or tarps, turning it all into one messy, reeking jumble. I was pretty sure that nothing was hiding in there, but it also didn't look good for an alternate exit route. Too bad that it was exactly there where the sneaky fuckers caught up with me. In the perpetual gloom of the tent, it was hard to make out what exactly was lurking in the shadows, since it was all shadows with a very limited field of vision. That was likely the only reason I saw the shape crouching in what used to be the aisle between tables first. It was relatively small, a teenager maybe, and burned enough that it was impossible to tell whether it had been a boy or girl. It was hard to think of that thing as previously human, I had to admit. That didn't make it any easier, and also didn't help the panic clawing at the back of my throat, the need to clear my airways overwhelming. I was very aware that if I followed through with that, I was likely dead, or at least in a world of hurt from getting gnawed on, if that thing even had any teeth left. But I figured the jaws would have been protected, even from the heat that had seared off hair and the top layers of its skin. It looked downright oozy, for lack of a better word, in the bad illumination. It kept staring at a single spot, but its head was jerking ever so slightly as it was listening, maybe already alerted to my presence, but not quite able to pinpoint my location yet. I was still staring at it when its head suddenly whipped to the side, blind, filmy eyes staring back at me. There wasn't enough face left to give me a hint whether it could actually see me, or if its attention had snagged on something else, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. Too bad that when I tried to back away and ease myself out from underneath the table, I instead bumped against one of the legs, toppling the entire thing over. And because that wasn't bad enough, as I tried to scramble out from underneath it, I got caught in the tarp that was suddenly everywhere, clinging to me and the goo that came sloshing down from the tabletop. It cost me so much not to scream my head off from surprise and fright alone. The thing was on me in a second, or rather right there to investigate the site of the struggle. My left leg had become trapped in the sticky tarp, and my right arm was caught underneath the table, warm goo dripping over my fingers. I held my breath and did my best to sag into the ground, attempting to stay as immobile as possible. Easier said than done, with my skin crawling with revulsion, my breath caught in my throat. It stopped, hunkered partly over me. It kept sniffing and turning its head weirdly to the side, as if trying to shake something out of its ear. The need to cough far superseded my need to breathe, forcing me to let out the breath I was holding as slowly as possible. I could feel it bounce off the tarp close to my face, air just slightly warmer than before brushing across my cheek. Immediately the zombie froze, then sniffed harder. Unable to keep my body from acting, I drew in the shallowest breath of my life. Notes of grilled meat and decay hit my nostrils, making my gorge rise. Awesome! I was going to suffocate on my own vomit, trapped under a goo-splattered table and tarp in the back of this fucking tent. That almost made me want to believe in ghosts, so I could haunt what might be left of my carcass once it joined the shambling masses down the road. If anything was left after Barbecue Jr. was done with me. I chanced another shallow breath after swallowing convulsively. a step away from praying that the contents of my stomach would remain where they belonged. The zombie jerked, its mutilated face turning this way and that. I realized it couldn't see me for sure, or else it would have noticed my presence. I wondered if it could actually smell me, because as close as it was, it should have been aware of me. Then I wondered if it could even feel my warm breath, with all nerve endings in its skin charred and dead. How was that thing even still existing, with its hearing possibly the only sense left? I realized it likely hadn't left the tent since the accident. Not that this knowledge helped me one bit now, but it was something. I wondered if I'd already gone insane if I found shit like that useful. I chanced another, somewhat deeper breath. Immediately, the thing jerked again, leaning even closer over my body. If I tried hard, I could have likely spit on that burned cheek where darkened bone was breaking through the skin, if I'd managed to gather enough saliva in my mouth. Not that I was tempted to try, mind you, but it was that close. So I did the only thing I could do. I held my breath and waited, every second stretching to eternity. Something crashed into a table closer to the entrance of the tent. The zombie's head whipped around, its body pulling back from my prone position. I waited for it to run or crouch crawl toward the noise. But instead it withdrew another step, moving outside of my reach. More crashing happened, followed by loud snarls from 2 sources, then 3. It was impossible to tell if they were male or female. They were loud as hell compared to the absolute silence of the past minutes. The crispy zombie pulled back another step, brushing lightly against another table, but doing so emitted no sound at all. Then it ducked underneath the tarp, its movements that perfect mix of smooth and slow that I hardly heard it make a slithering sound, although I was barely 2 feet away. A moment later it was gone, hiding in the back of the tent that had folded in on itself. If I hadn't watched it disappear, I'd never have known it was there. Relief washed through me, but it was very short-lived. Just because one zombie hadn't eaten me alive just now didn't mean it wouldn't return later, or the other 3 wouldn't come for me. Gritting my teeth, I pushed my free hand against the table to move it away from me just enough so that I could free my arm first, then crawl out from underneath the tarp. It rustled somewhat awfully. I kept checking where the crispy critter had disappeared, sure it would be on me any second now. The moment I was free, I eased myself up into a crouch and crawled backward toward the entrance until I was under the next upright table. With tarps still everywhere, I couldn't see, but the sounds of fighting gave me a good point with which to orient myself. Not there was as good a direction as any, and away from the folded-in tarp where 100 more burned bodies could lie in wait for all I knew. It took me forever to reach what doubled for a wall, far to the right of the entrance, about halfway down the tent. Here the tarp still almost touched the ground, but if I got way too close to the goo splattered on it, I could see toward the entrance. The fighting was still going on, but it was impossible to make much sense of the tangles of limbs. There must have been at least 5 of them fighting now, possibly over 2 or 3 victims. I hoped that none of them was Kaz. If I was wrong, well, then he had the worst behind him already, and there was nothing I could do for him. I gave myself another minute to catch my breath before I left the safety of the last table and made for the containers by the wall. I ignored them except for what cover they could yield. There was room enough for me to squeeze between 2 of them, so that was what I aimed for. Checking on the tarp and finding it sturdy and unyielding, I then got out my pocket knife and stuck it through the tarp, grimacing at the sound it caused. When nothing immediately came for me, I sliced downward until the opening was large enough for me to squeeze through, and fled. Chapter 19. Blinding sunlight and sweet, fresh air welcomed me. I quickly took several steps along the outside of the tent before I hunkered down to minimize my silhouette and took stock of my surroundings. I didn't know how long I'd been inside the tent. 15 minutes? 20 tops. It felt like an eternity. Looking around, I had a hard time orienting myself for a second, realizing I must have gotten turned around inside the tent more than I'd figured. I was actually on the town side of the tent, the highway invisible from my current position. There were still a couple of zombies visible on the road leading to the highway, all hunched over, feeding. They stopped and cast around every couple of seconds, making me guess they were the weaker ones, scavenging after the strong ones had sated themselves. Even as I watched, one of them abandoned her meal, running off across the meadow with a severed arm clutched in one bloody, partly blackened hand. A slight, older man abandoned his feast to check up on the corpse that she had abandoned, almost immediately skittering away when he heard something. Heads all across the street whipped up, faces turning in the same direction, toward the town. I watched with morbid fascination as one after the other, they tore off whatever they could and scampered away, roughly following the path that female zombie had taken. Something was scaring them off, and I had very little interest in finding out what was vicious enough to cause that reaction. Not exactly keen on following the undead, I searched for a better destination. The closest hiding spots were 2 buildings on the outskirt of town, old and shabby enough to look uninviting on any day, not just in the apocalypse. I figured that might be a bonus now, because they looked abandoned long before the shit hit the fan, which might mean looters had passed them by. With luck, they'd be empty of all other kinds of squatters as well. My heart still thundering in my throat, I made my way alongside the outside of the tent until I was facing the houses. I had to cross the road, but it was empty now. Faintly, I could still hear the zombies going strong inside the tent, too distracted to realize that the others had fled. Maybe they had fled from them anyway. I really didn't give a shit. The entrance of the tent wasn't facing my way, so I figured speed was my best chance. Taking one last deep breath, I forced myself into a forward dash, quickly traversing the road and then running across the thinning grass toward the houses. The skin on my back crawled with unease as my feet hit gravel, the sound of my steps as loud as shots in the relative quiet of the midday heat. 10 endless seconds, and I crouched low right next to the side of the closest building. Looking over my shoulder, I saw nothing following me, but that was only so much of a relief. I listened for something to move inside the building, but came up short. Just as I was about to move forward to see if there was a back door I could use, a whiff of something very unexpected hit my nose. Food. Not the gut-wrenching burn victim stench, although that was still clogging my nostrils, but actual warm human food. Something like rice and stew. There was a definite vegetable note to it. My stomach seized up with hunger, saliva flooding my mouth. That made me retch, and for a moment I had to fight another wave of nausea as my stomach was torn between the 2 dominant modes it was meant for. A little convulsive swallowing later, and it quieted down once more. I tried to pinpoint the location of the food scent source. It must have been coming from close by, so either this house or the next. As much as it made me want to climb right through the closest window, it also set off a fresh bout of paranoia. What if this was a trap? What if the zombies had all taken off because they'd learned in the past that this special delicacy came with pain and permanent death? Could they even still feel pain? Now was decidedly not the moment to consider that. But freshly cooked food meant people had to be close by. And as much as that set me off, it wasn't a chance I was ready to discard on principle. Sneaking around the house, I realized that the heavenly scent was getting stronger. At the back, a porch wrapped around the house, empty and run down, but the wooden boards were still intact. The door was reduced to a torn screen door only. I could see the former kitchen through the wrens, looking even older than I'd expected. Nobody seemed to have done any upgrades to the house in decades, which made it perfect for a world where electricity and gas were no longer happening at the flip of a switch. Swallowing to get rid of excess saliva again, I took one last look around before I slowly eased myself up the steps and toward the screen door. The kitchen had been thoroughly ransacked, with cabinet doors open or even torn off, now discarded. Destroyed dishes littered the floor, but there was something close to an empty path through them, leading right to the kitchen counter. The kitchen counter where a pot sat, the lid still on, next to a couple of discarded bowls, probably the only things in the kitchen that were still in one piece. Next to it was a sheet of paper with a pencil on it, the writing impossible to make out from a distance. Had someone deliberately left some food out for me? The very idea seemed ludicrous. But then I had just crawled out of a tent teeming with crispy zombies. Who was I to judge? Hunger won over paranoia. I made sure that there were no traps in sight, anything obvious like a bear trap or strings leading away from pressure plates. It seemed over-the-top stupid when I finally eased the door open and stepped inside. It really was just a smashed, dilapidated kitchen with a wood stove, still warm with residual heat, and that pot and dishes. Licking my lips, I checked the paper first. In big letters, the message read, "Food is safe. We will return Wednesday." Too bad I had no fucking clue what day it was today, or how many days it was from Wednesday. It was rice in lentil stew, and there was just enough left to cover the bottom of the pot. I checked the bowls first, finding the food scrapings inside dried but not flaking off, maybe a couple of hours old. In the heat, it could have dried more quickly. Not giving a shit about hygiene, I grabbed one of the spoons left next to the bowls and eagerly scooped up the stew. It was lukewarm, about the temperature of the overheated kitchen, and a little spicy. Hands down, the best thing I'd ever eaten. I was halfway through what was left before I managed to stop myself and do another check on the road outside through the dirty, filmy windows. Still nothing. Also no sign of Kaz. Part of me felt guilty about the food, but with my pack gone once more and the kitchen in its current state, I had no way to take the food with me. Running with a half-filled bowl in hand didn't sound too smart, particularly since I wasn't sure if the scent wouldn't draw unwanted attention. I hesitated for another agonizing moment before shoveling the rest down my gullet. I was sure we'd be able to find something edible somewhere around town. I'd make sure to give Kaz most of it to make up for wolfing down the stew now. If the note was sincere, and I had no reason to doubt it, someone would return, and we could always hide and wait around for that to happen. They'd probably bring yet more food. Problem solved, right? I barely managed to keep a sarcastic chuckle in, but it was hard to remain pessimistic with my stomach slowly filling up for the first time in forever. Hopefully, we were far enough away from the weirdos at the lake that these people wouldn't draw guns on us 2 minutes into meeting them. I would have loved to lick out the pot, but my fingers were way too grimy to chance it, and I didn't dare scrape too much lest I alert the undead population to my presence. There was no water left, but I found some discarded plastic bottles that were the newest thing in the kitchen, likely the source of what the rice had been cooked in. After another check on the road, I looked into the front rooms of the house, finding them in an even worse state than the kitchen. What was left of the sofa had clearly been lived in by critters that had burrowed into the soft cushions and likely spent several winters in here as well, at least long enough to leave the entire house reeking of animal droppings. I wondered if that had been the reason they had left the food here. If I hadn't come from the side and went in through the back door, I would never have smelled it over this. With nothing left to loot here, it was time to move on. I considered waiting a couple of hours, but I didn't feel good about being separated from Kaz. I figured we could always return here if we didn't find a better place to squat in. Something far, far away from all the undead, including those likely still fighting in the tent. Those I'd seen outside had taken off across the grass to the forest about 2 miles from the town and road, but that was still way too close for comfort, and that didn't even factor in the highway. No reason to return here except to wait for whoever had left the food, I figured. I hesitated by the kitchen counter on the way out, wondering if I should leave a note, but then discarded that thought. I had no idea who had left it and who else might check on it. Even so, I still wanted to watch the people when they returned before approaching them. If anything about them set me off, I'd rather chance staying on our own a little longer. Maybe we could follow them to find out where they were hiding. Or maybe find a few more drop-off places like this one. As much as I hated the idea of stealing food, I'd gone hungry enough that my moral compass was lagging. Kaz needed some sustenance, too. Better take this slow. Since the next house was literally next door, that was where I went after checking that the back porch was still deserted. The building was in a similar state of disarray, making it obvious that at least this part of town wasn't slave to any homeowners association codes. It had seen better days, and part of the front room had burned out what could easily have been decades ago. Signs of animal habitation were everywhere here as well, and no food had been left. The only thing that might have been of some use was an old work jacket, but it was ridiculously too large on my frame, making me keep my impossibly soiled hoodie. Nervous to have been on my own for so long now, I went back outside and did another round of crouching in the gravel next to the houses while I checked for movement. Nothing. It was time to move on, so that's what I did. I'd been out of direct danger for long enough that my pulse had leveled out once more, and the food in my stomach did its own to mellow me out somewhat. Both made me feel uncomfortably unprepared as I left the relative safety of the houses and started off toward the center of town. Since the gravel crunching under my shoes was setting alarm bells off with every step, I quickly made my way back to the road. The 5 broken-down, abandoned vehicles there posed little danger, since I could easily check underneath them, finding them empty. I hesitated at one of them when I glimpsed another backpack in the back row, but abandoned the idea of trying to get inside for now. Although I was only 300 feet from the houses, and maybe twice that from the destroyed tents, there were hardly any signs of the undead to be found here. No torn-apart corpses on the road, and no ominous splatters anywhere. The low wind still carried notes of decay, but they were down to roadkill in the ditch level, comparatively nothing to the highway and the tents. The license plates weren't local, making me guess that maybe the vehicles had belonged to whoever had helped with the aftermath of the crash. The only logical answer to where to head next was into town. There wasn't that much of an urban sprawl ahead of me. Like many small towns, the houses were spaced apart in a grid that left enough open space for me to move through unhindered except for the fences. The very idea of simply walking down the lanes was insane, though. Even from here, I could see where some makeshift barriers had been erected. Some wooden slats here, some sandbags there. What was even more ominous was that someone had spray-painted red X-shaped marks across all the doors I could see from my current vantage point. No, I didn't need a guide to let me know that meant nothing good. That all of those doors were closed and the houses looked undisturbed made me want to take the long way around each and every one of them, even if some might have held the best kind of loot. The anxiety churning in my gut was back as soon as I set off down the street, doing my best to move as silently and cautiously as possible. Ahead, I spied what looked like the only small store in town, next to a gas station and adjacent small restaurant. There were no red marks that I could see from a distance, but the ground around the buildings was littered with packaging and other debris, the universal sign that someone had been busy going through the inventory. With a different kind of unease creeping up my spine, I slowly approached the supermarket. I didn't like the look of the vehicles clustered in one corner of the parking lot. They could have randomly ended up there, but it made a lot more sense that someone had pushed them there as some kind of barrier. Question was, a barrier for what? Maybe the townspeople had chosen this as their last stand. Maybe they'd pushed the cars together to form an obstacle that let them get away on the other side. My mind unhelpfully supplied that it could also be the ideal hiding spot for the undead to fall on unsuspecting looters like me, giving someone else in a sniper's perch time to take aim. I sincerely hoped the latter was just my brain's way to normalize otherwise terrible options, but I wasn't quite sure about that. The rice stew should have restored my faith in humanity somewhat again. My stomach seized up. The likely combination of being full for once while a fresh rush of adrenaline shot into my blood. Or maybe the food had been poisoned and I was already dead, only hadn't accepted that fact yet. Now I was really getting ridiculous. Fact was, I really didn't want to go into that supermarket. Then why was I standing here, with no cover to speak of, making a target of myself, and for what? A door slammed somewhere behind me, making me jump and whip around. I scanned the houses I had just walked by. Nothing was moving there. All doors were closed, all windows shut. A single towel left on a clothesline continued to flutter lazily in the hot afternoon breeze. Where the fuck had that come from? It was so easy to discard it as an auditory hallucination, my brain playing tricks on me. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. I was well adept at jumping at shadows, but that had been real. The thought crossed my mind that maybe whoever had left the food wasn't gone yet. Should I head over there and investigate? Or maybe it had been Kaz, either trying to alert me to his presence or simply bungling a silent exit. He'd had plenty of time to pass by my position, considering how long I'd spent in the tent and house both. But did it make sense for him to get lost in town after an entire stream of the undead had wandered in there coming after me? Which reminded me, where had they all disappeared to? Only the slow, cautious ones had run into the forest, from what I could tell. I really didn't like this town. It gave me the creeps. Even worse than any other place we'd been to so far, maybe except for the city itself. I glanced back at the store that still looked foreboding as hell. There must be a better place around if everything about this was setting off my inner alarm bells. Stepping back onto the road, I gave the parking lot the widest berth possible while not traipsing into anyone's yard at the same time. Craning my neck, I tried to discern what came after the short commercial strip. There were 4 more houses to the left, and something like a silo or warehouse to the right. But that wasn't the end of it. There were several signs to the right, but I couldn't make out what exactly they were indicating. After one more paranoid 360, I set off down the road, glancing back at the store several times to make sure that nothing was following me from there. I had to pass an entire warehouse, belonging to some farm co-op apparently, to see what lay behind. My heart sank when I realized that it was a less than stellar prospect, a junkyard. But beyond that, I glimpsed a couple of RVs on what I'd previously thought of as an open field. They looked just well-maintained enough not to belong to the yard, although it did make me wonder why anyone would want to live with a view of rusting wrecks. That had likely been the point of why the town had opened up that very property to their less-than-stellar earners. None of my business, I reminded myself. Those RVs for sure were good news, and a hell of a better prospect than what looked like a ransacked but fortified supermarket. I paused briefly as I passed the last of the houses on the opposite side of the street. All of them looked tantalizingly normal, although this one had 2 suitcases, opened and the contents discarded all over the place, left behind in the carport. The front door looked sturdy, but maybe I'd get lucky around the back again. The air smelled fresh here, with only the slightest note of grilled meat still tickling the back of my throat. If anything, this house looked like another solid bet. And yet, my skin was crawling with the very idea of breaking and entering. The RVs it was, I decided. Patches of low vegetation all across the trailer park showed that there had been a lot more vehicles parked here not too long ago. It made sense that with what had gone down in Charlotte, people had simply jumped behind their wheels and taken off. The 11 RVs left behind all looked too old or broken down to still be roadworthy without assistance, so it made sense that they'd remained behind. I hated how familiar everything felt as I took the short road leading into the park proper. All that was missing was some sleazy fat guy in his late 50s who was trying to sell me a joint for the low price of my company, har. Damn, but sometimes I missed Larry. I wondered what had happened to him. If this was a global thing, and right now I had little reason to doubt that, as depressing as that thought was, he was likely dead. I took one last look down the street, where I could just make out the corner of the store parking lot. Still nothing moved there, before I ambled up to the closest of the RVs. It had once been white and red, which meant now it was shit beige and pink after decades out in the sun. It was small, shabby, but had clearly been someone's beloved home once. All the flowers in the pots outside the windows had dried up to shriveled brown husks, and one of the crochet curtains clung on to dear life on one side, letting me get a glimpse of a dark brown Formica cupboard inside. One of the windows was cracked, but no scent of decay came through the gap. After another nervous look around, I stepped to the other side of the RV, finding the door locked. All it took to open it was a sharp twist of my wrist, not even at full strength. Steeling myself for the inevitable, I slowly eased the door open, thankful that it did so without a sound. The interior held that typical old lady scent, but definitely not of one who had been decaying in there for weeks and was hungry for some fresh meat. The mingling notes of too sweet and too heavy perfume, mixed with some air freshener, washed over me, but that was about it. As I took the 2 steps up and inside, I found everything in neat order. Bingo. The first thing I looked for was food. Canned peaches, cold beans, everything would do for tomorrow. I found none of that. Only the iconic sewing kit in a cookie box and some cough drops. What I also didn't find was the ominous bag that held other bags, so maybe the old bat that had been living here had been smart enough to take her food with her. I did find some kibble that went perfectly with the overly long cat hair covering a special pillow by the window, but I wasn't that desperate yet. The wardrobe choices on hand were also far from useful, all at least 3 sizes too large and far from sturdy. RV number 1 was clearly a bust. Thankfully, I had 10 more to check on. Something made me pause as I stepped back out into the sunshine. Something was moving over by the scrapyard. Not people kind of moving. Not even the undead gearing up to come for me. No, something was swaying in the wind, but different from a tarp or flag. I'd only caught the movement from the corner of my eye for a second as I'd passed the front window, and it had been enough to set my teeth on edge. It was probably nothing, but I already knew that it wouldn't leave me be until I checked up on it. After another round of holding my breath so I could listen better, and coming up empty, I stepped around the back of the RV to get a good look in the direction of the junkyard. At first, I saw nothing. It actually took me walking to the front of the trailer, roughly the position I'd been when exiting it, for me to see it again. Over there, near the top of a rack that held single hoods and other chassis parts, something was moving. No, it was swaying in the wind. 4 somethings, to be pedantic. With horror clawing up my spine, I realized that it was the bodies of 4 people. 2 men, a woman, and a child, all with rope nooses around their necks. And they weren't swaying in the wind. They were moving gently from the force their bodies exerted as they were trying to claw for something moving in the trailer park, the rope holding them back from breaking free and running after it. Obviously, they were no direct threat to me, but this was one of the scariest things I'd ever seen in my entire life. Swallowing thickly, I couldn't help but crouch down next to the RV, doing my very best to become as small and invisible as possible. They weren't reaching for me, or even vaguely in my direction, so I was sure they weren't aware of my presence yet. Then what exactly had caught their attention? The easiest option was more of their own kind. My skin was still crawling with unease from not knowing where most of the strong, fast zombies that had come after me from the highway had ended up. Did they hide in or between the houses, farther away from the road where I hadn't come close? Had they remained on the road and dispersed where the town ended? Which would mean they'd likely ended up all over the junkyard and trailer park. Or were there other normal, sentient humans still around, like whoever had left the rice stew for me? As hard as it was to tear my gaze away from the macabre tableau in front of me, I took an uneasy look over my shoulder, at the road and what lay beyond the town. Kaz might already be hiding somewhere there, smart enough not to go into town after all. As soon as I left the relative security of the RV, nothing stood between me and the open land, the closest trees a good 2 to 3 miles from here. As exposed as that made me feel, nothing could hide there and come for me. So why risk getting accosted here? Because we really needed help if we wanted to survive. That simple meal had proven that more than anything. It was only a matter of time until either of us got sick for real, or our luck ran out for good and the monsters would literally eat us. With only the two of us, we could never sleep well, but also couldn't keep watch. We'd done the best we could for as long as we could. If there was a chance that someone alive was around, I simply had to risk my life to get to them. A noise coming from somewhere to my left startled me. It wasn't very loud, and it didn't repeat itself. Frantically searching my vicinity, all I could glean was that it had probably come from 2 RVs over. It could have been something as small as a raccoon vacating the premises, his talons scratching along a rusty step. Or it could be one of the zombies, near silently moving from one spot to the next. Or it could be a real live human who'd seen me and was trying to let me know they were around. Gauging where the noise must have originated from, and extrapolating where the swinging undead were reaching, I figured both pointed to the same spot. The grass between the lots wasn't high enough to warrant me trying to hide in it, so I went for speed over misguided attempts of stealth. One last look around, and I took off toward the closest RV, a third of the way to my destination. The gravel and grass crunching under my soles made me tense up more with each step. I felt like heaving an enormous sigh as I reached the RV. That was, until something inside caused a colossal crash, making me back away from it immediately. It was only when I looked at the door and noticed the X mark someone had left there with a now faded Sharpie that it made sense. Had this been the origin of the noise that had lured me over? I was still considering how fucked I was if that was true, when something hit the vehicle's front right next to me, making me jump. No way that hadn't been deliberate. Doing my very best to ignore the thumping coming from inside the RV, I slowly made my way around its front, every couple of seconds stopping to look around and check on the swingers. They'd finally seen me, at least one of them reaching for me now, but 2 others were still focused on that other vehicle. Halfway around the front, I got a first closer look at the trailer behind the one that was still between us. It was old, the kind of dilapidated that hinted at it having seen the last good day long before I had been born, and was about the last vehicle I would have considered checking on of those available. Maybe it was this that made it perfect for someone to hide in, if only temporarily. I'd soon find out. A quick dash later, and I was hugging the side of the 3rd RV. Now 3 of the hangars were focusing on me, but I did my best to ignore them. I chanced another look around. Still no other movement or sound coming from anywhere. There were no trees or bushes close, so nothing except for tiny critters were out and about. I allowed myself another long exhale before I pushed off the RV and sprinted toward the dilapidated trailer. As they say, now or never. I was about halfway there when I heard it, the telltale sound of cars approaching. Cars and motorcycles. My first thought was that I had finally gone insane and started hallucinating. Sure, the town was small and close to bumfuck nowhere, but that highway was just over the gentle rise to the southwest. I was pretty sure that under normal conditions, the trucks driving there must have been audible here. Nobody could be that fucking stupid. But the sounds got louder and louder, unmistakably originating from the town center. Suddenly, being out in the open, completely exposed, took on a different flavor. I felt downright naked, and like there was a target painted between my shoulder blades. I didn't debate the instinct that these likely weren't the kind of people I wanted to be picked up by. I doubted they'd been the ones to leave food, and more so that note about a possible return. If they were local, why not leave a quick description of where to find their hideout? Before my mind could spin further out of control, I reached the trailer. Crouching down, I did my best to disappear as I rounded the front until I got to the side opposite from where all the noise was coming. In reality, it was likely something close to 3 cars and 2 bikes, but in a world where not even talking at full volume was smart, it sounded like a huge convoy. There was nobody hiding at the side of the trailer, and belatedly I realized that the only door was on the other side. With no chance to find out now if I had gone completely crazy and imagined the sounds coming from here, I did the only thing I could. I crouched down to crawl underneath the trailer, hoping not to bleed out from slicing myself on something rusty or getting bit by a family of rabid raccoons that were calling the trailer their home. Instead of all that, I came face to face with a man already lying down there, his expression a mix of exasperation and mirth. He had short auburn hair, hadn't shaved in a week, and seemed to be in about the same state I had found myself in, covered in grime, exhausted, and ever so slightly sunburned after days on end out on the road. Only his hazel eyes seemed bright and alert, which I was guessing couldn't be said of me. I drew up short, my pulse skyrocketing. It was sheer luck that I didn't hit the back of my head on the underside of the trailer. The smart thing would have been to immediately change course and crawl back out, but the cars and bikes were close now. Close as in turning into the trailer park. Glancing from the stranger to what little of the park I could see from my position, I watched as they drove past the first 2 RVs and halted in front of the third, less than 30 feet away from us. Shit. Unless I wanted to call attention to myself, I was stuck. While the vehicles, 4 cars and 3 bikes, a little above my minimum estimation, came to a halt and one by one shut off their engines, the stranger leaned closer, whispering a slightly mocking,
"Took you long enough,"
at me. I held his partly taunting gaze levelly, considering I had no idea anyone was around. Him raising one dirty hand and bringing a finger to his lips shut me up quickly. No time like the present to stop bickering. I had a feeling I'd soon enough find out what was going on anyway. After the last car engine turned off, momentary silence fell on the yard. I thought I could hear something creaking, likely coming from the hung zombies, but that was about it. No howls, screams, or other signs that a horde was on the way from the highway. Maybe I was being too paranoid, but it felt too much like the calm before the storm to let my guard down. A car door opened and shut, loudly, a few moments later.
"Get that thieving asshole out here,"
a gruff male voice called out, loud enough to make me hunch my shoulders. Were they actively trying to bait the undead? I had no other explanation for their behavior. Using the vehicles was already shy of suicidal. This was just plain fucking stupid. The stranger beside me craned his neck for a better look, then shuffled to our right, toward the back of the trailer. I hesitated for a moment, but then followed, using small enough movements that barely elicited a sound from my clothes. I doubted the idiots would have heard us if we'd full-on rolled the distance, crunching gravel and all that shit. I didn't get a good look at the entire group that was presently vacating their vehicles, but what I saw pretty much met my expectations. All men, all gruff and clad in clothes cleaner and better suited for the apocalypse than mine. And the thieving asshole, presumably since they dragged him from the bed of a pickup truck, was Tony, looking a lot more disheveled and bloody than the last time I'd seen him back at the lake. Compared to his weak, hunched-over stance as he cowered in front of the group, Kaz and I had practically thrived since then.
"This is the guy you saw sneaking around our forward camp,"
a short man called out to someone out of my field of vision. He wasn't fat exactly, more compactly muscled, and the type of guy who had to prove to everyone that what he lacked in inches in height, he more than made up for in attitude.
"Yeah, that's him. Tried to scare him off, but the asshole wouldn't listen. He harassed 2 of the girls, and when he finally disappeared, 2 of our guns and an entire pack of provisions were missing. And that was after we repeatedly told him we were happy to let him work for food and shelter. It's not like we're primitives."
The assembled group laughed as one, underlining my guess that I probably didn't want to find out more about their hospitality. A quick glance at the stranger by my side revealed that he was grimacing, adding fuel to that fire. I wondered if he'd crossed paths with Tony, but didn't want to chance anyone hearing us talk. He seemed mostly focused on the guards that had taken up station, facing outward. Apparently, they weren't quite that oblivious about the danger we were all in. Squat guy harumphed, looking mighty self-important.
"Not being a perfect gentleman, I might excuse."
The flunkies dutifully chuckled at that.
"But stealing, particularly after we picked him up like a beaten stray dog, that doesn't fly with my moral code."
More, if somewhat subdued, laughter followed, making it obvious just how strict said code must be. Tony tried to speak up, but that only earned him a kick in the back, making him topple onto the ground. That was when I realized that they'd bound his legs and wrists. It took him an incredibly long time to roll over and into a position where he could get up on his knees, trying to plead with them.
"I didn't mean no harm,"
he offered, his voice low and cracked.
"Can anyone understand this motherfucker's mumblings? Speak up, asshole,"
their blocky leader demanded. Tony tried again, this time a little louder, a note of panic in his voice.
"I was trying to help, is all. Someone mentioned they needed provisions for a guard circuit."
Squat guy interrupted him right there.
"All our guard teams take care of their own gear. You were caught stealing from the central supplies where nobody except me and my lieutenants have access. Try again, asshole."
Tony's demeanor turned pleading.
"You have to understand. I was hungry. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm no threat to any of you. Just let me go and you'll never see me again."
The man standing right next to the leader narrowed his eyes at Tony.
"I'd say you're not much of a lover, either. You left one girl with a split lip and the other with a black eye. Nobody here likes shit like that."
So much for my paranoia. I couldn't help but feel vaguely sick, but also a little proud of my instincts. Both of that leveled out when a different voice spoke up, a voice that sounded oddly familiar, coming from someone still out of sight.
"Don't trust a word he's saying. Next, he'll try to ingratiate himself with you by pretending he's too weak to be a good target. He's right, of course. But don't make the mistake of letting it slide, because technically he's someone who could hold a gun to defend your people."
Could it be? But no. Even with so many thousands of people dead, the odds of running into that asshole again were too low. Plus, they had been way behind us, fleeing Charlotte. I took another cautious glance at the stranger beside me. He didn't react to the new voice joining the discussion. I could tell that he was tense, but he didn't seem to care much about what was going on. He was glancing toward the junkyard repeatedly, I noticed. Was he looking for the right time to bolt? I couldn't nix the feeling that right here, right now, we were the safest we could be given the current situation, and what might follow.
"You know that human shit stain?"
Squat guy asked, his tone less than enthusiastic.
"He tried to pull the exact same shit with our people."
Ah, fuck. Squat guy chuckled. It wasn't a pleasant sound.
"Then you should do the honors."
He gestured toward the as-of-yet incognito speaker. Sure enough, a moment later, Jared the asshole stepped up to him, looking as mostly clean and well put together as the other men. I thought I caught a brief glimpse of Axel, his friend who had been nice to Kaz and me, before he leaned out of view once more. Jared's entire focus was on the man kneeling before him. He didn't look like he was filled with malicious glee or some shit, but there was zero compassion in his eyes. Actually, he seemed cool as a cucumber as Squat Guy held out a pistol to him that he took and with methodical precision checked that it was loaded. Not good. So not good. I had no love lost for Tony, but I doubted that what he'd done warranted executing him. If anything, simply leaving him tied up here would probably do the trick, and in a more gruesome fashion that required less direct violence. Shooting him in the face was definitively a deliberate choice. Maybe the asshole was bluffing. Or maybe this was all some insidious hazing ritual. There was hoping, just not including a lot of actual hope. The stranger leaned close enough that when he whispered, his warm breath fanned over the side of my neck.
Friend of yours?
I quickly shook my head. No friends of mine in sight.
But you know them,
he proposed when I wouldn't volunteer any information. It seemed utterly foolish to open my mouth, considering how close we were to the situation unfolding in front of us. I've met some of them, I whispered back. When he eyed me askance, I answered after another glance at Jared. He was posturing now, making the glimmer of hope flare up in my chest. If you really wanted to execute someone, you normally didn't give them that much time to shit their pants. The thief and the guy with the gun met them just before fleeing the city. Now was not the time for details. The stranger considered for a moment, his eyes briefly scanning what he could see of me before dropping back to the others.
They're no good. At least the others aren't. They are the ones I've been having run-ins with. Can't say I recommend that.
He paused before adding,
particularly not for a girl.
Gee, I always loved getting that special kind of confirmation from my paranoia. Our conversation momentarily stalled out when Jared was finally done screwing around with his weapon.
Any last words? Like who else you've been stealing from?
There was no look of hope on Tony's face. He knew exactly what was coming. I was surprised how much venom and strength he mustered to put in his voice after all the whining from before.
What's it to you? Still looking for more people you can carve up and leave outside to dry?
Squat Guy seemed ready to interject something, but before he could do more than open his mouth, Jared pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Tony squarely in the middle of the forehead, leaving his skull with a tremendous exit wound and spray of blood and brain matter. I flinched, both because the shot had been extremely loud so close, but also because deep down I'd been hoping they would reconsider. With my ears ringing, I felt almost physically sick. A glance at the stranger revealed that he'd lost his cool as well, appearing a little green around the nose. We shared a long look. He jerked his head to the side, indicating the scrapyard behind and to the side of us. I nodded, only too happy to get away from here. Not a moment too soon, I realized, when Squat Guy turned to his people at large.
Search the area. I doubt a rat like that has been working alone. Extra rations for every piece of scum that you find. And if they put up too much resistance, don't bother bringing them in alive.
Sounded like running was back on the menu. Chapter 20. We didn't take off right away. Neither I nor the red-haired stranger were that stupid. But we did retreat from underneath the trailer to where we were crouching behind it now, out of sight of the asshole brigade. He was about a head taller than me, unsurprisingly. Normally I wouldn't have cared much about that, but with my lungs already damaged, it didn't bode well for my survival if I also had the shorter legs. Thankfully, the junkyard's fence was a mere 50 feet away from our current position, and I was sure my slighter figure would make getting lost in there much easier. But first, we had to get there and over that damn fence. The only upside I saw to our current situation was that the shot had jerked away any and all attention the hung zombies had paid us for good. A different male voice shouting commands to assign different sectors to the search parties put an end to our stalling. The stranger gave me a quick nod before he took off, completely doing away with stealth. I wondered if I should use that opportunity to slink away. But just then, a dark-clad figure stepped around the back of the trailer, having exchanged his gun for a way-too-clean assault rifle. Jared and I stared at each other for a moment. Surprise crossed his features, but was gone within seconds. Then all he had for me was a smirk. I took off, throwing caution to the wind. For a moment, relief flooded me as no shot rang out, but also not that movie myth readying sound of a weapon loaded. Duh. You'd think that after the stunts they pulled, they at least must have had their weapons ready to defend themselves. Jared had only checked that pistol because he had gotten it handed to him, I was sure. So why was I still alive? Halfway to where the stranger had pulled away part of the wire fence, ready to disappear into the maze of rust behind him. I really didn't like the fact that because I was a woman, different rules applied to me. But if it gave me a chance to get away, I'd take it. I was surprised that the stranger lingered at the fence, actually holding it up until I had slid through before he did the same. Shots rang out as soon as I ducked out of sight, making me wonder if it had only been Jared who had hesitated. Or maybe he'd simply given me a head start to make this hunt more sporting. The stacks of car parts and more complete wrecks started directly at the fence, with barely any room to move around them. Within seconds, I felt several cuts slice into my arms and legs, but now was not the time to worry whether my tetanus shots were up to date. They were, and I'd first have to get out of here to later slowly die of botulism. My lungs were only starting to complain when a strong hand suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me off the path I had been following and pushed me toward what looked like a small container. Definitely a trap. I tried to balk and wrench myself free at the same time. When he realized I wasn't complying, the stranger gave an exasperated sigh and pushed past me, more or less diving into the cubbyhole. It turned out to be some kind of passage through a sky-high shelf of parts, just large enough that I could comfortably wriggle through once he was out the other end. We emerged into a veritable valley of car parts and old refrigerators, limiting our sight in all directions. Not waiting for me to get stupid again, the stranger took off, but paced himself to where I could keep up with him, ducking and weaving as quickly as we dared without disturbing the parts and giving away our position. Shots rang out somewhere ahead of us, and several more somewhere behind, toward the main entrance of the junkyard, not where we had gone in. The stranger paused for a moment to listen before he shook his head and surged forward. I did my best to keep up with him, soon huffing and puffing like a steam engine. When he paused once more to listen, he gave me a concerned look. I made a throwaway gesture. "Asthma. Leave me behind if you don't want to deal with it." He actually looked offended, but decreased his speed a little to accommodate me. An old shipping container loomed ahead of us. I was just wondering whether that might be a good hiding space. Probably not, since I presumed that it wouldn't be empty, seeing as every inch of this place was packed, when the stranger halted next to it and started rummaging between small parts stacked by its side. I winced as several clattered away. Rather than hunch his shoulders, the stranger didn't seem to care as he turned to me, holding out a wooden baseball bat. Another in his other hand he was keeping for himself.
"Sorry that I have to ask you to defend yourself, but..."
I pulled the proffered bat from his hand and wrapped both of mine around it, giving it a practice swing. Not a moment too soon. I was still moving when I caught sight of something coming for me, and it wasn't bearing a weapon in the conventional sense. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that the junkyard was teeming with sneaky zombies, since that was exactly what I should have been expecting, but it still sucked. It felt oddly liberating to smash that thing's crispy skull, dislodging the jaw and making it fall away. My, what a visual. But with adrenaline coursing in my veins, rather than pull away, I moved for another swing instead, putting all my strength behind it. The zombie went down, something in its skull too damaged to keep it moving right now. The stranger made short work of the second undead that had come for us. I only noticed it now that it joined the first on the ground. A jerk of his chin was enough for me to abandon looking around for more, to instead run around the shipping container and dive behind the next stack of car parts. We made it a good 30 feet before the next zombie snapped her jaws at us. This one, for once, not a burn victim. I would have preferred a crispy creeper over a previously young, fit, healthy woman, but it wasn't like we had a choice. While the stranger bludgeoned her, I did my best to not get in the way as I squeezed past them. There was another gap tunnel right there, and after making sure the stranger could best his quarry, I scrambled through. A sea of car wrecks spread out before me, not unlike what we'd had to pass on some of the roads. I halted, unsure of where to go. The stranger immediately pulled me down so that I was crouching, no longer giving away my position. Looking for what he was staring at, I realized that several men were stalking through the wrecks, too methodical to be anything but fully alive. A little farther up the field of rusting husks, I caught motion for a second. Had that been a woman's face? Her long dark hair in a braid that had escaped her hoodie? I caught the stranger smiling before he went off in her direction, making me guess that he and I really weren't the only ones on the run. Someone shouted behind us, angry and in pain. A barrage of shots rang out, too loud and too close for comfort. Another shout, a series of crashes. We were almost where I'd seen the woman disappear. Chancing a look back, I couldn't make out anything from where we were running, hunched over. But something big was happening back there. We reached the spot and went right on past it. Before I could ask, the stranger veered off sharply to the left, signaling behind him for me to follow. We reached the end of yet another sky-high stacked shelf. On the other side, 3 people were waiting for us. The woman I'd seen, and 2 men, all smiling briefly when they glimpsed the stranger. "Finally," the woman hissed, briefly narrowing her eyes at him before her attention skipped to me. Like the rest of us, she was covered in days of grime, but had somehow managed to maintain a near-perfect black cat-eye makeup around her dark brown eyes. I couldn't quite place her background. Polynesian, maybe? The men beside her, around my age at the maximum, could have escaped from some surfer camp on the Outer Banks, one with longer blonde hair and the other with black hair and that typically Irish complexion, including a hefty sunburn on his face that made me want to wince. The stranger ignored the woman, but I got the sense from him that it was on a very amicable level.
"Let's go. Xander is still with the cars?"
She nodded, already turning toward the next rusty aisle across from our hiding spot. Had everyone gone insane, using loud, stinking death traps? Or had it just been me and Kaz who'd been too stupid to understand that we could have spared ourselves a week of rough living and instead driven the same distance in an hour or 2? But so far, we hadn't seen anyone else use any vehicles except boats on the lake. The woman and 2 men went first. The stranger urged me on to follow ahead of him, but before we could get to it, loud howling rising from somewhere to our right kept us frozen in place. With trepidation, I watched as Surfer Guy was the last to disappear between more wrecks, seconds before a zombie came charging down the middle of the trek they had just crossed. I fully expected it to go right after them, but instead it ran full tilt forward, going after something down the road. 3 more came after it, a little slower but no less vicious and scarily quiet. As soon as the air was clear, the stranger tapped me on the shoulder and took off, aiming for the same route as his companions had taken. None of them waited for us, but I wasn't surprised. Clearly they knew their way around, and knew where they were going. Just as we left the road, gunshots rang out from where the zombies had been heading, revealing what they had gone after. Well, good hunting to them. Sadly, we weren't quite clear of them yet, I realized, when we ran right into 3 more as we ducked around the next high-stacked shelf. I had my bat up and swinging as soon as the new threat registered. One of them I smacked squarely in the shoulder, sending it staggering into a stack of fenders. Proving that they were far from stupid, the second used my momentum to slam into my lower back, sending me staggering after my quarry. I barely caught myself, ducking away to the side. The zombie was ready, jumping on me now, sending us both onto the ground. Somehow I managed to twist enough so that I got the bat between my fragile face and his snapping jaws. It bit right into the wood. With a sickening crunch, several teeth either broke or were outright wrenched from his jaws, making everything inside of me tense with instinctive empathy. That had its limits, since his weight was fully on my legs and hips, making it impossible for me to get out from underneath him. A well-placed bat, swung almost like a golf club, smashed in the head, sending blood splattering over me. As soon as the weight lifted off my lower half, I scrambled away and came onto shaky feet. I found the stranger physically wrestling with the zombie, his head partly smashed in. Just what did it take for them to stay down? As soon as I had my balance back, I did a quick assessment of the situation. The first zombie was still caught in the car parts that kept falling down on him. The second lay motionless on the ground, where the stranger must have downed it. So it was just us and that stubborn fucker. Making sure not to accidentally hit my new best friend, I sent my bat into the back of the zombie's left knee, hard enough to feel something give. It staggered, letting out a primal roar. The stranger was quick to seize the opportunity and send it down with a kick to its other knee. A second bash to the head, my treat, finally made it drop to the ground for good, jerking a few times before it remained still. We took off before the third zombie could get his bearings, leaving him someone else's problem.
You're pretty handy in a fight,
the stranger huffed over his shoulder as he sprinted down the road the zombies had come from. All I had for an answer was some pained wheezing as I did my best to keep up. We skidded around another shelf aisle end, where the stranger disappeared through another hidey hole. He paused, giving me a few moments to catch my breath. When I looked up from where I'd contemplated my knees while wheezing, bent over, I found him cautiously scrutinizing me.
You sure that's asthma?
I gave him a pained smile, in between more wheezing. You mean, am I about to drop dead with fever while coughing out my lungs? He nodded. I'm way beyond that. He gave me a pointed look. I'd have to explain that in more detail later, but shrugged off his momentary concern.
How about you set the pace, he suggested. We're almost at the end of this maze. We need to get through one more heap of scrap metal and then out the back gate. You can't miss it. Just down there, then a hard left, and freedom awaits.
We traded places, meaning I had to squeeze past him so we could shuffle around. I was very grateful that he didn't use the chance to cop a feel. Considering I'd gained a fresh layer of zombie gore splattered all over me, that probably shouldn't have been a surprise. Looking left and right, I found the way ahead clear. Somewhere behind us, the commotion continued, making me guess that most of the undead were now flocking there. Taking one last, deep breath, I pushed myself out of relative safety and sprinted down the free space. Calling it a road was massively overestimating how little actual room there was to pass between the metal husks, mostly machinery. I almost got caught on an old excavator shovel, but managed to pass with only some light trauma to my shoulder. Then I was free to turn toward the gate, only to find the entire open space in front of it full of partly dismembered bodies, with at least 10 zombies feasting on them. In a near comical moment, I came to a halt just as all of them turned their heads to stare at me, torn ligaments and bloody flesh dripping from monstrous mouths everywhere. From what little registered of the scene, it looked like the victims were all squat guys' men, plus some crispy critters that they likely had just killed when the strong ones descended on them. Yeah, we weren't going that way, for sure. With so much fresh meat, one might have expected that the zombies were happy with their meal, but about half of them immediately jumped up and came hurtling toward me, quickly gaining speed. There was no time for planning alternative routes or coordinating with the stranger for where to head next. All I could do was turn the other way and take off at a blind run, my legs and arms pumping at maximum capacity. I went left, right, straight, and then I was thoroughly lost and alone, the howls behind me letting me know I still had some of them after me. I knew that running blindly was madness, but it wasn't like I had another choice. Ahead, I saw another shipping container with 2 fallen-over fridges next to it. As a last-ditch effort, I ran toward them, using the last of my strength to pull myself up on top of the container. Still moving, I dropped down, rolling halfway across the top before I came to a halt on my back, arms and legs splayed out to stop myself. Staring up into the blinding sunshine, I forced myself to take shallow breaths only, hoping they would be quieter than the wheezing that my lungs needed to keep working. All I could do was hope that I'd still be alive 5 seconds from now. Over the deafening sound of my pulse thundering in my ears, I heard something root around the other end of the shipping container, roughly where I'd climbed up. Then that was gone, leaving me in strained silence. Were they smart enough to simply be quiet and lay in wait for me, knowing exactly where I was? Or was it out of sight, out of mind? With my bat dropped and my mindless flight to be just a little faster, it wasn't like I had many options left. As I lay there, I listened to fewer and fewer shots ringing across the junkyard. Then even the screams and howls stopped, shortly after what sounded like someone's death cry. The following silence was as eerie and oppressive as it was familiar. I was so sick of this shit. A different kind of fear started clawing at my throat. Would the stranger and his people wait for me? Probably not, since chances were good that I'd died rather than gotten away. The very idea of having gotten so close to finding security in numbers and now having that wrested away from me was unbearable. Fuck the sneaky fuckers. I had to catch up to them again before they could leave me behind like the useless sack of meat that I felt like. Slowly rolling over onto my side until I was face down, I inched my way toward the end of the container, the one opposite where I had climbed on. I doubted the zombies were smart enough to have spatial awareness on this level that they could extrapolate where I might come back down if it was in a different spot. Glancing down, my heart sank. There was no convenient fridge or even car anywhere in sight. Only sheets of what had long since turned into scrap metal, with some unrolled barbed wire as garnish. I checked the terrain to my left, but that was even worse. Gritting my teeth, I slowly came onto all fours and turned around so I was facing the container. Easing my legs off first, I did my best to use controlled motions, but my muscles were too exhausted. I more fell than let myself drop off the edge, my feet hitting and breaking through rusted metal a moment later. The impact hurt as much as it was jarring on an intellectual level, leaving me sure that the zombies were already alerted and coming around the container as I valiantly tried to extricate myself from the rusted junk. A piece of wire got caught in my jeans, tearing a path of agony across my thigh before I could get it off me. Then I was free, and nothing came jumping at me, so I staggered down the path of least resistance, roughly in the direction I had come from, I hoped. Moving slowly and deliberately gave my lungs a small respite, but not much. Too soon, and not soon enough, I was back on the broader path. Looking back at the container, I saw nothing lingering there waiting for me, but that only made me more paranoid. I still turned to the path, trying not to attract any attention this time. At the next intersection, I realized I'd forgotten which way had brought me there. Turning around once, I went left since there were fewer stacks of obstacles that way. I turned another corner and came face to muzzle with a partially raised shotgun. I froze, staring at Axel, Jared's somewhat less assholey friend, although that rank was still up for debate. The first thing he did was grimace, as if he was less than happy to have stumbled upon me. That gave me a glimmer of hope, even as I raised both hands in a placating gesture. "You don't want to shoot me," I whispered to him. "Actually, you don't look like you even want to catch me." His momentary silence spoke volumes, although he did squint at me.
"Nobody wants to kill you,"
he finally conceded, his voice barely audible. I couldn't help but snort. "Yeah, I don't think I want to get caught, period." He looked ready to accept that with a nod, like I'd made a smart choice. What he did instead was grimace again.
"The militia's not that bad."
He said it like that should be capitalized.
"You'd be safe and fed."
And quite possibly gang-raped 24/7, but neither of us seemed to want to voice that. I held his near-pleading gaze evenly, but dropped my hands. "Thanks, but I'd rather take care of that myself. I'm not a joiner." I fully expected him to put up resistance, or maybe still shoot me outright. But after another tense second, Axel turned away, pointing his shotgun past my shoulder. When he jerked his head the other way, I stepped past him, unease still crawling up my back. I glanced back when I reached the end of another shelf a couple of feet away. Axel was gone, and the way behind me was still clear. 2 more turns and I was back at the gate, only coming from a different aisle this time. The gore was even worse than before, but there were only 2 zombies left. Alert, but apparently content to keep gnawing on the limbs that they had wrenched from the bodies. It wasn't ideal, but I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The gate was closed, but the sturdy iron lattice was easy to climb thanks to someone having left a discarded dehumidifier at one end that others had obviously used as a stepping stone. With one last colossal expenditure of strength that I barely had left, I heaved myself up and over the gate, dropping to the dirt on the other side. I was standing on the upper edge of the trailer park, where a small road led into the rolling hills. The bikes and cars from Squat Guy's militia were still where they had left them, with nobody there to guard them, or shoot at me, which was more important. As soon as I stepped away from the gate, the stranger popped up from where he must have been hiding in the ditch at the side of the road. I startled, but only so much. He gave me 2 thumbs up, then started jogging down the road. I fell into step beside him, glancing repeatedly over my shoulder, but the road behind us remained clear. Looked like I'd get to live for another day, or as things were going, at least another couple of minutes, hopefully long enough to finally catch my breath. Chapter 21. We caught up to the others, and the promised cars, maybe half an hour later. There were 2 more people waiting there with a woman and 2 guys, a man in his 50s, and Kaz, ready to envelop me in a warm hug. Never mind how much I was reeking of zombie guts. That, more than anything, made me feel like, just maybe, my obviously idiotic decision to check out the tents had been for the best. The other 3 were somewhat less grimy than I remembered them. I was quite happy when the woman handed me a half-full bottle of liquid.
Bleach mixed with dish soap and water, she warned. Don't get it into your eyes.
After the stranger and I had somewhat cleaned up, the older guy was ready with some drinking water, which I was insanely grateful for. Between the exhaustion, the dirt, and the sun beating down mercilessly on us, I was parched. Enough so that even the bleach solution had looked inviting for a minute. Then it was time for introductions.
I'm Dharma,
the woman explained.
And this is Corey and Liam.
Meaning surfer dude and badly sunburned Irish guy.
Our man with the cars is Xander, and Osprey has 0 excuses for why he hasn't told you his name yet.
The man in question simply shrugged.
Excuse me for valuing our continued survival over manners. I'll make sure to shout your name from the rooftops next time.
Dharma ignored his quip in favor of letting Kaz and me fill them in on our details. They took everything in stride, although they all stared at us somewhat when I mentioned how we'd gotten out of the city.
And your asthma?
Osprey prompted when I'd fallen silent. There hadn't been that much to explain. I considered what to tell him for a second, but decided not to lie. They had been our most civilized option so far. The least they deserved was the truth. I got sick 2 or maybe 3 weeks ago, when this whole shit show started. Woke up in a tent full of dead people that refused to stay dead, with my mind slowly clearing up and my lungs still badly damaged. It's been getting better every single day since, but all that almost getting eaten and running for our lives hasn't exactly helped. I doubt I'm still contagious, if I ever was. Kaz would by now have caught it if I was. I said that with more conviction than I actually felt, but I figured they probably knew more about this than us. In the very back of my mind, I heard the asshole's voice snicker. Dharma accepted my explanation with a curt nod.
You're far from the only one,
she conceded.
We've had at least 20 more just like you. Although you're the first we've picked up running and fighting for her life. The others were mostly still at the crawling is pushing it stage of recovery.
20? That sounded like a lot. A lot, actually. Exactly how many people belong to your group? She allowed herself a small smile as she answered.
Exactly? No fucking clue. The last time we did an estimate, the Enclave was pushing 2,000 inhabitants.
2,000? If she'd said 100, I would have marveled at the number. It was so much beyond my expectations that I felt a lick of fear run up my spine. So many people, all together, in times when some unknown pathogen was killing us that might or might not be the bacteria that caused anthrax? As good as it sounded at first, that did come with a number of dangerous possibilities. Osprey seemed to pick up on my mixed reaction.
We've bugged down in an old mine, distributed over several levels. There are usually less than 50 people in a room together, and we try to keep some strict hygiene rules up.
He flashed me a quick grin.
But if that sounds as crazy to you as it does to me, you can stick with us. We head outside as soon as it gets light every day and only retreat for the night, or when things get hairy. Speaking of which,
he turned to the others.
I think we've overstayed our welcome. Let's head home.
None of the others spoke up in protest. My heart felt just a little lighter when Osprey opened the back door to one of their 2 cars and the scent of rice stew came out. "You're the ones who left food at the other side of town, and a message," I said, less as a question and more as a statement.
You found it? Good. Dharma insists I'm crazy to try to trap some of the undead with the scent of it. The message was her idea. I didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to trust food like that left out in the open.
I didn't know how to respond to that, so I didn't. Instead, I was happy to squeeze into the back row with Kaz, shoving all kinds of things away, mostly blankets, sturdy clothes, and food stuff like uncooked rice and noodles. Osprey got into the front passenger seat, while Xander slid behind the wheel. Dharma, Liam, and Corey were riding in the other car, that was even more stuffed with what I presumed was the loot they'd gathered today. The moment the car started, I realized why they dared using them. It was an electric car, whisper quiet as it slowly drove off. Relief settled over my still wound-up mind. At least someone was acting smart, unlike Squat Guy and his people, or what was left of them now. I had no clue how many of them had died in the scrapyard. The second question burning in my mind was quickly answered by Kaz.
Remember how you said if we got separated we'd meet north of town?
He reminded me.
I didn't find you, but ran right into Xander here. He offered me some food and told me that once his people were back, they'd go look for you if you hadn't shown up at the meeting place by then.
He snickered.
I actually lost a bet. I told him you'd easily show up on your own. You're resourceful like that.
While it was all easy banter, I had a feeling that Osprey was filing away the details Kaz had so casually dished out. Nobody had said that he was the leader of this illustrious group, and Dharma sure knew how to speak up for herself, but the others seemed to naturally wait for his directions. I had to admit, I had mostly a good feeling about him, but considering that, so far, Kaz was the only reliable person I'd met since I'd woken up in that damned triage tent, I really didn't know if I could trust that feeling. Time would tell, I figured. With adrenaline finally leaking out of my veins, for what felt like the first time in fucking forever, and was likely the case for the span of an entire week and then some, it was hard not to let the motion of the car and the residual heat lull me into a sense of complacency. I was bone-weary. Not just tired, but exhausted to the point where the very idea of ever getting up, let alone running for my life, seemed impossibly hard from one second to the next. The thought crossed my mind that if we were wrong to trust Osprey and his people, we were absolutely fucked. Then again, they hadn't even asked us for our blood types, so it seemed unlikely that they'd leave us in a bathtub full of ice, missing half a liver and an entire kidney. Considering how the last week had been, maybe I would have even gladly paid that price if required. Osprey, halfway turning around in the passenger seat so he could look back at us, mostly me since Kaz was hidden behind a stack of cornflake boxes, pulled me out of my momentary mental lull.
Tell me again how you know the militia's apparently new lieutenant?
I wondered if this was a test. Should I have mentioned that I hadn't had time to explain yet? It seemed like a moot point, particularly since there wasn't a lot to the story, and I'd already mentioned the broad strokes before we'd gotten into the cars. The people in Charlotte that sheltered us overnight before the city got firebombed, Jared was the leader of the looting team that found us and brought us there. I hesitated, trying to decide what more to tell them. He warned me that we shouldn't overstay our welcome. At the time, I was half convinced that he was bullshitting me, but in hindsight, he might have gotten a clue about the attack. If we hadn't set out early that day, I doubt I would have made it out of the city alive. That those words rang true to me irked me, so I added, "He also used me as bait to get a bunch of zombies off our tail, and it was an absolute miracle that I survived that. I'm absolutely not surprised to see him kill someone he doesn't like in cold blood." Kaz made a sound low in his throat, almost as if he was protesting. Osprey noticed, craning his neck to look in the seat behind him.
Got a different opinion on that?
I couldn't help it. That made a flicker of betrayal come up in the back of my mind. But I forced myself to chalk it up as paranoia.
No, what Callie says is true,
Kaz hedged, but his voice was oddly pressed.
It just didn't feel that one-sided to me at the time. But I wasn't the one he told to run so they'd chase her, so I guess it makes sense she feels more strongly about that.
Osprey gave me a sidelong glance that was considering at best unreadable in general, before facing forward again. When he said nothing further, I couldn't let that slide. "What's up with that militia? Sounds like this wasn't the first time you clashed with them, if they were..." I trailed off, considering. "Were they actively trying to hunt you down? Or what was going on there?" Xander let out a low chuckle under his breath. A true, "oh, this is going to be good," if I'd ever heard one. Osprey took another moment with his reply.
"We've been having some territorial issues, you could say."
Before he got out more, Xander interrupted.
"What he's trying to say is that they keep shooting at our patrols and we keep looting in what they think is their territory. Some might even say that if we stopped, so would they."
Osprey let out a low growl that didn't quite contradict the other man's claim.
"Problem is, while we have the better location for RHQ, they have the advantage of better looting territory. The Enclave is a good distance into the mountains, which makes it a really convenient living space right now, as you'll see when we get there. But it means we have to range farther every day to collect all the things we'll need for continuing survival. We can't go farther east because the Winston-Salem area is too overrun, and Asheville has its own issues."
He didn't explain, and I didn't ask.
"We don't quite know where the militia has hunkered down, but we've been having issues with them since we started ranging south."
"Have you tried negotiating with them?" I knew it was a stupid suggestion as soon as I got wry, twin guffaws from the front.
"Yeah, how's that going for us?"
Xander asked his friend, teasing clear in his tone. Osprey ignored him.
"You could say we're on rocky terms at best. It's easier to just do a dash and grab and hope they don't find us before we're long gone."
"Like today?" He shrugged at my question.
"We were doing just fine, but then someone caused a commotion by the highway and sent an entire hunting party of undead descending on us in the town. And what was supposed to be an orderly retreat turned somewhat less orderly."
I only felt vaguely uncomfortable at the implication that we'd inadvertently caused that. There'd been no way for us to know about any of this. I also felt like I'd already suffered enough from my mistakes as it was.
"You mean an utter shit show?"
Xander heckled. Osprey gave him a venomous stare, but not like he was actually offended.
"He who stays with the cars should not point fingers at those that directly risk their lives."
Xander shrugged off the criticism with another chuckle.
"Yeah, sure, because I don't make a habit out of rescuing your sorry asses."
He took his eyes off the road for a second to glance back at me.
"So, how are we doing with the recruitment call? Ready yet to throw yourself out of the car and take off on your own again?"
Kaz laughed softly, shaking his head.
"No, you're still doing a good job selling your faction as the highest bidder."
I had a sense that he and Xander had spent some considerable time chatting about their so-called enclave.
"And you, Callie?"
Xander's gaze flashed to me again in the mirror. No red flags so far. Maybe that sounded a little too pessimistic, but it was the truth.
Wait until you meet the Colonel,
Osprey grumbled. When he caught my questioning look, he shrugged.
He's fair, that much I have to admit. And you don't strike me as a woman who's content hunkering down with the other refugees, waiting to have generous alms bestowed on you.
Xander laughed.
You'll fit right in with us.
I got the sense that he meant their group rather than the enclave. I was just about to ask what they meant with their cryptic remarks when suddenly a woman jumped out onto the road from where she'd been hiding in the ditch, her arms outstretched, her eyes wide. Xander immediately slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt mere inches away from her. The other car behind us had to swerve to the side to avoid crashing into us. My first instinct was to think she was one of the undead scourge, but while my heart was still slamming against my ribcage, my brain was already cataloging details that said otherwise. For one, she didn't act aggressive, and she looked damn scared herself. Her clothes were dirty, but not like she'd been tearing apart people to eat for weeks. Her short blonde hair was messy, and her glasses set askew, but her skin was neither sunburned nor grimy from days on the road. There was something oddly familiar about her face, but I chalked that up to her looking very much like every second female professor I'd had in college. She was definitely not the survivalist type, having successfully weathered the storm for weeks out here on her own.
"Help me, please,"
she pleaded, her eyes scanning all four of us in the car, then briefly skipping to the other vehicle.
"They are after me. You have to help me or I'm dead."
Osprey was already getting out of the car. When I aimed to follow, he glanced back in and shook his head. He turned back to the woman.
Who's after you?
A stupid question. If anyone had asked me, the answer seemed obvious. Obvious, but wrong.
"Those damn militia assholes. You're not with them, correct? You're what they refer to as those dirty fucking invaders, right?"
Osprey gave her an almost lazy smile, but I didn't miss how tense he was. He kept glancing from her to the surroundings every few seconds. Scanning the area for threats, I realized.
That's us, ma'am.
"Oh, don't you ma'am me," she huffed, exasperation breaking through her panic. "I may have a rank, but you hardly look like someone who gives a damn about that." Xander sat up a little straighter, suddenly more interested in the conversation that kept filtering into the car through the cracked windows and the open passenger side door.
No, I don't, Osprey confirmed. And we're very happy to help you, particularly if you're on the run from the militia.
She let out a loud breath as if she hadn't been sure about that. When Osprey remained silent, a vexed look crossed her face.
"What are we still doing here? Make some room for me in your vehicles."
"I'm considering is all,"
he muttered, now mostly focused on her.
"We're already 5 miles away from the closest town where we had a run-in with them. Why the fuck are you out here in the middle of nowhere?"
Was he actively asking her about the militia base location? The woman looked as flummoxed as I felt. When she finally answered, her voice rang hollow.
"Because I escaped when they were transporting me from one hideout to the next. I talked them into taking me out onto the road with them, pretended like I needed to be with them to collect the chemicals they wanted me to get. An opportunity presented itself for me to flee, so that's what I did."
Her face scrunched up with anger.
"What exactly are you accusing me of?"
While her reaction was understandable, I got the sense that it said more about Osprey than her. He'd acted in a similar way when he'd started interrogating me. As much as he seemed like one of the good guys, I filed that away for later contemplation.
"Nothing, of course."
Osprey was quick to answer, his tone gentler now.
"You said chemicals? Did they want you to produce explosives for them or something like that?"
She looked at him as if he'd gone insane, but then caught herself.
"I could have done that too, I guess,"
she admitted, her tone musing.
"But no, I'm a scientist. Immunologist, to be precise. I have no clue what exactly they thought I could do in the middle of nowhere with no equipment whatsoever, but I was able to convince them that I could be useful, Hence, my ruse to get away worked.
Osprey nodded and froze. He must have heard something that I hadn't picked up on yet. Immediately, he turned back to the cars.
Callie, Liam, help me clear up a space in our trunk. Now!
He shouted when I didn't immediately jump into action. I was still confused when I helped Liam grab some boxes and threw them into the other car. The scientist was less than pleased when Osprey gestured for her to crawl into what little space we'd cleared.
That looks rather unsafe,
she hedged. That was when I heard it, too. The rumble of several engines. They were descending on us, not just from behind, but the front as well, and from somewhere off to the side.
You can always wait here at the side of the road for them to come and collect you,
Osprey offered. With a grimace, she let me help her squeeze into the trunk. At the very least, she would likely not get hurled anywhere in case of an emergency brake, since there wasn't enough room for her body to move much. I was just about to slam the lid, momentarily pausing to listen to the approaching engines, when she let out a small gasp.
You're one of...
When I glanced down at her, she shook her head.
Never mind. Lock me in, please. We can talk later, provided this plan of yours works.
I was still utterly confused when I aimed to get back into the car. Instead, Osprey jerked his head for me to join him in front of the car. Dharma stepped up to his other side, having left Corey to take the wheel. She was holding a crate in her arms filled with booze and some emergency medical supplies. When she caught my inquiring look, she shrugged.
It's too late for us to run, so we try to buy our way out of this situation. It's not the first time we found ourselves in similar shit.
That was easy to understand. Unlike the fact that Osprey had asked me to join them. I really didn't like the sinking feeling that caused in my gut. Was he only going to offer up that crate? Or had I become a second bargaining chip for their freedom? I sure hoped that was just my paranoia talking. Moments later, the first bikes and cars started appearing on the road behind and in front of us, a veritable convoy converging on our position. Some of the vehicles looked familiar, likely coming from the trailer park. But there were a lot more than that, at least 5 times the number. While several people got out once the cars came to a halt, it was no surprise that it was Squat Guy who came sauntering up to where we were waiting, with several of his goons in tow. And Jared, joining him from a different vehicle than he'd been riding in. While most of them were looking at our small group, including the cars caught in the middle, they also kept checking on our surroundings, not unlike Osprey had done before. Jared's attention was focused on me alone, and that made my skin crawl.
So we meet again,
Squat Guy drawled as he came to a rocking halt in front of us. Osprey took the crate from Dharma and held it out to him.
Always a pleasure. And here, a small token of our appreciation for you fine gentlemen letting us be on our merry way.
Squat Guy glanced at the contents of the crate before he signaled one of his flunkies to take it. While Osprey had sounded pleasant enough, both he and Dharma wore stony-faced expressions, not unlike if they'd been facing their execution squad.
My pleasure entirely,
Squat Guy said, very much meaning it.
But not so fast.
I hated how self-satisfied he sounded, like he knew he was holding all the cards. Considering that we were outmatched at least 5-1, and none of us seemed to have a gun, while they were bristling with weapons, he had a point, and I liked that even less. Osprey spread his arms, very much in a be-my-guest way.
What else do you want? But I must warn you, you already have more of everything we've come looking for. That's why we keep butting heads.
He got a belligerent smile for his trouble that very much proved that they agreed on that point.
We want the blonde.
I liked that statement even less. Against my gut punch instinct, Osprey didn't make a move to grab and push me toward them. Instead, he did a great job of looking confused, and very much like he was unaware that there was a blonde woman standing right next to him. Granted, my hair was oily and dirty enough that it likely looked brown, except for the bleached ends, but not that grimy.
What blonde? Don't play games with us, Squat Guy accused. You know exactly who I'm talking about.
The strange thing was he didn't even glance at me, not once. The same as he ignored Dharma, as if us women folk weren't worth acknowledging. Or, more likely, we posed even less of a threat than the men. Again, he wasn't quite wrong about that, but not because of our lack of a Y chromosome. When Osprey continued playing dumb, Squat Guy explained. He seemed to enjoy listening to himself talk enough that he wasn't even exasperated.
A woman, late 40s, wearing glasses, short hair, our scientist. No idea how you managed to set up the meeting with her in the middle of nowhere, but we know you have her now. We kindly ask you to give her back. She belongs with us.
I was surprised to hear Dharma pipe up. I'd figured she was content to be ignored since she'd remained silent so far.
Sounds like she disagrees with that statement.
Squat Guy gave her a belated once-over that ended in a clear dismissal.
Nobody's asking you for your opinion, slut.
Some of his previous feigned lassitude left Osprey's demeanor.
You can insult me and mine all you want, but that doesn't change the facts. We've seen nobody that fits that description, and as you can plainly see, none of us does.
I was surprised how good it felt to be included in his statement. Squat Guy frowned, then nodded to one of his flunkies. We all watched as he slowly made the rounds, glancing into the cars through all available windows. Suddenly it made so much more sense why Osprey hadn't let us take more stuff out of the trunk. This way, the scientist was likely still easily hidden away rather than have her on display, possibly even taking up a normal seat in one of the cars. He returned, offering a gruff, "Nothing," to his boss. Squat Guy looked less than pleased, yet some of the aggression seemed to leak from his stance.
You see, we've got nothing to hide,
Osprey offered. Begrudgingly, Squat Guy inclined his head. I allowed myself a slight exhale of relief. All that tension wasn't too great for my lungs. The air had barely left my lips when Jared spoke up. He was still staring at me, unblinking, making my skin crawl.
But you are returning with more people than you set out with this morning.
He said it like it was a fact, no questions asked.
She's new, as is that tall black goofball you have sitting in your car. He's useless, but that she's still around kicking more than proves that she knows how to survive.
Osprey glanced at him, but still mostly focused on the leader of the militia.
We pick up people all the time. Comes with offering them free shelter, food, and safety.
His eyes crinkled with a hint of a smirk.
You might try that sometime if you want to bolster your numbers.
Rather than grouse, or outright feel provoked, his words made Squat Guy throw his head back and roar with laughter.
Is that the bull you keep telling him to lure them to your stinking mine? That's rich.
Squat Guy then deigned to glance at me for a moment.
You better remember the way they take you so you can later backtrack once you change your mind. Someone like you will always have a place with us.
Bile was burning on my tongue. I didn't ask in what shape or form he thought I'd be useful to them. I didn't need confirmation of the wild array of unpleasant guesses that came to mind.
That's entirely up to her, Osprey said. But if I were you, I wouldn't keep waiting for her. So far, our drain has been next to nothing.
He paused, then added,
The only people who left us did so because we kicked them out. Clearly, they were a much better fit for your way of handling things than ours.
He didn't look at anyone in particular, but I noticed that a few of the men around were suddenly even more interested in checking that no zombies were sneaking up on us. Silence fell. Tense, but not too hostile. Osprey was the one to break it.
We're free to go? This time, Squat Guy grumbled. But if we see you here again, we'll make sure to pack a second bottle of moonshine, Dharma griped.
Osprey gave her a none too pleasant glare, but when nobody spoke up against it, he turned and started walking back to the car. I quickly followed, hating how my entire back itched with the sensation of Jared's eyes still boring into me. None of the vehicles moved, so when Xander started the car, he had to slowly maneuver it around them, rocking uncomfortably over the shoulder of the road. It was only after we were well out of sight of the militia that Osprey spoke up. "We're clear." He'd clearly meant it for our passenger in the back, because before he went on, he pitched his voice lower, this time talking to me. "Whoever that asshole is, he really seems to have it out for you. Somehow I get the feeling you've not told us everything." I was about to protest, but Kaz came to my rescue before I could. "She did, but he was like that the entire time we stayed with them. No clue why." Osprey accepted that at face value, which was a good thing, because I hadn't told him everything. I hadn't mentioned Jared's target practice comments or our entire exchange up there in the darkness, except for his warning. The warning that felt more and more like manipulation to me, particularly if he'd already been convinced that Tony was a bad egg. I had no way of verifying whether or not it was true. Maybe Tony really had been a thief and an abuser. Maybe Squat Guy and Jared were simply racist assholes. Maybe a little of both was true, which seemed the most reliable guess. There was nothing I could do about it, and no real lesson to be learned. Except maybe that Jared creeped me the fuck out, and I was really glad to be rid of him. For now. But one thing wouldn't quite let me relax. Squat Guy's taunts about my willingness to go with Osprey and his team. It could have been as simple as him being an asshole, but he had no real reason for it. If I let their actions speak for them, Osprey's people were the best that had happened to us yet. But I'd thought the same about Jared and his bunch, red flags about being used as bait notwithstanding. I had to admit, most of my confidence in him hinged on Dharma acting like she was thrilled to be with them, and very much not in line with the militia's doctrines. And then there was that entire thing with the refugee scientist. Yet, as the cars ambled toward the mountains and into the densely forested region of the foothills, the knot deep inside my stomach never resolved. I knew the other shoe was about to drop. It was only a question of when, and whether it would be at a price that I was ready to accept. Chapter 22. Night had fallen by the time we made it to the Enclave, so my first impression literally was nothing but darkness. It had taken us hours to get there. Hours of driving slow, stopping to avoid drawing attention, of wandering undead, backtracking to shake them off our tail if that didn't work, and yet more slow going. It was still 1,000,000 times better than walking. At the rate that Kaz and I had been going, it would have taken us easily another week, if not more, and I doubted it would have been a pleasant week. My mind was swimming with 1,000,000 questions, but I ended up posing not a single one of them. Tomorrow I'd maybe start working on the list. Did they know what was causing all this? How did they feed 2,000 people and not drag the pathogen inside? How was the situation outside of North Carolina? Right now, all I cared about was getting more food, maybe a shower, and then sleeping for a week. When the cars rocked to a halt, at first I thought this was just another stop. But when everyone started getting out, I realized that something was different. That, and the fact that several people I didn't know were waiting outside, ready to relieve Osprey's team and help lug their looted cargo inside. Inside didn't look like much, just a patch of dirt at the side of a moderately sized hill. It was only when a part of the mountainside started to move that I realized they had a ginormous tarp suspended over the entrance. It was easily large enough to let the cars in, and then some, but the offloading seemed to happen outside. That struck me as weird, but far was it from me to complain. Osprey waited until the scientist, Kaz, and I had joined him. Dharma fell in next to him, the others trailing behind, only Xander and Liam carrying small backpacks. The dirt we were walking on wasn't paved, but hard-packed, the walls clearly hewn out of the bedrock. They hadn't been kidding when they'd called their home a mine. We only had a short distance to go. Ahead, the light of the flashlights Osprey and Dharma were carrying soon merged with the much brighter illumination of an industrial floodlight. Already, the sound of several voices filtered back to us, hinting at a crowd waiting around the bend of the intersection the floodlight illuminated. Quite how large of a crowd I hadn't been prepared for. The short straight after the right turn we took opened up into a room easily as large and tall as a house, with at least 100 people milling around, most gathered at the other end where I saw another tunnel lead deeper into the mountain. Right next to the entrance sat a large tub filled with steaming water, with several buckets next to it. I didn't need instructions, more than happy to shed my outer layers and start scrubbing. Damn, but that warm, soapy water felt like heaven on my skin. When she saw me look at my deeply stained hoodie on the ground, Dharma laughed and nodded at 2 huge hampers next to the washing station.
The closed one is for washing and recycling, but unless you really love that thing, throw it right into the crate there. That's for burning.
When she saw me hesitate still, her smile turned soft.
You'll get fresh clothes once you've been through the showers inside. And you can always pick up something else when we go back out tomorrow morning if you find nothing you like. Perks of being on loot runs.
That is, if she chooses to join you for guard duty,
a deep, gravelly voice said. Glancing back over my shoulder, I saw that it came from a man who had stepped out of the other crowd to walk over to us. He was easily pushing 6'4". His hair a shock of blonde, so light it looked white in the harsh light, although he couldn't have been much past 30. His body wasn't super buff, but by the way he carried himself, I wouldn't have been surprised if he was cut rather than gangly under the nondescript dark clothes he wore. He wouldn't have stood out much at a heavy metal concert. Dharma had a quick smile for him, while Osprey immediately frowned.
Seneca,
he acknowledged the taller man, his voice oddly flat. Seneca answered with a nod that was bordering on magnanimous. Who among them was in charge was obvious, the same as who absolutely resented that balance.
I see you had a good run.
Osprey didn't react to that outright. I presumed he was referring to the loot they had brought in, including all those cereal boxes I had been fighting with every hard break for the past hours.
This is Callie and Kaz,
Osprey introduced us.
We still have to officially ask them, but I presume they'll be happy to join my group. And this is Dr. Kara Mason. We liberated her from the militia. I think the colonel will want to talk to her ASAP.
Considering how the 2 men kept staring at each other, it was obvious that I was missing a lot of context there. When I glanced at Dharma, she just rolled her eyes and happily took the bucket from me, now filled to the brim with absolutely disgusting water. She upended both hers and mine in a larger bucket and dumped some bleach from an adjacent bottle into it before carefully flushing it down a drain inlet into the ground next to the station. It all looked industrial enough to make me guess that this had been some kind of cleaning facility before, maybe for the miners coming straight from work. Seneca took that with another easygoing nod and stepped away, presumably to fetch the colonel, whoever he was.
I think they can talk and introduce themselves, you know,
Dharma said, smirking at Osprey. He ignored her, instead finishing his own cleanup routine. I didn't miss that they all either kept their jackets and sweaters or threw them into the washing pile. Osprey was the only one who could rival just how dirty I had been, that single quick wash-up with the bucket doing little to actually clean me up.
And give that buffoon an excuse to launch into another grand speech? Thanks, but I'd rather sleep outside than go through that again.
I was starting to see where Seneca had gotten his call sign or nickname, if it was that. A guy in his 40s came sauntering over, smirking at Osprey's remark.
Be my guest. I'm sure my boys will be happy to hear you're volunteering for a double shift.
Osprey ignored him, while Dharma tensed a little as he came to a halt awfully close to her personal space.
What about you, sweet cheeks? In your dreams, Plato,
she huffed, doing her best to ignore him. I was surprised that she didn't physically rebuff him. She looked ready to throw a mean right hook. Anything he might have retorted got postponed when Seneca returned. a semi-bald, well-muscled man in tow. That he must be the fabled colonel was easy to guess, between the way everyone deferred to him, the military cut of what was left of his hair, and the camouflage-patterned fatigues he wore. Well-muscled forearms were covered with tattoos, and his boots were shined immaculately, which must have been a bitch to maintain in the dust the hard-packed dirt produced. He rocked to a halt in front of us, quickly glancing at Osprey and his team, while his attention lingered much longer on us newcomers. It was impossible to get a read from his expression that seemed to be cut from stone, a perpetual slight frown present.
"I'm the Colonel,"
he introduced himself, holding out his hand for us to shake in order of how we were standing relative to his position. First me, then Kaz, and lastly the scientist. Because it seemed stupid not to give my name, I got out a lame-sounding Callie Norton when it was my turn. His handshake was firm, but not that inane finger-crushing kind of strong that men with dicks way smaller than their egos preferred. Judging from his body language, he was well aware that he was the biggest dick around. I figured it remained to be seen how much of that was true in what context. I sure hoped that didn't include the literal sense. But so far none of the men around had sent up red flags, except for some possible interpersonal issues I knew too little to guess about.
"Welcome to the Enclave," the Colonel bid us. "You arrived at the perfect time for today's sorting. Dr. Mason, if you will come with me."
He briefly glanced at Kaz.
"Seneca, you can add him straight to the guard roster. We need strong men like him on our outer defenses."
Apparently that concluded his need to talk to us, since he turned away, briefly waiting for the scientist to fall into step with him. A look of anger passed over Osprey's face. I could tell that he was having some authority issues, but not whether that was a good thing or not yet. But it was Dharma who let out a curse.
"This is complete bullshit," she called after the Colonel. "Just because she's a girl, she has to prove her worth?"
I figured it was better to swallow my "what?" remark and let whatever was going on play out. The Colonel stopped and turned back around slowly, clearly annoyed at the holdup. Dharma squared her shoulders, not intimidated by his posturing. His voice was flat rather than taunting, though, when he replied.
"If Miss Norton decides to join our guard ranks, I'm sure she will ace the test to qualify for it. But maybe you should leave the decision up to her."
Visibly shaking with anger, Dharma stared at him until he turned around and left. I didn't miss that they hadn't offered Kaz any options. I wasn't sure if that was a bad thing necessarily. The way Osprey and Dharma had both been talking the entire time, as if it was a foregone conclusion that we would stick with them, I kind of had an inkling that they'd presumed we'd want to. "What is this about?" I asked when nobody saw fit to explain.
"Utter bullshit, that's what it is,"
Dharma grumbled, still fuming. Osprey opened his mouth to explain, but Seneca was a hint faster.
"We here at the Enclave are happy to take in everyone, but in turn we ask for everyone to pull their weight according to their skills and abilities. We have a lot of families or women alone with their children, so they naturally feel more comfortable not going outside. That's why we have special guard units whose job it is to secure our perimeters and go scavenging for whatever we need. Osprey's team is one of them. Because these brave men and women are risking their lives on a daily basis for the entire community, they get some special dispensation that others don't have access to. Don't worry. Before you'll have to decide, you'll get a much more detailed explanation. Unless you have vital skills like extensive medical training, you can wait with the others. The Colonel will be back any minute now. You can always change your mind later."
His eyes briefly flitted to Kaz.
"You're free to choose not to be a guard, of course, but the Colonel is right. We need every strong man outside the walls right now. With more and more refugees streaming in each day, we're running low on virtually everything. Not just luxury goods like nice-smelling soap."
Kaz was quick to shake his head.
"Nah, sounds like a good deal to me. Xander already explained what you guys get up to. I'm happy to help with that.
Seneca nodded more gravely than I felt was necessary.
Good.
He gave me a parting nod and then went back to the commotion of people. I found Osprey and Dharma staring after him. Dharma's heavily lined eyes slitted as she seemed to want to kill Seneca with the strength of her will alone.
Still think he's the more reasonable one?
Osprey taunted her in what felt like just the latest installment in an ongoing conversation.
I know that he's an asshole too, she griped. Just a slightly more civilized one than the others.
She then turned to me, finally realizing that for a newcomer, none of this must have made much sense.
Too little time to explain now, but trust me when I say you'll immediately get why this is bullshit. Sorry you have to put up with this. They pulled the same BS with me.
Osprey chuckled.
Come on, you got a kick out of beating the shit out of Plato 2 times in a row.
Her answering smile was a broad one.
True.
I didn't quite like where this was going. Are they seriously expecting me to fight someone? Now? Dharma gave a jerky nod. Osprey made as if to clap a hand on my shoulder, but then thought better of it.
You'll do fine,
he insisted, then glanced to where Xander was standing, his pack still slung over one shoulder, and the wooden baseball bat poking out of it that Osprey had been using at the junkyard.
And we're not above helping one of us cheat if the need arises. But yeah, Seneca's right. Listen to their spiel and decide for yourself. No hard feelings if you'd rather lie back and relax.
The way he stressed that last word told me I was missing yet more context. Dharma's returning scowl gave me an idea what that was about. Something that militia asshole had said was tugging on my memory, but I couldn't recall the words anymore, just that they had left a foul taste in my mouth. Just maybe the Enclave wasn't as close to paradise as it might have sounded until now. But I had a feeling I was about to find out what was up with that, since the crowd ahead had started to thin, with people streaming into the tunnel leading deeper into the mine. My stomach churned with acid as I joined the throng. After a last glance back at Kaz, Osprey, and Dharma, I got out my inhaler and gave myself one more pump, just for good luck. I had an inkling that I would need it. Chapter 23. The tunnel was only a short one. After maybe 100 feet, it opened up into a much larger room. Cavern, really, from how high the roughly hewn ceiling was above us. More floodlights, partly up the walls, cast the room into a dim bottom and lighter upper half. On the opposite end, some steel struts held up some kind of gallery. Except for that, the room was empty. I had no idea what purpose it had served in the past. Maybe some machinery had been kept in here. While the crowd had looked like a lot of people before, now there was room for everyone around to keep well out of earshot of each other. I stayed farther in the back, keeping some distance from everyone else. A lot of the people were in larger groups, with several children among them. A lot of children, I realized. Most had packs and bags with them, clutching extra belongings in their hands. I felt out of place all on my own, with zero personal possessions except for a pocket knife. As if conjured by my thoughts, the colonel appeared up high in the gallery, standing in exactly the spot a set of lights cast into bright illumination. The rest of the lights dimmed, forcing everyone's focus to rest on him. The murmur of the crowds quickly died down, making it unnecessary for anyone to call for attention or quiet.
"Let me welcome all of you to the Enclave,"
the colonel boomed. His tone had been firm before. Now it was commanding.
"As you know, we've all fallen on hard times. Now more than ever, community matters. You've made the smart choice coming here. We can offer you everything you need for your survival, and so your family can thrive. Shelter, food, safety. You and your families can stay here as long as you like. If you still know about others out there, we're happy to go get them tomorrow, or look for them if you don't know their exact location. We have made it our goal in life to fight for the continuation of humanity, and by coming here, you've already helped our chances of success tremendously."
I saw several people around me nod. I understood why on an intellectual level, but his words evoked a very different reaction in me. Any moment now, the other shoe would drop. That much was for sure. It actually happened sooner than I expected.
"To help us provide secure shelter and a new home for you, we ask you to contribute in any way you can. If you choose to remain sheltered, and absolutely nobody here will force you to go out there again unless you explicitly decide to do so, we ask that you hand over all useful weapons and gear so that the brave men and women who keep heading out to bring back food and all other necessities can continue to do so safely and reliably. If you have any valuable knowledge or skills, please let us know about that at registration. Right now, we are still in the survival phase, but soon other skills will become vital again. Foremost, any medical skills are needed, but also everything concerning civil engineering. Our shelters here can easily hold up to 3,000 people, and we're already at work expanding that. We always need hard workers to do what benefits us all. We are also always looking for guards and members for our hunting and search parties. And particularly, if you're a woman of fertile age, we humbly beg you to consider contributing to the continuation of humanity as only you can, by bearing the next generation now. Even if the events of the past 4 weeks have left you scared not only for your life, but also that of your family and any possible future children. Trust that we will do everything in our power to care for you and your children, all of them. We're still lacking current numbers, but we've already lost more people than we can spare."
And there it was. Girls, do your thing and spread your legs for the continuation of humanity. Dharma had been right. I was calling bullshit. Yeah, nope. 3 weeks into the end of the world not being a great time to be knocked up notwithstanding, but the way he had phrased the premise made it sound even worse. Just how much worse I realized when the colonel went on after limited murmurs among the crowd stopped once more. Not a single shout of defiance rang out.
"I cannot stress how important it is that we continue to have children. For that purpose, we ask all women who haven't borne at least 3 children who are still alive to try to get pregnant right away. If you don't have a husband, someone suitable will be found for you. Exempt are only those who work in critical positions, doctors, nurses, and guards. Those brave souls pay their tribute to society in different ways. The choice is up to you, and of course you're free to change your mind any time. Just keep in mind that we are all in this together, and it's in our common interest to fight this fight for our very existence together."
His rhetoric was very convincing, also very reasonable. Nothing he said sounded too bad, except that I couldn't help but feel a deep-seated kind of revulsion come up inside me. Yeah, right, because getting women pregnant was always all about the propagation of the species. It sure wouldn't make them helpless and locked to others' explicit help. As if on cue, the group of men in their late 20s and early 30s close by snickered among themselves. One of them even went so far to turn to the others and said, "Told you so. Best signing bonus ever." Why did I get the feeling that for every woman who was vital to the system, as the colonel had put it, an equally vital man got offered all the negotiated attention he was looking for? Now all that was needed was for all of them to be blonde and blue-eyed, to be perfect to create the most Aryan next generation, and we were right back to where the Nazis had left off. I had to admit, from a shrewd standpoint, it wasn't a bad idea. How else would they get plenty of volunteers to go scavenging and be ready to defend the community, and not defect to the militia first chance they got? Maybe that had even been the very reason that dynamic had evolved. Somehow, I didn't see Squat Guy holding his men back from doing whatever they pleased, and here at least it all got the nice veneer of keeping humanity alive. but now I got what he'd meant about me maybe not liking all the facets of life here. Whatever their motivation, it made my own choice very easy. And if, for whatever reason, they wouldn't accept me on guard duty, I was more than ready to walk out on this bullshit. I really, really didn't want to. The sinking feeling in my gut told me that while intellectually I was ready to protest, I wasn't sure I still had the strength to actually walk out. Maybe I could stall for time? A few days' respite was better than nothing. I forced myself to focus on Osprey and Dharma's confidence in me. I knew I could do whatever was required of me. But then, did I even want to? And what about working with people who, in all aspects that counted, upheld and supported this regime? What the everlasting fuck was it about apocalypses that made modern civilization go down the drain on the first day? Finally, someone else wasn't quite that ecstatic about those conditions. A dark-haired woman who was part of one of the larger groups called out, "And what if we don't want to become the incubators for the next generation? Particularly right now when we don't even know what's killing people left and right. I don't see any pregnant women here." Murmurs rose, but cut off quickly when the colonel addressed the criticism.
"We already know much more than last week, and then we knew more than the week before. Being pregnant puts you at no additional risk, but we will do everything possible to take care of and provide for you and our next generation."
His tone took on a less cordial note.
"You can always choose to join the guard teams, and if that still doesn't work with your finer sensibilities, then the Enclave simply isn't for you."
More murmurs followed. More than one person, male and female, eyed the corridor we had all entered through. I was tempted to walk out right then and there, shelter for the night and dinner be damned. Kaz was safe, and I would somehow make it on my own, for a while. But just then, my gaze fell on the line of silent figures up on the gallery, partly obscured by standing in the shadows. It wasn't hard to pick out Dharma and Osprey, a short distance away from the colonel. I was still hesitating when the gate at the other side of the hall, below the colonel's perch, opened to welcome the new residents of the Enclave.
"Everyone trying out for the guards, remain behind," the colonel ordered.
Virtually all of the groups went, including the woman who'd spoken up before. I felt my stomach seize up when I realized I was the only woman remaining behind. But a good half of the men that stayed, I was sure I could take in a fair fight. How fair that would be, considering that I had hardly any time to recover from a week of nonstop exhaustion, was anyone's guess, but I tried to tell myself that if Dharma and Osprey both believed I could handle the situation, so should I. And nothing prevented me from limping out if I didn't qualify. The doors opened again, leaving a good 30 people in the room, except for the group of idiots close by, the ones with the signing bonus talk. Virtually all others were on their own, or standing close to a friend or brother. While everyone seemed to have been comfortable lingering in the crowds before, distance is immediately maximized as people gravitated away from each other. I wasn't the only one who was eyeing everyone around me warily. Nobody made a move to do anything else so far.
"Thank you for taking it upon yourselves to want to defend and provide for the community," the colonel boomed down on us. "While we need to take steps to secure our continuing survival and are already planning how best to rebuild society, immediate threats still take precedence. We need men and women who dare to venture out there and bring back all the many things we haven't been able to secure while we were on the run, who are brave enough to go toe-to-toe with those forces that have less interest in keeping up the high standards of society as we know it, and as we aim to preserve. Don't be fooled by my attempt to set the others at ease. Out there, it is an open war for our very survival. You will be the ones who will fight that war, and defend those who cannot defend themselves."
The following pause was a pregnant one, as if to stress the severity of the situation. I couldn't be sure at this distance, but the eye roll Dharma gave Osprey was strong enough that it should have been audible. He returned a jaded, "You tell me," shrug. Seneca glared at them both, which they pointedly ignored.
"Our force is only as strong as the weakest link, so we need to see how well you can fight and how suited you are to work as part of a team. We'll let you work this out amongst yourselves first. If we don't get the results we need, we will send in some of our guards to test you directly."
And thus, the free-for-all was opened. At first, nobody made a move. My position was as good as it got. I wasn't exactly in the corner, but close enough that I could keep my back free from two sides and take care of everything that thought about coming for me from the other directions. I may have been lighter and shorter than most men, but I counted on the fact that most would choose not to hit a woman as long as a slighter, shorter guy was available. Except for the dumbass group, of course. Not only did I happen to be right next to them, but they also chose me as a preferred easy target. I took a step back toward the corner, minimizing how much they could flank me. They didn't even try. Instead, two of them split off from the group and advanced on me, one looking aggressive, the other ready to catch me should I be stupid enough to run. The one coming for me, a blonde, moderately buff guy, seemed very cocky and sure of himself. He even went as far as to do one of those posed fake attack jumps toward me. Seeing that move coming from a mile away, I locked my muscles so that I didn't even shudder, let alone retreat at his antics. My instincts were screaming at me to assume a defensive stance, but I cut down on the impulse. I doubted that would warn him away from attacking me, as in to go look for someone who didn't even know what a defensive stance was, making him an easier target. Instead, I waited for him to attack me, hoping that I would be strong and quick enough to end this farce pretty much as soon as it started. When he didn't come right for me, I figured I needed to give him somewhat of an incentive before utterly discouraging him from the notion that I was bait. What else was new?
"Did you really think that through?" I called out to them. "You'll thoroughly regret doing this if tomorrow your very life might depend on me not shooting you in the back."
Osprey and his people were clearly a team that worked well together without thinking about leaving anyone behind. This asshole I couldn't see integrate into that group well. He gave me a lecherous grin that only underscored my opinion of him.
"We all know you won't be heading back out there,"
he partly taunted, partly sneered.
"The only useful thing you'll do is spread your legs for us after we do all the work. That's the only thing a piece of ass like you is good for nowadays."
I'd had little reservations about defending myself to start with. That sealed the deal. His attack, when it came, was swift and brutal, and entirely hinging on the fact that I was a weak woman incapable of defending myself. Clearly I was stupid as well, since I had put myself into a corner. He rushed me, one arm swinging in a way that I knew that if that hit landed, I'd go down without a fight. Thankfully, his move was so obvious that it was easy to duck underneath his arm, add my own punch in his gut as I let him move past me, and then pivot to land a kick in the back of his knee that sent him stumbling another step forward. He ended slamming into the wall, gravity and his own velocity doing all the work for me. The only reason that worked was because none of the other idiots made a move to attack me, and everyone was watching him fall. His head made quite the satisfying thunk as it slammed into the stone wall, followed by his suddenly prone body hitting the ground. I only allowed myself a passing glance to assure that he was staying down before I turned on his posse. They were all staring. It was silent enough in the room that you could have heard a pin drop, my wheezing loud, for all of 1 second. Then 2 of the men came rushing forward, screaming with rage, while at least 3 others came after them, as if to hold them back. What little momentary triumph I felt was annihilated as I was body-checked right back into my corner. The only reason I didn't get punched in the face right after was that I stumbled over the prone body and lost my balance. Before the second man could correct his mistake and do more than grab my arm, the would-be helpers reached him and tried to wrench him around and off me. The other guy blindly kicked at the new assailants, but staggered back into me, bringing us both down in one comical fall. The air was painfully squeezed from my lungs as his heavy body landed on me, where I ended up sprawling across the first idiot. Somehow, I managed to half heave myself out from underneath him, half roll off the unconscious idiot below me. I found myself wedged into the corner, which was a good thing for now, since it was a hard-to-reach place with several people on the ground or locked in a scuffle above them. As soon as I saw an opening, I pushed myself against the wall and inched away, quickly flattening myself to the ground so I could crawl a few feet forward and thus evade the thick of the fray within moments. Half of the men in the room were still watching what was going on, but as they saw me emerge, a few more took heart and came forward. None of them looked like they wanted to push me aside and enter the brawl. I had to admit, I wasn't too impressed. A shrill whistle made me look up.
"Princess, catch!"
I was just quick enough to recognize Osprey as he threw something down toward me. His baseball bat. I caught it before I could knock myself out with it. Tightening my grip, I hefted it as I took another step away from the seething knot of human bodies, giving it an experimental swing, more for show than to test it. The muscles in my arms protested, remembering this afternoon's workout all too well. Was it an unfair advantage? Yes, but one I was happy to accept, considering every single opponent had pounds and inches on me where it counted, and I had not signed up for this bullshit. One look at the bat, and the men who had started advancing on me decided they had something better to do. Apparently, seeing me armed now and less defenseless made something inside of them click, as if the awareness of what they had been about to do woke them up from their lemming ways. Rather than come for me, they went for the brawl, yet not to join it, but to break it up instead. That took some time, effort, and earned them quite a few punches, but before long, the previous combatants were pulled apart. The only one that was still down on the ground was that first idiot, and even he was slowly coming around once more. When he saw me standing there, my bat still ready and raised, he looked about to do something really stupid, but a loud clap made all of us halt and turn our heads around and look up to the gallery.
"I've seen enough," the colonel called out. "Thank you for this demonstration. You will now be led into the compound in groups according to your fighting prowess."
The asshole group was grinning at each other, clearly feeling they had done a good job of proving their worth. Seneca approached them, signaling them to follow him. I watched him leave through the same door the civilians had used. I honestly didn't know what to think about that. If these were the people guarding the enclave, I'd just gotten another reason to go look for shelter elsewhere.
"Now that this is taken care of, let me welcome you to the defenders, guards, and hunting teams that keep this community alive."
I looked up sharply, finding the colonel leaning more relaxed against the gallery as he continued to explain.
"Foremost, thank you for using your brains and what remains of your common decency. For those somewhat confused now, this was indeed a test. Not a test of how strong you are or how well you can punch, but a test of how you will act amongst those who are your peers now. Rest assured you won't come into contact with the likes of them often. While they are a part of our defenses, we station them at our outer perimeter posts, where they either get bored out of their minds or find themselves constantly trading insults with the militia or the undead. Our community doesn't strive on this level of selfishness."
That sounded all well and good, but his declaration was missing one assurance, that some hapless woman wouldn't be forced to deal with them once they were off duty. The colonel turned around and left, while Osprey and Plato came through the once more opening doors and gestured for the rest of us to walk down the corridor. I hung back, letting the now useless bat swing this way and that in my loose grasp. I wasn't surprised when Osprey made a beeline for me. He took back his bat when I held it out to him, hilt up. "Cheating, huh?" I teased. He shrugged.
"Technically, yes. I should have given a few more of these assholes a chance to disqualify themselves. But we need more useful people out there, and I didn't want to make good old Plato here cry if he doesn't get fresh meat to chase around come tomorrow."
Plato joined Osprey, giving me something close to an approving nod that I didn't know what to make of. Clearly his beef was with Dharma only, or at least hers was with him.
"You found yourself quite the firecracker there," he remarked.
Osprey requited that with a less than enthusiastic look that was confusing as hell. Was he offended for me? That couldn't be it.
"She can clearly handle herself in a fight. That's all I care about."
Osprey's non-committal tone could have meant anything, but I didn't miss the wink he sent my way.
"She's with me," he told Plato. "You can have all the other rejects."
Several of the newly minted guards gave him evil looks. Osprey clearly didn't give a shit about that. Plato grinned as if he had expected nothing less.
"How about we let her decide that come tomorrow?" He turned to me. "Just because you came here with them doesn't mean you need to stick with them. If you have any questions, hit me up. Anyone here can usually tell you where I am."
"I think I'm good with Osprey," I told them. Plato accepted that with a nod and turned to usher his new recruits into the enclave proper. Dharma and Kaz came over to join us, with the rest of the team loitering by the exit. Kaz looked a little hesitant, as if he felt guilty that I'd gotten punched yet again while he sat this one out. One of these days I had to tell him I absolutely didn't mind, but tonight I was too plain tired for that to happen. All I wanted to do now was shower, eat, and sleep. We had barely made it through the connective tunnel and into the next room when the scientist perfectly launched herself at me. She grasped my chin and pulled my head to the side, her other hand pushing my ear forward. I was honestly too stunned to do anything in the second she took before she let go of me again with a triumphant shout.
"I knew it! You're one of them!"
I just looked at her stupidly. One of who? She gave me an almost patronizing look. Behind her, the colonel and Seneca had stepped up, probably drawn by her weird behavior. Osprey and his people were still beside me, partly blocking access from the tunnel for the few stragglers that were still following Plato.
"What is this about?" the colonel asked.
The scientist, Kara, I reminded myself, turned to him, beaming.
"Before we had to flee Charlotte, we managed to inoculate some of the strongest patients that were about to succumb to the pathogen with the experimental antibodies that we got from the very first infected. I thought her face looked familiar earlier, but I just verified that she is indeed one of them. She's subject 5C, and the 2 dots next to the number tell me that we gave her 2 different antibiotics as well."
Her enthusiasm flagged a little.
"I couldn't take the sheet with me, so I don't know which ones, but the very fact that she's still alive and clearly made a full recovery proves that we were on the right track."
I didn't know where to begin to untangle that. My exhausted brain went with the obvious, my left hand going up to the spot behind my ear that she had been checking. And what now? Of course, I couldn't see with my fingers, and the skin there wasn't tender or anything. Kaz helpfully leaned closer, his height helping.
"There's something written there, a little smudged but still visible. Looks like someone drew on you with a Sharpie."
I gave the scientist a venomous glare that she ignored, if she even noticed. The woman actually looked like she expected me to thank her or something. Maybe that wasn't completely unreasonable, but still. "You did what exactly? Experimented on me when I was barely conscious and couldn't give my consent?" She had the grace to look appalled.
"You signed the papers on admission."
"Lady, I could barely stand upright from all the barfing, fever, and headache of my life. But yeah, I think I remember you. Not you specifically, but someone came by when my friends and I lay there dying." I paused, hard-pressed not to shiver with the memory, what little was left of it. "You looked like ghosts. I thought I was hallucinating." She seemed to drop the previous point since my explanation proved unhelpful.
"How are your friends? You all were Group 5. We gave you the 3rd most likely serum because your vitals were dropping so fast. If you made it, they must be even better."
I gave her a deadpan stare. From the corner of my eye, I caught Dharma wincing. It was likely not that hard to extrapolate for someone with some actual sense. They're dead. All of them. I think one of them was seconds away from trying to eat me. Happy now? She had the grace to look devastated.
That's too bad. We really thought A and B were good antibodies.
Or something like that. It was actually my vexation with her that made me remember the pills I still had stashed in my jeans. Fishing them out, I dropped them into her hand. Here. I took these from the stores at the evac tent from the plane crash in wherever it was that I ran into them. I'm sure Osprey can tell you the site exactly. I'm sorry, I don't recall the different names anymore, but they were all antibiotics. I swallowed 2 different ones, if that helps. This and this. I'll even let you test my blood one more time if you think that can tell you anything. She stared at me, partly confused, partly horrified.
You randomly swallowed some pills you came across? Don't you know how much havoc that can wreak on your system?
I'd almost expected her to say something like, on my data. And oh, did I ever. They were labeled as antibiotics in what I presumed was a FEMA tent, dealing with the infection as it cropped up when the plane went down. My lungs have been killing me ever since I woke up. The inhaler I got on the way helps a little, but I figured that if I don't get that shit sorted out, the undead will kill me before my body has a chance to fully heal. She stuttered, quickly trailing off again.
Yes, of course. That makes sense. And I might know the tent you're talking about. That town is in militia territory? When I was still with them, they kept mentioning it, but nobody managed to get me any notes or samples from there. It was mentioned in one of the last military dispatches that went through before the shit hit the fan in Charlotte.
She actually looked stricken that she'd used a single curse word. Oh, you sweet summer child. Seneca was the one who picked up the dropped ball of the conversation.
So what you are saying is that she's valuable?
I did not like how much more interest in me he suddenly showed, as did the colonel beside him. They made it seem less like I'd suddenly become more interesting, but instead like they'd be loath to see me go.
Her? No, not really.
The scientist sounded lost in thought, but then pulled herself together, giving me an apologetic look.
What I meant to say is that scientifically she's not much more valuable than any other survivor who was sick. I would love to get a chance to run a few tests on her blood, but the same is true for all your other survivors. I doubt I'll have the equipment here to make much sense of any results I get.
Her face lit up then.
But if you could find resources to check up on that tent she mentioned...
The colonel was quick to shake his head.
That's deep in militia territory. I can't risk manpower on a guess alone.
She looked dejected, but only for a moment.
Of course, that makes sense. I'll work on getting the proof you'll need to convince you otherwise.
That sounded like she hadn't meant to say it out loud. I probably should have kept my trap shut, but between being scared out of my mind and feeling like this pretend paradise was quickly losing its luster, I was getting a little reckless. Do you know what is causing all this? The sickness, the dead, the zombies? She gave me a quizzical look. I got ready for her to admonish me for using that term. Maybe she preferred something like brain-relatedly challenged or some shit like that. But then her face lit up.
Oh, you're serious,
she muttered. For a moment I thought I was the only oblivious one, but then the colonel cleared his throat.
If you know more, we'd be much obliged to you if you'd share your knowledge. It's damn hard to fortify against a disease that we know very little about, least of all what's causing it.
He got a similar look as she'd given me, if toned down a little now.
Why, of course.
She cleared her throat.
It's anthrax, basically. Inhalation anthrax, to be precise.
That couldn't be true. Or could it? Like in the letters that one insane guy sent politicians after 9/11? I hedged. Like some kind of bioweapon? And how the fuck had Jared the asshole known? Before she could answer, Seneca cut in, his full attention on me now. I really preferred his previous indifference.
What did you say your occupation was?
I had said nothing yet. My voice was still pressed as I answered. Accountant. I'm getting a degree as an accountant, or I was. Simply a very curious accountant who loves trivia is all. That was the lamest excuse ever, and I could tell that Seneca and everyone else thought so as well. Thankfully, that was enough to set Kara off for another ramble.
Technically, yes, or so most microbiologists would have told you until very, very recently. It maybe started out like that. Not a bioweapon, of course, she quickly corrected when everyone looked alarmed. As simple anthrax. Bacillus anthracis, the bacteria that cause anthrax, is a common pathogen where farm work and animal husbandry is concerned.
She chuckled to herself, then seemed to get that no one else got her joke.
As my former husband put it, it's like a sheep fucker bug. It crops up, you slam it back down with antibiotics. If you catch the infection early enough, that's about it. Even if you don't, it's not like a virus that spreads within days inside an entire population. Or it never used to. We even discounted it completely at first because it's been known to be one of the most well-behaved bacteria out there, pretty much the only one where we've never encountered antibiotic resistance, unlike so many recent bacterial strains that have become a real pest in hospitals.
Questions popped into my head. Questions that were burning on my tongue, but I didn't dare voice. Questions full of terms like antibiotic resistance gained by possible plasmid transfer, or screaming, "Is it the spores?" at the top of my lungs? But I'd already sent up one red flag too many. A single one would have been too much, but I felt I was easing into dangerous territory. Besides, what could Kara have answered to any of that? Either she knew or she didn't. None of that knowledge seemed to have given her an edge, or us in general, or I was sure she would have led with the advice, like use masks or at least scarves to cover noses and mouths, use that disinfectant, or boil and bake everything at above certain degrees. And yet we'd found her, bedraggled and scared, just like everyone else at the side of the road. Whatever her beef with the militia was, it all paled compared to the real danger we were all in, and a few wild guesses made no difference there. And I sure as hell wasn't the kind of person likely to carry the salvation of humanity in her blood. That would have been beyond ironic. But even if that had been the case, what would it have mattered? Everyone who had died would never come back, as a healthy, living person that was. And the undead roaming the world wouldn't simply stop just because we knew what was causing their twisted, animated state. No. Knowledge like how to treat broken bones and other infections would be much more important. Knowledge of how to plant crops and bring in the harvest. How to keep those still alive, still living 5 years from now. And seeing the devastated look in Kara's eyes made it awfully clear that she agreed with my unspoken thoughts. In the end, a farmer or carpenter was 1,000,000 times more useful than either of us. The age of scientists and would-be accountants was over. As if the universe agreed with me, the lights went out, the perpetual hum I'd so far ignored suddenly gone. For a few moments it was utterly still and utterly dark. And then the screaming began. To be continued in Collapse, World of Anthrax, Book 2. This